Chapter 127. The Nature of the Soul and Its Essence. The dark wizard's robe billowed without the slightest breeze, as a surging torrent of magical energy radiated from Glen with every motion. His eyes had transformed into a sanguine hue, and the wild essence of the arcane began to surge uncontrollably. Yet Glen remained composed. He possessed an extraordinary mastery over his own formidable magic, allowing him to wield this chaotic energy with precision. The insatiable force that consumed all, combined with the alchemical apparatus he had devised to suppress it, served as a dual safeguard to bind Tom Riddle's diary, rendering it powerless to resist. The relentless encroachment of this dark essence corrupted the magical energies of the diary, while the profound negative emotions contained within it instilled a paralyzing dread. Within the soul, the alchemical device locked onto the diary, sealing its internal space. Tom was now utterly immobilized. Moreover, a cacophony of negative emotions, sorrow, fear, anger, anxiety, tension, despair, and agony was relentlessly forced into his very soul. In that moment, the young Tom was nearly overwhelmed, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. His consciousness felt as though it were being shredded, and he yearned to cry out, only to be horrified by the realization that he was not only incapable of movement, but had also been stripped of his very ability to speak by that fiend outside. Tom's soul trembled, and the terror he experienced was 1,000-fold worse than the kiss of a Dementor. While a Dementor merely siphoned away joyful memories and positive emotions, this torment was the complete inundation of every conceivable negative sentiment within the confines of his mind. Facing the quaking diary atop the alchemical apparatus, Glen remained unfazed. Maintaining his release of the dark essence, he was prepared to commence a surgical operation on the diary's soul. With his wand serving as the scalpel's handle and the heart-piercing curse as the blade, a slender yet vividly red lightning bolt erupted from the tip of his pale wand, glimmering with intensity under his commanding control of magic. Heart-piercing. However, this curse did not descend directly upon Tom's soul. Instead, Glen directed his wand towards the ceiling, meticulously fine-tuning the output of his magical energy to ascertain the optimal configuration of the magic circuit and the method of incantation. The poor Tom remained oblivious to the hell that awaited him. He was still caught in the relentless tide of negative emotions, struggling like a drowning man. There is but one chance. The surgical process must not falter, and the heart-piercing curse must be adjusted in real time according to the state of the soul. Glen remained unflustered by the daunting conditions for success. On the contrary, he maintained his customary calmness, his entire being functioning like a cold, precise machine, executing the commands of his consciousness with meticulous accuracy. This method of output should suffice. I could see this moment. The heart-piercing curse was not yet in its complete form, and its magical output was relatively weak. Thus, Glen was able to maintain his composure without being affected by the negative emotions and the sense of magical exhaustion that accompanied the unforgivable curse. He then extended his empty left hand. A foreboding sensation surged within Tom, who was struggling within the confines of a diary. What are you going to do? Regrettably, he could not voice his fears, merely watching helplessly as that gloved hand reached toward him. During the procedure, you must remain still, Glen said calmly, as if he had divined Tom's unspoken thoughts. Shatter the soul. In Glen's left hand, the magical resonance of the soul-shattering curse materialized instantaneously, an imperceptible tremor swiftly transmitting to Tom's soul, which was ensnared within the tumult of negative emotions. Before he could even contemplate the situation, the frail remnants of young Tom's soul were obliterated in an instant, his consciousness fading into darkness, succumbing to a slumber akin to that of an infant. After confirming the state of Tom's soul, Glen was finally prepared to make the incision. In his previous research, Glen had posited that each individual's soul possessed a unique shape, inherently distinct. However, at its core, the essence of every soul was fundamentally the same, differing in substance according to one's experiences. The essence of the soul could be likened to water floating within a space station in the cosmos, forming a sphere due to surface tension. Though it could be reshaped by external forces, it would ultimately revert to its original form. The factor that engenders the disparity among souls, which I shall refer to as soul characteristics, can be envisioned as a mesh-like structure that loops back upon itself. This grid-like formation inherently possesses a specific shape, distinguishing it from the soul characteristics of others. The soul, then, is the amalgamation of the essence of the soul and its characteristics. The latter shapes the former and takes root within it, while the essence fills the spaces dictated by the characteristics. Thus, their relationship is established. What Glen aimed to accomplish was to utilize the heart-piercing curse to meticulously excise and sever those soul characteristics that were embedded upon the surface of the soul essence, thereby allowing the internal essence to restore itself to its original state. He knew he must focus intently and proceed with caution if Tom's soul essence were to be marred. So be it, for it was merely a vessel for his defense. However, the inner essence that Glen sought must not be compromised in the slightest. While Glen could operate with an incomplete essence, the efficacy of the alchemical puppet would pale in comparison to that achieved with a complete soul essence. That was an unfathomable abyss. With his preparations complete and his mental fortitude established, it was now time to commence the surgical incision. Very well, let us begin. Glen's wand, crowned with a flickering red lightning bolt, pointed toward the immobile diary of Tom. As the red beam of the heart-piercing curse made contact with the diary, an imperceptible sound resonated, and Glen began to delve into the recesses of the diary's internal space, searching for the hidden fragments of Tom's soul. This step is of paramount importance, for the soul of Glen, concealed within the pages of the diary, remains invisible to the naked eye. He can only discern whether he has made contact with Tom's soul through the sensations transmitted by his wand. Should an error occur at this juncture, it could potentially damage Voldemort's soul irreparably. However, Glen is not in haste, for it is not yet even 8 o'clock. He possesses ample time to keep young Tom company. The night is lengthy, and the path to Tom Riddle's demise is equally protracted. At this moment, the sensations conveyed by the wand in Glen's hand shifted. I have found you. Chapter 128. Successful separation. Upon sensing the heart-cutting curse he had cast making contact with the soul hidden in the corner of the diary, Glen subtly adjusted the output of his magical energy, attempting to graze the surface of the soul, with a barely perceptible resistance. Had it not been for Glen's acute focus and heightened senses at that moment, he might not have even realized he was employing a spell to sever an object. Fortunately, the heart-cutting curse, after his adjustments, began to execute its cutting function as he had envisioned. However, the sensation transmitted from the wand felt somewhat amiss. The soul's characteristics were fragmented, yet its essence remained unharmed. This caused Glen to furrow his brow. Within his perception, the grid-like characteristics of Tom's soul exhibited numerous incomplete areas. Yet the core of the soul seemed intact. The fragments of Voldemort's soul must indeed be an unscathed portion, otherwise, Tom Riddle's soul could not have persisted within the diary for half a century, even with the aid of magical artifacts. So, these injuries were indeed the remnants of the torture he had endured earlier. Thankfully, he had controlled the intensity at that time, diminishing the cutting effect and merely amplifying the pain experienced by the subject. Otherwise, the diary would have been rendered useless. Thank goodness, one might say, but Tom's soul had managed to endure largely due to its own indomitable will and resilience, allowing it to survive under Glen's devilish grasp. Of course, Tom's relentless efforts had inadvertently crafted a splendid garment for Glen. How delightful, indeed. If young Tom were to discover this truth, he would likely explode with fury without Glen needing to intervene. Alas, it seems young Tom will never have the chance to learn of this matter. How fortunate, how fortunate. From initial awkwardness to deft familiarity, Glen's wand movements grew increasingly swift in both amplitude and frequency. As a person of remarkable adaptability and keen comprehension, Glen's pace in separating the soul's characteristics from its essence quickened in conjunction with his continuous application of the heart-cutting curse. He had successfully grasped the structural characteristics of Tom Riddle's individual soul. Much like a skilled butcher expertly dissecting meat, Glen, having severed a significant portion of the soul's characteristics, could now surmise and visualize the structure of the remaining fragment of Tom's soul. The procedure progressed smoothly. With a sound that was not truly tangible, Glen ceased the incantation of the heart-cutting curse. Beside him, the dissipating magical energy silently vanished. The alchemical binding device before him, having lost its magical supply and overwhelmed by excess energy, disintegrated on the spot. The very diary it had once restrained had long since dimmed, its magical essence rapidly dissipating. Its cover, as if subjected to accelerated time, began to age swiftly, fading and shedding large fragments, while the internal pages turned yellow, curling, and becoming exceedingly dry. As the alchemical device supporting the weight of the diary crumbled, it fell to the ground, and all its pages shattered into pieces. Glen stumbled, his left hand producing a cane that steadied his weary body before he could fall. In front of his right hand, a translucent, ethereal orb floated, embodying the pure essence of a soul that had been successfully severed from Tom Marvolo Riddle's dark essence. Glen's pallor was alarming, yet he resolutely fought against unconsciousness. He retrieved his meticulously prepared alchemical device for storing soul essence and secured the precious substance, finally allowing himself a moment of respite. At this hour, 5 in the morning, after nearly 10 hours of soul surgery, Glen found himself on the brink of collapse. Blood began to seep from his garments, a testament to his body's inability to withstand the overwhelming strain of prolonged exertion. The area where he had initially stood was now a gruesome tableau, marred by darkened stains. He staggered to the sofa in the room of requirement, sank down, and immediately lost consciousness, plunging into darkness. Though now in a state of oblivion, his mind remained ensnared in a whirlwind of relentless turmoil, exacerbated by the concurrent exertion of maintaining three distinct powers: silent meditation, alchemy, and the heart-piercing curse. This inner turbulence stirred within the depths of his consciousness, causing Glen to furrow his brow even in unconsciousness. Ultimately, the endeavor of separating a soul, as he envisioned, was perhaps too ambitious. Despite his ability to amplify his strength through spells, potions, and alchemical enhancements, this was a power beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual. Even Glen, after enduring hours of intense and excessive surgical procedure, would pay a steep price: physical damage, mental strain, and possibly a shortened lifespan. Nevertheless, he had anticipated these consequences, and acquiring a pure soul essence, along with the experience of a soul surgery, was already a worthy recompense for his efforts. With his tasks completed, he entrusted the remaining aftermath to Hermione. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, within the lair of the Acromantula, a colossal spider, covered in coarse, menacing barbs, lay in slumber. Without warning, it erupted with a spine-chilling roar so powerful that it shattered and dislodged several stone walls of its lair. The terrifying sound echoed through the cavern, causing the other Acromantula outside to tremble and submit in fear. Not long prior, a rebellion had erupted within the Acromantula clan. The former leader, Aragog, was brutally slain and dismembered by a fierce newcomer who had emerged from the shadows, devoured on the spot. This formidable Acromantula seized control of the clan with an iron fist and a reign of savage brutality. Initially, the eight-eyed giant spiders harbored a sense of rebellion towards their newly appointed leader. Yet, as time progressed, inexplicably, all the eight-eyed giants willingly submitted to him. Their leader is none other than the colossal creature now bellowing in fury beneath the earth. The roar gradually subsided, and though still seething with anger, the eight-eyed giant spider emitted a distinctly human voice. "Who has destroyed my soul artifact?" Chapter 129, Aftermath. Almost immediately after Glen lost consciousness and collapsed, the door of the request fulfillment room was swung open by Hermione. Although she was aware that Glen had mentioned feeling utterly drained after undergoing a soul operation was quite normal, she still harbored concerns, fearing that he might act recklessly. Thus, upon returning to her dormitory the previous night, she retired to bed early, rising at dawn to hastily make her way to the request fulfillment room. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the disarray that greeted her still caused her eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Silently, she stepped over the dried bloodstains, kicked aside the shattered remnants of a diary, and navigated through the scattered alchemical apparatus until she reached Glen's side. Honestly, he was quite the source of worry. Her voice trembled slightly, low and devoid of disdain, as she gently brushed aside the sweat, blood, and grime-matted hair from Glen's forehead, revealing his pale, exhausted face, now devoid of consciousness. With tender care, she wiped his brow. Biting her lip, she retrieved the long elixir of immortality she had meticulously prepared from her talisman, uncorked the vial, and attempted to pry open Glen's lips. Naturally, Glen's mouth, now utterly fatigued, opened with ease. However, the challenge of administering the elixir to an unconscious individual, along with the subsequent magical potions for treatment, posed a significant dilemma for Hermione. "It seems this is the only way," she murmured to herself. Feeding medicine mouth-to-mouth was out of the question. Under normal circumstances, administering water or other substances to someone who had slipped into a coma and lost awareness would be unfeasible. Not to mention, the swallowing reflex in deeply unconscious patients is often diminished or entirely absent, rendering any attempt to deliver medicine or water via the mouth impossible to reach the esophagus and stomach. Furthermore, should there be any foreign objects in the mouth of an unconscious person, the risk of aspiration leading to severe choking is alarmingly high. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to seek immediate medical attention rather than attempting to manage someone in a comatose state on one's own. Of course, that is under normal circumstances. In the realm of magic, a simple household spell could effortlessly resolve such predicaments. Thanks to Glen's previous guidance, our academically gifted Hermione had already become quite adept at household enchantments. Wrapped in a gentle enchantment, the elixir of immortality and healing potions were deftly administered by Hermione, guiding them into Glen's mouth and aiding him in swallowing. Once the potion had been consumed, she tenderly laid Glen upon the sofa, resting his head upon her thigh. Next, she would attend to cleansing the bloodstains from his body and the minor wounds that marred his skin. "Rest for a while, Glen," to avoid disturbing his slumber. Hermione summoned a soothing light, gently brushing over his furrowed brow as if comforting a child plagued by nightmares, whispering softly. Gradually, as the white light enveloped him and her soothing presence penetrated his mind, Glen's brow began to relax. Within the Wish-Grantayor's abode, Glen awoke on the bed. As he opened his eyes and assessed his condition, he was relieved to find no trace of the agonizing pain he had anticipated. The gaping wounds that had once marred his body had been completely healed. This sensation was akin to the refreshing revival experienced after an exhaustive sprint, as if every cell in his body were eagerly inhaling the air of vitality. Attempting to move, he discovered someone was holding his hand. Hermione? He gently squeezed her small hand, realizing that upon awakening, he felt none of the anticipated aftereffects of his previous unconsciousness. His tattered and soiled garments had been replaced, and his body, previously stained with blood, felt remarkably rejuvenated, surely the result of Hermione's diligent care. "I'm here, you've awakened." The familiar and reassuring voice emanated from Hermione, who was seated by his side, skillfully manipulating a floating spellbook while simultaneously commanding a quill and a notebook that recorded her insights, evidently, her scholarly reflections. Although Hogwarts had granted a respite following the resolution of the Chamber of Secrets, Hermione did not let the day pass without attending to her studies, embodying the diligent student she always was. "Thank you for your efforts," Glen said, still holding her hand with his left while propping himself up with his right. Though Hermione had alleviated his injuries and fatigue through her magic, potions, and divine power, the exhaustion of his body could only be remedied through time. He now felt a profound weariness enveloping him. Just as he prepared to rise, a small hand gently pushed him back onto the bed. Glen regarded Hermione with a stoic expression, while she pouted, her demeanor suggesting mild displeasure. "Resting is essential for the injured and weary. Listen closely. Until I deem you fully recovered, you are to refrain from any exertion. Let us set aside thoughts of your soul's essence and the alchemical puppetry for now. The most pressing matter is your swift recuperation." Initially, Glen's concealment of the consequences stemming from the diary's hidden fragment of Voldemort's soul left Hermione quite displeased. Now, witnessing Glen, a workaholic, straining to rise from his bed, Hermione could easily discern his intentions. Some matters of the past ought to remain in the past, and she understood that no amount of lecturing or nagging would amend the already transpired events. Moreover, she recognized that Glen's reluctance to burden her with worry stemmed from a place of goodwill and his confidence in her capabilities. Yet, how could she tolerate this insufferable patient who wished to drag his weary body to work? Glen, after being gently pushed down, lay silently gazing at the ceiling, contemplating for a moment before breaking his silence, only to have Hermione cover his mouth. "No, you shall not." Hermione, feigning a stern demeanor, refused to allow Glen to voice his thoughts, determined to convey her frustration. Even if her anger was not genuine, she resolved to maintain the facade of indignation. However, to Hermione's surprise, Glen did not relent. He brushed aside her hand that covered his mouth. "I need to use the restroom." Oh, following the brief restroom crisis, Hermione could no longer maintain her pretense of anger, while Glen, not wishing to exert himself further, contentedly remained in bed, accepting her care. After all, the essence of the soul he had extracted had been preserved safely with his alchemical apparatus. Neglecting it for a while would not cause any harm. The matter of the alchemical puppets was not urgent either, especially since his current skills in alchemy were insufficient to achieve his desired results. "Take your time," he thought as he lay quietly with his eyes closed, while Hermione diligently studied at his side. When fatigue overcame her, she would lie beside him for a brief respite, awakening to check on his condition and administer potions. Thus, the two found solace in the rare tranquility within their enchanted abode. Despite having destroyed the diary and obliterated the fragment of Tom's soul, Glen could not shake the unsettling feeling that some undiscovered danger still lurked nearby. An inexplicable sense of impending crisis pricked at his consciousness. "I hope it is merely a sign that I have yet to fully recover." The extent of Glen's exhaustion surpassed his expectations. Under Hermione's attentive care, he lay in bed for nearly 2 weeks before regaining his strength. Consequently, he was unable to fulfill his duties as a judge and instructor at the dueling club that Sunday. The professors responsible for the club included Glen, Snape, Flitwick, and Gilderoy Lockhart, who had been bedridden well before Glen. The original arrangement had Flitwick and Lockhart overseeing the club on Saturday, while Glen and Snape would take charge on Sunday. Now, the two uninjured professors would have to work an extended 2-day shift. Fortunately, Professor Snape received ample and invaluable potion ingredients from Glen as remuneration, which rendered him less irritable than Hermione had imagined. The ever-kind Professor Flitwick, upon learning the truth from Dumbledore, paid a visit to Glen bearing tokens of consolation. After a moment of overwhelming shock, he became completely numb and eagerly engaged in discussions with Glen and Hermione regarding the various tactics they employed in vanquishing the Basilisk. The assault techniques from the Muggle world piqued the curiosity of this potential battle-hungry professor immensely. Flitwick bestowed high praise upon the clever combat strategies that Glen and Hermione had employed during the skirmish. Even without this incident, Professor Flitwick had always shown great care for the inquisitive young wizards, and given Hermione's fondness for this erudite professor, Glen resolved to craft a firearm as a Christmas gift for him. However, considering Flitwick's physique and his own combat style, Glen decided it prudent to consult with him first regarding the type of weapon to create. Though this would diminish the element of surprise upon unwrapping the gift, it was evident that Professor Flitwick did not mind. Indeed, a well-suited weapon was preferable to a mere powerful one. After learning of Glen's intentions, Flitwick expressed this sentiment, and Glen concurred. The two battle enthusiasts solemnly shook hands, successfully reaching a mutual understanding. Meanwhile, Hermione, seated and perusing a book, rolled her eyes in exasperation, resting her chin on her hand as she observed them. It was amusing to see these two men so animated by the topic of combat. Glen, who usually appeared indifferent to most matters, suddenly took an interest, and even the composed Professor Flitwick seemed like a child. Is it true that men remain youthful at heart until their last breath? This was merely a trivial episode in the exchanges between Glen, Hermione, and Professor Flitwick. Nonetheless, the outcome was that Flitwick would no longer regard these two extraordinary children as mere ordinary wizards. Even though they collaborated, the fact that they managed to eliminate the Basilisk that had terrorized Hogwarts in just one night was sufficient for Flitwick to regard them as equals. He did not intend to lecture them about the dangers of such endeavors. After a year and a half of knowing Glen and Hermione, he understood that they were exceptionally intelligent and possessed sound judgment. Of course, should danger arise, he would certainly strive to assist them. For Glen and Hermione were indeed his proud protégés. The only regret he harbored was why that wretched hat did not place these eager and diligent little wizards in Ravenclaw. If only the head of the house had the authority to reassign students, he thought, he would ensure that these inquisitive young wizards were placed in his own house. Well, this can only be a matter of idle chatter. Professor Flitwick is acutely aware that Professors McGonagall and Snape hold considerable concern for the two children. If he were to attempt to claim Glen and Hermione for himself, it would likely result in a fierce struggle. Nevertheless, I can still impart my knowledge to them, regardless of the house they belong to. Alas, the probability of winning the House Cup has diminished. I hope the little ones can muster more effort. Shaking his head, Flitwick dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. At this moment, it was already the second week following the defeat of the Basilisk. Glen, having regained his strength, was back in action, while his unfortunate and inept student, Lockhart, remained incapacitated on the hospital bed, having merely been affected by an explosion spell. Showing no inclination to join him in running the dueling club, Professor Flitwick halted the dueling session, having determined the victors among the young wizards. After analyzing the respective issues of both sides, he cast a sidelong glance at Snape, whose demeanor, though distinctly impatient and reminiscent of poison, nonetheless revealed a serious dedication to guiding the students. Flitwick chuckled lightheartedly. Despite Glen's recovery, Flitwick was not inclined to allow him to join the oversight of the dueling club just yet. It would be better for him to rest a while longer. Thus, it remained solely Flitwick and Snape who were on duty. The other professors, preoccupied with their personal matters due to the recent Chamber of Secrets incident, had rushed back to their respective abodes as soon as the events concluded, leaving only himself, Albus, Severus, and Gilderoy at Hogwarts. Hopefully, Albus will provide some extra compensation for the overtime, Flitwick joked, shrugging his shoulders before refocusing his attention on the students engaged in their dueling practice. However, Flitwick's earnest work ethic prevented him from noticing a peculiar little spider stealthily slipping through the gap in the window from the shadowy recesses of the ceiling. Chapter 131. In the Dueling Arena. Is this truly your limit, Potter? Draco swayed effortlessly, dodging a crimson beam that surged towards him, showing no intention of continuing to verbally insult his opponent or granting him any time to react. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a disarming spell. Harry, in a precarious position, narrowly evaded the menacing light, but, due to fatigue and instability, found himself tumbling to the ground. Draco, seizing the opportunity, retaliated with a disarmament charm, instantly sending Harry's wand flying from his grasp. The wand spiraled towards him, and with a swift motion of his left hand, Draco caught it, then casually flicked it back towards Harry. What do you call that spellcasting? Your movements are blatant, leaving no room for subtlety. I can predict your next move with just my knee. Can you apply a bit of pressure? To be candid, rather than continue this duel with you, I would be better off seeking a place to practice independently. If you do not make an effort to ascend, your low ranking will likely prevent you from ever challenging me. Draco, crossing his arms, derided Harry with disdain. Although his words were sharp, it was evident that he was subtly indicating the areas in which Harry needed improvement. This marked the third occasion Harry had initiated a duel against Draco in the dueling club. The previous two encounters had ended in dismal defeats for Harry. While he managed to defend himself against Draco's early onslaught until his stamina waned, he could not escape the ultimate loss of the duel. Nevertheless, Harry, in his second year, belonged to the upper echelons, his remarkable magical talent having been honed through diligent study of spells during the previous club meetings. This had successfully unleashed his potential, allowing him to shine among his peers. Yet, that was the extent of it, for those already ranked within the top 50 at Hogwarts. Harry's spellcasting remained rather juvenile and insufficient. Currently, Draco held the 41st position in the school rankings, as the dueling club had only recently commenced. The rankings among peers of the same age had not yet diverged significantly, thus affording Harry the opportunity to challenge Draco. However, he was merely granting points to the little dragon. Defeated and unwilling to concede, Harry continued to challenge fellow young wizards of similar ranks, striving to improve his standing in order to confront Draco once more, yet he consistently fell short. Draco, now somewhat jaded, despite having softened his demeanor towards Harry and Ron, could not tolerate an opponent that offered little assistance in refining his magical prowess, monopolizing his time that could be better spent facing stronger contenders. It is worth noting that a lower-ranked challenger cannot be refused by a higher-ranked opponent, and even if victorious, the winner's ranking remains unaffected. Although standings were crucial for Draco, representing an opportunity to showcase the Malfoy family's prestige, he secretly yearned to enhance his spell combat skills during this activity. Therefore, could Harry exhibit a modicum of awareness? Exhausted and seated on the ground, Harry caught the wand that Draco tossed to him with one hand, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Though he was prone to impetuosity, he was not a fool. Draco's earlier taunt was, in fact, a revelation of his own errors, rather than mere childish insults from the past. Harry had observed every facet of Draco's transformation, including his academic pursuits, his strength, and his interactions with others. While Draco's remarks remained infuriating, inciting a desire to retaliate, it was undeniable that he had genuinely changed. Have you had enough? Why are you still standing there? Hurry and leave. The actions of the blonde-haired individual across from him, reminiscent of someone swatting at flies, swiftly extinguished any flicker of a change in Harry's perception of him. What a farce. This insufferable wretch is as detestable as ever. With a scowl upon his face, Harry refrained from allowing his frustration to overwhelm him. After all, he was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. I shall return to challenge you, mark my words. Though he had yet to fully recuperate, the unceremonious dismissal from Malfoy compelled him to maintain his composure, and he mustered the strength to rise. Harry's emerald eyes locked with Draco's narrowed gray ones, igniting a spark of mutual animosity in the air. They both emitted a disdainful hum, and without a backward glance, Harry turned, departing from the dueling platform towards the rest area, where invigorating potions awaited, specifically designed for the dueling club members to restore their magical energy and stamina. Finished over there. Have you? How did it go? Upon reaching the table, a red-haired boy casually handed him a glass brimming with a refreshing beverage. It was Ron. As before, Harry responded with mild irritation, accepting the cup and tilting his head back to gulp down the entire contents in one swift motion, only to promptly choke. Cough, cough. Though I would relish the opportunity to thrash that insufferable git, I believe we should first hone our skills gradually, Ron remarked, patting Harry on the back with an air of exasperation. Ron had also faced Draco, and with a reckless fervor, had charged in even quicker than Harry. However, after suffering 2 humiliating defeats, he found himself having to stifle his anger and start anew. His foundation was even weaker than Harry's. Although he had recently begun to take his studies seriously, engaging in the intricacies of spellcasting, his bouts against peers of similar rank still yielded a mixed bag of victories and losses. Despite a steadily increasing success rate, the duration of each duel proved lengthy. Such protracted, evenly matched encounters were sufficient to temper Ron's fiery temperament, though begrudgingly, he deemed this approach the most prudent. If only I had dedicated myself to my studies at the beginning of the term. Otherwise, I could have easily claimed a spot among the top 50. And what a sight that would be. Seemingly lost in his own reverie, Ron's thoughts meandered, while Harry paid him little mind, settling down beside him. Relaxing his body, he leaned back against the chair, allowing his thoughts to drift as he stared blankly at the ceiling, which, upon closer inspection, was not devoid of intrigue. Wait, is that not just an empty void? His mental relaxation was short-lived, as he soon refocused. An unusual sight on the ceiling drew his attention. Ron, don't you think there are more spiders on the ceiling? Chapter 132, Omen. What spiders? A certain word penetrated Ron's ears, jolting him abruptly back to reality. He sprang from his chair, his countenance transforming in an instant, turning pale as he anxiously tugged at his clothing, checking every part of himself, and slapping his body in a futile attempt to dispel the imaginary spiders that he believed were crawling on him. Not on you. I mean, there are numerous spiders on the ceiling now. Harry watched Ron flail about in a panic, exasperated as he pointed towards the ceiling. Ron glanced upward briefly before immediately furrowing his brow and lowering his gaze. The sight of the dense swarm of small black spiders marching in formation was genuinely unsettling to him, both psychologically and physically. I couldn't care less about those creatures, Harry. You did this on purpose, knowing full well my aversion to spiders. Ron lamented, hastily gulping down a drink to calm his nerves. He resolutely decided not to look up again. It would be best for the existence of spiders to be eradicated altogether. All right then. Harry, seeing Ron's distress, chose not to dwell on the spider situation. It was quite common to encounter spiders within Hogwarts, whether in potions class or any other subject. They were familiar acquaintances. However, he couldn't help but wonder if there were more spiders this year than last. Having just concluded a duel, Hermione descended from the platform. And while resting and watching Neville duel, she noticed this peculiar anomaly on the ceiling out of the corner of her eye. Could it be that the spiders, having moved out of Hogwarts due to the Basilisk, are now returning with their families? Hermione recalled from her research that the Basilisk was a natural predator of spiders. And during her previous investigation with Glen, they had indeed observed spiders fleeing Hogwarts. Yet, the sheer number now seemed rather exaggerated. Was this a peak migration period? Or was this year's cold weather prompting them to seek warmth in Hogwarts? Were these spiders web-weaving or hunting types? The latter, as she remembered, tended to hibernate in winter. Hermione's thoughts began to meander, twisting through her curiosity about this anomaly until she arrived at her own explanation based on her knowledge. She had not given the matter much heed, as she had already concocted a reasonable rationale in her mind. You find them peculiar too, don't you? Just as Hermione was about to conclude her thoughts and dismiss the matter, a voice, ethereal and melodious, gently wafted beside her. Although sudden, it did not startle Hermione. She had grown accustomed to Luna's voice, which she found quite pleasant. Yes, indeed, the speaker was none other than Luna. The young girl's hair was somewhat disheveled. Yet she appeared far from disheveled, having just emerged victorious from the dueling arena. Well, a little, but they don't seem so strange. They appear to have simply moved into the warm haven of Hogwarts due to the cold. Hermione turned to engage with Luna's statement. She quickly rephrased her words from moved back to moved in, believing that Luna possessed the insight to glean something from her choice of words. Apologies, Luna. While I feel somewhat guilty for concealing this matter regarding the hidden chamber, it is perhaps best to keep it a secret. Luna displayed no particular reaction. She merely fixated her dreamy gray eyes upon the myriad of small spiders scuttling across the ceiling. Observing this, Hermione's expression began to shift into something peculiar as she glanced between Luna and the tiny arachnids above. After a moment's hesitation, Hermione spoke. Luna, what are your thoughts on those spiders? As Luna's friend, Hermione was well aware of her unique abilities. Not only did she hold this belief, but even Glen had echoed the same sentiment. Luna Lovegood was indeed extraordinary. She possessed an awareness of things that eluded others. This was Glen's considered assessment of Luna, the remarkable young witch, and having experienced Luna's peculiarities firsthand, Hermione was thoroughly convinced. Though this seemingly dazed girl often entertained whimsical ideas, Hermione refrained from dismissing them outright. What if Luna's assertions held truth, and the perceptions of herself and the masses were flawed? That would be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it? After all, as a close friend of Luna, Hermione had endeavored to share her visual experiences, immersing herself in the wondrous landscapes seen through Luna's eyes. Thus, Hermione greatly valued Luna's insights into the unknown. Well, how should I put it? Luna said calmly, her gaze still fixed on the ceiling. I feel as though those little spiders are leading us. Leading us? Hermione inquired, puzzled. Yes, leading us, Luna murmured, her tone more akin to soliloquy than conversation. Although they are rather cute, their current behavior is less so. If they intend to consume us, I believe even our small stature would be rather large for those spiders. Hermione was taken aback, struggling to grasp the situation, even questioning whether she had misheard. Luna, did you just say they want to eat us? Indeed. Those little creatures are quite hungry and wish to feast on us. However, mere hunger cannot suffice. They are also troubled. I see the tormentors buzzing around them. But the tormentors are distressed as well. They cannot penetrate those tiny spiders' minds. The spiders are too small. Too small. Luna's words echoed in Hermione's mind. An uninvited chill gradually spreading throughout her being. Perhaps they would need to grow a bit larger before they could consume us? Luna's ethereal musings stirred a half-formed notion within Hermione, yet Luna's comments only heightened her unease regarding the spiders. Despite being surrounded by friends, an instinctive sense of danger began to seep into Hermione's consciousness, chilling her to the bone. Although it may sound somewhat absurd, I believe it is prudent to mention this to Professors Snape and Flitwick. Hermione pondered seriously to herself, then turned to Luna. Luna, let us forego the dueling club for now. Would you accompany me instead? I have some thoughts I wish to share with the professors. Luna smiled and nodded, then meandered towards the dining table, returning with 2 cups of drink, one of which she offered to Hermione. All right then. Chapter 133, Urgency. After consuming the energy drink, Hermione felt invigorated. Given that Luna sensed something unusual, it was wise to take heed. Luna believed that the little spiders appeared to be guiding them and were quite famished, seemingly intent on consuming them. When considered separately, these notions might elicit laughter. However, upon acquiring some critical information and viewing them in conjunction, a chilling realization emerged. The diminutive spiders, while significantly smaller than humans, even juvenile children, raised a disquieting thought. What if there were much larger spiders, capable of devouring a small child in one bite? Hermione was acutely aware of the existence of a certain giant spider in the Forbidden Forest, one that could easily consume a young wizard. Known as the Acromantula, this 5th-level magical creature possesses deadly venom, has a taste for human flesh, and is notoriously brutal. even resorting to cannibalism when starved. These 8-eyed giants average over 13 feet in length, making their size formidable and their danger exceedingly high. Might the little spiders be leading them toward the acromantula? This was a wild speculation, yet when combined with the abnormalities observed on the ceiling, Hermione's knowledge, Luna's extraordinary abilities, and the grim realities they faced, she concluded it prudent to prepare for the worst. The acromantula population in the Forbidden Forest could potentially be driven by hunger, leading them to launch an assault on Hogwarts for a feast of flesh. The thought sent a shiver down Hermione's spine. Who could fathom how many acromantulas lurked within the vast and mysterious forest? Even Professor Dumbledore and his colleagues might struggle to eradicate them swiftly. If such dire predictions were to materialize, it was imperative to prevent the acromantulas from approaching Hogwarts Castle, ensuring the professors could intercept them at the forest's edge. Otherwise, they might expend excessive energy protecting the young wizards. Regardless of the veracity of this situation, Hermione felt compelled to inform the professors. Raising her hand to set aside the empty glass, Hermione hurriedly led Luna to Snape's side, where he was currently instructing a rather impatient Neville. "Professor Snape, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing Hermione's quiet call, Snape paused his guidance and turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at her. "Speak. Look at the ceiling." Hermione gestured towards the ceiling, which appeared to have an additional cluster of small spiders. She promptly relayed her discovery, Luna's feelings, and her own conjectures to Snape, without any intention of concealing Neville's involvement. Her voice resonated clearly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Snape's brow furrowed noticeably, and his expression grew increasingly sour. However, he refrained from immediately admonishing Hermione for her impetuousness, for he knew that this earnest and meticulous young witch would not draw conclusions without substantial evidence. Setting aside Luna's sentiments for the moment, if Hermione believed it to be so, there must indeed be a trace to follow. The most prudent and efficient course of action would be for him to venture into the Forbidden Forest at once. "You go inform Flitwick and let him handle it. I shall make a trip to the Forbidden Forest." With that, Snape evaporated into a swirl of black smoke, eluding the gaze of all present as he exited the Great Hall. "Neville, relay a message to Draco to gather the Gryffindor and Slytherin students. Then seek out the heads of the other houses. We must temporarily withhold this potentially erroneous information, simply stating that Professor Flitwick has called for a gathering." Luna offered with a smile, eagerly accepting the task. After a brief moment of astonishment, Neville focused intently, nodding seriously at Hermione before darting towards Draco. He knew all too well the dreadful nature of such creatures. Regardless of the truth of the matter, it was wise to be prepared. Seeing that Neville comprehended the gravity of the situation, Hermione nodded at Luna and hurried towards Professor Flitwick. "All binding spells must be executed seamlessly. That is imperative. Professor Flitwick," she called, interrupting the professor, who was patiently explaining a previous mishap to a young wizard. Rather than expressing irritation, he sensed Hermione's urgency and turned to inquire. "What is it, Hermione?" However, before she could articulate her concerns, a faint tremor resonated through the ground beneath her feet, causing her complexion to shift dramatically. It seemed her suspicions were perhaps correct. Professor Flitwick, too, felt the ground vibrate and immediately turned his gaze to Hermione. Realizing that the reason for her haste must pertain to this matter. "There is no time for lengthy explanations, Professor. Please gather the students in the center of the Great Hall." "Very well, I understand." Without further inquiry, Professor Flitwick complied with Hermione's directive, employing a sonorous charm to halt all dueling in progress. "Students, cease your duels and assemble immediately in the center of the Great Hall." Meanwhile, Hermione swiftly briefed Professor Flitwick on the potential unfolding events as the young witches and wizards converged. Upon concluding her explanation, she had never witnessed such astonishment on Professor Flitwick's face. At this moment, the scouting Severus Snape returned to the Great Hall, materializing as he approached Professor Flitwick with swift steps. The acromantula were rapidly advancing towards Hogwarts, their numbers appearing to be overwhelming. Hagrid and his dragon had already taken to the skies to impede their advance. Upon my return, I observed Dumbledore hastening towards the Forbidden Forest. The sheer volume of creatures was daunting, and their efforts alone would not suffice to delay the onslaught for long. "Professors, you two should assist Professor Dumbledore and Hagrid. We cannot allow the acromantula to approach Hogwarts. We would be a burden to you," I urged. "However, we cannot simply disregard your safety. What if some slip through?" Professor Flitwick's expression turned unusually grave, clearly prioritizing the students' well-being over his own peace of mind. Yet, Hermione interjected promptly. "I will summon Glen. With him and the other young wizards, we will be more than capable of protecting ourselves." Chapter 134, Turmoil and Organization. "Professors, as long as you can keep the majority of the acromantula outside Hogwarts, even if a few manage to breach your defenses, we students should be able to fend them off together. But if you remain here to protect us, and the battlefield shifts to Hogwarts itself, that would be far more troublesome," Hermione stated resolutely, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. She had already conceived the best course of action when she came to inform Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick, initially reluctant due to his protective instincts towards the students, finally grasped the urgency of the situation after Hermione's unwavering words. "Very well, I leave this in your and Glen's capable hands. You must ensure your safety. We will return promptly." Flitwick inhaled deeply, his resolve firm. He nodded towards Hermione, recognizing that the circumstances demanded his trust in her judgment. Dumbledore had already dispatched his phoenix to summon assistance. After a moment of hesitation, Snape ultimately refrained from offering any comforting words, merely snorting in response. "Don't get yourself killed." "Understood, Professor Snape." "Professor Flitwick, you must hurry," Hermione replied, unfazed by Snape's acerbic remarks, as she recognized his underlying concern. Since Professor Flitwick had instructed Glen to refrain from attending the dueling club, Glen remained in the room of requirement, engrossed in the study of alchemical constructs. Having completed her task of delivering the message, Hermione swiftly cast the enhancement spells Glen had taught her, suited to her abilities, and dashed towards the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick, after quickly organizing the young wizards present, departed alongside Snape. Upon hearing the news of the Acromantula's impending assault, the young wizards in the Great Hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. An atmosphere of unease began to permeate the crowd, although the heads of the various houses were equally anxious. They continued to fulfill their responsibilities of calming the younger students and maintaining order, a task made difficult by the sheer level of disorder. Restlessness, agitation, and tumult stirred a new wave of unease among the little wizards. In the absence of the formidable professors, the young sorcerers felt a profound lack of security. Silence. A piercing roar cut through the cacophony, overpowering the voices of all present and leaving the assembly in stunned silence. The hall was instantly subdued. A Slytherin wizard with hair like spun gold slammed a foot onto the dining table, surveying the crowd with disdain. "Your panicked demeanor is truly shameful. Do such trivial matters frighten you so? It's laughable, really. Perhaps you should abandon your aspirations of wizardry and return home to your mothers." The unmistakable golden locks and characteristic sarcasm confirmed it was indeed Draco. Before the crowd could fully respond to his provocative remarks, Draco continued, "Slytherin wizards, form teams of 3 and disperse into small groups to monitor all entrances to the hall, as we previously discussed. Do not overlook even the slightest disturbance. While the others may choose to remain passive, we cannot afford such luxury." His commanding voice roused the Slytherin students, who were noticeably calmer than their peers from other houses. They exchanged glances and nodded, promptly organizing themselves into teams as they had done before, scattering like stars across the hall while supporting one another. Each group keeping a vigilant watch over an entrance. Each team formed a triangular formation, a strategy they had practiced in secret. Since the previous year when Glen had bested their entire house, the Slytherin snakes had grown fond of this peculiar wizard. Yet their innate pride would not permit them to concede easily. They dedicated themselves to studying and practicing spells, and once they felt their abilities had significantly improved, they sought Glen to challenge him. However, he had declined their requests. Ultimately, they had no choice but to send Draco, the student with the closest rapport with Glen, to inquire if there was any way they could secure a chance to duel with him. Glen stipulated that each challenger must agree to a reasonable condition. After careful contemplation, the little snakes consented to Glen's terms, believing that as long as they could grow stronger, fulfilling a manageable condition was merely a trivial matter. Draco returned with Glen's response, which elicited a slight raise of his eyebrows. Though Glen offered no further elaboration and presented an additional request. "No fewer than 3 individuals may challenge me in a single duel, otherwise it would be a waste of my time." Draco felt a twinge of embarrassment as he omitted the latter part of Glen's statement and conveyed his thoughts. After much discussion among the snakes, and with the guidance of Draco's persistent inquiries, they finally determined the arrangement of participants for the duel with Glen, including their positions and assigned responsibilities. Position 1 stands centrally, always closest to the enemy, serving as the vanguard and assuming a defensive role. Position 2, located at the side and slightly behind Position 1, utilizes their dominant hand to cast offensive spells, thus functioning as the primary attacker. Position 3 takes a stance on the opposite side of Position 1, casting enhancement spells for allies and debilitation spells for enemies, acting as a free agent to provide support. Each member of the trio fulfills their designated role while looking out for one another. In their current student phase, the young wizards possess limited individual capabilities, and their mastery of spells is not comprehensive. However, when divided into 3 components with distinct tasks, the team displays a strength that far exceeds that of 3 equally skilled wizards operating independently. While personal ability holds significance, collaboration in combat is an equally vital aspect not to be underestimated. The enhancement brought about by cooperation for these somewhat lacking young wizards is evident. For those of comparable ability but greater individual strength, the benefits become even more pronounced. Glen feels this acutely, compared to his previous solitary endeavors. He now experiences a heightened sense of synergy with Hermione, allowing him to engage in battle on a significantly elevated plane. With Hermione's cooperation, Glen can concentrate more effectively on launching offensives against enemies, thereby unleashing his full potential. The suggestion Glen put forth indeed placed him under some pressure during his duel with the Slytherin wizards, extending the duration of their confrontation by more than double. Nonetheless, that was the extent of it. Initially, the three young wizards, lacking organization, could only rely on luck to evade Glen's widespread spells, managing to hold out for merely 2 or 3 seconds. Yet, this was a notable improvement. The Slytherin snakes, organized and dispersed, entered a state of seriousness. The other house's wizards exchanged glances, witnessing the calmness of the Slytherins in the face of impending danger, which highlighted their own disarray and left them feeling embarrassed. This sense of shame overshadowed their fear, quieting their previously frantic hearts. Neville said nothing, silently positioning himself near the Great Hall's entrance. His friends, Harry and Ron, exchanged determined looks and resolutely followed suit, standing in what was likely the most perilous spot. An increasing number of young wizards were inspired by these brave individuals, dispelling much of their inner trepidation. Meanwhile, the prefects from various houses seized the opportunity to organize the young wizards into a defensive line. At this moment, there was no time to consider house affiliations. The young wizards from the 4 houses mingled under the prefect's guidance. After inquiring about the unique positioning of the Slytherin students, the prefects swiftly assigned each young wizard their respective roles. Although the scene remained somewhat chaotic, it had improved significantly compared to the initial turmoil. The young wizards present were predominantly devoid of practical experience. Even though they appeared to have regained their composure, their pale faces and trembling bodies betrayed their underlying anxiety. This disquiet was not confined to the younger students. The older students exhibited similar apprehension, yet they resolutely positioned themselves in front of their junior peers. The tremors beneath their feet intensified as the small wizards huddled together in a circle, nervously standing at various entrances of the hall, anxiously awaiting the impending and unknown crisis. Breathing rhythmically, Hermione dashed down the second-floor staircase, her progress hindered by the ever-shifting enchanted stairs of Hogwarts. Alas, she was once again a step too late. The staircase leading to the 4th floor had already moved away. In this urgent situation, she could not afford to remain idle, waiting for the stairs to realign. With determination, Hermione sprinted toward the gap in the staircase railing, her wand in her right hand casting brilliant white streaks of light. Multiple cutting spells shot forth toward the walls, deftly avoiding the portraits that shrieked in fear of potential harm. Hermione's speed did not wane as she leapt into the void where the stairs had once been. "Forgive me, enchanted stone steps," she murmured apologetically to the startled portraits as her wand emitted beams of white light, casting transformation spells upon the fragmented stones dislodged from the walls. Upon contact with the white glow, the rubble expanded and transformed into a solid foothold, wedged securely in the crevice of the wall, allowing Hermione to land gracefully, just as she had calculated. With a slight crouch to regain her balance, she did not hesitate. Hermione leapt again, this time aiming for the 3rd floor. Around her, a faint red aura pulsed gently, enhancing her magical prowess. Although the amplification spell she employed did not match the effectiveness of Glen's, it, combined with the invigorating essence released from her wand, granted her a jump of 2 or 3 meters in height. Her brown figure darted along the walls with the agility of a nimble cat, swiftly propelling herself toward the 8th floor. In truth, Hermione felt an urgent sense of urgency. The sudden peril and the plethora of thoughts swirling in her mind caused her heart to race. Not only did she need to inform Glen, but she also had to locate Crookshanks. Poor Crookshanks had been confined to the dormitory for months due to the Basilisk incident, only recently freed to roam again. And she was often nowhere to be found, until this morning, when her fluffy little paws had roused Hermione to provide her with food. At this moment, that little creature was likely wandering somewhere within the castle of Hogwarts. However, it is often said that animals possess a perception far superior to that of humans. At this moment, Crookshanks must have already sensed something amiss, and based on Hermione's understanding, she would likely head in the direction of her dormitory. While Hermione pondered the possible whereabouts of Crookshanks, her mind simultaneously raced through several other pressing matters: the safety of the young wizards in the Great Hall, the professor's strategies in battle, and the potential hazards lurking within Hogwarts. Even someone as quick-witted as Hermione was on the verge of being overwhelmed by this sudden influx of concerns. In a moment of distraction, a voice, all too familiar, resonated from above her, instantly dispelling the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind. It was Glen, clearly. He too had sensed the strange situation both inside and outside Hogwarts. Just then, her attention diverted significantly. Hermione inadvertently leapt over the stone steps she had transformed, finding her footing lost and beginning to fall into the void of the staircase leading to the 1st floor. In the blink of an eye, a shadow darted past her, and she felt her body descend into a warm embrace. With astonishing speed, Glen propelled himself towards the direction of Hermione's fall, catching her delicate form in his arms. The combined forces of their falling weights and Glen's leap intensified their descent. Hermione, momentarily dazed, realized that casting a cushioning charm would be impossible in such a fleeting moment. Thus, Glen's dagger appeared in his hand, its blade piercing the stone wall without resistance. The rapid descent of both figures was abruptly slowed by Glen's swift intervention. Hermione, cradled in his arms, quickly regained her senses and conjured a cushioning charm alongside a slicing spell, ultimately transforming the area beneath them into a raised step. Their speed of descent diminished. Glen pushed off the newly formed step, altering their trajectory significantly. With his dagger stowed away, he shielded Hermione with his body, rolling them both onto the platform of the 4th floor. Chapter 136. Hogwarts does not tolerate recklessness. After the impact of landing subsided, Hermione opened her eyes to see an orange figure glide gracefully past her, landing effortlessly beside them. The creature crouched nearby, wearing an expression of exasperation as it regarded the two who had tumbled to the ground. Why would a cat possess such a look of annoyance? Crookshanks? Hermione was surprised that this mischievous creature, whom she had anticipated would take a considerable time to locate, had appeared before her with such ease. I felt something strange in the room of requirement and stepped outside, only to encounter Crookshanks rushing towards the 8th floor. She seemed quite flustered, so I decided to accompany her, Glen explained, having seemingly read Hermione's thoughts. What transpired downstairs that prompted you to seek me out in such haste? Hermione swiftly redirected her thoughts, speaking rapidly and directly to highlight the critical points. The Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest have become agitated and are heading towards Hogwarts. The professors have gone out to intercept them, and I came to fetch you and others to ensure our safety. In that fleeting moment, although Glen was still somewhat perplexed by the sudden turn of events, he grasped the logic behind Hermione's actions and sensed her urgency. Without further inquiry, he nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed. Since they were both present, the most expedient way to descend was, of course, in a straight line. Glen swiftly scooped Hermione into his arms, and she wrapped one arm around his neck while retrieving her wand. Crookshanks, sensing the situation, leaped onto Glen's head and secured himself tightly. Together, they leaped down the empty staircase. As they fell, they recited the cushioning charm in unison. The soft blue glow of the spell enveloped both of them and the cat, transforming the charm, originally designed to save individuals from high falls, into a means for them to descend quickly from their lofty perch. This adaptation was entirely fitting, as the charm served its purpose admirably in the current circumstance, a sentiment shared by both Glen and Hermione. Such is the enchantment of magic, akin to the notion that for every reader, there exists a unique interpretation of Hamlet. Each spell may possess myriad applications depending on the caster's understanding, and its usage can vary dramatically across different contexts. Returning to Glen and Hermione, their proficiency with this versatile charm had reached impressive heights, honed through repeated practice and experience. They had mastered the precise output of magical energy required to ensure their swift descent, while also minimizing the impact upon landing. As they fell, Hermione began to describe the situation at Hogwarts to Glen. Prior to my arrival, Professors Dumbledore and Hagrid had already engaged the Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest. Now, Professors Snape and Flitwick had also gone to assist. Meanwhile, the other faculty members were absent from Hogwarts. Even Filch had taken Mrs. Norris out for a stroll. Currently, only us students remain within Hogwarts. The others should have already fortified the Great Hall to defend against any Acromantula that might breach the professor's defenses. As Hermione spoke, she suddenly paused. Wait, that's not right. Besides us students, there is still one other person in Hogwarts, Gilderoy Lockhart, who should still be in the infirmary. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hermione resolutely decided against the idea of not informing Lockhart and proceeded to alert him about the need to join the young witches and wizards in their defense. We must notify him. Otherwise, given his capabilities, the likelihood of encountering an Acromantula could result in a fatality rate of nearly 70%. We must do everything within our power to safeguard everyone currently within Hogwarts, ensuring there are no casualties. Otherwise, Professor Dumbledore may face accountability from the Ministry of Magic, potentially leading to his suspension and even the closure of Hogwarts. At present, the Great Hall is bustling with many individuals, including Draco, Neville, and the senior students from various houses, which should provide some respite against the Acromantula. We should head to the infirmary and summon Lockhart to the Great Hall. With the death of the Basilisk, the truth of the Chamber of Secrets has been unveiled. The two have learned from Dumbledore about the events that transpired 50 years ago, including the tragic demise of Moaning Myrtle, the wrongful accusation against Hagrid by Tom Riddle, and the near closure of Hogwarts. In every conceivable sense, it is prudent to avert such occurrences if possible. Glen offered a brief reply to Hermione, transitioning from a Princess Carrie to a one-armed embrace. With his free hand, he retrieved a grappling launcher from the Black Ring, calculating its approximate position before firing the steel spike attached to the device. The spike embedded itself into the stone wall on the third floor and unfurled its barbs, securing itself firmly. The cable connected to the spike tightened as Glen and Hermione descended, executing a circular motion around the spike's location before propelling them towards the second-floor corridor. Without retracting the spike, Glen summoned the grappling launcher back through the black ring, allowing both of them to slide horizontally into the corridor on the second floor. The slide was smooth. Hermione cast a slippery charm on the ground, and the gravitational potential energy of their descent transformed into kinetic energy, enabling them to glide swiftly along the polished floor towards the infirmary deep within the corridor. As they approached the corner, Hermione dispelled the slippery charm. Glen, intuitively understanding her intent, leaped into action before her wand could wave, casting the earthquake charm in succession. Quickly repel. After casting the earthquake charm, Glen retrieved a handful of soil from the black ring and used the repelling charm to send it flying around the corner. Hermione, yes, I know. Transform a curved slope. Hermione, nestled in Glen's embrace, deftly cast the transformation charm on the soil, which promptly began to expand and morph, ultimately forming a gentle arc that bent at a right angle, overlaying the original wall. Thus, their figures glided onto the sloped surface, seamlessly navigating the turn without losing speed. Chapter 137, Intent to Kill. Passing the defense against the dark arts classroom and the transfiguration classroom, Glen and his companions hastened towards the deepest recesses of the corridor, where the infirmary awaited. Someone's ahead. Suddenly, Glen issued a warning, slowing the movement of the earthquake charm beneath them before coming to a halt. Hermione leapt down from his arms, her wand poised defensively ahead. Crookshanks remained sprawled on Glen, lazily yawning, evidently at ease in their current predicament. It was Lockhart. With a keen sense, Glen identified the approaching figure, recognizing that the stealthy individual was indeed their intended target. Hermione raised an eyebrow, slightly lowering the angle of her wand, yet still directing it forward. At that moment, Lockhart emerged from around the corner, his face a mask of anxiety. He seemed entirely unprepared to encounter anyone in the corridor at this hour. Upon spotting the two figures standing there, he jumped back in fright, as if he had fully recovered from his previous injuries. Indeed, his ailments had merely been superficial. He had been feigning illness all along. Once he realized that the newcomers were simply two innocuous young wizards rather than the monstrous creatures he had envisioned, he let out a sigh of relief, quickly regaining his trademark smile. Oh, my dear, you two must be here to seek my assistance. However, I am currently preoccupied with pressing matters and cannot pause to sign autographs. Professor Lockhart, the situation both inside and outside Hogwarts is perilous. The Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest is attempting to breach the castle. Please, accompany us to the Great Hall. The other professors have gone to confront the threat, leaving only you here to protect the students. They are feeling quite uneasy and need your strength to reassure them. Hermione had no doubt about Lockhart's ability to comfort the young wizards. Though he was, in truth, a superficial charlatan, he nonetheless held the title of a legitimate professor. Having a professor present among the students would provide some psychological solace. As for protection, that was another matter entirely. The young wizards would likely be better off safeguarding him. If she and Glen had not sought him out, they might have ended up in the belly of the Acromantula. Upon hearing the news of the Acromantula's attack, Lockhart's smile faltered, his face draining of color. The thought of being asked to approach the Forbidden Forest, a place so fraught with danger, instinctively made him take a step back. Every fiber of his being resisted this perilous request. Hermione, keenly perceptive, noticed his slight movement. Her brow furrowed as she saw Lockhart hesitating and retreating in such an urgent situation, and her temper flared. Professor, what are you hesitating for? The young wizards in the Great Hall could be in danger at any moment. We cannot afford to waste time here. Hermione abandoned her usual politeness, her tone turning confrontational as she pressed Lockhart for answers. The time spent summoning Glen had already consumed precious moments, and the thought of the professors battling in the Forbidden Forest, along with Hagrid and Norberta, and the uncertainty surrounding the students in the Great Hall, made her heart race with anxiety. He was afraid. Glen, more direct and less concerned with social niceties, voiced his observations without hesitation. He wished to find a place to hide alone. Being confronted in such a manner by one young wizard, and having another expose his true feelings left Lockhart's face a tumult of colors. Indeed, that was precisely what he had in mind. My dear students, what are you talking about? I now stagger out of the infirmary, my wounded body protesting against every movement. It is precisely because I sense the impending crisis that I must return to my office to make necessary preparations for battle. You all should hurry back. It is perilous outside. I will make a quick trip to my office to ready myself for the confrontation. Lockhart's face twitched slightly, yet he managed to maintain a semblance of a smile, striving to uphold his illustrious image in the eyes of others. Hermione felt an overwhelming sense of disdain. Her disappointment in Lockhart transformed into outright loathing. Glen, I surrender. Hermione raised her wand slightly, unwilling to squander any more precious moments. Let us subdue him and take him away. The wand in the young girl's hand was now fully raised, its tip aimed at Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, since you refuse to cooperate with us, then obliviate. Hermione's incantation was abruptly interrupted as Lockhart, suddenly enraged, revealed a sinister visage. He drew his wand from his pocket, aiming it at the two young wizards before him, casting the spell he had mastered most adeptly in his life, the Oblivion Charm. As a thief who relied on this spell to erase the memories of others and claim their experiences and achievements, Lockhart, who had repeatedly stumbled in mastering other spells, had an extraordinary proficiency in Obliviate. To what extent, you ask? Once struck, the victim would forget even their own identity, and the repercussions of this spell were permanent. This very capability allowed him to brazenly usurp the deeds and accolades of others without fear of retribution from their rightful owners. And now, the spell he wielded for his own sustenance was about to descend upon the innocent young wizards. Stupefy. Hermione, incredulous, but prepared, successfully cast the stunning spell just in time to counter the oncoming Obliviate. The clash of white light erupted unexpectedly, and to Hermione's astonishment, she realized that her Stupefy had been wholly consumed by Lockhart's Obliviate, the white light continuing on its predetermined path towards her and Glen. Hermione lowered her wand, but this did not signify her acceptance of a future devoid of memory. A glimmer of cold light flashed as the white Obliviate was deflected sharply, striking the ceiling and vanishing. The source of that cold light was Glen, who had deftly used his dagger to redirect the spell. A faint aura of menace radiated from Glen as he turned to remove his eye patch, revealing eyes as dark as the abyss, seemingly capable of swallowing all light and ensnaring souls. Lockhart, transfixed by those eyes, felt his mind begin to blur. Did you just harbor murderous intent towards us? Chapter 138, The True Face? Murderous intent is an ethereal concept, akin to a force that can be sensed by others. The degree of perception relies on the sensitivity of the individual to external stimuli. Those who have undergone rigorous training or have fought in the brutal arenas of conflict, such as assassins, naturally exude a palpable aura of murderous intent, which they can manipulate at will. They are capable of either concealing their lethal edge to execute stealthy assassinations or unleashing their violent intent in critical moments to intimidate adversaries with overwhelming ferocity. Conversely, those untrained or removed from the realm of killers often possess a more nebulous and unstable sense of murderous intent. However, this does not imply that such individuals are devoid of it entirely. When their emotions surge and they harbor ill thoughts towards someone, their latent murderous intent may, albeit unconsciously, manifest itself. Yet, even in such instances, ordinary individuals, along with the one experiencing this murderous intent, are typically oblivious to the faintest traces of it. For those attuned to the nuances of lethal intent, the experience is markedly different. Unfortunate for him, Glen belongs to the sensitive class who can perceive the murderous intent of others acutely, a skill honed through the harshness of his past life. Nevertheless, Glen regards this sensitivity as a blessing, believing that his previous experiences have sharpened his awareness to such dangers. This keen perception has undoubtedly saved him countless times and unveiled numerous foes harboring lethal intentions against him. When faced with those who direct their murderous intent towards him, regardless of the intensity or whether it is an unconscious release, their fate is singular: death, a complete and unequivocal demise in the most physiological sense. Glen does not subscribe to the notion of ignorance absolves guilt. He is guided solely by the principle of eradicating threats at their roots to prevent future repercussions. After all, one can never ascertain whether the slight murderous intent they sense is merely an unconscious release or a deliberate attempt to confuse them with an overwhelming fade of lethal intent. Upon detecting Lockhart's murderous intent directed at him and Hermione, Glen had already pronounced a death sentence upon Lockhart in his mind, especially considering the unforeseen efficacy of the forgetfulness charm that nearly struck Hermione. Furthermore, Lockhart's current demeanor raised Glen's suspicions. Hence, he articulated a conjecture that had formed in his mind. Currently, with the eight-eyed giant spider uprising beyond Hogwarts, all other professors are preoccupied with various matters and are absent from the castle. The only remaining professors within the school, aside from yourself, have ventured into the Forbidden Forest to confront the threat, leaving the castle's interior primarily populated by students and you. The internal defenses are compromised, while external dangers loom large. We have inadvertently uncovered your clandestine actions. Despite our attempts at reason, you remain obstinate, even launching an attack against us, your murderous intent laid bare. Therefore, I can ascertain that this seemingly fortuitous uprising of the eight-eyed giant spiders is, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated scheme by someone. This individual, well aware of Hogwarts' profound legacy, has crafted this beastly tumult as a diversion to obscure the gaze of Dumbledore and others, with the true aim of exploiting the castle's vulnerability to pursue an undisclosed objective within its confines. This elaborate scheme may have commenced many years ago, for the orchestrator has likely concealed their true prowess for quite some time. A wizard capable of wielding such a formidable oblivion charm must possess extraordinary strength. Yet, they have adeptly disguised themselves as an inconsequential student, unnoticed even by their mentor, the professors, and the headmaster of the institution, despite later publishing several renowned works. Rich in authenticity and depth, those who were once aware of their masquerade dismissed them as mere clever ruses, unworthy of regard. Ultimately, this individual secured a position at their alma mater, Hogwarts, and even as they approached the culmination of their ambitions, they continued to meticulously play the role of the Fade, burying their true self and inner intentions deep within, while secretly laying a web of intrigue, awaiting the moment to act. However, their clandestine endeavors were thwarted by two young wizards, resulting in the revelation of their true identity. And the murderous intent within them could no longer be concealed, leading them to attempt the elimination of witnesses. Is that so, Gilderoy Lockhart? Glen perfectly mimicked Hermione's rapid speech, articulating a possibility he had recently conceived, leaving Hermione momentarily speechless, while even Lockhart himself appeared utterly stupefied. What? Is that me? When did I conspire in this affair? How could I not know? Lockhart was engulfed in confusion, desperately trying to comprehend Glen's assertions, while the young girl beside Glen effortlessly followed his reasoning. Hermione concurred with Glen's perspective, fueled by her unwavering trust in him, as well as her own observations and reflections. After all, the strategy of drawing the tiger from its den bore an uncanny resemblance to Voldemort's ploy to steal the fake Philosopher's Stone last year, making it difficult not to suspect Lockhart of ulterior motives. In other words, our previous judgments about him were entirely erroneous? Hermione's lips parted slightly, the tip of her wand already coalescing with white light, and she spoke softly. Glen remained silent, merely raising his wand, his gaze fixed intently on Lockhart, ready to employ the eye of magic to interrupt Lockhart's incantation. Frankly, despite having supplemented this matter with intricate details, Glen still harbored some doubts. Lockhart's prior demeanor, coupled with his startled and bewildered expression, did not seem feigned. Yet, the glimmer of murderous intent he exuded was equally palpable. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Regardless of the veracity of the situation or Lockhart's character, he could not be permitted to remain. Beyond those Glen cared for, only the dead could be deemed virtuous. However, he did not intend to execute Lockhart immediately, for Hermione was still present. In the face of non-human malevolence, Hermione could act without hesitation, but when confronting a human, it was uncertain if her resolve would remain as steadfast. Indeed, for those malevolent individuals who have committed countless atrocities, such as the Death Eaters and Voldemort, Glen possesses a certain confidence. Although the path may prove arduous, Hermione is undoubtedly capable of resolutely making her decisions. Nevertheless, the young girl still requires growth, and Glen wishes to safeguard her healthy development. Thus, for the time being, at least, it is best that he undertakes the burdensome tasks. Chapter 139, Mutual Observation. A flash of red light erupted, and without any means to resist, Lockhart gazed in panic as his wand was disarmed and sent flying from his grasp, only to be seized by Hermione. She, too, was taken aback by the ease with which her disarming spell had sent Lockhart's wand tumbling away, and as her surprise mounted, a bead of cold sweat formed on her forehead. This was not due to the pressure exerted by her opponent, but rather because Hermione was incessantly speculating how Glen would deal with Lockhart. The murderous intent emanating from Glen, though consciously veiled from Hermione, was something the young girl could still distinctly sense, a chilling presence that pierced through her. Hermione had no doubt that Glen, when confronted by an entity that exuded such lethal energy, would not hesitate to unleash an attack potent enough to obliterate the opponent, right here, sealing Lockhart's fate. The girl's keen perception was something even Glen could not completely obscure. Moreover, Hermione was no longer a naive child. 2 years prior, during the Death Eater attack, her mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Although she was aware that Glen had personally taken the lives of only 4 individuals, those initial Death Eaters who had assaulted Muggles upon their introduction to the magical realm, she often sensed, albeit vaguely, that he had also engaged in covert acts of violence behind her back. She lacked concrete evidence, yet Hermione firmly believed this to be true. So, did Hermione feel repulsed by this? Yes, she harbored a distaste for murder, rooted in the primal instincts inherent among her own kind. However, she did not feel animosity toward Glen, for she understood that his actions were undoubtedly for her own good, as well as for the well-being of their families. Though he never voiced it, Hermione could feel that this boy, her beloved, silently bore the weight of the world for those around him. Undeterred by hardship and tireless in his efforts, he never deceives himself, yet some truths can be articulated in a manner that circumvents the notion of deceit. Concealing information he does not wish her to know. Hermione was aware of this, yet she would not press Glen to disclose his hidden truths. She respected his choices. Thus, it is precisely for this reason that Hermione strives ever harder to study diligently, to train rigorously, to grow resiliently. If Glen could bear the weight of everything in silence, then she, too, would endeavor to grow stronger, to become a force capable of supporting him and carrying his burdens, quietly standing by his side. This was the unspoken wish of Hermione. Therefore, she did not resent Glen for his actions. Rather, she abhorred the impact that taking lives had on him. However, it is crucial to understand that the act of taking a life profoundly impacts the perpetrator. Whether it is the violent act itself, the surge of negative emotions from the victim before their demise, or the subsequent ramifications of the victim's death on society, all of it rests squarely on the shoulders of the murderer, just as the use of an unforgivable curse brings deep-seated negative repercussions to the caster. The burden of murder weighs heavily on the one who commits it, be it mental breakdown, emotional numbness, or the uncontrollable descent into a bloodthirsty existence. These psychological ramifications can inflict severe and irreparable consequences on one's future life. Therefore, Hermione clenched her left hand tightly, which was already slightly damp with cold sweat, as she discreetly cast a glance at Glen. If Glen could temper his murderous intent and prioritize subduing this suspicious individual, who was likely the mastermind behind the current events, so that they could be handed over to Dumbledore and subsequently to the Ministry of Magic, ultimately to be imprisoned in Azkaban, it would be a resolution that pleases all. But if Glen, heedless of the consequences, intended to execute him on the spot, then let them both bear the burden of guilt for taking a life. Regardless of the outcome, Hermione would steadfastly support Glen. This was her foremost consideration. Taking a deep breath, Hermione tightened her grip on her wand and gazed at the bewildered Lockhart across from her, slowly speaking. The decision rests with you, Glen. A barely perceptible smile flickered at the corners of Glen's mouth, like a fleeting bloom, quickly returning to neutrality. Glen's perceptiveness surpassed Hermione's. He sensed the determination in her words. Hermione was using this situation to gauge Glen's conviction, thereby solidifying her own resolve. And was Glen not doing the same? Since Hermione possessed such awareness, Glen believed she deserved to know everything about him. But not at this moment. As for the present, Hermione, the incapacitation spell, Glen suddenly declared. And the young girl beside him instantly comprehended his meaning, her face lighting up with joy. Yes, I understand. Hermione nodded enthusiastically, while Lockhart, utterly flustered, viewed the little witch's smile as that of a demon from the depths of hell. The sense of urgency escalated, and Lockhart finally broke free from his fear, extending his hand in a desperate attempt to buy time. But it was too late. Sleep now. A flash of blue-violet light dazzled, and Lockhart was struck by the spell, soaring backward and collapsing to the ground, silent as a tomb. All was forgotten. A brilliant white light illuminated Glen's impassive face as the forgetfulness charm took hold of Lockhart, causing him to forget the events of the day. Let us take him to the Great Hall, and then hand him over to Dumbledore for further action. The levitation charm could effortlessly support the weight of an unconscious adult, and with a flick of his wand, Glen lifted the fallen Lockhart, who floated gently into the air. Come on, Hermione, we've wasted enough time. Let us descend swiftly. Glen slightly turned to the side, opening his arms toward Hermione. The young girl, brimming with enthusiasm, leaped into his embrace, allowing him to lift her effortlessly. Crookshanks let out a soft purr, tightening his grip on Glen's head, manipulating Lockhart to float behind him. Glen turned to face the direction they had come from and cast the earth-moving spell. Let us go. The trio, a young girl, a cat, and a lifeless body, hastened back, during which Hermione's small face nuzzled against Glen's chest, radiating joy. Glen remained silent, quietly savoring Hermione's affection. Once he confirmed that her attention was not on Lockhart, he retrieved a minuscule pellet from the black ring and magically pried open Lockhart's mouth, inserting the pellet down his esophagus and firmly positioning it near his heart. This was the most effective timed lethal device Glen could conjure to evade detection by wizarding magic, set to activate in 30 days. By that time, Lockhart would likely find himself in Azkaban, wouldn't he? As previously stated, Lockhart, who harbored murderous intent toward him and Hermione, was doomed. This was independent of the truth of the matter. He might be innocent, yet Glen has never considered himself a virtuous individual. Chapter 140, The Battle in the Great Hall. Given that this individual was likely the mastermind behind the incident and was now under our control, my earlier plan to have him act as a professor to reassure the other students had fallen apart. I also did not wish to conceal from the other young wizards that Lockhart was not a good person. However, once we disseminated this information, the morale among the students in the Great Hall might plummet significantly. After all, the revelation that a prominent figure within their ranks was a traitor, regardless of their feelings toward Lockhart, would undoubtedly strike a blow to their spirits. In such a case, their existing anxiety would only intensify. What shall we do, Glen? Hermione raised her head, looking at him. Glen's expression remained impassive as he stared ahead. Did you not already possess the answer? Hee. But I still need to confirm with the principal party involved. Since our thoughts aligned, there was little to worry about moving forward. It turned out that the young wizard's concerns were justified. Indeed, Some acromantulas had stealthily infiltrated Hogwarts through some means. Perhaps sensing that their kin outside the castle were being ruthlessly slaughtered, they had abandoned their concealment and commenced an assault on the young wizard stronghold. However, Draco and his peers were mistaken. The intruders were not entering through the castle gates, but rather from within Hogwarts itself. By what means had those creatures gained entry into Hogwarts? Although the size of the eight-eyed giant spiders launching an assault on the positions was not as formidable as that of the ones Draco and Neville had encountered in the Forbidden Forest, their fearsome appearance still instilled a profound sense of dread in the delicately blossoming flowers thriving comfortably within the greenhouse. They had believed themselves fully prepared for this psychological onslaught. Yet when the true life and death crisis emerged, they realized their assumptions were gravely mistaken, utterly erroneous. Their limbs became unresponsive, their calves trembled uncontrollably, and their teeth clattered together in a disconcerting rhythm. Blood surged through their veins, the sound of their racing hearts echoed like a drum, their temples throbbed violently. Their faces turned pale as a ghost, and cold sweat streamed down uncontrollably, leaving their palms damp. Those little wizards who remained standing exhibited a commendable will. Some even collapsing to the ground, their wands rolling far away, clearly devoid of any fighting spirit. Did the front line of battle crumble without a fight? The obstacles were overwhelming. In the vicinity closest to the charge of the eight-eyed giant spider, a faint golden figure surged from the rear of the crowd with an incomprehensible swiftness, swiftly identifying a gap between the scattering throng. Without hesitation, that figure unleashed a barrier spell. It was Draco, racing from the front gate to lend aid. The barrier spell was not the most effective incantation for dispatching the eight-eyed giant spider. The leg-locking curse would have been far superior. However, Draco had already expended considerable time in his sprint, and if he had cast the leg-locking curse, even if the spider's 8 legs were restrained, its massive body would still crush into the crowd due to inertia, causing significant harm. Thus, at this moment, the barrier spell, which could effectively slow the creature's movement, was the optimal choice, despite its considerable magical cost. Serpensortia, as he was about to cast a lethal spell, remaining amidst the crowd was exceedingly dangerous. Consequently, Draco leapt onto a wooden table and, with a forceful push, vaulted into the air. His wand emanated a faint green light, and with a flick of his wrist, invisible waves of energy rapidly reached the joints of several spider legs. With a series of hissing sounds, the leading eight-eyed giant spider collapsed heavily, its legs scattering like broken twigs, the severed edges smooth as glass. Neville, slightly slower than Draco, arrived on the scene just as Draco leapt into the air. Realizing Draco's intentions, he quietly maneuvered through the crowd and charged beneath the massive spider. As he had anticipated, Draco indeed cast a spell that severed the spider's legs, incapacitating its mobility. Consequently, Neville drew forth a gleaming steel sword, taller than himself, from his sleeve. Previously mentioned, if Draco was akin to an assassin skirting the edges of the battlefield, Neville was the valiant warrior standing at the forefront of the conflict. As an apprentice under Guerin, he had been trained in the necessary close combat techniques, and Guerin had ensured that he was well equipped with melee weapons, specifically cold steel. Draco unsurprisingly chose the same dagger as Glen, while Neville, after much contemplation, opted for a hefty two-handed sword. He was acutely aware that his magical prowess was not particularly exceptional among his peers. However, in terms of physical stature and strength, he held a slight advantage. Therefore, he resolved to continuously bolster his strengths. If his weaknesses continued to prevail, he would reinforce his strengths until they eclipsed his shortcomings. It cannot be said that Neville completely abandoned the art of long-range spellcasting. Rather, he now excelled most in close combat. With enhanced strength, swiftness akin to the wind, and heightened concentration, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, his speed accelerating. Thanks to a focus-enhancing spell, his thoughts raced, and the surrounding world seemed to languish in a quagmire of time, moving at an excruciatingly slow pace. With a firm grasp on his sword, Neville performed a non-verbal incantation, uttering an intricate spell in the obscure language of dragons, a spell he had practiced countless times, said to originate from the east. A golden-red radiance enveloped his sword, shimmering with an aura of immeasurable power. He inhaled deeply, adjusting his stance and focus, and confirmed his target. The muscles beneath his wizard's robe tensed, revealing their true form after rigorous training had gradually diminished his previously high body fat percentage. He stepped forward, twisting his waist, his torso guiding his arms. And with a forceful twist of his fingers, he unleashed a strike he had rehearsed thousands of times. The golden-red brilliance surged from the base to the tip, carving a flawless semicircle through the air. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through, and the golden-red glow flickered away, leaving a permanent mark on the eight-eyed giant spider. A gash appeared on its neck, and after a brief pause, its venomous blood erupted in a semicircular spray. Its head, having been severed from its neck, fell to the ground, creating a pool of crimson. The resounding crash of metal striking the earth echoed as Neville's massive sword hit the ground. In that moment, the sheer force of his strike was beyond his control, and he could only follow the momentum, driving the sword into the ground. An unbearable tremor reverberated through the sword and into Neville's hands, causing his previously resolute expression to twitch involuntarily. In his excitement, he had forgotten to manage his strength. With a grimace, he thought to himself, and with great effort, he pulled the embedded sword from the ground and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Standing at an average height, the sight of him carrying a sword even taller than himself appeared somewhat comical. However, none of the young wizards present shared this sentiment. Was that a young wizard? That sweetness was divine. Neville had just surged from the crowd, executing a magnificent, forceful strike that repelled the onslaught of the eight-eyed giant spider, simultaneously safeguarding the impending onslaught on their position. No one could have anticipated that the usually unassuming and timid Neville could unleash such formidable power. While the recent dueling club had unveiled Neville's capabilities, his current adversaries allowed him to demonstrate only a fraction of his true strength, far less than 1/5 of his potential. Furthermore, Neville was inherently modest and preferred to remain in the background, leading others to perceive him as a diligent, somewhat capable, harmless young boy. But what is this? Which harmless young lad could wield a sword longer than himself, a weapon that appeared to weigh heavily? Which innocent boy could deliver a fatal blow to an eight-eyed giant spider, a creature that might overpower even an adult wizard? The eyes of the young wizard sparkled with a glimmer of aspiration, a yearning for the most primal of powers. Everyone, brace yourselves. More eight-eyed giant spiders are approaching. As the crowd stood momentarily stunned, Neville called out over his shoulder without looking back, resolutely charging ahead. Damn you, Neville. You're stealing the spotlight. And my contributions are being overlooked. A swifter figure weaved through the throng, occasionally leaping and brandishing his wand, Draco lamented. Yet he continued to support Neville's advance through his own actions. Sorry, Neville shouted, his voice surprisingly imbued with sincerity. Though it quickly faded as he engaged in combat with the eight-eyed giant spider. The younger students are so impressive. We, the upperclassmen, must showcase our strength as well. Everyone, let us unite. Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff was the first to cast a leg-locking curse towards the eight-eyed giant spider, successfully immobilizing one that was about to pounce on Neville from the side. Encouraged by his resolve, many of the previously dazed young wizards reignited their fighting spirit. Vibrant spells shooting towards the eight-eyed giant spider. Though lacking fundamental coordination, their spells undoubtedly skirted around Neville, striking the eight-eyed giant spider that was poised to assault their position from another flank. However, this was far from sufficient. As time passed, the number of eight-eyed giant spiders invading the young wizard's line of sight evidently increased. This cannot continue. Although the situation with Neville and Malfoy was the most intense, they appeared to handle it with ease, while the young wizards tasked with other pathways were beginning to falter. Percy Weasley continuously cast spells while analyzing the situation with growing anxiety. He was deep in thought when a lively exchange broke into his mind, interrupting his contemplation. I truly wish these large spiders shared our taste. Who would have guessed that dung bombs would have no effect on them? We hurled dung bombs at Neville, nearly causing harm to the poor boy. Oh, how unfortunate Neville is. Our intention was to rescue him. Little did we anticipate that the acromantula would not be frightened away. And instead, it was Neville who almost succumbed to our offensive. Should we perhaps investigate some special hazardous materials to prevent such occurrences in the future? Of course, brother. But only if we manage to survive. George and Fred exchanged banter while casting spells. They had been tossing their crafted gadgets towards the acromantula, which they had kept concealed in their pockets during dueling club sessions. It was indeed a pity that Professor Flitwick had firmly rejected their desire to utilize these inventions during duels after witnessing their secret contraptions. However, this was the perfect opportunity for them to showcase their inventions while displaying their prowess. Yet, they nearly sent Neville away in the process. Percy's forehead was veins bulging, already overwhelmed by the urgency of the situation, and now with his two bothersome brothers causing a ruckus, he felt as though he had two large burdens atop his head. You two, quiet down and cease your antics. Those contraptions? He mused, suddenly halting his complaints. He looked up to see his brothers curiously gazing at him. Do you have anything in your little inventions that could produce smoke or create a loud noise? At this, Fred proudly raised his hand, thumb pointing at himself. Of course. The faux fire smoke and the perpetually punctual alarm clock will meet your needs. It seems you do care about your brothers. I'm quite touched, George chimed in, although his expression bore a hint of seriousness. I'm not in the mood for your tomfoolery. If you two have those devices on you, they could significantly alleviate the pressure on others. So do you? George and Fred paused for a moment, then turned to look at their brother in unison. Like a mirrored reflection, they burst into laughter, as if a wizard would ever forget to bring his wand into battle. Chapter 142, It's Mischief Time. Though the acromantula invading Hogwarts did not pose as great a threat as the confrontation Neville had faced with Draco in the Forbidden Forest, dealing with so many of them at once left them feeling utterly drained. They were not like that monstrous Glen, Fortunately, more and more young wizards rallied behind them, launching a chaotic barrage of spells aimed at the acromantula, each hoping to inflict some damage. The results of their recent dueling club activities were beginning to reveal themselves in this battle. Yet, this was far from sufficient. Why do I feel like these acromantula are never-ending? Where on earth did these wretched creatures enter Hogwarts? Draco gasped for breath, his magical energy nearly depleted. Heaven knows how many eight-eyed giant spiders he had incapacitated with his spell during this period of skirmishing before the young wizard's position. The precise number eluded him, but their size seemed to have diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Neville, adjusting his breathing and gritting his teeth, unleashed another wave of sword light. Barely able to feel the existence of his arm, Neville's observation was astute. Looking on, he noted that the initially defeated eight-eyed giant spider was markedly larger and possessed greater strength than those that followed. The subsequent spiders were indeed shrinking in size, almost as if stunted in growth. Suddenly, a cacophony of jarring clangs erupted, startling Neville, who was poised to swing his great sword. The blade veered slightly off course, lodging itself within the body of an eight-eyed giant spider. Fortunately, he had anticipated such a predicament. In an instant, he retracted the sword, concealing it in the small pouch that held an invisibly extended spell, and immediately retrieved it to deliver a final strike to the spider before him. What in the world is that noise? The enormous and irregular clamor reverberated throughout the hall, compelling Neville to shout his question to be heard above the din. Seizing a brief moment of respite, he turned to the source of the commotion, only to discover that the young wizard's position was enveloped in thick, blackish-gray smoke, from which strange movements occasionally emerged. The wizards, standing several meters away from the smoke, were united in casting spells toward that direction. Their grim expressions betrayed that they too were being tormented by the raucous noise, yet their actions remained swift. Behold, behold! The latest creations of the Weasley twins, the faux fire smoke, and the ever-punctual alarm clock. A louder shout erupted, and Neville cleaved through an eight-eyed giant spider's forelimb with his great sword, then swiftly decapitated it, turning toward the source of the sound to find Fred cupping his hands before his mouth as a makeshift megaphone. His face equally contorted in a fierce grimace as he bellowed. Want to escape the drudgery of class? Why not stir the waters? The faux fire smoke will provide you with the most authentic fire scene, ensuring that professors cannot proceed with their lectures amidst the impenetrable darkness. Or are you seeking to conquer the affliction of oversleeping, to rise early and study like a good child? Then the ever-punctual alarm clock shall be your finest choice, its thunderous volume surpassing that of any other alarm, guaranteed to awaken both you and your roommate. George continued to draw an unending stream of curious trinkets from his seemingly otherworldly pocket, fiddling with them in his hands before tossing them to their intended destinations, all the while synchronizing with Fred to deliver their promotional lines. And of course, if you wish to employ them for pranks, congratulations, you have discovered their most splendid use. Fred added with a flourish. The product is currently undergoing continuous refinement. Undoubtedly, after this unforgettable night, we shall gather an abundance of customer feedback, enabling us to enhance the product comprehensively, George reminded. So, let us eagerly anticipate. After delivering the advertisement, the two brothers scattered their hands, releasing at least 20 dark orbs that flew towards the direction of the eight-eyed giant spider like petals in the wind. The Weasley brothers' magical gadgets are truly exceptional. Meanwhile, Percy, reluctantly coerced into labor, wore a befuddled expression as he recited the lines assigned to him by George and Fred, manipulating magic to control 5 or 6 incessantly ringing clocks that slid from the ground into a cloud of black smoke, creating a distracting effect. It must be said that the efficacy of these prank gadgets is remarkable, obscured by the faux fire smoke. The various sensory faculties distributed across the spider's legs were rendered ineffective by the relentless ringing of the clocks. The eight-eyed spiders in the black fog became disoriented, crashing into one another in a chaotic frenzy, desperately attempting to escape this cacophony, only to end up in a tangled heap upon the ground. Let us retreat. I am on the verge of exhaustion, Draco exclaimed, appearing at Neville's side, the physical and auditory torment nearly driving him to madness. Let us go? With the situation firmly under the control of George, Fred, and the other young wizards, Neville felt a sense of relief and began to retreat alongside Draco towards their comrades. Ah, Neville, you're back. Quickly, drink some energy potion to replenish your strength. Just as they had withdrawn from the front line, a young girl awaited them. Upon seeing Neville and his companions return, she hurriedly picked up energy drinks originally meant for the dueling club and dashed over to hand them out. It was Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff. Oh, thank you, Hannah. Neville blinked, his cheeks flushed, unsure whether it was from exertion or something else. The intensity he had exuded during the skirmish dissipated, and he bashfully accepted the energy drink from Hannah. However, he remained candid, albeit a tad shy. Just a little bit. Okay. Draco accepted the drink from Hannah with gratitude, and, sensing the moment, moved to sit a distance away from Neville and Hannah. He adjusted his breathing, calming his mind, and savored the cool energy drink, feeling the chill within him gradually transform into a warm flow. Draco's gaze remained fixed on the Slytherin students who were still engaged in battle. The results of their training were evident. Their overall strength was significantly superior to that of the other house's wizards. Observing the fruits of their labor, Draco felt a swell of pride and satisfaction, knowing this would certainly bolster their points in the upcoming House Cup competition at the end of the term. But truly, where's Glen? Chapter 143. He has arrived. It seems we were overly concerned. Everyone appears to have stabilized the situation. With a deft barrier charm, Hermione immobilized the advancing acromantula, while Glen, having reverted to his guise as the Professor of Night Watch, shattered the creature's skull with a bone-crushing strike. According to Hermione, if there were a professor present in the Great Hall, the young wizards would feel considerably more at ease and would be able to compose themselves. However, given the current circumstances, the students seemed capable of swiftly acclimating to the perilous battlefield even in the absence of a professor. It was both unexpected and yet entirely logical. Although most of the young wizards faltered in the face of life-threatening danger, those with a more mature mindset, students like Draco, Neville, and the upperclassmen Cedric and Percy, could rally and invigorate their less decisive peers, reigniting their fighting spirit. They were merely contending with somewhat intelligent beasts, not the malevolent dark wizards. Thus, the students of Hogwarts were not so easily overwhelmed. As long as the wizards at the front could withstand the onslaught of the acromantula, the bewildered young wizards behind them need only cast spells at their foes, a task even simpler than dueling. While it was true that those at the front line faced greater peril, risking their lives with each misstep, both Draco and Neville had greatly improved since their earlier days. Moreover, they were familiar with their adversaries, and even with a larger number of foes, they were capable of maintaining control of the situation while safeguarding themselves. However, the actions of the Weasley twins and their older brother Percy were unforeseen by Glen. They had exploited the creature's weaknesses, causing confusion among them, which provided the frontline wizards with ample respite from the attacks. This unexpected strategy, likely devised by Percy, showcased the twins' ingenuity. Despite the thick smoke emitted by the items hurled by the Weasley brothers obscuring their vision, it was evident that for the two who could share sensory experiences and activate their heightened perceptions, observing the battlefield posed no challenge. Now that the situation has stabilized, do you still wish to maintain your guise as a professor? Hermione inquired, her eyes closed as she scrutinized the unfolding events through her enhanced perception. Glen's masquerade as a professor to soothe the young wizards had been a desperate choice made in the heat of the moment, yet it required considerable effort on his part. Given that the urgency had lessened, Hermione, driven by personal concern, did not wish for Glen to overexert himself, especially since it had only been 2 weeks since he had strained his essence during their last encounter, and his body had yet to fully recover. It is better to rest, she concluded. Let us proceed. Otherwise, we may struggle to explain our companion here. We can address other matters later. Glen was indifferent to the situation. Although this unexpected incident had squandered a considerable amount of his time dedicated to the study of alchemical puppetry, the prospect of eliminating a potential threat from his surroundings was, in his eyes, well worth the effort. Moreover, the matter could be resolved swiftly. During his journey here, he had conducted a brief reconnaissance, and once they had deposited Lockhart in the hall, he would venture out alone to eradicate Hogwarts' internal strife. Hearing this, Hermione appeared somewhat conflicted. Yet she spoke without hesitation. However, Glen interrupted her. You should remain in the hall to oversee the others. I suspect you are not entirely at ease with them. The events of today are not as dire as you might imagine. Thus, I am sufficient on my own. Just a few minutes? Hermione pouted, her voice tinged with concern. 10 minutes. After I escort Lockhart to the hall, if I have not returned within that time, you may decide whether to seek me out. Glen was aware of Hermione's apprehensions regarding him, which prompted his request. Very well. Hermione had no further arguments, as Glen's every word skirted just shy of her limits of acceptance, which left her feeling somewhat vexed. However, time was of the essence, and it was best to resolve matters swiftly, so she refrained from pressing further. Let us proceed then, as we discussed. By the way, why hasn't Glen arrived yet? Draco inquired, placing his empty glass upon the table as he gazed towards the hall's rear door, now engulfed in thick smoke emanating from the Weasley twins' prank devices. Bang! Almost simultaneously with Draco's glance, the murky haze at the hall's rear door was completely dissipated by the shockwave of an explosion, revealing the chaotic skirmish of the eight-eyed giant spider, which was subsequently engulfed by the flames of the blast. With a sweeping wind, the area was cleared anew. A deep voice resonated as the remnants of the eight-eyed giant spider and the charred ashes were gathered and vanished into thin air. A figure clad in a black robe and adorned with a white mask materialized before the hall's rear entrance. Professor Nightwatch. Look, the professor has arrived. Professor Nightwatch. How are you? The attention of nearly everyone present was drawn to the sudden explosion, and the familiar silhouette standing before the now vacant rear door revitalized the weary young wizards. The mere presence of Professor Nightwatch, still within Hogwarts, instilled a profound sense of relief. Their anxieties gradually subsided. Not for any other reason, but due to the sense of security stemming from the professor's prowess demonstrated in past dueling club sessions. Not only did the bewildered young wizards regain their composure, but the older students, who had been tirelessly directing their peers in defense, also exhaled deeply in relief. Phew, it's wonderful that Professor Nightwatch has arrived. Honestly, if this had continued, I believe I would have fainted before being devoured by the eight-eyed giant spider. Cedric remarked with a smile, rubbing his sore and swollen arms, a testament to his valiant efforts in battle. Earlier, aside from mobilizing the nearby young wizards for mutual support and reminding a certain defensive line to maintain their vigilance, this handsome, gentle, and cheerful young man maintained a rigid expression throughout, hardly engaging in any casual conversation. However, he has now begun to jest with his companion, indicating that he has relaxed somewhat. In Chapter 144, the Night Watcher's praise is bestowed upon Draco, who, taken aback by Glen's sudden appearance, extends his trembling hands, gazing at himself with uncertainty. Could it be that I possess the gift of prophecy? But wasn't it Hermione who called for him? Why hasn't she clung to him? Upon raising his gaze once more, Draco is perplexed to find only Glen before him. Could these two have missed each other? Or perhaps, as a troubling thought crosses his mind, Draco's expression darkens. Heaven forbid, if anything were to happen to Hermione, Glen would surely wreak havoc upon Hogwarts. What is going on? Have I caught you slacking off? A familiar female voice suddenly chimed in behind Draco, dripping with mockery. Startled by the lack of any prior indication, Draco instinctively jumped, shuddering. It was Hermione. When had she crept up behind him? Oh, it's the disillusionment charm and the concealment charm. Glen, and I thought it best not to appear simultaneously. So I took the opportunity to slip over while he cast the exploding charm. Observing the shock and confusion etched on Draco's face, Hermione shrugged nonchalantly, her expression rife with disdain, as if to say, "Why are you so timid? You two make quite the terrifying couple. Could you refrain from adopting Glen's bad habits? Sneaking up on someone like that is bound to startle them into making mistakes." Seeing that Hermione was unharmed, Draco felt a wave of relief wash over him, returning to his usual demeanor, feigning nonchalance as he retorted, "And no, not at all. I haven't learned anything." Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly as she reproached him, though her expression held no trace of dissatisfaction, accustomed to the scowls often directed at him by young ladies. Draco felt a shiver run down his spine at Hermione's bashful demeanor. Ugh, I have goosebumps. So, you're no longer denying your little coupledom, are you? Whatever. I can't be bothered with you. So, what's the situation with Lockhart? Nothing much. His behavior in the castle has been rather suspicious. When he encountered Glen and me, he even attempted to attack us with a spell. Thus, that fellow Lockhart is highly likely to be. In synchrony with Hermione's explanation, Glen seized the opportunity, having temporarily subdued a portion of the Acromantulas, to convey his observations and thoughts to everyone present, though he concealed his and Hermione's identities, referring to them as the Night Watcher professors. In other words, Professor, you noticed the unusual circumstances and hurried to the auditorium, where you stumbled upon Lockhart's clandestine activities within Hogwarts. By piecing together the unfolding events, you deduced his intentions and, in an act of self-defense during the ensuing attack, managed to capture him. Is that the essence of it? Percy Weasley fell silent for a moment. While the other young wizards were still bewildered by Glen's rapid-fire delivery and unable to grasp the situation, he had already clarified his thoughts. He sought to elucidate the truth of the events for his fellow classmates and relay it to the audience, posing his question with considerable volume. Glen nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing his words, the young wizards began to stir, their reactions ranging from disbelief to indignation, and even to the sighs of realization as the truth unfolded. Yet Glen paid little heed to their sentiments. Even he could not assert with absolute certainty that Lockhart was the orchestrator of this incident. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. I have identified the source of the Acromantula's emergence within Hogwarts, and I must step out momentarily. I kindly request that you keep a close watch on this suspect. To be prudent, it would be best to bind him with a containment spell to restrict his movements. Facing the now noisy auditorium, Glen felt no inclination to shout for silence. He simply articulated his request in a calm manner. As long as Hermione, Draco, Neville, and a few responsible upperclassmen heard him, that was sufficient. They would serve merely as a precautionary measure, in case Lockhart's stunning spell were to wane. Hermione's spell should suffice to keep a grown man unconscious until Dumbledore and the others return from their dealings in the Forbidden Forest. Yet, due to the uncertainty surrounding Lockhart's true nature, Glen feared he might awaken through some unknown means, hence his arrangements. "Professor, will you be stepping out again?" timidly inquired a first-year witch. All the other professors had left, leaving us in the auditorium. "I feel so frightened." Glen sensed many similar gazes directed at him, their owners likely sharing the same trepidation as the girl before him. After all, despite their success in enduring the onslaught of the Acromantula without any casualties until his arrival, they were still mere children. Now, With a figure upon whom they could lean, the fragile psychological defenses they hastily constructed began to crumble. "So, can you stay in the auditorium to protect us?" In response to the girl's inquiry, which likely echoed the sentiments of most present, Glen replied solemnly, "No." Displaying his straightforward nature, he continued before any expression could cross the young wizard's faces, his demeanor behind the mask remaining as composed as ever. "Your abilities are more than sufficient to withstand the Acromantula's assault without any professor's assistance. This has exceeded my expectations. Had there been any casualties among you before my arrival, I might have considered remaining to bolster your defenses. However, the truth is that you have effectively safeguarded yourselves. Thus, I conclude that my presence is unnecessary for your protection." This is neither a consolation nor a commendation. Glen's thoughts, aside from those concerning Hermione, do not dwell on such matters. His words at this moment reflect his genuine sentiments and are conclusions drawn from the actual circumstances. Given that you have withstood the previous onslaught, the forthcoming assaults will only diminish. The situation of the eight-eyed giant spiders launching attacks upon you is merely one factor. The second factor is my intention to seek out and eradicate the lair of these eight-eyed giant spiders located within Hogwarts. During my search, I shall eliminate any spiders I encounter, thereby significantly alleviating the pressures upon you. With this, Glen resolved not to squander any more time, and a dark mist began to emanate from him. Chapter 145, Revelation. Glen was consciously separating the identities of the Night Watchman and Glen Hossern. The dueling club was poised to establish a permanent presence at Hogwarts, becoming a new component of the examination process. Thus, his rather obscure and nonsensical identity as a professor would likely persist for the next 6 years until his graduation from Hogwarts. Although he felt some discontent that Dumbledore had not informed him in advance about bestowing upon him this identity, it must be said that having the title of professor rendered many matters within Hogwarts considerably simpler and more convenient for Glen. The mere access to the restricted section of the library was a boon that made him feel at least somewhat compensated. While books are indeed the treasure trove of humanity, this alone was insufficient to satisfy Glen. Primarily, it was Hermione's delight that mattered. For the knowledge contained within the majority of the tomes in the restricted section far surpassed that of the other books outside the library. To be able to present a note signed by a professor known as the Night Watchman to Madame Pants, the librarian, and greet her amiably before boldly entering the mysterious realm of the restricted section was an enormous gift for Hermione. Although they had previously managed to seek assistance from Dumbledore, Snape, and Professor McGonagall for such notes, success was not guaranteed each time. Professor McGonagall, ever stringent and excessively worried, was fundamentally opposed to Glen and Hermione perusing the contents of the restricted section. As for Snape, upon hearing their request, he would insidiously demand they assist in organizing materials for potion making in exchange for a note, while Dumbledore remained elusive and enigmatic, frequently absent from sight. Now, however, the restricted section felt to Hermione like a third dormitory within Hogwarts. Consequently, Hermione had access to all the books in the libraries of 2 magical schools, and becoming a goddess of magic was now within reach. To facilitate this for Hermione, and for certain other reasons, Glen needed to embody and maintain the identity of the Night Watchman professor, not only to provide convenience for Hermione, but Glen also intended to attribute all future grievances to this fictitious identity. Thus, the division of identity is imperative. As for how to accomplish this, it naturally involves demonstrating a unique ability that Glen has never showcased before in public and cannot utilize otherwise. This ability is known as Silent Veil for novice wizards. While one might argue that they are not unfamiliar with this perilous phenomenon, having been introduced to it during their first year, it must be noted that none have witnessed it firsthand. After all, the majority of Silent Veil hosts meet their demise due to uncontrollable surges before the age of 10, making Glen one of the few resilient survivors in the Eagle Kingdom. The Silent Veil, both familiar and foreign, serves as a striking hallmark, a characteristic that attests to the identity of the spellcaster known as the Night Watchman, a professor at Hogwarts. As the black mist begins to swirl, Glen feels his body gradually becoming ethereal, ultimately transforming into a peculiar entity that exists in a liminal state between reality and illusion under his deliberate control. Following the surgical separation of his soul's essence, Glen perceives an enhancement in his willpower and the resilience of his soul, prompting him to delve deeper into the arcane knowledge contained within his spellbook. Currently, Glen aspires to learn spells or magical techniques that, rather than focusing solely on sheer power, emphasize functionality. For instance, the Nightshade Veil inflicts no harm. The dispersed Silent Veil particles have no lethal effect on living beings, at most inducing a slight burning sensation. However, its terrifying functional implications represent the true value of this spell, which is why Glen is drawn to it. Functional spells can be categorized into several types, including but not limited to control, attachment, illusion, and movement spells. What Glen currently lacks is a movement spell that allows for rapid transit within Hogwarts. After all, This enigmatic place is under spatial mobility restrictions, rendering apparition and shrinking charms ineffective. To traverse from one location to another, one must rely on physical exertion or alternative movement spells, such as the earthquake charm. However, it is essential to recognize that Hogwarts is not structured on a flat plane. The height from the basement to the top floor is nearly 10 stories, with each level varying in height. The terrain is exceedingly complex, and conventional movement spells no longer suffice for Glen's needs. The increasing frequency of crises has further fueled Glen's desire to master a new movement spell. While his own mental growth has, like a timely rain, provided him with the conditions necessary for learning new incantations. The name of this spell is demonization. It allows one to temporarily assimilate into a magical form, acquiring the properties of the arcane, rendering the body ethereal and enabling flight. Currently, as he has only begun to grasp this spell and still requires practice, Glen can only perform the most basic form of complete demonization without any burdens. However, this renders him devoid of physicality, meaning he cannot carry anything, be it the black ring, his wand, the dagger concealed in his sleeve, or even his clothing. If Glen wished to avoid the embarrassment of initiating the transformation under Hermione's watchful gaze, resulting in his garments unceremoniously falling away before the young girl, he would have to endure the silent mental strain and confine himself to a partial metamorphosis. As for the more intricate aspects of transformation, such as assimilating his clothing and accessories into the magical process, along with the advanced arcana of transformation, these remain dauntingly distant for Glen at this stage, demanding considerable time and effort. What Glen needed to do was to practice relentlessly, to wield this magical art repeatedly. The attendees in the hall were rendered motionless, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they beheld the figure of the night watchman professor gradually engulfed by a swirling black mist, ultimately morphing into a mass that was twice the size of its original form, a dark crimson entity. What is this? Murmurs of disbelief swept through the crowd. For many learned wizards recognized Glen's current visage, their faces betraying an instinctive blend of fear and caution. It was strikingly similar. The black-red mass began to twist and swirl in midair, with tendrils of darkness attempting to escape its core, only to be inexorably pulled back by an unseen force, maintaining its spherical shape. Then, I shall take my leave. A deep, resonant voice, tinged with tremors, emanated from the peculiar mass. Faint yet perceptible enough for the stunned young wizards to grasp. The dark crimson entity lifted off the ground, ascending into the air, before bursting forth from the hall. Chapter 146. All right, I charge forth. Hissing sounds reverberated, accompanied by the relentless clicking of countless legs. After a brief interval following Glen's metamorphosis and his exit from the hall, a cacophony erupted within the once quiet corridor. Soon, around the corner surged a torrent of darkness, a wave of eight-eyed giant spiders, their forms visibly diminished. Yet 2 or 3 aligned together were ample to obstruct the entire passageway. In addition to their reduced size, Glen discerned new details. These creatures, far from the formidable giants of the Forbidden Forest, exhibited several abnormal characteristics. Their mandibles appeared disproportionate, their legs inconsistent in number, and some were simply missing limbs. There were no signs of injury. Their deficiencies seemed developmental, as though hastily dispatched to the battlefield before maturation was complete. This observation aligned perfectly with Glen's suspicions and the phenomena he detected through his heightened senses while surveying the interior of Hogwarts. Initially, upon hearing Hermione's report, he had perceived the incident merely as a disturbance among the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest. However, as he traversed from the 8th floor to the 1st with Hermione, guided by his enhanced perception and bolstered by the dubious hints from Lockhart, Glen's perspective began to shift. The event transpired during a time of significant weakness within Hogwarts, as the 8-eyed giant spiders from the Forbidden Forest launched a fundamentally futile suicidal assault. Unbeknownst to the professors, as they collectively mobilized, an unexpected wave of 8-eyed spiders emerged to attack Hogwarts. The growth of these creatures was evidently abnormal. Their appearance suggested a form not achievable through natural development. In essence, this uprising of the 8-eyed spiders bore the marks of human intervention. Someone had orchestrated and planned this incident. The individual's intention was to incite a majority of the spider population to assault Hogwarts, thereby drawing the professor's attention and leveraging preset traps within the castle to spawn a new wave of 8-eyed spiders to eliminate all the young wizards seeking refuge inside. Regrettably, the mastermind misjudged the current strength and mindset of the young wizards. There were no fatalities among them, and even injuries were merely superficial. Their collective prowess was more than sufficient to contend with these low-intelligence, malformed beasts. From Glen's observations, it appeared that the 8-eyed spiders within Hogwarts had undergone rapid growth through some form of magic, resulting in their current state. Such a manipulation of natural growth, compelling individuals to exhaust their potential prematurely, is largely regarded in the wizarding world as profoundly evil dark magic. Glen had only encountered references to such magic in texts, all classified as advanced, with no documented methods for casting. Furthermore, orchestrating an entire tribe of eight-eyed spiders within the Forbidden Forest to obediently execute the caster's will in this rebellion entails an intricate web of strategies, operations, and magic, an undertaking far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Given these considerations, it was evident that the one controlling the eight-eyed spiders must be an exceptionally powerful wizard. Thus arose the question, could this individual be the same Gilderoy Lockhart, whom he and Hermione had easily subdued? Uncertain, Glen resolved to first address the source of this chaos, leaving the ensuing mess for Dumbledore to manage. It was foreseeable that the commotion generated by this incident would attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic, thus providing Dumbledore with ample responsibilities. The time taken for Glen to ponder these thoughts was a mere 1.47 seconds. What lay ahead was the imminent threat posed by the vanguard of eight-eyed spiders, hastening toward their besieged stronghold. Under normal circumstances, Glen might have been compelled to halt and employ various means to repel the relentless onslaught of these creatures. However, transformed into a magical entity, he found these seemingly overwhelming obstacles inconsequential. The magic emanating from his partially morphed form, compressed within a certain radius, was sufficient to nullify the assaults from all living beings around him. The velocity of Glen remained unabated in midair, colliding violently with the inky tide formed by the eight-eyed giant spider. A piercing scream erupted, far louder and more agonizing than the initial shriek, emanating from the bodies of the eight-eyed spiders that came into contact with the magic radiating from Glen, almost instantaneously upon encountering the black-red substance. Their will to fight and ability to act were extinguished, the excruciating pain resonating within their bodies and minds overwhelming the influence exerted by the new leader of the eight-eyed spiders. The corridor descended into chaos, with the incapacitated spiders flailing on their backs, rolling and shrieking, while those that had not yet made contact with Glen were hindered in their advance towards the hall. Although the assault of the eight-eyed spiders ceased, Glen pressed on undeterred. As a seasoned demon hunter, he had long been accustomed to the negative sensations brought forth by the silence, and it was precisely due to his silent endurance of the ravaging, destructive energy within him, along with the chaos and malice that filled his mind, that he could continuously grow stronger and absorb new knowledge from the grimoire. Contamination, erosion, annihilation. Contamination, erosion, annihilation. Contamination, erosion, annihilation. The black-red substance swiftly enveloped the entire passage. Those peculiar entities began to siphon new energy from the eight-eyed spiders that had first been tainted, spreading towards their untouched kin. This was a purgatory, a hell brought forth by silence. Yet, Glen remained unfazed. Left turn, straight ahead. Right turn, left turn. Break through. Push aside, collide, rush forth. Glen found himself in a rather peculiar state. Although his consciousness was becoming chaotic under the onslaught of silent forces, his mind remained lucid. This sensation resembled that of entering a meditative state, detaching his spirit from his corporeal form, manipulating his body like a puppet. It was indeed a remarkable experience. Chapter 147, The Truth of the Uprising? However, before Glen could fully savor this extraordinary feeling, he discerned that he had arrived at his destination. Indeed, was this the place? Glen ceased to suppress the tumultuous silence within him, unleashing it entirely. The black-red, tumultuous substance erupted instantaneously, engulfing the entire corridor and the surrounding eight-eyed spiders, revealing the entrance to the dungeon designated for imprisoning the dangerous magical creatures captured within Hogwarts. The previous year, the two trolls that Quirrell had captured to disrupt the gathering were also held here. Typically, the dungeons lay empty, and as of late, the only occupants had likely been the cage containing the Cornish pixies, utilized by Lockhart in his first lesson as a so-called trial for the young wizards. Yet now, the scene before Glen was somewhat different from the aforementioned description. The cage housing the Cornish pixies remained, but within, only their stark, white bones remained. The desolate dungeon has now transformed into a lair of the eight-eyed giant spider, adorned with sticky white webs. From the ceiling, the ground, and the dimmest corners, minuscule spiders, no larger than a fingertip, emerge incessantly. Though they arrive by varied paths, their destination is singular, a substantial mound of unidentified decaying flesh, ensconced in webs at the center of the dungeon. This grotesque heap, towering almost to the ceiling, bears unmistakable signs of mold and decay, indicating it has been left here for several days. No flies buzz around, nor are there any parasitic eggs nestled within the rotting flesh, for those have already been devoured by these diminutive spiders as an appetizer before their feast. Despite the putrefaction, Glen can discern the origin of this flesh. It belongs to the eight-eyed giant spider. He estimates that this mound likely comprises the remains of 100 such creatures. Yet, this is no longer of paramount importance. More extraordinary events are unfolding. Upon sighting the decaying flesh, the tiny spiders hasten their pace, frenziedly scurrying towards the putrid pile, and begin to indulge voraciously. A remarkable transformation occurs, As they consume the flesh of their kin, their bodies swell grotesquely. The rapid growth bursts their exoskeletons, scattering blood and gore in all directions, mingling their own flesh with that of their brethren, rendering it impossible for any spider to discern whose blood they are cloaked in. New exoskeletons continually reform, only to be shattered once again. The cycle of growth and destruction repeats relentlessly. Their 8 eyes glimmer with a sinister red light, and the anguished cries of the 8-eyed giants reverberate throughout the dungeon, a cacophony of suffering born from torn flesh and shattered exoskeletons. Yet, they do not cease their relentless gnawing and swallowing. As if possessed, they ravenously tear into the corpses of their kind. It need not be said that they are indeed under some malevolent influence. If Glen's suspicions are correct, this is the effect of dark magic, an abhorrent sorcery that compels individuals to feast upon their own kind. In a sense, it surpasses the 3 unforgivable curses in its malevolence. Cannibalism is the spell's effect, inciting an insatiable craving for the flesh of one's own species. If the condition of cannibalism is fulfilled, the individual's physical prowess escalates at an astonishing rate, plunging them into a state of frenzy. However, this spell also bears negative repercussions. The individuals whose powers surge must pay the price of their own growth potential and deplete their life force. Once the duration of the effect concludes, these individuals will immediately weaken and succumb to death, marking the end of their existence. This spell trades life for a fleeting yet formidable strength. The thoughts and intentions of its creator remain unknown to Glen. Perhaps it is better left unexamined. It is of no concern to me. It appears that the caster's intentions are quite clear. The swiftly growing acromantulas within Hogwarts serve as the true vanguard. Even though their strength pales in comparison to their counterparts in the Forbidden Forest, they possess the advantage of concealment. Hermione suggested that the tiny spiders she initially discovered, leading the way along the ceiling, may not merely be guiding. Beneath them, they might be carrying small morsels transported from the Forbidden Forest, secretly delivering them into the dungeons to feed the remaining spiderlings. This endeavor cannot be accomplished in just a day or two. Upon swift estimation, Glen deduced that this work likely commenced in secrecy at least a week prior. A week ago, the caster, employing some means, took control of the acromantula population, selecting hundreds to sacrifice themselves as sustenance for their kin, which the newly hatched spiderlings would then surreptitiously transport into the seldom visited dungeons of Hogwarts. As time progressed, the remnants of flesh accumulated within the dungeons, and the caster finally awaited the opportune moment to strike, which was gleaned from observing that most professors would be absent from Hogwarts on the weekends. Recognizing that the time was ripe, the caster launched a coordinated assault of acromantulas against Hogwarts. It is evident that someone capable of executing such a spell would not be naive enough to believe that mere acromantulas could breach the defenses of Hogwarts, where Dumbledore presides. Thus, the initial objective was to undermine Hogwarts from within, taking advantage of the tumult in the Forbidden Forest to draw the professors out to quell the disturbance, while simultaneously unleashing a formidable squadron of acromantulas that posed a significant threat to the young wizards. This would lead to a bloody rampage within Hogwarts, ultimately aiming to dismantle the institution from the inside. Powerful, ruthless, and cunning. This is Glen's assessment of the mastermind behind the scenes. Had Hogwarts remained as it once was, perhaps this individual's ambitions could have been realized. Alas, the current Hogwarts is far different from its former self. Chapter 148, The Fiery Inferno begins. Perhaps confident in their scheme, the caster believed that the younglings within Hogwarts could not withstand the onslaught of the acromantulas for long. Before the professors, returning from the Forbidden Forest, could uncover the arrangements within the dungeons, the value of this lair would be lost, as the caster had no intention of fortifying it. The unexpectedly resilient prowess of the young wizards at Hogwarts, coupled with their prolonged fatigue that left them confined to the room of requirement for 2 weeks, devoid of the Night Watcher Professor's guidance in the dueling club, ensured that any conspiracy aimed at the Hogwarts students would inevitably falter. In the face of the invaders, the acromantulas emitted hissing sounds and hastened their swallowing, attempting to grow rapidly to repel the strange mass before them. Yet, their efforts were futile. Glen would not afford them the luxury of growth. Threats must be extinguished in their infancy. Glen released the enchantment, took a moment to catch his breath, and centered his focus before drawing his wand. Fiendfire, he intoned, devoid of emotion, akin to a grim reaper pronouncing judgment upon the dying. A small, exquisite flame erupted from the tip of his wand, illuminating the dim dungeon with its radiant brilliance. However, the hue of the flame appeared somewhat amiss. The vibrant orange gradually morphed into a dark crimson, a ghastly red halo merging with ominous black tones, imbuing this fearsome dark magic with an unsettling aura of mystery. The intense heat caused the surrounding air to shimmer, and the acromantulas, voraciously consuming the piles of decay, instinctively sensed the threat to their very lives, quaking in trepidation. Danger! Danger! Danger reverberated through their senses, as they recognized that what loomed before them was a creature more terrifying than their natural predator, the Basilisk. As the dark red flame touched the ground, it ravenously devoured everything in its path: acromantulas, webs, shredded flesh, and the blood pooling on the floor. Like a living entity, it absorbed the essence of its surroundings, expanding at an astonishing rate, its form shifting towards an undefined shape. The dark red flames stretched and swelled, ultimately coalescing into the vague silhouette of a colossal serpent. The crackling sound of the consumed materials transformed into the hissing roar of the dark red serpent, a manifestation of Glen's formidable spell, albeit lacking in intricate detail due to his incomplete mastery of the incantation. Nevertheless, the aura of power and menace it exuded was palpably real. It was unfathomable to envision the sheer might this fiery serpent would wield once Glen fully mastered the spell. The serpentine fire, now coiling upon the ground, gradually lifted its forepart, assuming a form that signified its impending predation. Without warning, the serpent of flame launched itself at the acromantulas in the dungeon, its strikes and bites executed with an astonishing velocity. Even with Glen's extraordinary dynamic vision, he could scarcely discern the trajectory of the fiend-fire serpent's movements. The formidable spell of Inferno, once unleashed, relentlessly pursues and consumes any combustible object, disregarding friend and foe alike. It is a magic that is exceedingly difficult to control and restrain. Wizards lacking sufficient prowess often find themselves ensnared by their own incantation, suffering a lamentable fate of anguished cries in the hellish flames, ultimately reduced to mere ashes. Glen stood calmly at the entrance of the dungeon, observing with a detached gaze the chaos wrought by the Inferno spell. He was in a state of meticulous observation, analysis, and documentation. This was Glen's inaugural formal casting of the Inferno curse. Its immense power, capable of igniting anything flammable, had deterred him from attempting its use within the confines of the Wish-Grantayer's abode. Instead, he had rehearsed the incantation countless times within the recesses of his mind. As he deftly dodged a splattering burst of black-red flames, Glen continued to evaluate the spell. Its formidable strength and rapid propagation promised devastating effects against multiple adversaries. Yet its controllability was alarmingly low. The caster felt almost no connection to the unleashed Inferno. Predictably, the spell's creator had sacrificed control in pursuit of absolute destructive capability. A rationale that was both reasonable and understandable. No spell is without its flaws. However, one might ponder whether modifications could be made to its magical circuitry, perhaps diminishing its overwhelming potency against foes to enhance its controllability. Like a merciless experimenter, Glen observed the experimental subjects within the designated area with an utterly emotionless gaze. His pitch-black eyes, devoid of feeling, coldly scrutinized the eight-eyed giant spiders writhing in agony amidst the flames, witnessing the brutal demise of their kin. One of the spiders gnawed on flesh torn from an unknown relative, embodying a savage ignorance that, paradoxically, gave rise to profound terror, a fear that emanated from their very souls. The figure cloaked in black, conjuring the searing flames before them, resembled a harbinger of doom from the netherworld, poised to reap their lives with a scythe capable of obliterating existence itself. The sheer extremity of their terror, coupled with an instinctual drive for survival, momentarily liberated them from the spell's grasp. Yet, it was a futile escape. Their demise was already sealed, irrevocably beyond salvation. The black-red serpent of Inferno had fully engulfed the dungeon, devouring all eight-eyed giant spiders within and the mountain of flesh at the center, reducing them to mere wisps of dust, dissipated into oblivion. This was the end. Having lost its prey, the Inferno serpent turned its fearsome gaze upon Glen. Now stationed at the dungeon's threshold, it surged towards him with a velocity surpassing its initial onslaught, the gaping maw expanding before him, the blazing waves of heat engulfing the air. Glen, however, merely extended his wand. The Inferno was extinguished. This was the incantation of the counterspell, crafted by the author themselves. The intangible waves unfurled from the tip of Glen's wand, and upon contact with the formidable fire serpent, its body shattered and dissipated in an instant, emitting a final, resentful lament. The blaze vanished, leaving only a lingering warmth in the expansive dungeon. Glen retracted his wand and turned away without a trace of regret. In contrast to his still developing proficiency with the fire spell, the number of times he practiced the counterspell in his mind far exceeded that of the former. Chapter 149, Swift to Arrive, Swift to Depart. During his return journey, Glen chose not to hasten through magical means, but instead employed his heightened senses to meticulously scour the corners of the corridor for lurking spiders, dispatching them with spells. Considering the time elapsed, it was likely that Dumbledore, Snape, and Professor Flitwick had already resolved matters in the Forbidden Forest and were on their way back to the Great Hall. Were it not for the consideration of other creatures and the ecological balance within the forest, this time frame might have been significantly reduced. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Glen eradicated every eight-eyed giant spider in his path, resembling a dedicated exterminator, diligently exploring, seeking, and eliminating. However, he couldn't help but reflect on the castle's defenses, which seemed alarmingly feeble, allowing these malevolent spiders to infiltrate the castle unnoticed. With the events now concluded and his emotions settling, Glen felt a strong sense of discontent. Voldemort was poised to return, and the defenses of Hogwarts, Dumbledore's stronghold and Voldemort's alma mater, were woefully inadequate, leaving him feeling profoundly insecure. Last year brought the Quirrell incident. This year the Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, and now the eight-eyed spiders. Glen had a potent premonition that Hogwarts would face further tribulations in the coming year. Lost in thought, he inadvertently found himself at the Great Hall. Remarkably, no more than 10 minutes had passed. The hall was in a state of uproar. Yet a familiar elder's voice rose above the clamor of young wizards, evidently amplified by a charm. Having left a contingency plan in place, the leader of the eight-eyed spider clan in the Forbidden Forest had been eliminated, and spells were employed to compel them into attacking Hogwarts. However, we have subdued all the eight-eyed spiders within the forest, and in due course, a thorough cleansing of Hogwarts will ensue, with stringent oversight on the number of spiders to ensure such incidents do not recur. As Glen entered the Great Hall, he listened intently to Dumbledore's address, attracting no notice from those around him. Though an unfortunate event had transpired, and everyone may have felt fatigued, I must still take a moment to commend you all. In the face of sudden bad news, you swiftly transitioned from initial panic to composure, forming a resolute defense under the leadership of the older students. Throughout this process, each student performed admirably in their respective roles. When confronted with an enemy force infiltrating from within the castle, you exhibited remarkable courage, achieving a zero-casualty outcome, a feat even adult wizards would find challenging, while holding the line until the professors arrived, resulting in a commendable victory. The activities of the Duel Club have been underway for less than 4 weeks, yet each of you has already demonstrated commendable progress in your learning. You ought to take pride in your own efforts and talents. More importantly, amidst the battles, you have successfully cast aside the prejudices and biases that have lingered among the Hogwarts houses since its inception, standing united and displaying a remarkable strength. Well done, everyone. It is quite rare to witness a hint of genuine emotion in Dumbledore's words. Although Glen could not quite discern what that emotion was, it seemed to be a positive one. The little wizards, having felt a sense of security from the professor's presence, found their earlier tension dissipated. Now, weary in both body and spirit, they could not help but smile sincerely upon hearing the principal's affirmation. Indeed, they had put forth their utmost effort. Regardless of whether they were younger students or older ones, whether they were typically composed and diligent or mischievous troublemakers, whether they were bold and courageous or timid and meek, they all strived wholeheartedly for themselves and their comrades fighting alongside them. Every little wizard deserves to pat themselves on the back, proud of their achievements in this event. Although it may not contribute to the House Cup competition, I still feel compelled to act. In recognition of your outstanding performances, I have decided to award each house an additional 200 points. The applause that followed was fervent, even knowing this would not aid their House Cup standings. At least for today, this evening, the additional points serve as the finest acknowledgement of their efforts. With his speech concluded, Dumbledore's gaze fell upon Glen, who stood at the entrance of the hall. The effort was not solely yours, it also belonged to Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, and the Night Watchman, who ventured alone into Hogwarts to uncover the source of the sudden appearance of the Emotionless. Our applause and admiration should also extend to the Night Watchman. Now, Professor, how goes your endeavor? Dumbledore, having seen Glen return safely, feigned ignorance and shifted the conversation to him. Faced with a multitude of bright, curious gazes upon him, Glen remained unfazed and calmly reported. The Acromantulas have been surreptitiously supplying nourishment to the larger ones through smaller spiders, thereby rapidly cultivating them. I have destroyed their nest in the dungeons and cleared out the spiders in the corners along the way. However, I cannot guarantee that all the smaller Acromantulas within Hogwarts have been eradicated, as some may still be hiding in various corners of the castle. That is quite enough. Night Watchman, leave the remaining tasks to others, Dumbledore interjected, slightly flustered, even as he interrupted Glen's account of the events. In jest, if this fellow were to continue speaking, the young wizards might very well faint from exhaustion in the hall. In truth, this tumult lasted less than half an hour. Yet the rate at which everyone's energy dissipated was akin to a rocket's ascent. Generally speaking, it is rare for young wizards to experience such extraordinary events during their schooling or even in their future days. This educational journey has indeed proven to be a boon for them. As the clock approached 10, Dumbledore had no intention of prolonging his discourse. The priority now was to allow everyone to retire for rest. The crowd gradually dispersed, each young wizard brimming with a sense of relief and accomplishment from their recent endeavors. Despite their evident fatigue, it was likely they would engage in some late-night conversations with their roommates before succumbing to slumber. Glen swiftly concealed his guise, transforming back into the young wizard Glen while Hermione, understanding the unspoken cue, joined him. Rather than follow the other young wizards to their respective dormitories, they chose to remain in the hall, aware that they needed to share information with Dumbledore and the other professors. Chapter 150, How to Judge. As the crowd thinned, the hall was left with only 3 professors still engaged in discussion. The unconscious and tightly bound Lockhart sprawled on the floor, and Glen and Hermione, who lingered at the back without making any move to leave. Dumbledore glanced at them, offering a slight nod to beckon them forward. They approached directly. Dumbledore wore a smile, though it bore a hint of solemnity. Snape regarded the surroundings with disdain, casting a cold gaze, particularly upon Lockhart. Professor Flitwick wore a troubled expression, his demeanor reflecting concern as he stared at the ground where his former student lay, lost in thought. It seemed they had already heard from the young wizards, either through their own words or Hermione's discreet whispers regarding Lockhart. However, judging by Dumbledore's demeanor, the matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. There were clearly deeper implications. Glen, you may now disclose what you previously withheld from the young wizards, Dumbledore said, preparing to listen to the information that Glen had been interrupted from sharing. Glen nodded and recounted everything he had discovered in the dungeon to those present. Is it truly so? The mere thought that countless spiders had been crawling into Hogwarts daily, clutching fragments of flesh from various crevices, sent chills down my spine. Even though I am not particularly afraid of spiders, not to mention the sinister curse, it is simply too much. Hermione's face paled slightly, her reaction predominantly one of nausea and revulsion, even though such grotesque occurrences had not transpired among her own kind. The idea of cannibalism and the manipulation of creatures to devour their own kind would disturb any normal person deeply. This appears to resemble the phenomenon of cannibalism among the same species and the soul-binding curse. The Acromantula is a highly organized species, and the curse does not necessitate the control of too many individuals. It suffices to manipulate only the few that hold the highest ranks among them. The remaining tasks can be accomplished by commanding these creatures to transport the remains into Hogwarts, as the group engaged in cannibalism can effectively handle the rest. As for the source of the scraps, I suspect it likely stems from that excessively large and evidently disturbed Acromantula residing in the Forbidden Forest, which has resorted to violence for its sustenance. Severus Snape let out a cold grunt, and after listening to Glen's observations, he concurred with his assessment. With the information complete, he was able to connect the occurrences in the 2 different realms. What is it? Glen inquired, acknowledging that he had not ventured into the Forbidden Forest for quite some time to train or pursue the Acromantula. However, after enhancing his own abilities, he had stealthily infiltrated the Acromantula's lair multiple times to observe and select suitable training targets. The Acromantula that Snape described as excessively large must surely exceed the size of an ordinary adult specimen. Yet, in Glen's recollection, even the largest Acromantula, their leader Aragog, was only slightly larger than the average, hardly warranting the term excessively large. Adult Acromantulas typically average over 15 feet in length, whereas this creature must be at least 4 or 5 times that size. In response to Glen's query and Hermione's silent inquiry, the usually taciturn Snape spoke gravely of his observations. That size is achievable only through unnatural means. Someone has cast a spell upon it, thereby creating a puppet. The spellcaster has fashioned a monster in this manner, eliminating the original leader of the Acromantula and violently compelling the remaining members to adhere to his will. Under the influence of that curse, Snape's tone was cold, and he articulated the shared perspective of their faculty with deliberate slowness. Glen nodded, contemplating the notion of magically enhancing an Acromantula and then controlling it to seize dominion over the group, thereby executing further directives. Professor Flitwick could no longer restrain himself and interjected into their discourse. I believe the orchestrator of this endeavor, the one behind the spell, is not Gilderoy Lockhart. As his former head of house and professor, no one is more aware of this student's true capabilities than I. Although he possesses a thirst for knowledge akin to other Ravenclaw students, his aptitude for spellcasting leaves much to be desired. He cannot even perform the most basic levitation charm with any degree of stability. All claims of his supposed prowess in his autobiography are fabrications. Lockhart's performance in the dueling club is the most accurate reflection of his true self. Thus, I contend that he could not have mastered the advanced dark magic involved in this incident. Professor Flitwick appeared somewhat pained, knowing the truth of Lockhart's abilities, yet choosing to keep such sentiments confined to his own thoughts rather than voicing them publicly. At this juncture, resorting to such actions is indeed a matter of necessity. The nature of this incident is exceedingly dire, in comparison to a lifetime of imprisonment in Azkaban. He considers damage to his reputation to be a trivial concern, and these spurious accolades hardly qualify as honors. However, this can only serve a minor purpose. Merely casting a powerful obliviate spell aimed at others, a curse that manipulates memory, is ineffective when its targets are but young wizards. Gilderoy Lockhart's incarceration is an unavoidable fate. Phileas, remain composed. I share your perspective, yet the transgressions committed by Gilderoy Lockhart extend beyond this singular act. We shall discuss these matters further at a later time. Albus Dumbledore interjected, his invisible waves of calm soothing Professor Flitwick's agitated spirit. The latter inhaled deeply, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Glen, Hermione, what are your thoughts on this matter? Glen shook his head, while Hermione articulated his unvoiced sentiments. We concur with Professor Flitwick. Lockhart is not the spellcaster. The multitude of doubts is overwhelming. Even if Lockhart's actions strongly suggest he is the mastermind, it is perplexing how easily he was subdued by two young wizards. After Glen departed, Hermione contemplated the situation for an extended period, her thoughts oscillating between two entirely opposing conclusions. Ultimately, upon hearing Professor Flitwick's remarks and the exposure of Lockhart's true nature, she arrived at her conclusion. Glen shared a similar thought. Indeed, a significant portion of his reasoning stemmed from the absence of any malevolent aura typically associated with dark wizards in Lockhart's presence. In other words, it is highly probable that Lockhart has never employed dark magic. Chapter 151. The past cannot be regretted. Although Glen is merely a fledgling wizard, his interests and sources of income have led him to encounter various forms of dark magic and dark wizards. If the definition of a dark wizard is one who wields dark magic, then Glen himself would qualify as a genuine dark wizard, particularly considering the lives he has already taken, numbering in the dozens, even in this lifetime. He can discern who has blood on their hands and who does not, who possesses knowledge of dark magic and who remains ignorant. Lockhart falls into the category of those who possess neither. Of course, there exists the potential for unexpected circumstances, but the wizarding world is rife with possibilities, too numerous to enumerate here. In any case, it no longer concerns Glen. For Glen, whether Lockhart is the true puppet master holds little significance. If he is, it would eliminate a potential threat within Hogwarts, a twofold benefit. Strange, why do I say again? If not, it merely serves to eradicate a dangerous presence that once harbored murderous intent towards both him and Hermione. However, to uncover the true orchestrator behind this event will require further effort, an unavoidable endeavor. Yet, judging by Dumbledore's expression, he seems to have already formed a judgment. Indeed, although Jedrolo Hart has committed numerous transgressions and will be dispatched to Azkaban after today, it is certain that he was not responsible for the tumultuous events in the Forbidden Forest. After Glen and Hermione expressed their opinions, Dumbledore nodded and spoke thus. The eight-eyed giant spider, which Severus mentioned, was under my purview. Upon vanquishing it, I detected a familiar resonance of a soul. Having recently encountered an object imbued with a soul, I am well acquainted with this essence. Are you referring to Voldemort? Hermione furrowed her brow. Dumbledore's hint was exceedingly explicit. If one were to consider the recent contact with an object possessing a soul, it could only pertain to Tom Riddle's diary, which Glen had recently dealt with. Could it be that this extraordinary eight-eyed spider was also a Horcrux of Voldemort? The young girl's astonishment, even excitement, was entirely understandable. If her conjecture were accurate, they would have dismantled two of Voldemort's Horcruxes in merely 2 weeks, a remarkable achievement indeed. However, Dumbledore merely shook his head, refuting Hermione's theory. Regrettably, that is not a Horcrux of Voldemort. What I sensed was merely the residual essence of a soul that once existed. In fact, after defeating the eight-eyed spider, I discovered that its mind had been nearly obliterated by erosion. Its soul had deteriorated into sustenance, leaving scarcely enough to sustain its most fundamental biological instincts, rendering it a mere instrument of slaughter, crafted by Voldemort. The implication was clear, having absorbed a fragmented soul. The essence of Voldemort's spirit indicated that this incident was orchestrated by the remnant soul that attempted to seize the Philosopher's Stone last year. Glen concluded this matter. Last year, having severely injured Voldemort while he was possessing Quirrell, he had, to a certain extent, disrupted his plans, significantly depleting the vitality and soul energy necessary for maintaining his fragmented essence. Furthermore, he had directly inflicted a soul-level injury upon him with the stunning spell. By the time he departed Hogwarts, Voldemort's condition was likely quite dire. Thus, where in proximity to Hogwarts could there still be ample vitality? Indeed, the Forbidden Forest. The elusive Voldemort, upon being discovered, did not immediately flee the vicinity of Hogwarts. Rather, he took the opposite course, concealing himself within the Forbidden Forest and possessing a magical creature. The more formidable the creature, the better. Thus, as a level 5 eight-eyed giant spider, it served as exceptional nourishment for the ravenous Voldemort. Now, regarding his motive, sensing that his Horcrux, specifically the diary that Glen had destroyed, was compromised, the Voldemort, who was recuperating in the Forbidden Forest, felt a sense of urgency. Having regained some strength and driven by both safety concerns and a desire for retribution, he orchestrated and manipulated this assault on the students of Hogwarts. Would this be an accurate assessment? Unlike Glen, who meticulously sorted through information in his mind, Hermione found herself unable to restrain her thoughts, voicing them aloud as if she were conjuring the truth of the matter alongside him. Indeed, my thoughts align with yours, Hermione. The truth of this situation is likely just as you have surmised. Dumbledore nodded, a hint of guilt etched upon his features. After his escape last year, I conducted an exhaustive search of Hogwarts and its surroundings, even visiting the lair of the Acromantula, yet I found no trace of Voldemort. I suspect his injuries were too grave, causing him to inhabit a creature and retreat into a deep slumber to evade detection. Ultimately, this is my failing. The old man sighed. Hermione quickly shook her head and waved her hands, indicating that Dumbledore's inclination to shoulder all blame was misguided. Such occurrences can only be attributed to Voldemort's cunning. Although you are a formidable wizard, his powers are equally formidable. I understand, Professor, that you have done everything within your capacity for our safety. She continued, therefore, you need not feel such guilt. We do not blame you. I am certain that the other young witches and wizards, were they to grasp the truth, would not cast blame upon you either. Regret is futile. The past cannot be altered. If redemption is sought, then let us focus on enhancing the defenses and reconnaissance measures around and within Hogwarts. Glen interjected bluntly, catching Hermione off guard. She rolled her eyes in exasperation and covered his mouth, pulling him into her embrace. While she shared his sentiments, one must consider the atmosphere when speaking. Who knows what further chilling remarks might escape Glen's lips if left unchecked. Dumbledore's mood brightened, buoyed by Hermione's lively reassurances. Glen's obliviousness to the ambience and the playful interaction between the two youngsters. Very well, I understand. Henceforth, Glen, I shall require your assistance in fortifying Hogwarts defenses and improving the existing protective measures. Glen responded with a puzzled expression. Chapter 152, A Sudden Christmas. I have received your information. Thank you for the notification. Additionally, Hermione asked me to convey her Christmas wishes to you. Our gifts should have reached you and the other professors by now. Please check for them. Your student, Glen Hufflepuff. In a pale world, atop a snow-covered ski resort, a dark figure stood out starkly. Dressed in a black ski suit and balancing on skis, Glen remained poised at the foot of the slope. Above him perched a brown owl, nestled in his hair, dozing as it awaited his response to the letter. With the Acromantula incident behind them, Hogwarts returned to a semblance of tranquility. While many intricate matters still awaited resolution, they were no longer concerns for Glen and Hermione. Having endured these significant events, the young girl, despite appearing outwardly composed, was clearly straining beneath the surface. Glen could perceive her inner exhaustion, and he too felt a long-forgotten weariness creeping upon him. As Christmas approached, Glen set aside his ongoing research, and Hermione, albeit reluctantly, was compelled to abandon her studies as well. Together, they boarded the Hogwarts Express, joining the other students returning home for the holidays, arriving at King's Cross Station. Although they refrained from burdening their parents with concerns regarding the two significant events at Hogwarts, the Hawthorne and Granger couples discerned the weariness of the two young ones. This Christmas, let us venture out and enjoy ourselves, to unwind, Mr. Hawthorne proclaimed after a family meeting, ultimately deciding that the holiday agenda should focus on relaxation and recreation. However, such a vague decision was insufficient. Mr. Hawthorne was soon supplanted by Mr. Granger, who possessed a plethora of plans for festive family activities. After discarding Mr. Hawthorne's contrary votes, their Christmas activity was ultimately settled on skiing. This was precisely why Glen now donned his skiing attire, poised at the ski resort to respond to a letter from Dumbledore. Once the letter was prepared, Glen seized the owl perched atop his head, gently shaking it to rouse the sleepy creature. The little fellow blinked drowsily, appearing still half asleep, before grasping the envelope in its talons and clumsily soaring into the clear blue sky. Would the little one truly manage to fly without succumbing to slumber mid-flight or losing its way? Behind him, a chilly breeze swept in, accompanied by the soft rustling of the displaced snow, as Hermione gracefully glided down the slope, coming to a halt just behind Glen. White mist escaped from the corners of Hermione's glistening lips, her cheeks flushed with excitement and the exhilaration of physical activity. In stark contrast to Glen, Hermione was clad in a white ski suit, sporting a snowboard beneath her feet, which she had chosen for its cool appearance. She had insisted that Glen select the same type of board, but he declined, although he could easily detach himself from the bindings. The sensation of being secured left Glen feeling uneasy, prompting him to opt for the more versatile twin skis. In comparison to twin skis, mastering a snowboard proved to be more challenging. Even with her enhanced coordination from training, Hermione had taken several tumbles while teaching herself. Fortunately, her thick clothing spared her from undue pain. Yet, once she managed to glide, the astute Hermione quickly mastered the essential techniques. While she may not yet replicate the intricate maneuvers exhibited by seasoned skiers on advanced slopes, the fundamentals of gliding, braking, pushing, and edge changing came naturally to her. Being a pragmatic individual, Hermione had no desire to learn flashy tricks. If she truly wished to pursue such skills, she would likely acquire them with remarkable speed. Uncertain. Although the process may be prolonged, the owls of Hogwarts should be quite reliable. Even if we cannot return, it matters not. For the contents of my letter merely convey that we have received the information. Glen turned and spoke thus to Hermione. What you say is rather unfair to the diligent owl delivering the messages, Hermione retorted, casting Glen a disapproving glance. And what of Crookshanks? Still hesitant to descend? I don't know. I have explained the proper techniques to her several times. While the skiing posture and movements of a human may differ from those of a cat, they are, in essence, quite similar, are they not? Did you glean this from that book? I improvised on the spot. Hermione shrugged, and then gazed towards the ski slope, gesturing with her chin. Look, here comes Crookshanks. A small orange darted down from the slope at an unimaginable speed, weaving between astonished travelers, rapidly approaching Glen and Hermione. It's Crookshanks. She is skiing quite well, Glen praised. Provided she understands how to brake at such velocity without tumbling over, Hermione pointed out acerbically. Crookshanks, clad in an orange pet sweater and donning a little hat just like Hermione, now stood on the pet snowboard that Hermione had transformed for her. Her round face bore no discernible expression, appearing particularly serene amidst the icy landscape, exuding an air of solemnity. Yet, in reality, she merely believed that she could not stop and had resigned herself to awaiting her fate. Obstacles abound, Hermione murmured, her wand hand glowing with white light beneath her warm glove, casting a barrier charm at the swiftly approaching Crookshanks. An invisible wave gently applied a force opposing her direction, thereby reducing her speed. At last, the little cat gained control of her snowboard, successfully positioning it sideways to brake. Then, as expected, she toppled over. Glen lightly pressed his feet to the ground, and the alchemical circuit spread from beneath him, its glow concealed by the snow, showing no signs of disturbance. However, the hardened snow beneath Crookshanks's impending fall had been transmuted into soft powder by alchemy. With a soft thud, Crookshanks landed in the snowdrift. She emerged, her orange fur now dusted white, spinning like a fan in an attempt to shake off the snow. Subsequently, she scampered toward the exit of the ski area. What a miserable sport. I shall never ski again. Chapter 153, Skiing. It seems Crookshanks does not particularly enjoy skiing, Glen remarked with a hint of regret as he watched her retreating figure. This was evident when you first fitted her with the snowboard. Though Crookshanks is quite clever, it is rather ambitious to expect a cat to master skiing in a mere few minutes. Hermione pressed her temples in a bid to alleviate her headache. Although she understood that Glen merely wished to include Crookshanks in their fun, the rationale behind such an action struck her as utterly unreasonable. What then? Did Professor Dumbledore's letter convey? Releasing the mechanism securing her legs to the skis, Hermione lifted the skis with her foot and cradled them against her side, voicing the question that had eluded her earlier due to the interruption. The resolution regarding the 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest would involve stringent human control over their population. Lockhart had been incarcerated in Azkaban for deceit, theft, and malicious harm, while the Ministry of Magic sought accountability. Dumbledore had communicated all pertinent information regarding the Chamber of Secrets, the heir of Slytherin, and the attack incident to the head of the ministry. Furthermore, Hagrid's previous accusations and penalties had been overturned. These were the significant matters at hand. Oh, what splendid news. Upon hearing this, Hermione's spirits lifted, and she couldn't help but clap her hands in delight. Setting aside other concerns, the mere fact that Hagrid's charges had been dismissed brought her immense joy. To celebrate this good fortune, let us ascend and ski a few more runs together. The young girl extended her small hand towards Glen. Let us go, Glen nodded, taking Hermione's hand as they made their way to the gondola that would transport them up the mountain. The gondola swayed gently, and the scenery below was tranquil and beautiful, mirroring the joy in their hearts. Hooray! Upon reaching the summit, Hermione leaped from the gondola with her skis in tow, sprinting ahead a few paces. Glen, however, extended his legs and glided forward, propelled by the gondola's momentum. Ahead of them stood several familiar adults, the Hossens and the Grangers. What are you still doing here? Dad, are you too scared to ski down? Hermione exclaimed, hands on her hips, directing a bemused glance at Mr. Granger, who was seated in the snow, mentally preparing himself. The Hossens, with their penchant for exploring and trying new activities, had long mastered the art of skiing even before Glen's birth. Mrs. Granger also possessed a foundational knowledge of skiing, and after revisiting the sport, she found herself gliding competently. As for Glen and Hermione, both prodigious scholars with exceptional balance and coordination, they had quickly adapted to skiing with only a brief period of self-teaching. Thus, Mr. Granger, the sole individual struggling with the sport, had developed a psychological aversion after several falls. Despite his gradual improvement on the beginner slopes with the assistance of others, he resolutely rejected the other adult suggestions when the two youngsters expressed their desire to venture onto the intermediate trails. Regrettably, after ascending the gondola, he lamented his decision. Although the advanced slopes posed even greater challenges, the intermediate trails were already vastly different from the beginner ones. Poor Mr. Granger had been seated at the gondola exit for quite some time, while Hermione had already made 3 trips up, even bringing Crookshanks along after Glen's training. He showed no inclination to move. Father, if it truly proves difficult, why not take your time and descend slowly? It is merely a matter of enduring a few moments of embarrassment. However, should you happen to fall, you might find yourself laid up at home for quite some time. Hermione said, crouching before her father and uttering those mischievous words in an endearing tone. It was unlikely that Mr. Granger would suffer a grave mishap. Even if an accident were to occur, both Glen and Hermione could employ magic to shield him. Hermione's words were merely a gentle nudge to encourage her father. Bah, nonsense. Come on, let us slide down. As a father, Mr. Granger naturally wished to avoid displaying any weakness before his child. Provoked by Hermione's taunts, he rose indignantly, his eyes reflecting determination akin to a valiant warrior prepared to face his fate. Yet, as he gazed down at the distant scenery, his legs trembled slightly. Oh, isn't this splendid? Mr. Hossern laughed heartily, giving his good friend a hearty pat on the shoulder. It seemed that Hermione's words were indeed effective. Mrs. Hossern crossed her arms and nodded with a smile. If you are frightened, you may certainly opt out. I shall accompany you regardless. Mrs. Granger expressed her concern for her husband with gentle reassurance. Ah, Tina, you are truly the one who cares for me the most, Mr. Granger said gratefully, looking at his comforting wife, wiping his nose. Then, with a rather expressionless demeanor, Glen candidly uttered words that could be perceived as harsh. Fear not. Should you fall, Hermione and I will catch you with magic. Even if we fail, I have potions here. As long as you draw breath, I shall revive you. Mr. Granger looked at Glen in horror. What a young rascal. You do not wish me well at all, do you? Is this how you treat your future father-in-law? Bah, I do not approve of this union. Glen looked at the somewhat agitated Mr. Granger with confusion, then turned to Hermione, asking, did I say something wrong? I cannot really comment. I can only say it is very much in your personal style, Hermione replied, somewhat amused yet perplexed. Although Glen's words were technically accurate, their bluntness was rather unkind to her father, who was an elder. What is this? It is an awkward sense of reassurance. I am furious. Let me go? Do not hinder me. I shall slide down from here today, Mr. Granger exclaimed, gripping his ski poles with fervor, visibly excited. Very well, let us proceed, Hermione said with a cheerful smile, playfully pushing Mr. Granger from behind. I'm not ready yet. Ah, Mr. Granger's somewhat bewildered voice gradually faded away, followed by the laughter of the other adults. Let us go, Glen. Give me a hand. We must slide ahead of them, lest my father truly falls. Hermione lightly tapped Glen's arm, seeking his assistance. All right, let us go. Glen pulled Hermione from the gentle snow and onto the sloped hill, and the little girl shot forward like an arrow, sending up a flurry of snowflakes, quickly catching up with the wobbling Mr. Granger. Glen silently gazed at the silhouettes of his family, then stepped forward and glided down the slope. How delightful. Chapter 154, Reflections and Revelries. Although Mr. Granger had successfully descended the intermediate slope without injury, he was already weary, his legs trembling as he fell to the ground, a look of apprehension etched upon his face. Thus, he resolved to return to the inn to rest, and the other adults, equally fatigued, assisted Mr. Granger back as well. It is worth mentioning that Crookshanks, the clever little cat, had already scampered back to their room, nestling by the hearth to warm itself. Consequently, only Glen and Hermione remained on the ski slopes. After indulging in a few more runs and challenging themselves on the advanced trails, they decided to conclude their skiing adventure for the day. Though it was the end of December, the daylight still lingered. At least another hour would pass before dusk fell, with mealtime yet to arrive. Glen and Hermione chose to wander about, seeking a reprieve. A small thick glove intertwined with Hermione's slender, white fingers, swaying gently in sync with their steps. Looking back, the parallel footprints they left behind stood out vividly against the expansive white snow, accompanied by the soft crunch of their boots sinking into the thick layer of snow, extending into the distance. Experiencing the softness that could be felt even through the thick glove, Glen's gaze fell unabashedly upon Hermione, who was playfully kicking snow with a pure smile adorning her face. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. All the aids he had worn, both outwardly and within, were shed, revealing his truest self. The individual known as Glen Hossern, who harbored an affection for the young Hermione Granger, had found himself hopelessly enamored. More accurately, this sentiment had long since evolved from mere fondness into profound love. If understanding a matter is clouded, one must engage in continuous learning and exploration to clarify it. Over the past few days, Glen had acquired vast knowledge from his readings and, with a rigorous approach, had compared it with his own circumstances, ultimately confirming his feelings. Despite the flaws in his emotions, despite the ambiguity surrounding his understanding of them, and despite often mimicking the behaviors of typical humans to express emotions he found difficult to grasp, Glen firmly believed that among all the myriad emotions humanity is meant to possess, only love, this enigmatic and profound sentiment, was genuinely his own. He could not articulate the depth of his feelings regarding love, yet he felt certain that this emotion held the most significant place among all he could experience. Through his studies, Glen discovered that there were various forms of love. For Alan Hossern, Gwen Hossern, and his parents, He recognized that he held love in his heart for them. They had bestowed upon him everything he cherished in his current life, granting the individual known as 13 a chance at rebirth. They had become an integral part of what constituted Glen Hossern. They were his family. For Chris Granger, Tina Granger, and Hermione's parents, Glen believed he also harbored love in his heart. They are akin to another set of parents for him. Tina is exceptionally gentle, treating both herself and Hermione with equal kindness, while Chris, though somewhat reticent, expresses his goodwill through his actions, even when his words are often mumbled and difficult to comprehend. They have brought their most cherished treasure to Glen, and they too are part of his family. Then there is Hermione, the individual who holds a particularly special place in his heart. Though Glen has yet to fully grasp the distinction between his love for Hermione and that which he feels for others, he is certain of its uniqueness. He wishes to avoid inciting any resentment within her, to spare her from sorrow, and to prevent her from feeling disappointment. His desire is for her to be perpetually joyful, to see her smile, and to maintain her happiness. He yearns to protect her, to guard her, and to risk his very life for her safety. He longs to embrace her, to hold her tightly, to possess her. Though the notion of possessing is somewhat impolite in reference to an autonomous individual, Glen cannot help but harbor such thoughts. He wants to claim Hermione for himself, yet his priorities remain steadfastly with her. Everything hinges upon her will. Suddenly, his chaotic thoughts, which he could somehow comprehend, were scattered by a sudden chill on his face. A snowball had lazily drifted through the air and landed squarely upon him. Wiping his face and brushing off the snow that obscured his vision, he spotted Hermione not far off, crouching as she rolled another snowball. Her face alight with a cheerful smile directed at him. It turns out that Hermione had suggested a snowball fight just moments ago. How absurd, lost in thought. He hadn't even managed to evade such a leisurely thrown snowball. The girl's nose was slightly flushed, and the rosy hue spreading to her cheeks appeared perfectly suited to the dimming light. Her lips curled into a playful smile, and in that instant, Hermione embodied the delightful charm befitting her age. Indeed, why was he unable to dodge even such a slow projectile? Perhaps it was because the thrower was Hermione. I was thinking of you, Glen replied truthfully, crouching down to begin forming his own snowball. The rosy blush on Hermione's face deepened, and even her snowball making slowed momentarily. Then, as if to release her frustration, she hastened her movements and forcefully hurled a snowball at Glen. How infuriating. There was no need for such bluntness. He could have easily sidestepped her attack, yet Glen stood his ground, merely shielding his head slightly as the snowball struck his arm. Then came his retaliation. A leisurely snowball slipped from his grasp, but as Hermione's arm was still in motion from her previous throw, his snowball splattered across her face. Wiping the remnants of snow from her features, Hermione wore a smile. When she noticed Glen's impassive expression as he continued to form snowballs, she feigned urgency, scolding him for lacking gentlemanly spirit while hastily preparing her own ammunition, prompting a playful exchange of snowballs between them. Take this, she exclaimed. It appeared to be nothing particularly special, yet it was delightful all the same. Unexpectedly, following my snowball, there emerged another one. The technique of dual casting is indeed applicable even in the realm of snowball fights. Wait a moment. That snowball cannot be formed to such a size. What I am employing here is a sheer overwhelming of magical energy. As long as it can be manifested, it is permissible. Alas, it's too late. Prepare yourself. Hermione found herself buried within the mound of snow. When she eventually emerged from the snowy heap, her cheeks flushed with indignation, she launched a physical assault on Glen. The two became entwined, tumbling in the snow, playfully grappling with one another like two spirited children. Hermione laughed heartily, her joy radiating profoundly. Glen mirrored her delight. Chapter 155, The Sudden Confession. I can't take it anymore. I'm utterly exhausted. As the sun dipped below the horizon, two silhouettes lay head-to-head in the snow. Since they were in a secluded area, the snow was pristine, and aside from the soft white flakes adorning them, nothing else marred their surroundings. The white mist, rising gently with Hermione's rhythmic breaths, ascended into the twilight sky, taking on a unique charm under the fading light. The young girl raised a hand, attempting to grasp a wisp of that mist, yet it eluded her, dissipating into the air around her. Glen remained silent, peacefully reclining in the snow, his gaze vacant as he contemplated the horizon painted in hues of sunset, his heart enveloped in tranquility. During their playful scuffle, Glen had laughed, although he had smiled before. Those expressions were often more mimicked than genuine. However, today's laughter felt unforced, appearing spontaneously on his face. Yet, he found no aversion to it, quite the opposite. He was enamored by this newfound sensation. It was soothing, reassuring, and utterly captivating. So, what were you truly pondering just now, with that profound expression? Hermione gazed vacantly at her raised hand, allowing it to sway above her. Speak earnestly. In response to Hermione's repeated inquiry, Glen maintained his stance. I was indeed thinking of you, and I was quite serious about it. Oh, what exactly were you contemplating about me? Lying on the same plane. Glen could not see Hermione's expression, yet it did not hinder him from continuing his discourse. I was reflecting on whether my feelings for you have transformed from mere fondness to love. Hermione, are you listening? Ah, yes. Oh, I am listening. Her voice dwindled, laced with a hint of shyness yet tinged with anticipation. Are you referring to my judgment? Glen inquired. Indeed. He continued. Based on my understanding and introspection, I believe the answer should be affirmative. However, due to my ineptitude in such matters, I have doubted the accuracy of my own assessment, which is why I appeared as you saw. After a moment of hesitation, Glen concluded his statement. On ordinary days, Glen, with his resolute demeanor, now found himself momentarily lost in contemplation, faced with Hermione's inquiries and his own introspections. A hint of grievance flickered within him. Hermione listened silently to Glen's thoughts and his interpretations, her gaze softening further. He had indeed been striving. As Glen's closest confidant, Hermione was acutely aware of his emotional shortcomings. Throughout these days, she patiently answered his questions regarding feelings. Deep down, she understood that she cherished Glen, loved him in truth. Even though Glen remained oblivious to his own actions, Hermione recognized that his contemplations and behaviors, in every essence, silently conveyed the affection harbored by this emotionally challenged boy. Although they were not officially a couple, their interactions resembled those of partners far more than what society typically defined as such. In fact, their bond was sweeter than the conventional notion of romance. When together, their spirits soared with joy, though that sentiment had slightly diminished compared to before. In its place blossomed an overwhelming sense of security. The impulsive nature of love, which often leads to countless romantic tragedies, had, unbeknownst to them, transformed into a lasting comfort of mutual reliance between Hermione and Glen. Sensitive to emotions, Hermione was keenly aware that Glen's true feelings mirrored her own. His protectiveness was matched by hers, his possessiveness, equally reciprocated, and perhaps even more fervently. In her heart, there was no room for anyone else. The name Glen Hossern had completely filled her being. She was merely waiting, anticipating the moment he would awaken to his feelings, longing for the day this innocent boy would truly comprehend the essence of love. However, upon witnessing Glen's earnest struggles and the distress they caused him, Hermione realized she could no longer wait. She felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him, to caress his head tenderly. After Glen had spoken, he fell silent. Gazing at the dimly lit sky, he sensed a delicate hand brushing against his cheek. Your judgment is not mistaken, Glen, Hermione declared, removing her gloves. Reaching over to touch his cold face. The sensation was delightful, she thought, for I share the same feelings for you. I know this feeling is called love. She chuckled nervously, suddenly embarrassed by her earnestness, and withdrew her hand to cover her now flushed face. Yet, she resolved, Glen, seeing you strive so hard compels me to be more proactive. With a newfound determination, Hermione pushed herself up, turning to face Glen. Then, she crawled over to him. Positioning herself atop him, her hands resting beside his head. The chestnut curls cascaded from Hermione's hat, brushing against Glen's cheek, as he inhaled the comforting fragrance that enveloped him. Their dark eyes met. Glen's gaze locked with Hermione's brown orbs, which seemed to glisten with unshed tears. Though a sense of guilt lingered, he realized that despite his claims of protecting her over the years, it was she who had steadfastly shielded him, always standing resolutely before him, no matter the circumstances. Thus, if emotions were your weakness, allow me to take the lead in matters of the heart. It was a wondrous sensation. As Hermione leaned closer, Glen felt something within him swell, as if it were on the verge of breaking free from its constraints. This was not the familiar surge of murderous intent, but something altogether different. The heart, which had long maintained a steady rhythm under Glen's conscious control, now raced uncontrollably, shedding the restraint he had imposed to mask his presence. A warmth spread through him, his blood circulating rapidly, rendering coherent thought elusive. Instinctively, he sought to assess his physiological state, only to find that his thoughts were now dominated by the girl before him. She was the sole love of his past and present. Glen, I like you. More precisely, I love you. Will you be my boyfriend? Let me be your girlfriend. Let's date. Thus, Chapter 156, Overlap. Now that we are in a romantic relationship, what changes shall our lives undergo? Surely, we shall embark on adventures together, study side by side, share our lives, and indulge in affectionate gestures, holding hands, embracing, perhaps even kissing? But how does this differ from our previous interactions? It seems we were already fond of each other, merely lacking verbal affirmation. I wanted to see if you would come to realize your feelings. I have been waiting for this moment. Otherwise, I would have confessed long ago. While their transition to being a couple was anticipated, Hermione felt an overwhelming joy, her small hand clasped in his, swinging playfully as she bounced with a light-hearted smile. Realization? Glen found himself puzzled by the term. It means I wanted to see if you would take the initiative to confess your feelings to me, just as I have done today. Is that what realization entails? It is not merely about confessing. It involves engaging in profound reflection about love and affection, contemplating my feelings deeply. Although I do feel a slight regret that you did not confess first, our outcome is indeed positive. Well then, let me make up for it. Hermione, I love you. Please enter into a romantic relationship with me, Glen earnestly declared, articulating the confession he had meticulously crafted in his mind after contemplating Hermione's own heartfelt admission. Though his expression remained as tranquil as ever, it was evident that he had made considerable efforts. Upon hearing his words, Hermione quietly circled around to Glen's back, playfully delivering gentle punches with her small, pink fists. It's precisely this aspect of you that I find utterly endearing, she murmured, burying her face into his back, her voice soft and somewhat indistinct. What aspect? Glen inquired, oblivious to the subtlety of her shyness, which suggested he should feign ignorance for the moment. Please don't say it aloud. That would be so embarrassing. Was his hearing too keen? Hermione rubbed against Glen's back, savoring their interaction in silence before bursting into laughter at the situation they found themselves in. Perhaps it was best to clarify her feelings. After all, she did have a fondness for him. It's your straightforwardness. You always express your thoughts about me directly. While it makes me quite bashful, I don't dislike it at all. Having spent considerable time together, Hermione had naturally learned the proper way to communicate with Glen. This boy, despite often making sound decisions that she wholeheartedly supported, seemed to possess virtually no experience in the nuances of everyday life and social interactions, requiring her gentle guidance. She genuinely cherished the sweet nothings that Glen inadvertently uttered. It would be a grave loss if her shyness led him to misinterpret her feelings. So, is this candid expression of one's innermost thoughts what is termed straightforwardness? Glen nodded in understanding, mentally taking notes. So, can I directly express anything I think about you from now on? He asked, recalling similar situations from their past, where she had playfully pinched his sides or covered his mouth. Well, your heartfelt words are delightful, but sharing them in front of others feels a bit too embarrassing. We can reserve those conversations for when it's just the two of us. Hermione replied with an awkward smile. Although she longed to declare to the world that Glen was hers, the idea of publicly displaying affection made her blush. She was, after all, a shy girl at heart. Seeing Hermione nestled against his back and estimating the time, Glen crouched down and gently lifted her onto his back. Hermione said nothing. After all, they were now a legitimate couple, no longer needing to act coy about their desire to be close. She fully embraced her true self, confidently accepting Glen's kindness without pretense. She nestled behind Glen, emitting a soft hum before burying her head in the junction of his shoulder and neck, her cheek brushing against his lightly curled dark hair, inhaling the comforting scent that emanated from him. Reflecting upon the dawn of their new relationship, her confession seemed rather mundane. On an ordinary day, beneath the commonplace twilight, on the familiar snowy ground, after a typical bout of playful antics, her declaration slipped forth with remarkable normalcy. Yet, it was precisely this unremarkable day that Hermione felt would forever be etched in her memory. Most other girls might yearn for their romantic beginnings to be distinct, to dazzle beyond the ordinary. Perhaps even she once shared such sentiments. However, Hermione now realized her perspective had shifted. She found herself favoring tranquility over grandeur, appreciating the comfort derived from simplicity. The warmth, the temperature, the tactile sensation, everything about Glen was palpably felt by her in this moment, love blossoming and fermenting within her. An unparalleled warmth and sense of security permeating her very being. After their transition into lovers, it was clear that not everything remained unchanged. At the very least, Hermione believed her affection for Glen had surged 1,000-fold. I like you, she whispered as Glen carried her, the sound of her confession drifting into the air. I like you too, he replied playfully. Hey, does hearing me say that make you happy? She inquired. I believe it does. A delightful warmth seems to unfurl within me, which must signify happiness. That's good then. And Hermione, will you feel joy from my words? Naturally, I like you too. I like you. I like you. Their playful exchange of affection floated away in the breeze, as Glen and Hermione's figures grew more distant in the golden glow of the setting sun. Their shadows elongated and intertwined upon the ground. In chapter 157, titled The Most Despairing Event in History, the news of their altered relationship was boldly proclaimed by Hermione upon their return to the inn. This revelation nearly caused Mr. Granger, already fatigued from an afternoon of skiing, to faint. Heavens, I stepped away for but a moment, and my little cabbage has been swept away by the neighboring pig. Oh, it seems my little cabbage grew legs and ran out of the pit to carry the pig away. Well, that's not a problem at all. What nonsense. Mr. Granger sighed deeply but revealed a subtle sense of relief and contentment in his eyes. At least his daughter had chosen Glen, a young man more reliable than many of his peers, allowing him to rest a little easier, free from worries of Hermione being led astray by peculiar individuals. Glen, you must take good care of Hermione and protect her, otherwise, you'll have to answer to me. Mr. Granger glared sternly at Glen, his tone serious. Of course, Glen replied earnestly, stating that these matters, even if Mr. Granger did not mention them, he had always been fulfilling. Dad, what are you doing? Hermione shot an exasperated glance at her father and pulled Glen behind her, shielding him from the piercing gaze of her father. It was as if an invisible arrow had pierced Mr. Granger's heart, causing him to collapse, unable to rise again. The reactions of the other 3 adults were naturally not as exaggerated as Mr. Granger's. In truth, all 4 adults were aware that the future of these 2 young ones would inevitably converge. It was merely a matter of the timing of their union. Thus, they were only slightly surprised by Hermione's premature declaration of feelings, considering that the young girl was rather shy and reserved. It wasn't that Glen was simply too captivating to resist. Faced with the adults' teasing, Hermione's face turned crimson, yet she managed to maintain her composure and express her sentiments. Hey! The 3 adults elongated their tones, smiling as they regarded Hermione. Unable to bear it any longer, her head feeling as if it might explode. Hermione silently pulled Glen in front of her, using him as a shield against the adults' playful jabs. Payback time. Glen, it's your turn to help me. Glen, however, seemed unfazed by the gazes of his elders, calmly addressing the various questions posed by his parents and Mrs. Granger with heartfelt responses. Then Hermione broke down. Stop it. Stop it. Please, just be quiet, Glen. Crouched behind Glen, Hermione felt increasingly embarrassed, wondering what on earth Glen was saying, though his candid words filled her heart with sweetness. Once she emerged from the mire of sweet nothings, she realized she was not the only one present. Peeking at the elders who had posed the questions, she noticed their expressions had completely transformed. What kind of gaze was that? It was the look of those utterly enthralled by sweetness. The feelings of bliss and embarrassment wrestled within the young girl's heart. Hermione truly felt as if she might burst. Glen indeed possessed a talent for sweet talk. The 2 ladies cupped their faces, laughing joyfully, while Mr. Hossern silently gave Glen a thumbs up. Although unsure when Glen had secretly evolved, he was undeniably my child. Spotting Hermione's little head peeking out from behind Glen, the 3 adults turned their gazes toward the young girl, their eyes gleaming with a delight akin to watching a spectacle. At that moment, the girl's face blushed to an unprecedented degree. Oh no, please stop talking. Hermione's wail echoed throughout the entire inn. This Christmas was particularly joyous for the entire family. Well, primarily for the 3 adults. Glen was the one indifferent to their teasing, Hermione was the one being playfully provoked, and Mr. Granger was the one feeling utterly disenchanted. Overall, it seemed to proceed rather smoothly. During the remainder of their vacation, in celebration of the long-anticipated union between Glen and Hermione, they expanded their travel itinerary to explore various scenic locales, indulge in culinary delights, and, most importantly, capture precious moments together. Glen's cherished camera played a pivotal role throughout this adventure, with the number of images stored within its confines nearly doubling. However, a tinge of regret lingered as Hermione stumbled upon a collection of photographs Glen had taken of her in the past. While Glen had no intention of concealing these from Hermione, the fact that he hadn't amassed an entire camera full of her images left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that there would be future opportunities to continue capturing memories. What is this? When did you take all of these? Hermione exclaimed in shock, as she pressed the button on the camera, revealing an array of unflattering snapshots of her awkward sleeping positions and various moments from her life that made her wish she could travel back in time to erase them. Glen tilted his head, calmly inquiring, "Is it not permissible to take photos?" His voice was laced with confusion. Hermione experienced a blend of joy and embarrassment. Her emotions had been a tumultuous mix of pain and pleasure over the past few days, leaving her feeling as though she might explode. While she was genuinely happy that Glen wanted to photograph her, the sight of these pictures made her want to disappear. Gazing into Glen's ordinarily dark eyes, she discerned a flicker of reluctance and resolve. It seemed that if she uttered a negative response, he would delete those cherished images without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione ultimately softened. "It's not that I can't be photographed," she conceded, "but only if no one else sees them besides you." Suddenly, Hermione's heart raced as she realized the camera she had been holding had vanished. Turning her head in a daze, she was alarmed to discover that it had inexplicably ended up in her mother's hands. "Oh," Mrs. Granger beamed lovingly. "Look what I've found, Chris. It's a delightful collection of photos that Glen took of our lovely daughter." Mr. Granger was the first to reach the scene. "Let me see," followed closely by Mrs. Hossern. "Wait for me." Mr. Hossern, pushed aside by the excited Mrs. Hossern, quickly composed himself and arrived last. As Hermione watched the 4 adults huddled around the small screen, scrutinizing her most embarrassing moments, despair washed over her. "I can't stay in this house for another moment." This Christmas vacation had witnessed the most devastating and despairing event in Hermione's life. Chapter 158, The Events That Followed. Upon returning to Hogwarts after the Christmas holiday, Glen prepared himself for a deluge of troubles that lay ahead. Following a rather strange encounter with Voldemort, who had been nursing his wounds in the Forbidden Forest, Glen had remained on edge. Despite having enjoyed a delightful time during Christmas, he still maintained a strong self-discipline that kept his burgeoning desire to grow closer to Hermione at bay. Back at school, Glen, having received a commission from Dumbledore, began utilizing his spare time to employ magic and alchemy in the repair and reconstruction of Hogwarts' protective measures. Over the course of a month, he meticulously explored every nook and cranny of Hogwarts, constructing a comprehensive three-dimensional model in his mind. During this process, he stumbled upon the countless hidden passages within the castle. Some of these passages had collapsed and were blocked, while others remained accessible. Thus, Glen, accompanied by Hermione, who had confirmed their mutual feelings and was becoming increasingly attached to him, embarked on what he termed an exploration, yet was truly a romantic expedition. To survey these passages and supplement the information into his mental map. The intricate network of passages connected various locations, linking different floors of Hogwarts and some areas beyond its walls. This was undeniably precarious. Alarmingly, a hidden passage behind the statue of the one-eyed witch on the 4th floor led directly to Honeydukes in Hogsmeade. Glen deemed it imperative to obliterate such routes that allowed direct access to the heart of Hogwarts from the outside world. However, before taking action, he consulted Dumbledore, the current headmaster, at Hermione's behest. The response he received was, unsurprisingly, that the passage could not be destroyed. Yes, including other passages, Dumbledore remarked. Although I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, I cannot fully endorse any alterations to the castle's fundamental structure. After all, these hidden treasures were left for future generations to discover by the castle's creators. Dumbledore's affection for the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts was evident. He preferred to sacrifice some degree of safety to provide the brave adventurers within the castle with serendipitous discoveries. This was, indeed, perplexing. Nevertheless, Glen resolved to let it be. His initial instinct to seal the passages with alchemy before Hermione spoke stemmed from his understanding of Dumbledore's likely response, so he was not taken aback by the outcome. It was no wonder that Hogwarts had become a breeding ground for troubles. However, it mattered little. Since he was now aware of the passages, they could be utilized strategically. With the right arrangements, these seemingly secret routes could serve as traps for those with nefarious intentions. Thus, the necessary preparations would be made. Glen had already devised his first step in fortifying Hogwarts Castle. Evidently, the endeavor to update the magical apparatus that sustains the operations of Hogwarts Castle necessitates an extensive period of research and practical application. A task that cannot be accomplished in the short term. The creation and installation of the protective devices envisaged by Glen, both within and outside Hogwarts, will similarly demand a considerable investment of time and effort. For the current state of Hogwarts, which induces a sense of dismay in Glen, this is clearly not the most prudent option in the immediate future. Consequently, Glen opted to install a surveillance system. However, this surveillance is not to be confused with mundane alternatives. Glen is acutely aware that the so-called Muggle substitutes within Hogwarts would falter, a fact Hermione has reiterated numerous times while perusing a brief history of Hogwarts. Even if Glen comprehended the methodology for creating such surveillance, he would still be unable to install it within the enigmatic magnetic field of Hogwarts. Thus, he contemplated the principle of magical substitutes, aiming to recreate a surveillance device suitable for the wizarding world through the fusion of magic and alchemy. For Glen, who adeptly combines the principles of surveillance and alchemy, this task is remarkably straightforward. He would utilize magical energy in lieu of electricity, and the transmission of information between alchemical devices via magical connections proves simpler than electrical systems. As for the cameras, their operation parallels that of the magical camera Glen possesses. Upon Dumbledore granting Glen access to the magical source that sustains the castle's infrastructure, he commenced the installation of cameras within Hogwarts, drawing upon his experiences from a previous life. As an assassin, it is customary to install cameras to thwart external threats within a building when materials and energy are abundantly available, ensuring there are no blind spots in surveillance. Glen swiftly completed the fabrication and installation of the cameras. However, the more intricate challenge lay in transmitting the signals captured by the cameras to the envisioned monitoring terminal. The terminal display could be crafted through alchemy into a device capable of receiving and recognizing magical signals, triggering corresponding fluorescent spells of varying colors. Yet, the task of distinguishing different magical signals became a formidable obstacle. The magic found in nature is pure, ultimately. The magical energy that allows wizards to perform their spells is derived through a triad of processes: the absorption of pure magical energy from nature, the mental processing of that energy, and the storage of one's personalized magical essence. Only through these stages can the originally uniform and pure magic be transformed into various forms of distinct properties. In the realm of the Muggle world, the principle of recognizing and extracting electrical signals lies in their diverse manifestations. Variations in amplitude, frequency, phase, and other characteristics provide a myriad of forms. Although there are templates to emulate, the challenge of achieving the same degree of variability in magical signals is significantly more complex than that of electrical signals, leaving Glen momentarily at a loss. Thus, he found himself compelled to seek the assistance of Dumbledore, the erudite Archmage. Dumbledore was deeply intrigued by the matter. recalling how the Chamber of Secrets incident had initially misled the Ministry of Magic, leading to their embarrassment. Based on the testimonies of Ginny, Harry, Ron, and others, he deduced that the elder Malfoy was the original possessor of Tom's diary and had intended to use it to incriminate the Weasley family. After offering his warning, the elderly B, having long since relaxed, eagerly joined in the development of what Glen referred to as a monitoring system for the Wizarding World. With Glen present, Hermione naturally followed suit, quickly grasping the discussion between the elder and the youth, seamlessly integrating herself into the conversation. Thus, the research team gained an additional member. Chapter 159. The research completed, but has it ended? Throughout the research process, all three individuals benefited immensely. Dumbledore and Hermione marveled at the theories and knowledge articulated by Glen, while Glen and Hermione absorbed Dumbledore's profound wisdom. Hermione emerged as the greatest beneficiary. The young girl, akin to a sun-dried sponge, voraciously soaked up knowledge, enriching her mind and, through her swift intellect, contributed to Glen's research, deriving great joy from the process. Although Dumbledore imparted knowledge unrelated to advanced spell work during the study of the magical monitoring system, focusing instead on the foundational aspects of magic and magical power, Hermione felt she had gained tremendously. Not merely a gain, but a substantial windfall. Such knowledge constituted the very foundation of the magical realm. Moreover, Dumbledore's explanations made complex concepts remarkably digestible, far surpassing the speed of solitary study. Hermione was utterly captivated, even finding her usual books less appealing. Glen, however, was not concerned about Hermione's potential decline. After their limited research discussions each day, she would revert to her usual self. Like Hermione, he too had garnered a wealth of insights. Recognizing the multifaceted nature of reality, Glen understood that individuals perceive the same matter differently, often leading to varied conclusions. Regular collaboration and communication with Hermione had sharpened his awareness of this truth. The disparity between his perspective on the magical conduit for monitoring and Dumbledore's was significant. The latter's insights, stemming from a higher vantage point within the magical community, proved far more pragmatic and efficient. Ultimately, Glen realized that his knowledge was insufficient and his vision was narrow. Dumbledore's erudition and counsel provided Glen with abundant inspiration. And with Hermione's assistance, after more than 3 months, the wizarding monitoring system finally came to fruition. Outside the headmaster's office, a soft click echoed as the long-unseen stone gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the ascending staircase leading to the office. At the pinnacle of the staircase, Glen, having cast the Aragog's embrace spell, adhered himself to the wall, holding a small object in his left hand. He pressed it against a shadowed corner of the door. The glow of the magical hand emanated as the alchemical circuit extended from the object, merging with the wall for a fleeting moment before vanishing. The camera installation was complete, and the magical information conduit was connected. Glen's left hand remained steady as he lifted the black satin veil obscuring his eyes, attuning himself to the magical currents in the air. Moments later, the connection between the camera and the terminal was established. Releasing the spider's thread spell, Glen descended to the ground, looked up, and waved at the camera. As if receiving his gesture, the camera, positioned above, began to sway gently from side to side. Glen then lowered his gaze and retrieved a somewhat flat rectangular object from the black ring on his left hand. Encased in black metal, it featured a crystal screen. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to a smartphone, yet it was merely a compact surveillance terminal designed to receive images captured by the camera. Currently, the crystal displayed a singular image, Glen, who was peering down at the terminal. Without physically touching it, Glen simply willed the monitoring display to enlarge. This time, there should be no issues. Retrieving the terminal, Glen pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. Inside, Hermione was sprawled on the sofa, eagerly examining a terminal with a white metal casing. The earlier camera movement had been orchestrated through her control of this device. Dumbledore, as usual, sat behind his desk, where a large-screen terminal stood prominently. Hermione felt that, given Dumbledore's age, it would be prudent to provide him with a larger screen for the sake of his eyesight. Glen, we did it. Upon Glen's arrival, Hermione raised the terminal in her hands and joyfully leaped into his embrace, nuzzling against him in celebration. It was no wonder Hermione was so elated. Over the past few months, they had discarded hundreds of design drafts. Hermione had become exponentially more adept at wielding the magic that animated the quill and directly restructured ink on parchment, a skill that had surpassed her previous capabilities by leaps and bounds. The volume of these designs and schematics had nearly equaled the amount of notes she had taken on magical knowledge since her first year. Perseverance bore fruit, as the successful installation of the camera for the 274th time and the connection of the surveillance system heralded the triumphant development of their Hogwarts monitoring network. Embracing Hermione, Glen affectionately ruffled her hair, nodding in acknowledgement, before shifting his gaze to Dumbledore, who was peering at the monitor through his glasses, perched precariously on his crooked nose. Professor Dumbledore, the only remaining task is to install the cameras in the designated locations, Glen stated. There's no need to rush, Glen. We can install them when we return after the break, Dumbledore replied, lifting his gaze and adjusting his glasses. Observing the sight of the young girl playfully cuddled in the boy's arms, chuckling softly. Today marks the final day of the semester. You both should take it easy. Indeed. Both Glen and Hermione were workaholics. Once immersed in their research, they cast aside all leisurely pursuits during their free time, rushing to Dumbledore's office to engage in fervent discussions at the end of each class. Although their classmates had grown accustomed to their frequent disappearances, the reality remained that Glen and Hermione had not allowed themselves a moment of relaxation for several months. Both individuals remained utterly dedicated to their studies and personal practice, achieving commendable results in their final examinations. Unsurprisingly, Hermione continued to reign as the top student in her year, with Glen once again conceding defeat to the young girl. Despite his struggles in the subject of history of magic, Glen managed to secure an impressive second place in his class. He could be considered quite the academic overachiever, with only fellow scholars able to surpass him. Time, indeed, flies swiftly. I find it hard to grasp that vacation is approaching, compared to the earlier half of the year. The latter half has been exceedingly pleasant. As they departed from Dumbledore's office, the young girl stretched and mused aloud. Even though she and Glen had been occupied since after Christmas, Hermione still found this lifestyle to be remarkably easygoing, especially in light of the myriad troubles encountered earlier in the year. Had those incidents not occurred, our lives would surely have been more carefree and joyful, Glen responded calmly. You are now using the word joyful, I see. After becoming romantically involved with you, I have profoundly experienced this emotion, allowing me to accurately apply it in everyday life, he replied. Oh, I see. Chapter 160, The Attitudes of the Crowd. The boy clasped the girl's hand, leisurely wandering the corridors of Hogwarts after a long absence. Tonight marked the end-of-term feast. A stream of students passed by, many of whom greeted Hermione, to which she responded with a warm smile. The little witches and wizards had begun to acclimatize to the presence of the unassuming boy in black satin trailing behind Hermione, having grown accustomed to it. After all, Glen was now Hermione's official boyfriend, and they no longer needed to discreetly hold hands in public. Although Hermione still felt shy about engaging in overly affectionate displays in public, she was entirely unreserved when it came to holding hands. She would have gladly strolled around the entirety of Hogwarts with Glen to proclaim their relationship, albeit in a less exaggerated manner. The girl possessed a strong sense of possessiveness. Consequently, aside from Hermione's closest friends, who had long suspected something was amiss between her and Glen, the rest of her acquaintances, whether newly acquainted or well familiar, had all come to know of Glen Hawthorne. This was partly due to Glen's typical reticence and his deliberate practice of enhancement spells in daily life. While the boy adorned in black satin was indeed striking, the novelty wore off quickly, and Glen's presence became rather inconspicuous due to his self-regulation and the effects of the spells. However, thanks to Hermione's boastful behavior, Glen re-emerged into the public eye. However, Glen remained indifferent to the superficial impression of Hermione Granger's boyfriend. As long as he could further diminish his presence and employ stronger concealment charms, he believed it could be eliminated. Nevertheless, one must proceed step by step. Glen's daily training continued unabated, and he was confident that one day his presence would naturally fade away once more, perhaps. Hermione, at present, enjoyed considerable popularity within Hogwarts, thanks to her impeccable academic performance, her courteous demeanor, and her equitable treatment of others. Unlike the traditional Gryffindors, who often exuded calmness, her amiable nature helped Hermione garner a plethora of friendly acquaintances and favorable opinions. Indeed, there were no shortage of young wizards and witches who found her endearing. For Hermione was a charming and lovely young lady. Although she had yet to fully blossom, her beauty was already beginning to reveal itself. Under Glen's influence, she had tempered her inner brilliance, no longer coming across as overly assertive or harsh in her speech. Simultaneously, thanks to Glen, Hermione learned from her dear friends how to enhance her appearance and showcase her best self. Although she found the process somewhat bothersome, sacrificing precious moments of sleep to prepare in the mornings, she discovered that taking the time to present herself meticulously felt quite rewarding. Previously, Hermione's appearance would be impeccably arranged upon rising, but with the invaluable advice from her understanding roommates, she now emerged even more radiant after her grooming. The saying that one's appearance influences their mood held true. Nowadays, Hermione awoke each morning brimming with vitality, her spirits soaring, and her confidence palpable. A stark contrast to her demeanor upon entering Hogwarts. This transformation became even more pronounced after she and Glen officially acknowledged their relationship. Though Hermione's evolution was gradual, it did not go unnoticed by those around her. It was only natural that the young witches and wizards were captivated by her. Glen thought, both rationally and emotionally, that he could not be blamed, especially considering his emotional shortcomings. However, students of this era were still quite naive and kind-hearted, regardless of their affections for Hermione. Both the young wizards and witches resigned themselves to her newfound status after realizing she was taken, albeit with a hint of regret for not having recognized her beauty sooner. Lamenting that Hawthorne had seized the opportunity first. If Hermione were to overhear their musings, she might struggle to suppress her laughter. However, such sentiments were confined primarily to the Gryffindors, while the Slytherins, who had been closely monitoring the developments between the two, were seething with jealousy. It was not so much a matter of disapproval regarding the union. Indeed, many Slytherins had defected during the first dueling club due to Hermione's impressive presence. Their meticulous observation of Glen and Hermione's relationship left them resigned, yet they understood that this pair was destined to be together eventually. The Slytherins were simply envious. Consequently, various factions began to emerge within Slytherin, those advocating for pure jealousy, those attempting to undermine Granger, and those seeking to incite discord. The cohesion and strength of Slytherin nearly led to its fragmentation. Of course, there is also the Sugar Party. Incidentally, the leader of this faction is Draco, who, being a friend of the two involved, has long seen through everything. While other factions are at odds, he quietly raises the banner of the Sugar Party, patiently awaiting comrades who will come to terms with and accept the reality. After Hermione announced the news, Draco distinctly sensed that the atmosphere between the two individuals, who were already inseparable, became even more adhesive. Alas, young Draco found himself at a loss for words when it came to expressing sweetness. However, witnessing the affectionate display between these two, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he found himself yearning for a sweet romance himself. Propping his chin on his hand, Draco gazed at the blackboard ahead, yet his peripheral vision caught sight of Glen and Hermione, whose hands remained clasped together without relinquishing their grip. This gentle warmth emanating from them stirred something within him. Perhaps his previous perceptions of love had been somewhat misguided? Even Glen, who resembled a merciless harbinger of doom, had found sweet love. What of himself, a relatively normal individual? His thoughts drifted, but Draco's primary focus remained on the lecture, deftly directing his floating quill to take notes. Nonetheless, this did not hinder him from contemplating significant matters in his life. Neville. Suddenly, he leaned towards Neville and whispered, "Have you ever considered dating?" The unexpected query left Neville momentarily stunned, and upon noticing Draco's inexplicable expression, his own demeanor shifted to one of confusion. After a moment of deliberation, Neville resolved to respond earnestly. "Draco, I have someone I like, and she is a girl." This time, it was Draco who was left bewildered. After a brief mental recalibration, he realized Neville had misunderstood, and his expression darkened. He exerted all his learned restraint to suppress the urge to curse. His lips twitched, ultimately forming a single word: get lost. Chapter 161, Reflections on the Future. Nearby, Hermione greeted passing friends, while Glen silently contemplated the events of recent times. The absence of any unusual occurrences at Hogwarts itself was, in fact, quite extraordinary. During his period of research and monitoring, the chaos that had enveloped Hogwarts in the first half of the term had returned to a semblance of normality. Notably, personnel from the Ministry of Magic had visited, including the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, though Glen did not witness this firsthand as it coincided with his class time. However, he could surmise the reason for the minister's visit without much thought: an inquiry into grievances. The news regarding the Basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets likely did not circulate. The incident had been resolved by Glen and Hermione before it could escalate. Thus, the purpose of the minister's visit must pertain to the recent upheaval caused by the Acromantula. However, Dumbledore was likely well prepared for this eventuality. Glen was unclear about the specifics of their conversation. However, he discerned from the grim expression of the Minister of Magic upon departing Hogwarts that Dumbledore had indeed managed to exert influence over him. It sufficed for Glen to know that Dumbledore had likely exonerated Hagrid from the accusations levied against him 50 years prior during his engagement with the minister, and that their towering friend was pleased with this outcome. Hermione, too, felt a surge of joy over this development. Though Glen was uncertain of his own sentiments, perhaps they were not dissimilar. Yet, Glen expressed his reluctance to accept Hagrid's invitation for dinner at his modest hut. Despite the latter's earnest intentions, his previous acceptance of Hagrid's culinary offerings had been due to Hermione's involvement in the preparation. Now, with the invitation stemming solely from Hagrid's goodwill, Glen preferred to abstain. Nevertheless, he found himself pondering Dumbledore's words regarding the imminent increase in the Ministry of Magic's interference with Hogwarts. The old wizard had articulated a notion of suppression and balance, suggesting that individuals of notable power invariably attract scrutiny and opposition from those who wield authority. Regardless of the era, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, a recipient of the Order of Merlin, First Class, the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and the greatest wizard of the Eagle Nation, bore an impressive array of titles that underscored his formidable strength and the vast power at his disposal. While this venerable elder had no intention of abusing such authority or confronting adversaries, others might not share the same perspective. Thus, It was evident that he would attract considerable attention, with the Ministry of Magic being one of the entities poised to challenge him. Glen had gleaned snippets of the Ministry's clandestine pressures on Dumbledore through Hermione, yet he remained unconcerned. After all, individuals who ascend to Dumbledore's stature are not easily subdued. It was merely that Dumbledore seemed disinterested in addressing those who sought to undermine the Ministry. Ultimately, would a man already resigned to his fate, yet possessing a kind heart, truly concern himself with the antics of petty buffoons surrounding him? Nonetheless, it was clear that any interference from the Ministry would inevitably disrupt the lives of both Glen and Hermione. Perhaps this would not be as bothersome for Hermione. But for Glen, who held little regard for regulations, it was less than agreeable. However, as long as the Ministry's agents did not encroach upon his personal affairs, Glen was disinclined to take action against them. Should they bring trouble upon him, he would not hesitate to gauge the purportedly diminished combat abilities of the Aurors, who were said to struggle even with the simplest of spells. He wondered how their prowess would compare to that of the dark wizards lurking in Nocturne Alley, and whether they truly possessed the strength to enforce their authority. Glen harbored considerable skepticism regarding the notion that the individual prowess of those dark wizards who tread the precarious line between life and death in desperate struggle for survival could indeed surpass that of the gradually decaying official organizations in this era. Presently, Glen would not initiate an unwarranted attack on any individual. The population of the eight-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest had dwindled to nearly nothing, and finding new targets would require time. He found himself unable to unleash the negative desires festering within. Thus, perhaps he clung to a flicker of hope that the Ministry of Magic might stir up some trouble for him. Yet, such thoughts were best left unpondered. At this moment, Glen's inclinations leaned more towards cherishing a tranquil life alongside Hermione. The dynamics of their relationship had shifted, and while their daily existence remained largely unchanged, Glen could distinctly sense a burgeoning array of emotions taking root in his heart, flourishing under Hermione's companionship. Indeed, Hermione was far more appealing. Besides the Ministry, there was another matter that Glen had mentally highlighted in red: Draco Malfoy. To be precise, the current patriarch of the Malfoy family, Lucius Malfoy. One fateful day, that man had suddenly arrived at Hogwarts, emerging from the headmaster's office with a rather grim expression after a brief visit, and then he departed just as swiftly. Glen's awareness of Lucius Malfoy's presence was acute. He had been fixated on him from the moment he realized the man had entered Hogwarts. Using his advanced concealment charm, he followed Lucius to the headmaster's office and eavesdropped on the discussion between Dumbledore and Lucius. It was then that a lingering question in Glen's mind found resolution. The cursed diary that plagued Ginny Weasley had been secretly slipped into her cauldron by Lucius Malfoy during an encounter with the Weasley family at Borgin and Burke's. The intention was to orchestrate a situation where the controlled Ginny would attack Muggles, thus tarnishing the Weasley family's reputation and undermining the impact of their published Muggle Protection Act. It became evident that Lucius Malfoy still harbored allegiance to Voldemort, a troubling revelation given the considerable influence the Malfoy family wielded among purebloods. It seemed imperative that a visit to the Draco household should be prioritized. Glen had contemplated this course of action long before. Previously, as a neophyte in the magical world, he had lacked any backing, rendering such actions imprudent. However, the current circumstances warranted a different approach. The outdated ideologies of old Malfoy needed rectification. For Glen could not bear to witness the demise of one of his few friends' elders at his own hands. Hermione, a friend of Draco, would surely be unable to bear such a burden. After all, he was not a monster, was he? Let us stroll by the Black Lake. It has been far too long since we wandered outside the castle, Glen suggested. Indeed, let us go, she replied. Chapter 162, Awaiting the Future. After departing from Dumbledore's office, the two young ones meandered slowly throughout the day, taking a leisurely walk by the shores of the Black Lake, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the earth and grass. Visiting Hagrid and Norberta, Hagrid soared low above the Forbidden Forest, riding on the back of a fire dragon. Upon arriving at the castle's lawn, they encountered Crookshanks, who was leisurely basking in the sun. Alternatively, after a tiring stroll, they would retreat to the Room of Requirement for a respite, cherishing their time together in solitude. Overall, this day unfolded delightfully. As the hour of the evening feast approached, Hermione observed her friends from various houses dispersing within the Great Hall, returning to their respective house tables. Following the tumultuous battle against the Acromantula, the estrangement among the four Hogwarts houses had significantly diminished. Inter-house visits became a daily occurrence, and shifts in seating during meals were commonplace. Of course, the fierce rivalry during dueling club sessions and Quidditch matches, where each side sought to best the other, remained entirely expected. Disputes persisted, tensions ran high. Yet the relationships among the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts had indeed improved, which brought Hermione great comfort, instilling in her a sense of accomplishment for her efforts. In truth, the young girl's social endeavors at school were largely aimed at fostering mutual recognition and respect among the four houses. While differences could not be eradicated, The cultivation of mutual respect was achievable. Furthermore, the bonds among young witches and wizards, whether from different houses or within the same house, had grown considerably closer and friendlier, leading to notable improvements in their academic performances. A conducive learning environment and the positive actions of their peers truly inspired the young wizards to engage in their studies diligently. Not to mention, their experiences in the dueling club and the particularly memorable battle emphasized the vital importance of serious study. Mastering magic could indeed prove life-saving and protective in critical moments. Many mischievous young wizards subsequently forced themselves to temper their antics and began to take their studies seriously. Admittedly, the process of filling in knowledge gaps was often painful, akin to wearing a mask of suffering. Fortunately, Hermione dedicated time each day to host small study sessions, collaborating with her peers to discuss academic challenges and assist those struggling with their understanding. After all, teaching others is a form of learning itself, and Hermione often found her own gaps filled in the process, relishing her role. As these study sessions grew in size, several upperclassmen occasionally joined to relax before their ordinary wizarding-level examinations, offering guidance to their younger counterparts. Initially, these gatherings were held solely in the Gryffindor common room. But as attendance swelled, Hermione sought the support of Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore, who graciously provided a vacant classroom for their meetings. Now, that classroom had been magically expanded several times over by Dumbledore, allowing witches and wizards from all four houses to frequently convene, engaging in discussions about academics and practical applications. Naturally, Hermione found it challenging to manage alone, so she called upon friends to help fill in the gaps for answering questions and providing guidance. Fortunately, among the young sorcerers attending the study session, there were those who volunteered to join the group of problem solvers, significantly alleviating the pressure on the young girls. The camaraderie among the members of the study group flourished, making it a rare sanctuary devoid of inter-house conflicts. Well, conflicts did exist, yet they primarily revolved around differing perspectives on the same issues, which can be regarded as a positive development. It is precisely this commendable academic atmosphere that has pervaded Hogwarts, enabling even the young sorcerers to perform remarkably well in their final examinations, achieving an unprecedented average score despite the prolonged upheaval of the first half of the year. This accomplishment filled Hermione with pride, not only for them, but also for herself. The young girl was also rewarded with praise from Glen, as she had hoped. However, despite the overall improvement in scores across the houses and the young sorcerer's newfound attentiveness in class, certain lingering stimuli from the previous term still resided in the minds of some members of a particular house. Thus, the announcement echoed, first place, Slytherin House. With a score of 867, Dumbledore, holding the parchment, declared the points earned by the four houses in the competition for the House Cup. Slytherin, with an unstoppable momentum, reclaimed the glory they had lost the previous year, surpassing the second-place Gryffindor by a margin of 43 points. The second position, attributed largely to Hermione's swift responses in class and her collaboration with Glen in resolving the Chamber of Secrets incident, saw Gryffindor barely edging ahead of the soaring Eagles. As for the Badgers, they remained as unambitious as ever, indulging in slumber and idleness. Yet the noticeable increase in their scores from the previous year raised questions about whether the little Badgers were indeed languishing or secretly preparing for a remarkable breakthrough. However, such uncertainties would be left to the future young sorcerers. For the time being, the protagonists of Hogwarts were the little snakes of Slytherin. Woohoo! The Slytherin young sorcerers could no longer contain their smiles and erupted in cheers, their hats tossed high in the air. After a year of hard work, they finally reaped the rewards of their efforts, reclaiming their glory. On the professor's dais, Snape's peculiar expression surfaced, and despite the old bat's attempts to suppress his facial muscles, those familiar with him, such as the two young ones, could discern his satisfaction with the fair outcome. Dumbledore merely smiled gently, his azure eyes glimmering with wisdom as his gaze subtly shifted towards Harry. The flicker of reluctant yet respectful acceptance in the boy's green eyes prompted a contemplative sigh from Dumbledore. It seemed that sometimes, a setback could serve as a catalyst for personal growth rather than a misfortune. Consequently, Dumbledore initiated the applause. As the applause resonated throughout the auditorium, it was untainted, emanating pure admiration devoid of any ulterior motives. I am determined to secure the House Cup for our college next semester. Hermione, pouting with a hint of discontent, continued to clap, turning to Glen, who remained seated beside her. Well, good luck, he replied calmly. I suppose I am the villain intent on stealing your House Cup? Noticing Glen's indifference, Hermione shot him a glance and lightly nudged him with her head. Do you think I care? Moreover, it must be said that the average skill level among the wizards of Slytherin does indeed surpass that of other houses. Even you, Hermione, would find it challenging to catch up in points solely through personal effort, Glen remarked thoughtfully, gently ruffling the girl's fluffy hair. Our little wizards are starting to put in their efforts as well. Come what may, it is hard to say who will emerge stronger. Then let us wait and see. Indeed, let us wait and see. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters to me. Hee hee, True to form, you are quite straightforward. Thus, the conclusion of their second year unfolded amidst the subtle exchanges between Glen and Hermione. Volume 4, Third Year. Chapter 1, The Shopping of the New Semester. The streets of Diagon Alley buzzed with a lively throng, a mix of individuals both young and old. However, the majority consisted of young witches and wizards from Hogwarts, eagerly purchasing textbooks for the forthcoming semester and new garments to accommodate their growth spurts. For delightful young girls, in the bloom of their youth, walked hand in hand, laughing and chatting merrily. Their melodious laughter echoed, creating an atmosphere so joyous that passers-by could not help but smile, reflecting on the beauty of youth. Amidst this vibrant scene, a boy with raven-black curls, clad in dark attire, walked expressionlessly while carrying an assortment of bags. Though his eyes were obscured by a black cloth, he maintained a steady pace, keeping a consistent distance behind the group of girls. Was he a stalker? No, he was merely Glen, unwittingly relegated to the role of a bag carrier. The Hossern family had been vacationing in France alongside the Granger family for some time, and with summer drawing to a close, the two youngsters returned to England, choosing a day to visit Diagon Alley for their necessary supplies. Hermione, originally hoping for a private outing with Glen, found herself unexpectedly encountering her roommates Lavender and Parvati, as well as a lost little eagle named Luna. Nevertheless, Hermione felt little regret, for any time spent with Glen constituted a date in her eyes. Since solidifying their relationship, their affection had flourished, yet their dynamic remained largely unchanged. Thus, even though the idea of spending time alone with Glen was enticing, Hermione could not bring herself to disregard her friends. Though everyone communicated through letters during the holiday, Hermione still yearned to stroll through the streets with her friends after not seeing them for an entire summer. Not to mention that her somewhat dazed friend Luna seemed to be wandering aimlessly, appearing quite lost. Thus, Hermione tilted her head to signal Glen, who understood her cue and released her hand, allowing the young girl to step forward and greet her friends. The situation then unfolded in this manner, with others observing. Glen and Hermione felt it inappropriate to employ the disillusionment charm to conceal their purchases, prompting Glen to offer to carry the girls' belongings. This notion had been suggested to him by Draco during his visit to Malfoy Manor over the summer. Establishing a better rapport with Hermione's friends could prevent them from covertly speaking ill of him behind his back. After all, he realized that among his peers, Hermione was the sole female he interacted with. Draco's earnest words echoed in Glen's mind, though he was not one to easily trust others. He acknowledged that connections could indeed prove beneficial. Accustomed to handling matters alone, he had somewhat overlooked this aspect. However, if Glen recalled correctly, Draco himself had no romantic experience to speak of, thus his advice could only be partially trusted. It was essential for Glen to observe and practice in order to draw his own conclusions. Naturally, Glen shared this perspective with Hermione, hoping to gain insights from her vast experience in interpersonal relationships. They probably won't speak ill of you, but from my perspective, I genuinely hope you can also become friends with my friends, he expressed. After hearing Glen's earnest analysis, Hermione felt both amused and exasperated, yet upon reflection, she recognized that this could indeed be a splendid way for Glen to forge new friendships. She patted Glen's shoulder in response. So today, Glen sensed the girls' desire to huddle together, but their burdensome items hindered them, prompting him to take action. Aware of Glen's good intentions, Hermione did not hesitate to encourage her friends to hand their belongings over to him, eager to free her hands to hold his. However, after hearing about your relationship with Glen, our perception of him has significantly changed, you know? Honestly, I once thought he was merely a taciturn, brooding little wizard. Wondering why you would be drawn to him. It seems there are reasons behind it. One of the girls remarked after Hermione shared her experiences with Glen during their travels in France. Parvati voiced her agreement, while Lavender nodded with envy sparkling in her eyes. Though Glen Hufflepuff may be a reserved soul, he undoubtedly proves to be a considerate partner. Oh, why can't I ever meet my true soulmate? Hermione, you are simply too enviable, Lavender lamented, vigorously shaking Hermione's arm. Luna gazed at Hermione with a gentle smile, remaining silent. Oh, the envy is palpable. How could one not feel it? Glen's merits lie hidden in the shadows, making them difficult for others to discern. In the young girl's perspective, Glen's praise equated to her own. Though her friend's compliments made her blush, she proudly declared this sentiment. Parvati and Lavender exchanged knowing glances, then shared a mischievous smile, slightly glancing back at Glen, who was trailing behind them with a multitude of bags. With a playful intent, they turned their gaze towards Hermione. Your boyfriend is still here, so we'll grant you a modicum of courtesy. But once we return to the dormitory, we shall thoroughly punish the boastful child. They giggled at Hermione. The smile on Hermione's face abruptly froze. Her gaze wandered until it landed on the Leaky Cauldron bookstore, her eyes lighting up. Oh no, look, the bookstore is here. Let us hurry inside and procure the books we need for this term, especially since there are so many new classes. Releasing her grip on Luna and Lavender, the young girl darted into the store, choosing to hide. Lavender rolled her eyes. Don't think you can escape our tickling torment like this, Hermione. Just wait. She then turned to Luna, cheerfully taking her hand. Under Hermione's introduction, they naturally became good friends with the charming junior. Come on, Luna, let us go buy some books. Luna nodded obediently, following them into the Leaky Cauldron bookstore. Glen observed this with a sense of familiarity in his judgment. It was a sign of Hermione's close relationship with her friends. Thus, the so-called tickling torment would be Hermione's burden to bear. After all, she also delighted in playful antics, particularly in the art of tickling. It could only be said that karma has its way of turning the tables. Glen entered with an expressionless face, never considering that Hermione would soon retaliate after she initially engaged him in playful antics, flipping the script. Overall, the poor Hermione was perpetually on the losing end. Yet, she seemed to revel in it all the same. Chapter 2. The Noisy Bookstore. Upon entering, Glen immediately sensed something amiss in the atmosphere of the Leaky Cauldron bookstore. To be precise, it was excessively loud. The clashing of metal against metal, the low growls of peculiar creatures, the grinding of sharp teeth against steel. What was once a relatively tranquil establishment compared to the shops of Diagon Alley was now filled with an irksome cacophony. The source of the noise stemmed from the numerous iron cages within the bookstore, housing strange little creatures resembling monstrous bookish beings with long, sharp teeth. It appeared that this was indeed the required textbook for the Care of Magical Creatures course, the Monster Book of Monsters. Truly fitting. This book was on their shopping list. Yet Hermione seemed disinclined to acknowledge it at that moment, after she had fled into the Leaky Cauldron bookstore in an act of avoidance. A certain switch within her had been activated. In the future, the courses to be studied have increased. In other words, the vast ocean of knowledge that Hermione has the opportunity to explore has broadened significantly. Previously, as she was merely embarking on her journey into the world of wizardry, the young girl, though tempted, understood the importance of not being overly ambitious, focusing her energy on the knowledge being imparted in her current studies. However, the situation has changed. Hermione believes that her capabilities have matured sufficiently to accommodate a greater variety of knowledge within her mind. Although these delightful bits of knowledge may not captivate her as much as Glen does, the sheer abundance and variety of them are irresistible. The dormant beast within Hermione has awakened. She has forgotten her earlier embarrassment before entering the bookstore and now eagerly begins to select the enchanting subjects that catch her eye. As a third-year student, she is required to undertake 7 core subjects: transfiguration, potions, charms, herbology, history of magic, astronomy, and defense against the dark arts. Additionally, she must choose at least 2 elective courses from divination, arithmancy, ancient runes, care of magical creatures, and muggle studies. Typically, most young witches and wizards would opt for only 2 electives. Yet, Hermione is no ordinary student. Thus, she intends to enroll in all required courses except for divination. The reason for this exclusion stems from Glen's advice. He had long anticipated that Hermione, ever eager to learn, might impulsively select every available course, forgetting that while they study Hogwarts curriculum, they must also independently learn certain courses from the Dragon Kingdom School of Sorcery. Though neither of them intends to delve into more complex electives, the volume of study they each choose cannot be underestimated. Glen and Hermione have both selected the combat and spellcasting course. Glen has additionally chosen potions and alchemy, while Hermione has opted for care of magical creatures. After all, she has always looked forward to returning to the Dragon Kingdom to join the young sorcerers in encountering her own plush, magical creature companion. Moreover, she must concurrently prepare lessons for Hagrid on care of magical creatures, ensuring harmony between Hagrid and Norberta. Their current academic workload has escalated to a level that others would find hard to fathom. Although both are masters of time management, possessing sufficient self-discipline and remarkable learning efficiency, the addition of these elective courses will require even Glen and Hermione to adjust and reorganize their schedules. It is likely to be exhausting, but they believe that knowledge gained is a reward in itself. Nevertheless, Glen feels a pang of concern for Hermione, fully aware that once she becomes absorbed in her studies, she tends to neglect her own well-being. After much earnest discussion, listing numerous pros and cons and analyzing the courses, Hermione reluctantly decided to forego the divination class, which is similar to arithmancy. For her, Hermione places greater faith in the results derived from her own analytical abilities rather than relying on the enigmatic signs of fate. In the midst of other courses, Hermione declared her unwavering intention to pursue them all, even resorting to charming Glen with her alluring demeanor to sway him. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. As for him, his situation wasn't significantly better. He merely opted out of one course, Muggle Studies. Although Hermione had elaborated on the value of viewing ordinary people from diverse perspectives, Glen remained indifferent. Ultimately, one must observe humanity through one's own eyes to glean true worth. Despite having one less course than Hermione, Glen's schedule still presented conflicts. However, he harbored no concerns regarding this matter. He and Hermione had long anticipated such complications, assuring themselves that they could focus on their studies when the time came. casting a glance at the exuberant Hermione, who had ventured deep into the bookstore, enthusiastically launching her assault on the volumes within. And at the trio approaching her in jovial spirits, Glen redirected his attention to the monstrous creatures compendium. He had settled on the course for the care of magical creatures alongside Hermione, while the choices of Luna, Parvati, and Lavender remained unknown to him. Thus, he decided to concentrate on securing their copy of the compendium. After all, that particular tome appeared cumbersome and would pose a notable challenge to manage. He resolved to let Hermione deliberate a while longer on her desired books, opting to tackle the troublesome matters himself. The manager of the Leaky Cauldron approached to assist Hermione and her companions, as the young lady intended to procure a substantial number of books that day. A staff member made his way towards Glen. 2 copies of the monstrous creatures compendium, Glen stated plainly, preempting the staff member's inquiry. The employee, caught off guard by the mention of Hogwarts, swallowed his words and simply replied with a reluctant "all right." As he grimaced and donned thick gloves to reach into the cage housing the biting creatures, he muttered incomprehensible phrases about the books no longer being stored and similar nonsensical remarks. Strange noises emanated from the employee, leaving it unclear whether they originated from him or the monstrous tomes. His expression twisted in discomfort, yet he bore a semblance of familiarity with the ordeal, suggesting he had endured numerous bites from the creatures before. With a flick of his wand, Glen conjured alchemical materials into the air, pointing forward. To the astonishment of the staff member, these materials morphed into 2 protective covers perfectly sized for the compendium, encapsulating the book that had bitten the employee's finger. The effect was swift. Once the employee withdrew his hand, the compendium struggled momentarily in midair before being entirely enclosed within the covers, emitting only faint sounds. With a decisive motion of his left hand, the 2 tomes collided in the air, silencing the creatures within. It appeared they had succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 3. Truly impressive. The bookstore employee stood in stunned silence. Was it the case that the quality of young wizards at Hogwarts had risen to such heights? How effortlessly they subdued these little monsters. Glen carefully stored the monster's compendium, a tome bound by his own alchemical craftsmanship, into the bag he shared with Hermione. The weight of the tome added a noticeable heft, and the inability to openly employ the undetectable extension charm or the dimensional pocket was indeed rather troublesome. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is a simple endeavor, yet the reverse is fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, this weight was inconsequential to Glen. He could bear it. He was well aware that Hermione would soon be acquiring a considerable number of books. "Excuse me, is your method a transfiguration spell from the new curriculum at Hogwarts?" The astonished shop assistant, unable to contain his curiosity, posed the question. "Indeed," Glen replied, his gaze unwavering as he spun a web of deception. The assistant, biting his lip and glancing at the indentations left on his thick gloves, steeled himself. "Could you possibly transform each of these monster books in our store with a binding cover that you conjure to contain them?" "Of course. I shall inform our manager. And I am certain he will be amenable to offering a fair price, especially since he has had his fair share of bites from these troublesome tomes." Glen hesitated momentarily, glancing at Hermione and her companions. The young girl was still engrossed in her perusal of the shelves, indicating that she would require some time to select her desired volumes. This meant there was ample time to spare, although Glen did not lack for galleons, who would ever object to possessing more wealth. Furthermore, the pace of expenditures was bound to accelerate in the days to come, so acquiring a bit more gold would be prudent. The only alchemical materials required were not expensive, essentially consisting of magically processed soil. This transaction was nearly akin to a gift. With a nod of agreement, Glen acquiesced. The assistant from Lycan Bookstore was elated and hurried off to consult with his manager. After a brief negotiation, he returned with a price that was well within Glen's expectations. Glen had no intention of quibbling over the sum. It was merely a matter of lifting a finger. Earlier, the minimal quantity of materials had allowed him to discreetly utilize his black ring, but with a larger amount now, some concealment was necessary. Glen requested the assistant to find him a private room, where he commenced the creation of the alchemical book covers. Due to their straightforward design and singular function, he completed the task in a remarkably short span of time, despite the quantity. Upon successfully binding those troublesome monster books, the manager of Lycan Bookstore arrived to inspect his work and promptly compensated him. Truly remarkable for a Hogwarts student. "Keep it up, young man. I believe you are destined for greatness." The manager clapped Glen on the shoulder, his words imbued with genuine warmth. Glen merely nodded in response, showing little outward emotion. As for Hermione, she proved to be the quintessential scholar. While other young witches and wizards spent merely a few minutes selecting books, she had nearly quadrupled that time. It was indeed an exhilarating shopping experience. The young girl, laughing heartily, stuffed a considerable stack of books into the bag Glen was holding, wiping non-existent sweat from her brow. Glen found himself in a predicament, realizing without a moment's hesitation that the small bag in his possession could not possibly accommodate the vast array of books Hermione had selected. Thus, he resorted to swiftly transferring the volumes into his enchanted ring, leaving only a few behind for appearances. However, it appeared that the owner and staff of the Leaky Cauldron welcomed us with open arms. I recalled their faces adorned with a rather woeful smile when we first entered the bookstore. Parvati turned back, noticing the bookstore owner still waving at them, feeling somewhat puzzled. Surely, it must be due to Hermione's substantial purchases. They must be delighted with so many items sold. Lavender, with a mischievous glint, shrugged her shoulders. It seemed that the bothersome flies buzzing around their heads had diminished considerably. Luna's ethereal voice floated gently in the air. Her large eyes also fixated on the proprietor standing at the entrance of the bookstore. Did this imply that their troubles had lessened significantly? That must be the case, right? Luna? After Hermione finished her shopping, she cheerfully ran to her friends, taking Luna's hand. The latter merely smiled faintly, non-committal. However, due to my influence, it seemed we had lingered a tad too long inside. So as a form of compensation, I proposed we treat you all to ice cream at Florian's ice cream parlor. And then we could conveniently settle our lunch in Diagon Alley. Hermione assessed the time and realized it was nearly mealtime, thus making the aforementioned decision. Without delay, the young girl eagerly led the group towards Florian's, with Glen reluctantly trailing behind. Eating ice cream before a proper meal may not be the best idea, he thought, shaking his head, yet he refrained from voicing this concern. After all, it was only fitting for the young girl to celebrate her reunion with friends. In that spirit, we shall forgive you. I desire chocolate chip, not ice cream. I shall have the apple syrup flavor. Parvati and Lavender, well aware of Hermione's spirited nature, readily agreed with cheerful responses. Luna appeared somewhat lost in thought, as if unable to reach a decision. Luna, what will you have? Hermione gently poked the cheek of the girl beside her, who pondered for a moment but remained uncertain. I shall have the same flavor as you. Then let us order 2 more servings of strawberry butter ice cream. Glen, are you still opting for lemon ice cream? I will just have a glass of lemonade. Well, just 1 serving of lemon ice cream for me. Faced with Hermione's cheerful yet persuasive insistence, Glen promptly retracted his statement. Glen listens to your wishes. Oh. You previously mentioned that you were in charge of both your living expenses, correct? Lavender raised an eyebrow, playfully nudging Hermione with her elbow, causing the young girl to giggle. How very henpecked. Parvati chimed in with a smile. Indeed, how very henpecked. Luna surprisingly joined in the banter, her large eyes sparkling as she narrowed them slightly, radiating a charming smile. Although I am unclear about the context of your term henpecked, if it aligns with my literal understanding, then you are indeed correct. Glen's voice resonated softly behind them, forthright as ever, swiftly silencing the young ladies. Hermione's face flushed crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment, as she instinctively reached out to cover Glen's mouth. How vexing. I too yearn for a sweet romance, lamented Lavender. Chapter 4, A Few Tidbits. Even though Glen ultimately refrained from saying more, he could not escape the fate of having his mouth covered by an irate Hermione. Glen feigned innocence. After a brief scuffle, the 5 of them each obtained their share of ice cream, concerned that Glen might struggle to carry so many bags while licking his treat. The girls thoughtfully decided to enjoy their ice cream at Florian's parlor before embarking on a culinary adventure in Diagon Alley. With a gentle lick, the ice cream imparted a coolness and a tangy sweetness, the sugar entering their systems, and dopamine began to surge, subtly uplifting Glen's spirits. After becoming a couple with Hermione, Glen found himself beginning to comprehend the essence of joy. Perhaps he should seize the next opportunity to learn the art of confectionery. Hermione would surely appreciate it. This notion took root in his mind. Though their ice cream portions were modest, they savored the delight it brought, which would linger in their hearts for some time. Thus, it was time for a meal. In truth, it wasn't particularly challenging to find one. Under the guidance of Parvati and Lavender, they swiftly entered a restaurant to indulge in lunch. Inside the establishment, a considerable crowd gathered. Wizards adorned in a plethora of robes sat together or scattered throughout the space. The wizarding world was not vast, and most adult wizards were familiar with one another, creating a lively atmosphere filled with spirited conversations. Establishments like restaurants and hotels often served as excellent venues for gathering information. Having accompanied their guardians to France for a few days, Glen and Hermione explored scenic landmarks, savored French delicacies, and even visited Professor Flamel's former residence with their extended family. The absence of dust within the house indicated that Professor Flamel and Madame Flamel had returned not long ago, making their missed encounter somewhat regrettable. Upon returning home, Glen spent some time dating Hermione privately, relishing the long-awaited relaxation, and they chose not to delve into the complexities of the Wizarding World's news. Consequently, the information Glen had encountered during the summer was limited to the letters sent by Neville and Draco and the few hours he spent as a guest at Malfoy Manor, most of which proved to be of little value. As Glen stepped into Diagon Alley, he began to attentively gather snippets of conversation from passers-by, extracting pertinent information. Among the chatter, one particular piece of news surfaced with alarming frequency. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. Azkaban's infamous prisoner, Gilderoy Lockhart, has also been transported there, reportedly sentenced to several decades. However, he should have perished beneath my contraption. I have not heard any news of him recently, nor have I seen any related articles in the newspapers. The discovery of the device? That seems implausible. I managed to keep it a secret from Dumbledore. His demise must have been concealed. Hearing words of concern, Glen's mind swiftly assembled a multitude of related phrases into coherent sentences, igniting a cascade of associations. He casually requested a copy of the Daily Prophet from a waiter, spreading it across the table in search of pertinent information. Before long, he found what he was seeking on the front page. The Ministry of Magic confirmed today, the prisoner Sirius Black remains at large. Regarded as the most notorious inmate ever to inhabit Azkaban, Sirius Black has yet to be apprehended. We are tirelessly working to recapture Black, stated Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge this morning, and we urge the wizarding community to remain calm. Certain members of the International Confederation of Wizards have criticized Fudge for notifying the Muggle Prime Minister of Black's escape. As he absorbed the information from the newspaper, Glen's ears remained attuned to the surrounding chatter, piecing together further insights in his mind. The ministry ought not to inform the Muggle Prime Minister. What use are defenseless Muggles? Regardless of who encounters Black, danger looms. It is even perilous for a wizard, let alone a Muggle. Black has gone mad. Do you not understand this? Thus, it is only prudent for the Muggle Prime Minister to caution Muggles to exercise caution. Indeed, it is true that Sirius Black was driven to desperation. He unleashed his wand, causing an explosion that devastated half a street, resulting in the death of a wizard and 12 Muggles. TSK, those who support the Dark Lord are indeed lunatics. And Black is no exception. In my view, it was the death of the Dark Lord that drove him to insanity, orchestrating a plan for escape over the years, intent on exacting revenge upon society. After all, he is mad. Following the explosion, Black stood amidst the ruins, cackling maniacally. When the ministry's reinforcements arrived, he offered no resistance, laughing all the while as they led him away. Alas, unrest is sure to follow. I hope the ministry can swiftly recapture him. In a corner of the restaurant, several wizards were discussing the matter. Though they were somewhat distant from Glen and his companions, he managed to overhear their conversation. Sirius Black has ties to Voldemort, suspected to be a follower. This was the first piece of information Glen deduced. Sirius Black is exceedingly dangerous, possessing formidable power. This was his second conclusion. One spell that obliterated half a street surely indicates remarkable strength. Next came his third hypothesis, after careful contemplation. Sirius Black's escape at this moment may not solely be an act of vengeance, but rather a pursuit of ulterior motives. The long-deceased Voldemort has begun to stir in recent years, attempting to rise from the grave, and many of his followers, such as the Death Eaters, are starting to grow restless. Sirius Black, who had been imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 long years, has seemingly escaped just at this moment. Could it be that he has uncovered more precise information? This remains uncertain, merely a conjecture, yet it warrants attention. Glen's gaze fixated on the subtly shifting image in the newspaper, where Sirius Black appeared gaunt, his long, unkempt hair tangled and dirty, exuding an air of utter exhaustion. He committed this image to memory before perusing other articles. It is prudent to remain vigilant, though the likelihood of encountering him is uncertain. However, should fate allow such an encounter, swiftly neutralizing his capabilities and subjecting him to interrogation would indeed be a commendable course of action. Voldemort has fled, and it is unclear what further schemes he may devise. Even Lucius Malfoy, a seasoned Death Eater, has yet to acquire any pertinent intelligence. If only Sirius Black possessed some crucial insight. Glen, cease your perusal of the newspaper. Lunch is served, Hermione gently urged, pushing a steaming plate of food in front of him. Ah, understood, Glen replied as he closed the newspaper and began his meal. Chapter 5. The little girl's bragging when gathered with a few close friends. The conversation always seems endless, ranging from tales of summer adventures to peculiar happenings in daily life, from culinary delights to entertainment gossip. The girls' chatter flows seamlessly, their thoughts bouncing from one topic to another, lively yet never tiresome. Yet, this dynamic bore little relevance to Glen, who sat beside Hermione, remaining as unobtrusive as ever. However, he found comfort in this role. Even if invited to join the dialogue, Glen doubted he could effectively contribute to their spirited exchanges. By the way, isn't Hermione's birthday approaching? I believe it's on September 19th. Shall we go shopping for a gift after lunch? As the girls nibbled their food, one after another chimed in, and Lavender's conversation took an unexpected turn from romantic gossip to Hermione's upcoming birthday. It's still nearly a month away. But if you wish to prepare something in advance, that would be splendid. Hermione took a sip of her soup, her gaze momentarily drifting as she slightly lowered her head. Though she spoke casually, the excitement over the matter was evident on her face. How adorably Tsundere, one of her roommates remarked, their eyes sparkling with amusement. Oh, all right. I'm genuinely pleased, truly, she admitted, her cheeks flushing at the playful teasing from her friends. There was no denying that having friends who cared so deeply about her brought her immense joy. Ah, I remember. Glen's birthday falls on the same day as Hermione's, doesn't it? Is there anything you desire as a gift, Glen? We could prepare something for you too. Lavender teased, her attention shifting to Glen, who appeared to be lost in thought. This immediately reminded her of stories Hermione had previously shared with them. Although I have never gifted him a birthday present before, now that the matter has been raised, it seems rather awkward not to offer something. Upon hearing the discussion about himself, Glen momentarily paused his information gathering, turned towards Lavender, and gently shook his head. No need. Just focus on preparing Hermione's gift. If I were to receive a present from you, I would feel obligated to reciprocate on your birthdays. However, I am not adept at selecting gifts for young ladies, which can be quite a troublesome endeavor, and hastily offering a gift may come across as disrespectful. I appreciate the sentiment, and if you feel compelled, a verbal blessing will suffice. I shall do the same when your birthdays arrive. Parvati and Lavender exchanged a knowing glance and shared a resigned smile, while Luna, sitting nearby, offered a gentle nod, indicating her understanding. You are indeed quite straightforward, but we do not mind. To be honest, while we girls may possess more intricate thoughts, choosing a suitable gift for someone like you remains quite challenging for me, Parvati remarked, shaking her head. I concur, and besides, if other girls were to gift you something for your birthday, I imagine Hermione might feel a twinge of jealousy. Lavender said with a teasing glint in her eye as she glanced at Hermione. Although Hermione lowered her gaze slightly, she was evidently interested in the topic at hand. Upon sensing Lavender's scrutiny, she stiffened momentarily. Not to worry, you are my friends. Even if you were to give Glen a gift, I would not feel jealous, Hermione asserted. Oh, really? I suspect you might feel a hint of jealousy, Lavender teased. Just a hint? I find that hard to believe. I do too. Oh dear. This is so frustrating. I would feel quite envious, alright. With that, Hermione, having been thoroughly exposed, muttered under her breath, covering her flushed face with her hands. These two, she exclaimed, feeling utterly embarrassed. Ah, dear Hermione, we know you well. Your possessiveness is quite evident, Parvati remarked with a roll of her eyes, as she and Lavender erupted in laughter. Some matters are better addressed with honesty rather than forced pretense, Luna's ethereal voice chimed in, nodding slightly as if to conclude the discussion. Indeed, little Luna is right, Lavender exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Luna and affectionately nuzzling against the charming young witch, who did not resist, merely smiling in delight at the affectionate gesture. But Glen, since you claim to be inept at selecting gifts for girls, what would someone like you choose for Hermione's birthday? As Glen pondered this for a moment, Hermione, anticipating the answer, eagerly interjected. If you mention the birthday gift Glen is giving me, I will no longer feel sleepy. Like a little girl eager to showcase her treasured possessions, Hermione excitedly presented her bracelet, necklace, and amulet from her pocket, placing them on the table. Everything here has been crafted by his own hands. There are a few items I did not bring along, but let us make do with what we have. For instance, this bracelet may appear to be an ordinary piece of jewelry, yet it conceals a practical little knife within. Some items are better left out of sight, such as the charm imbued with a spell for inconspicuous extension, which Hermione wisely chose not to mention. However, aside from that, the young girl enthusiastically detailed the functions of the other trinkets to her sisters. What a delightful display of cherished treasures. The three girls were thoroughly entertained, largely due to the adorably boastful demeanor of Hermione. Her beaming expression was a far cry from the composed and reliable persona she usually exuded at Hogwarts. Nevertheless, her close friends, Parvati, Lavender, and Luna, understood that this was the genuine Hermione, hidden beneath her perfect facade. While undeniably charming, there was an undeniable tinge of envy. Although Hermione was currently discussing the functionalities of these little objects, her words were saturated with her affection for Glen, the boy she was enamored with. It was infuriating. One had to admit, it was indeed sweet. Yet, the bitterness of jealousy was palpable. Hermione, are you aware that you are indulging in public displays of affection? Can you spare a thought for us single souls? It seemed we had broached a rather sensitive topic. Parvati placed a hand on her stomach, feeling quite full despite having barely eaten. Oh, how I long for a sweet romance. Lavender lamented. Wait, have I not uttered those words before? Chapter 6, Homecoming and Preparations. After a light meal, the girls eagerly dragged Hermione off to choose her birthday gift. After a brief shopping excursion, they dispersed. Hogwarts, we shall take our leave now. Glen and I are heading out. Goodbye. Hermione, hand in hand with Glen, waved cheerfully behind them, for the two had arrived alone, while Parvati and the others needed to visit a shop in Diagon Alley to collect their respective parents. Bidding farewell, Glen and Hermione embarked on their journey home. As they traversed a deserted street, Glen deftly summoned the bag he was carrying into the depths of his black ring. Thank you for bearing all those things. Hermione smiled at Glen, appreciating how he patiently accompanied her on her shopping spree. Glen did not express much, as the wait was trivial to him at present. They hailed a taxi, and after informing the driver of their addresses, Glen employed a spell to cast a confundus charm, ensuring their conversation would be perceived as ordinary small talk. So, Have you gathered any useful information? To be honest, not subscribing to the Daily Prophet during our travels was a grave mistake. In just over a month, I feel a significant sense of isolation from current events. Hermione was aware that Glen had been gathering information while they strolled through Diagon Alley. Now that they had some leisure time, she was eager to uncover what had transpired in the Wizarding World during her absence from its news. After all, the excursion was meant for relaxation. Yet recent events had been tumultuous, and one's emotions could easily be swayed by external influences. Hence, she had made this decision, although she was not entirely disconnected. She had enlisted Neville and Draco to inform her of significant occurrences via correspondence. However, their judgments regarding what constituted important events were clearly not aligned with her expectations. While Neville's selections, though not particularly impactful, at least served to fill the gaps in her mental repository of information, Draco's letters contained rather trivial content. What was with the letters Draco sent? They spoke of the latest advancements in broomstick technology, the official launch of the Firebolt, the breeding of new dragon species at a dragon sanctuary, Arthur Weasley, the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, receiving the annual Galleon Award from the Daily Prophet, and the Weasley family's decision to spend the prize money on a vacation in Egypt. The final entry about the Weasley family was annotated with Draco's own opinions, brimming with a sense of resentment and envy. What nonsense was this? Clearly, these were topics of Draco's own interest. At that moment, Glen had remained expressionless while meticulously explaining to Draco his definition of what constituted an important event, filling 2 entire sheets of parchment. However, when he began to write a 3rd page, he reconsidered his words and recalled Hermione's advice on conversing with friends. Ultimately deciding to stop, he tore up the 3 pages and merely replied with a compliment, advising him not to write again. They could discuss it in person at school. 2 short pages could not encapsulate everything. Oh, do tell. Hermione clearly found Glen's mention of unexpected significant events intriguing. Consequently, Glen recounted the contents of the letters he had received from Neville and Draco, noting their distinct styles. Hermione sighed and rolled her eyes elegantly. Now, do share the information you gathered earlier. Glen nodded and began to narrate the information he had overheard, detailing the actions of Sirius Black and his escape from Azkaban. Here is his photograph. Glen retrieved a copy of Sirius Black's image he had made using a duplication spell in the restaurant. Hermione took it, scrutinizing it closely, and gasped softly. I saw this man on television last night, on a news channel. So this is the Ministry's response. Indeed, Glen replied, adding, the Minister of Magic informed the Prime Minister of the Muggle government, seeking their assistance in locating Black. He nodded, supplementing his thoughts. I believe we should hasten home. This individual previously obliterated half a street with a single spell. He is a dangerous person. It would be unfortunate if he ventured near our home. We need to prepare our home, and if necessary, we can have Mom and Dad stay at Grandma Lynn's for a while. Hermione's hand tightly grasped the photograph, her brown eyes glimmering with a sense of unease as she glanced at Glen. Coincidentally, Glen shared the same sentiment. He had intended to return home sooner. The 2 of them were in agreement. Driver, please pull over. We have some matters to attend to and need to get out early. We apologize for the inconvenience. Hermione communicated to the taxi driver, having dispelled the confusion charm. After settling the fare, they swiftly exited the vehicle. Allow me to handle this, Hermione. Your proficiency with shrinking charm and apparition is still lacking, Glen said, extending his arms toward the young girl. She nodded and gently embraced him. Understanding that this was not the moment for her to practice those spells, Glen tightened his hold on Hermione and raised his gaze to assess their direction. Then, with a whisper of shrinking charm, they vanished from their spot. Shortly thereafter, their figures materialized in Glen's yard. Although the young girl felt a bit unsteady from the rapid long-distance travel, she quickly acclimated. They exchanged glances and began to set up their home, activating magical protective devices. Despite the fact that both the Hawthorne and Granger residences were under the Fidelius charm, with Glen as the secret keeper, he still felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, there were instances where the charm had been broken, and the outcomes for those involved had been tragically dire. While betrayal was often the cause, it did little to alleviate Glen's inherent sense of insecurity. The more preparation they could undertake, the better, only by fortifying both houses and arming their parents, as well as Hermione's, with his alchemical tools and Grandma Lynn's enchanted artifacts, would Glen feel a modicum of reassurance. He also set up a perimeter of detection devices to sense any hostile intent and entrusted the corresponding controllers to the 4 parents. Should anything seem amiss, they could take refuge at Grandma's. Aware that the adults had work commitments and could not leave easily, and not wanting to exacerbate their anxiety, Hermione advised them to remain vigilant. On the rooftop, Glen crouched, activating one protective device after another, murmuring to himself, I will not allow such a thing to happen again. Chapter 7. Entering the carriage. From the moment they returned from Diagon Alley until the day Glen and Hermione headed to King's Cross Station, the 2 had been diligently establishing magical defenses around their home and its surroundings. Given that Dumbledore had entrusted Glen with updating and repairing the protective spells and devices of Hogwarts Castle, even though this task had yet to commence, Glen had already envisioned the necessary actions for that commission in his mind. With Hermione's assistance, they successfully armed their home using a variety of spells and magical alchemical tools. All right, Glen, you can relax a bit. Our home is fortified with an impregnable defense, and our parents are equipped with the magical items crafted by you and Grandma Len. I believe as long as it's not the apocalypse, they will be safe. At King's Cross Station, Hermione stood alongside Glen on platform 9 3/4, awaiting the Hogwarts Express. Glen cradled a discreet suitcase containing a book Hermione intended to read on the train, while Crookshanks sat atop it, idly surveying his surroundings. Hermione raised her hand and gently stroked Glen's head, soothing the boy who still harbored a hint of unease deep within. Over the days, both had grown slightly taller. Although Glen had surpassed Hermione in height, she could still easily reach his head when she stretched. Yes, I know. I'm just recalling whether we might have overlooked any details in our preparations. So, any discoveries? At present, none. Isn't that a certainty? We've checked it 7 or 8 times already. We've done splendidly. You must trust your judgment. Glen fell silent for a moment and nodded. All right, I understand. Suddenly, a plume of gray smoke billowed as the crimson and black train emerged from the shadows. The Hogwarts Express has arrived. Let us board. As the designated time approached, it had become customary for the two to arrive early at their destination. More time allowed for a greater margin of error, enabling them to adapt to circumstances and providing more convenience for both Glen and Hermione. For instance, they were the first 2 young wizards to board the Hogwarts Express. Except for the prefect's compartment, which was off-limits to them, the remaining carriages were entirely vacant, allowing them to choose freely. However, they pressed on directly to the last carriage, where they had arranged to meet their friends. The further back the carriage, the fewer choices available for their fellow young wizards, and their friends would board earlier, minimizing the impact on the other selections. With a burst of energy, Hermione lifted Crookshanks and entered the carriage, plopping down on the soft seat by the window. After a moment's thought, she shuffled slightly outward, grinning at Glen and patting the spot where she had initially sat. Glen, unfazed, closed the carriage door, placed their luggage in the overhead rack, and settled beside Hermione. He then lifted her, adjusted their positions, and set her down again, completing the exchange of places. Hermione's request likely held her own reasoning. Soon, Ginny and Luna would arrive, so you'd better squeeze towards the window a bit. As for relocating you across from Neville and Draco, that is not within my considerations. With no one else in the carriage yet, Hermione reclined on Glen's lap, her small hand caressing his face as she elaborated on her thoughts. It aligns closely with my thoughts, though I had anticipated the arrival of Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown. It seems they have ventured off to socialize with other friends, intending to host a tea gathering aboard the train. Why don't you join them? It isn't tea solely for your company. After all, I'm indifferent to it. However, I do have a preference, rather than a tea gathering. I would much prefer to be close to you. Sensing an awkward atmosphere, Crookshanks wriggled free from Hermione's embrace and leapt onto the table, beginning to doze. Glen felt Hermione's fingers gently pinch his cheek. He remained silent, yet sensed the need to reciprocate the affection she had shown him. Thus, he leaned slightly forward and placed a soft kiss upon her forehead. How cunning. The young girl's face flushed bright red, and she glared at Glen, who had just lifted his head. If you lean down once more, it's my turn. It cannot be that I alone reap the benefits. Very well. With a smacking sound, the two children engaged in their playful banter for a brief moment before Glen abruptly straightened. Someone is approaching. The unexpected words nearly caused Hermione, lost in the moment of their affections, to tumble to the floor. Fortunately, Glen steadied her, prompting the young girl to sit upright, tidy her disheveled hair, and cast a calming charm upon herself. After all, one must maintain a semblance of decorum in the presence of others, preserving a modicum of dignity. Who is it? An unfamiliar adult male. This shouldn't be the case. Typically, adult wizards do not appear aboard the Hogwarts Express. Although he bore no ill intent, both Glen and Hermione instinctively summoned their wands, discreetly clutching them within their sleeves. The footsteps grew nearer, as the man ignored all the vacant compartments, advancing toward the one occupied by Glen and Hermione. At last, he halted at the entrance of the last carriage. The unfamiliar, gravelly voice resonated from outside the compartment, clearly surprised to discover occupants within the final carriage. However, he refrained from entering and opted to retreat instead, stepping into the penultimate carriage. Glen discerned this through his heightened senses and conveyed the information to Hermione. It appears that he shares our sentiments, merely wishing to occupy the last carriage to avoid disturbing others. After pondering for a moment, Hermione concluded, that seems plausible. I too did not sense any negativity from him. He likely harbors no malice. Indeed, Hermione crossed her arms and gazed up at Glen. So, what is the identity of that individual? Let me see. Glen activated his heightened perception, extending his senses toward the preceding carriage. He beheld the adult male. He appeared relatively youthful, yet strands of white mingled within his light brown hair. His complexion was poor, bearing an ill and fatigued expression. He donned a tattered wizardess robe adorned with several patches. Upon the suitcase placed on the luggage rack, the name Professor Lupin was inscribed. A newly appointed professor. Oh, a new addition, then. Wait a moment. It appears that Hogwarts currently has no professor for the defense against the dark arts class, which raises further suspicion. In Chapter 8, Departure, Hermione reflects on the past 2 years, Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, and Gilderoy Lockhart, the notorious fraud. She has come to fully comprehend the dubious prestige associated with the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. The curse Voldemort has cast upon this role is indeed frightful, although she feels a pang of guilt towards the newly appointed Professor Lupin. Hermione cannot help but harbor a sense of doubt about him. It is understandable, given the circumstances. However, she reassures herself that it is manageable. As long as they remain cautious and avoid meeting him alone, there should be no cause for alarm. The rest she entrusts to Dumbledore. Glen quietly refocuses his attention within the carriage, yet he does not dissipate his heightened senses, reducing their intensity while expanding their range to envelop the entire Hogwarts Express. Surely, Professor Dumbledore cannot be so unfortunate as to encounter an abnormal individual every semester. Such a notion is rather absurd. Glen remains noncommittal. Feeling somewhat relieved, Hermione snaps her fingers, causing her suitcase to unlock automatically. With a flick of her wrist, a copy of A Beginner's Guide to Ancient Magic soars into her hand. Following the bookmark, she opens the book and snuggles beside Glen, delightfully perusing its pages. Glen also selects a book, levitating it before him, using his right index finger to turn the pages while his left hand rests against the window, practicing his mastery over the quiet power within him. Through his diligent efforts over the past few years, this once untamed force has gradually become manageable, promising to be a formidable asset in the future. Before long, Glen puts away the quiet force, the levitating book settling into his hands. He instinctively retrieves a black satin headband from his dark ring and places it upon his head. Upon witnessing this, Hermione reluctantly straightens her posture before resuming her reading. The sound of footsteps approaches, and the carriage door swings open. Glen, Hermione, we're here, Draco exclaims as he pulls the door wide and strides in with his suitcase. Following him is Neville. To Glen's surprise, trailing behind Neville is an unexpected guest, a golden-haired girl. Hannah Abbott. Glen, Hermione, I've brought a friend along, is that all right? Neville inquires tentatively, his eyes blinking in a hopeful manner. Of course, Hannah is my friend as well. I would be delighted to welcome her, Hermione responds with a smile, sensing Neville's apprehension. She gestures for everyone to come in and take their seats. Taking a shallow breath, Neville places the 2 suitcases he is carrying onto the luggage rack after Draco. Wait. Ginny and Luna will be joining us too. Little Ginny is still a bit shy and wants to sit with me. Hannah, you can sit next to Neville, Hermione adds. Hermione lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before lifting it again, her gaze locking onto Hannah's. I'm fine, she assured. Hannah offered a shy smile and nodded, adjusting her dress slightly before settling down beside Neville. Her heart raced, muscles taut. Glen discreetly surveyed Neville, who was sitting next to Hannah, and noted the evident tension radiating from him. So, Neville harbors feelings for Hannah Abbott? Thus, he arrived at this conclusion. Meanwhile, Draco, seated by the window beside Neville, rolled his eyes to the heavens in exasperation. He felt utterly helpless. What was he to do? A couple across from him, and another pair on the verge of blossoming romance beside him. Was this not an affront to the quiet souls? He rose to his feet. What are you doing? Hermione shot him a glance, her instincts suggesting that Draco's thoughts were far from noble. Just opening a window for some fresh air, this carriage reeks, he declared, adopting an exaggerated expression of disdain as he pulled open the window, fanning the air with his hand, only to reveal an expression of satisfaction. The outside air was free and invigorating. This was almost too obvious. Poor Neville's face flushed crimson, his limbs at a loss for placement, forcing him to sit upright and pretend he hadn't heard Draco's remarks. Hannah was not faring much better, her cheeks tinged with pink as she turned her head away. Glen and Hermione remained unfazed, Hermione adopting a stoic expression reminiscent of Glen's. If you continue this over-the-top behavior, don't expect me to be courteous, she warned. You'd do better to read and prepare for this term's studies. Draco scoffed dismissively, then slammed the window shut, resuming his seat with an air of indifference, crossing his legs and folding his arms, exuding a demeanor that suggested he cared for no one. Nevertheless, he produced a book and began to read. Gradually, Neville regained his composure, shyly smiling at Hannah before standing to retrieve a few books, placing them on the table to immerse himself in reading. The carriage returned to a comfortable tranquility. After 2 years of camaraderie, they had long since adapted to this scholarly atmosphere. Hannah, a diligent student and Hermione's friend, naturally blended in. Time passed swiftly, and the Hogwarts Express was soon to depart. Sudden footsteps echoed from outside the carriage, causing the engrossed readers to look up. The door swung open, revealing a small girl with red hair who peeked inside. Upon confirming that she had indeed found the individual she sought, she sighed in relief and cheerfully entered, pulling her suitcase behind her. Following her was a girl with dark golden brown hair. It was Ginny and Luna. It seemed they had crossed paths just as they boarded the Hogwarts Express. Being of insufficient height to place their suitcases overhead, Hermione extended her wand to assist them. Thanks. Hermione, I was delayed a bit, tangled up with my annoying brother, Ginny remarked. Ginny's mental state has evidently improved significantly compared to the previous semester, a transformation attributed to her own resilience and the support and guidance of her friends. It seems that this lively and cheerful disposition is indeed the true essence of Ginny Weasley. I wholeheartedly agree with this sentiment. A leisurely tone of mockery drifted from the corner of the compartment, uttered with a sense of self-satisfaction. Oh, really? Well, he is certainly much better than you. With your venomous tongue, Ginny retorted defiantly, glaring back. Her brother could only chastise himself, while that insufferable Malfoy was at it again. Yet Draco merely propped his chin on his hand, engrossed in his book, exuding an air of untroubled indifference, offering not even a glance at little Ginny, which only fueled her frustration. Hermione sighed, realizing that Draco's penchant for sarcasm was truly unmatched. Chapter 9. Inside the compartment. With all friends gathered, the Hogwarts Express embarked, the previously tranquil atmosphere in the compartment dissipating entirely. Despite Draco's archnemeses being Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, occasionally teasing Ron's younger sister brought Draco a certain satisfaction. However, such antics often invited retaliation. When Draco engaged in this behavior, he had to be prepared to be summoned by Hermione for a duel. Naturally, he would not emerge victorious, but he would certainly respond to the challenge, as was his nature. Glen leaned back against the seat, lost in contemplation, unfazed by the unfolding drama. Hermione, exasperated, cast a weary glance at the sparring Ginny and Draco, while Neville offered a sheepish smile to Hannah beside him. Luna, sitting quietly to Ginny's right, gazed off into the distance, likely captivated by some curious sight. Fortunately, after a brief period of teasing, Draco ceased his characteristic sharp remarks. While Ginny's retorts were equally pointed, they paled in comparison to his. Moreover, bullying a girl a year younger was hardly commendable, especially since she was a good friend of Hermione's. Look, Hermione's warning glare is cutting through the air like a dagger, Draco mused. Never mind, it's better to avoid conflict. Mocking Harry and Ron at school will be far more entertaining. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that those two had become considerably sharper lately. They were no longer as amusing as before. What a pity. Seeing Draco finally close his mouth, Ginny took a deep breath, easing her frayed nerves, and picked up a book to immerse herself in reading. The compartment returned to a serene calm, the rhythmic sound of the train wheels echoing outside. The distant noise, softened by the window, was neither loud nor jarring. Accustomed to it, one might even find it comforting. The gentle, warm light filtered through the glass, casting a cozy glow within the compartment, enveloping all in a languid atmosphere. Even Ginny, initially irked by Draco's provocations, felt herself relax completely. The soft light danced through Hermione's tousled bangs, illuminating her face, while the brown curls cascading down her side caught the light, revealing a lovely shade of chestnut. Beneath the gentle illumination, Hermione's long and elegantly curled eyelashes were distinctly visible, quivering slightly as her gaze danced across the pages of her book. Underneath those lashes, her deep brown eyes were intently focused on the endless mysteries contained within the text. The smooth contours of her youthful face revealed an almost imperceptible layer of fine, soft fuzz, subtly highlighted by the soft light, adding an extra touch of charm and innocence to Hermione's already captivating visage. Her delicate nose and cherry-red lips, with the tip of her petite nose slightly upturned, opened and closed gently in silent murmurs as she read, exuding an aura of pure sweetness. The vividness of this description stemmed from Glen's heightened perception, which had remained active since he boarded the train and encountered Professor Lupin. Reluctantly, he had kept his extrasensory abilities engaged, continuously scanning the Hogwarts Express and its surroundings, even while lost in thought. Unconsciously, a portion of his attention was drawn to Hermione beside him. This fascination had begun long ago and reached its zenith after they had exchanged their feelings for one another. The experience of falling in love was both novel and enigmatic for Glen, even with his formidable willpower and self-control. He found it challenging to resist the allure of the young girl beside him. She was truly enchanting, he mused. Maintaining such an expansive awareness was undoubtedly draining. So Glen would periodically glance at Hermione to recharge his spirit. It was a remarkable phenomenon. Whether observing her with his naked eye or through the lens of his extrasensory perception, each encounter elicited different sensations, yet his emotions remained constant. He oscillated between contemplation, scanning his surroundings, and admiring Hermione. This trifecta of engagement continued tirelessly as time slipped away. The journey of the Hogwarts Express felt prolonged, and unlike Hermione, others struggled to maintain focus for an extended period, which ironically led to distractions. Hermione, keenly aware of this, exhaled deeply and remarked, "Ah, immersing oneself in reading is truly delightful, but we must also balance our efforts with rest. Shall we take a break?" With a decisive snap of her fingers, she closed a beginner's guide to ancient runes with a satisfying thud, signifying the conclusion of their reading session. As if awakened from a dream, the others followed her lead, surrendering themselves to the sea of literature. However, their capacities were not yet fully developed, and upon halting, they felt a throbbing sensation in their minds. "My head hurts. Am I about to develop a brain?" They slumped onto the sofas, weariness washing over them. Yet, the sense of fulfillment and accomplishment derived from prolonged reading was palpable. "I've never read for such an extended period before." Hannah, a newcomer, leaned back in her chair and murmured, "Doesn't it feel wonderful?" Hermione inquired with a smile. "Indeed, though I must admit, I feel rather exhausted now," Hannah responded. "Not to worry, I've prepared some snacks to replenish our energy and vitality." Hermione had anticipated this, and with a snap of her left fingers, an array of refreshments appeared on the small table in their compartment. That is Hermione's little snack stash. Although it is frequently under Glen's control, there should be no issue in taking some out to share with friends now. The table is adorned with an abundance of treats. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate cauldron cakes, licorice wands, butterbeer pudding, and even some still frozen ice cream. As for beverages, there is certainly a variety, with tea and lemonade being predominant. Hannah was taken aback, staring in astonishment at the sudden array of food and drink that had appeared before her. "This is the undetectable extension charm, Hannah. Remember to keep it a secret, okay?" Hermione said with a mischievous smile, lifting a licorice wand and handing it over. Stunned, Hannah nodded slowly and gently took a bite of the licorice wand Hermione offered. To be honest, she was somewhat surprised that Hermione, such a law-abiding student, would secretly employ a charm that the Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits. Moreover, it seemed that the others were already accustomed to it. "Well, we all have our own enchanted storage items that utilize the undetectable extension charm," Neville said, scratching his head as he rolled up his sleeve to show Hannah his little bag, signaling that she need not be too astonished. "As long as we aren't discovered, it's fine. You can't deny that this charm is incredibly convenient, can you? All right, now it's time to indulge in some snacks. Let us eat and chat." As the dusk settled, the others were unfazed, exchanging glances and shrugging, as they began retrieving their own snacks from their respective containers or bags that had also been enchanted. Hermione had merely mentioned the undetectable extension charm to her closest friends and shared the method of casting it with them. However, the charm alone could not be permanently applied to the containers in which it was placed. If not enhanced through magical means, it would soon dissipate, causing the stored items to burst forth uncontrollably. Thus, once they learned to cast the undetectable extension charm, Hermione could assist them with enhancement services. In essence, she would hand over her friends' bags and pouches that had the charm applied to Glen, allowing him to use alchemy to shape the space within the containers and imbue them with durability, thereby extending the duration of the charm's effectiveness. Yet, this was not a permanent solution. Given their current skill levels, they could not sustain the charm indefinitely, necessitating the repetition of the process as the containers approached their time limit. Hermione could have directly asked Glen to create containers that would permanently maintain the undetectable extension charm for her friends, but after some contemplation, she dismissed that notion. She understood the principle of teaching someone to fish rather than merely giving them fish. This approach would benefit everyone. Furthermore, crafting such items was quite taxing in terms of both energy and materials, and she was particularly concerned about her boyfriend. Thus far, among Hermione's close friends, only Parvati and Luna have successfully cast the undetectable extension charm, coming to Hermione for modifications and acquiring the corresponding alchemical tools. Then there are Neville and Draco, the fortunate ones who directly received items gifted by Glen. To be candid, Hermione felt a twinge of jealousy about this. Lavender and Ginny are still struggling to cast the charm. The former is too preoccupied with romantic gossip, hoping to benefit from Parvati and Hermione's tools without effort, while the latter is diligently catching up on studies after wasting too much time last year, which is quite regrettable. However, it matters not. For as long as they continue to practice, they will eventually obtain their own alchemical trinkets. Ah, what? You say Glen crafted them? No matter, what is his is mine. And such details are trivial. After this small interlude, Hannah, though a tad surprised, quickly accepted the situation and felt a quiet joy within her heart. The fact that they were not concealing this matter from one another signified their inclusion in the group. With food and drink at hand, books stowed away, and friends gathered, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. To be honest, the most delightful aspect of this year is the opportunity to spend weekends in Hogsmeade. I eagerly anticipate all that it has to offer. Hermione delicately savored a small cake, her face lighting up with a glimmer of longing, as if she were already joyfully exploring the various attractions of Hogsmeade. Once the conversation sparked, Hermione could hardly contain her enthusiasm. I read in a book that it is the only village in the entire realm where every resident is a wizard, and its significance is self-evident. Moreover, it sounds utterly fascinating. In contrast to the more comprehensive shops of Diagon Alley, the establishments in Hogsmeade serve a greater purpose for enjoyment. Nevertheless, those are mere trifles. The true essence lies in the rich historical landmarks of Hogsmeade, the most renowned being the Goblin Rebellion. During that tumultuous time, wizards utilized a pub in Hogsmeade as their headquarters. Furthermore, nearby lies the Shrieking Shack, often deemed the most haunted house in the entire realm. As Hermione's words gradually tapered off, her cheeks flushed, realizing that her fervor had drawn amused glances from her friends. Oh, haha, I got a bit too excited. The young girl sat up straight, slightly tilting her head to hide her reddened face. How delightful, Hermione. Just remember, only third-year students and above are permitted to visit Hogsmeade on weekends. Luna and I still have to wait another year, Ginny teased. Are you trying to provoke me? She asked playfully, poking Hermione's side. With each word, she nudged Hermione, who instinctively leaned a bit closer to Glen with each poke. I am not. I was merely sharing my excitement with you all. Hermione protested with a chuckle. Hee, don't poke me, it tickles. Hermione, much like Glen, harbored a certain sensitivity to tickling, and was soon reduced to fits of giggles by Ginny's playful antics. Quickly, she seized Ginny's mischievous hand and playfully pushed it away. All right then, as a gesture of goodwill to you and Luna, I shall bring back gifts from Hogsmeade. That was a close call. She nearly laughed herself breathless. Hermione, successfully halting Ginny's tickling assault, raised her hands slightly above her head in a gesture of surrender. Oh, well, that isn't necessary, Ginny replied, her little head scratching in confusion at the unexpected offer. That was merely Hermione's original intention. We should graciously accept it, Luna interjected with a melodic voice, her smile unwavering as she sat beside Ginny. Surely, no one could be foolish enough to misinterpret that fellow's intentions, Draco chimed in, his gray eyes sparkling with mischief. The clever little dragon had seen through it all. However, given that the opportunity to tease had presented itself, why not indulge? Especially considering the target was a Weasley. If you continue to bully Ginny, you shall forfeit your gift, and I shall have Glen double your training regimen. Hermione's expression shifted with astonishing speed. One moment she was smiling at Ginny and Luna. The next she was warning Draco with a piercing gaze. Draco opened his mouth, but the scornful retort was swallowed back. He let out a quiet huff, turning away from the group to gaze out the window in silence, adhering to a principle of heartfelt detachment. Can't you just change your tactics? Neville, seated beside him, poked Draco with his elbow in disbelief. The latter shifted slightly, distancing himself from Neville. Don't touch me, traitor to the revolution. Neville's hand froze in midair as he surreptitiously glanced back at Hannah, who was quietly munching on her food. Noticing nothing amiss, he sighed in relief and turned back, directing a similarly vacant stare at Draco. What to do? This guy really knows how to push buttons. Outside, the scenery raced by, while Draco sat alone, gazing at the sky in quiet contemplation. Why is it getting dark? He murmured to himself. Chapter 11. Everyone has fallen asleep. Outside, the clouds overhead grew increasingly dense, and beyond the closed door of the compartment, footsteps occasionally echoed in the corridor. For reasons unknown, Draco felt a twinge of agitation in his chest. Never mind, out of sight, out of mind. He resolutely closed his eyes. Draco's soft soliloquy was not intended to be concealed from those in the compartment. Their attention had shifted to the window. It really is getting darker. Did the weather forecast mention rain today? Hermione gently nudged Glen, who had remained silent. Yes, rain is expected to commence around 1:30 this afternoon and continue into the evening. Glen replied. Being aware of the weather was essential, as it allowed for preparation of upcoming activities. Thus he had cultivated this useful habit. Although weather forecasts were not always accurate, through years of observation, Glen had also acquired a knack for recognizing subtle signs indicating shifts in weather. Weather forecast? Is that the magic of predicting the weather in the Muggle world? Although my father works in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where the misuse of Muggle artifacts is strictly prohibited, and he has a keen interest in collecting Muggle items, he possesses a relatively thorough understanding of Muggles within the wizarding community. However, as the youngest daughter, Ginny's knowledge of Muggles remains rather limited, largely gleaned from her friends at Hogwarts. Not only Ginny, but also the others in the compartment, aside from Glen, were intrigued by Hermione's words. The little girl's lips twitched. She had forgotten that these individuals were oblivious to the Muggle world. 3 purebloods and 2 half-bloods with scarcely any exposure to Muggle affairs. Well, that could certainly be understood. The curious gazes of her companions were fixed intently upon Hermione. Even Draco, who pretended to be disinterested, was covertly stealing glances in her direction, which added a touch of pressure on her. Nonetheless, these were trivial matters. As a top student, Hermione would not be daunted by such circumstances. Moreover, the prospect of enlightening her friends from the wizarding realm about Muggle knowledge was exhilarating to her. Thus, she cleared her throat and began to explain the concept of weather forecasting based on her acquired knowledge. Weather forecasting refers to a technology that utilizes Muggle scientific methods to predict and report future weather conditions. Its principles are grounded in meteorology and observational techniques, whereby various atmospheric elements are collected, analyzed, computed, and simulated using modern meteorological science to forecast future weather scenarios. The information she had once memorized surged forth from the depths of her memory, and infused with her own understanding and reflections, her words flowed forth incessantly. Indeed, the young girl was in full swing. It was difficult to gauge how much time had elapsed. More specifically, at that moment, "Hermione, you may pause and take a breather," Glen interjected, gesturing towards their companions. Hermione obediently closed her mouth, stepping away from her oratory. As she surveyed her surroundings, a mix of amusement and exasperation washed over her. To her astonishment, everyone had fallen asleep. In the far corner, Draco rested his left hand on the table, propping his chin with his fist. His face turned slightly towards the window, utterly still, resembling a modern-day thinker. Neville leaned against the back of the sofa, his breath steady and his expression tranquil. Beside him, Hannah was also asleep, although not entirely reclined against the back of the sofa. Instead, she leaned slightly against Neville's shoulder, deep in slumber. Ginny and Luna had also succumbed to sleep, the two little girls leaning against each other, their hands gently intertwined, appearing to be in a peaceful slumber. Hermione cast a pitiful glance at Glen, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. Was my explanation that dull? Not at all. Theoretically speaking, I believe you articulated the principles of weather observation and forecasting with remarkable clarity. From an engaging standpoint, you intertwined your thoughts with the meteorological charms they are more familiar with, resulting in a lively and enriching discourse. Glen shook his head, expressing his thoughts candidly. The reason for their slumber was more likely due to the initial exertion from reading, coupled with the rapid fluctuations in blood sugar following the consumption of snacks, leading to a temporary mental respite, an inability to concentrate, and consequently, drowsiness. Additionally, the rain outside had commenced, casting a gloomy shadow and diminishing the light, while the sound of the rain served as a soothing white noise conducive to sleep. Most importantly, their biological rhythms signaled that it was well past their designated nap time, necessitating a quick rest. Thus, it was not your fault. Oh, I see. Hermione blinked, slightly bewildered. She had merely sought some comfort, hoping for a tender moment. Yet Glen had articulated such a rational explanation. It seemed, indeed, that this was not her issue. Glen handed Hermione a cup filled with water. The young girl numbly accepted it, taking small sips to soothe her parched throat. That feels much better. Speaking of which, I find myself rather drowsy as well. Setting down the cup, Hermione reclined back onto the sofa, snuggling closer to Glen, who raised his arms to embrace her. What should we do, Glen? I'm so sleepy. Then let us take a short nap. After our lengthy conversation, you must be tired too. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Glen adjusted his position slightly to allow her to rest more comfortably in his arms. Hee, I like you the most. She propped herself up to plant a gentle kiss on Glen's cheek, then bashfully settled back down. The rain pattered softly, its rhythmic sound filtering through the car window, while the dense clouds obscured the sunlight, creating an exceptionally cozy atmosphere for slumber. The incessant drizzle blurred the outlines of the distant hills, shrouded in a mist that rose gently from the ground. The rain, like a soft veil, mingled with the fog, intertwining seamlessly. As the light gradually dimmed, the orange glow of the luggage rack illuminated the space, only to be extinguished by Glen in an instant, ensuring it did not disturb the girl in his embrace. Drowsiness enveloped Hermione, yet her eyes remained only partially closed, as if she wished to admire the rainy landscape alongside Glen. Ultimately, however, she could not resist the tide of sleep that washed over her, her eyelids growing heavy. Sleep well, came Glen's soothing voice just before she succumbed to her sweet dreams. Unbeknownst to Hermione, Glen was not gazing out at the rain as she had imagined, but rather, he was focused solely on her. Chapter 12, The Dementor. The train continued its journey northward, the rain intensifying. The thick, dark clouds loomed ominously, casting a shadow that transformed the once refreshing rainy day into one of oppressive gloom and discomfort. The train swayed and rocked, as raindrops tapped insistently against the windows. The rain had intensified to such a degree that Glen once again extended his extraordinary perception to scan the train, redirecting his focus onto Hermione to recharge his energy. He probed outside the train, where the sound of the rain had melded into a deafening roar. The sky appeared to be torn with countless fissures, as torrents of rain cascaded down to the earth. Though it was not yet the time for darkness to fall, the sky had already succumbed to complete blackness. A peculiar sensation crept into Glen's mind, a prickling pain that instantly heightened his alertness. It was malice, though its source remained unclear. Meow? On the table, Crookshanks, dozing off, seemed to sense this malevolence as well, abruptly awakening and bristling his already fluffy fur, emitting a not-so-loud yowl before darting into Glen's arms, curling up tightly. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Glen promptly expanded the range of his perception, but found nothing. In the next moment, he distinctly felt the train beginning to decelerate. Yet, Judging by the time and the train's speed, they had not yet reached Hogsmeade Station. Ordinarily, the train should not be slowing down at this point. Hermione. He hesitated briefly before gently shaking the young girl in his arms to rouse her. Is it dark? Are we arriving? Hermione slowly opened her eyes. Groggy and sitting up straight, her tousled hair in disarray, a strand dangling by her lips, like a kitten washing its face. She rubbed her eyes and smoothed her messy locks, then looked at Glen. No, the Hogwarts Express cannot possibly be at its final destination yet. The train has halted due to some incident or issue. Glen extended his perception towards the tracks ahead, yet yielded no results. I have an ominous feeling. Something is emanating malice towards us, and it seems there is more to it than meets the eye. Prepare yourselves. Danger may be imminent. Awakened from her stupor by his words, Hermione decisively cast a focus charm to dispel her drowsiness, then gently shook Ginny and Luna beside her, followed by casting a water-making spell to douse Draco and Neville's faces. The two sleeping boys jolted awake, and as Draco opened his mouth to utter a complaint, Hermione silenced him with a glance. There's danger. Draco and Neville comprehended the urgency in Hermione's expression. Ginny and Luna gradually roused from their slumber, and noticing this, Neville hastily awakened Hannah, who had been leaning against him. Is something strange happening? Hannah remarked, just as Glen thought it best to disregard such queries. What is going on? Why is the train slowing down? Are we almost at school? Ginny yawned, smacking her lips. Hannah, now awake, saw Hermione flick the lights on in their compartment. Ugh. The expressions on Draco and Neville's faces shifted to resemble those of elderly men on a subway, while the girls, still not fully awake, narrowly avoided this predicament. No, we have not yet arrived at school. The Hogwarts Express inexplicably came to an early halt, yet Glen suggested that there might be danger lurking nearby, prompting me to awaken all of you. Everyone shook off their slumber. A gentle beam of light emanated from the tip of Hermione's wand, striking the heads of several individuals. After which Hermione turned her gaze towards Glen, seemingly inquiring about the next course of action. At that moment, Glen had removed his blindfold. Yet his eyes remained closed as he immersed himself entirely in his heightened perception. He had expanded his sensory range to 10 times its original extent, which was the absolute limit he could currently achieve, even forsaking the finer details of exploration to reach this threshold. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. Glen had already sensed the anomalies through his heightened awareness. In the sky, there were numerous abnormalities, an overwhelming multitude. The range of his perception contracted instantaneously, ultimately forming a straight line between his current position and the location of the anomalies he had just sensed. Those entities, radiating malevolence towards the Hogwarts Express, finally materialized in his awareness with greater clarity. They bore an identical appearance, their entire forms resembling corpses that had been cast into water post-mortem, bloated and putrid, now desiccated in a chilling draught. Gaunt, ashen, and grotesquely marred, their bodies were devoid of any sound flesh, especially their hands, which bore scabbed, grotesque palms, reminiscent of decay long past. Tattered black cloaks draped over their cadaverous bodies, shredded and filthy strips of black fabric cascading down their forms, suspended in the air and swaying with the wind, appearing as both substance and void. The cloaks featured hoods, shrouding their heads, beneath which lay black cloth enveloping their entire skulls, and where one would expect features, there were only gaping, impenetrable black voids. Glen could distinctly feel the temperature plummeting around these creatures, as the torrential rain seemed to momentarily pause under their influence. They absorbed the warmth, while the surrounding light dimmed, consumed by their presence. In this darkness, only their forms emitted a faint glow, a result of the water vapor freezing into tiny ice crystals due to the frigid air. These monstrosities belonged to the realm of dark magical creatures within the Wizarding World. Their origins remain a mystery, yet their name instills terror, particularly among those imprisoned within Azkaban. Wherever they tread, all joy, hope, courage, and other positive emotions are devoured entirely. It is said that they feast upon human positivity, leaving behind only fear, emptiness, and an abyss of negativity. However, the reality is far more harrowing than the sensations they evoke. Their true sustenance is the soul. They will unveil their hoods to bestow a final kiss upon their prey. This is a kiss that extracts the essence of the one being kissed. Having lost those elements most vital to humanity, even if the recipient remains alive, with both brain and heart still functioning, the possibility of recovery has vanished entirely. No self-awareness lingers, no cherished memories endure. Nothing remains save for an incessant tide of negative emotions ravaging the decaying, hollow body, rendering the kissed a mere shell of existence. Much like the majority of the prisoners of Azkaban, for they serve the Ministry of Magic, acting as the wardens of Azkaban. They are known as Dementors. Chapter 13, What to Do? Dementors. Upon hearing Glen utter those 3 words, every occupant of the carriage gasped in unison. Even Hermione was not exempt. The young girl hurriedly crawled over Glen, clearing a patch on the fogged glass of the window, which had become shrouded in white mist. with piercing vision. Hermione used her enchanted hand to wipe her eyes, a hint of green energy wafting from them. Her gaze pierced through the layers of rain and swirling fog, where in the high heavens, a sinister black shadow swayed ominously. A portion of the shadow detached itself, soaring directly towards the Hogwarts Express, intensifying the loathsome and oppressive atmosphere. It is true, the Dementors are approaching us. Hermione's tone was grave, and a chill crept into the hearts of all present upon hearing her words. Yet, this seemed implausible. Were not Dementors the guardians of Azkaban? How could they appear in this place? Draco swallowed hard, voicing the unspoken question that lingered in everyone's minds. He too had wiped a clear spot on the window, and lacking the ability to cast the Eagle Eye charm, pressed his face against the glass in an attempt to see more clearly. Is it because of Sirius Black? A quivering voice emerged beside Hermione. Ginny, her fists clenched tightly, voiced her speculation. Are you suggesting that these Dementors are here to capture Sirius Black? Indeed, such a possibility exists, but why? Hermione returned to her seat, glancing at Ginny. This scenario is plausible. After all, Sirius Black is an exceedingly dangerous prisoner of Azkaban, and the Ministry's efforts to capture him have yielded little success. It stands to reason that they might deploy the Dementors for a more effective search. However, the apparent aim of those Dementors is clearly the Hogwarts Express. Could it be? Could it be that Sirius Black is hiding aboard the Hogwarts Express? Hermione's eyes widened slightly, and the most rational explanation sprang from her lips. But Glen interjected, No, I have not spotted any adult males aboard the Hogwarts Express aside from the conductor and the new professor, Lupin. Furthermore, it is evident that Lupin did not engage in any form of disguise. I can ascertain this with certainty. The Dementor's fixation on the Hogwarts Express stems from an entirely different rationale. He articulated this notion. I have overheard my father mention to Harry that the ultimate objective of Sirius Black's escape from prison was, in fact, Harry himself. Ginny's voice suddenly interjected, rising in volume. It is because Harry vanquished Voldemort, and Sirius Black, being a fervent adherent of the Dark Lord, seeks vengeance for his master. I comprehend your implication, Ginny. The Ministry of Magic harbors the belief that Sirius Black is likely to conceal himself aboard the Hogwarts Express to fulfill his agenda, which is why they dispatched Dementors here. However, this remains an uncertain conjecture. Sirius Black did not board the Hogwarts Express, even if he were indeed on the train. It is utterly irrational to send such creatures to pursue him. Hermione held an unwavering trust in Glen's judgment. How dare they act in such a manner? Hermione's emotions surged, her small hand striking the table with a resounding thud. What on earth is the Ministry of Magic doing? Is the mind of the individual responsible for this decision truly sound? To send Dementors, creatures devoid of rationality and whose behavior is notoriously erratic, aboard a train filled with young witches and wizards without verifying the accuracy of the information is simply incomprehensible. One must understand that Dementors are indiscriminate in their targeting and exist in a perpetual state of hunger, presenting a perilous threat. Those grotesque beings might inadvertently harm young wizards during their search, feeding on what is most vital to an individual, even if they do not inflict harm. Their terrifying presence is sufficient to leave an indelible scar on the impressionable minds of the young witches and wizards. In a carriage brimming with innocent souls, is it truly a rational course of action to deploy such unpredictable creatures, capable of harming innocents at any moment? While it is true that Sirius Black is a malevolent figure, should not the most prudent strategy to locate him involve the deployment of Aurors rather than Dementors? Moreover, the very notion of Sirius Black boarding the Hogwarts Express should not have been a consideration in the first place. If the Ministry genuinely sought to avert such a scenario, they ought to have implemented appropriate protective measures at platform 9 3/4, rather than attempting to rectify the situation after the train had already departed. Hermione was both exasperated and speechless. She had long been aware of the Ministry's decline, but she never anticipated the reality to be so absurd. As her thoughts swirled in her mind, a hand gently rested upon Hermione's, seeking to soothe her troubled spirit. Hermione, within this carriage, you are the only one capable of shielding them from the influence of the Dementors, Glen said, eyes still closed, diligently focusing on observing the movements of the Dementors. Among those present, you are the only one capable of casting the Patronus charm. As long as you conjure it, encircling us and blocking the doorway, the Dementors will be unable to breach our compartment. What? The Patronus charm? Hermione, when did you learn it? Draco's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Hermione. The Patronus charm is one of the most powerful, ancient, and mysterious defensive spells in the wizarding world, renowned not only for its protective capabilities, but also for the immense difficulty involved in mastering it. The majority of wizards are unable to successfully cast the Patronus charm, making the ability to do so a hallmark of extraordinary magical prowess. Wizards who can perform this spell are exceedingly rare, and it is almost unheard of for a young witch like Hermione to wield it, underscoring its significance. While Hermione possesses remarkable magical talent, it is nonetheless astonishing that she could learn the Patronus charm at such a young age. What? Do you have a problem with that? With Glen's reassurance, Hermione gradually regained her composure, sensing the skepticism in Draco's voice, and shot him a disdainful glance. I learned this spell last year. Chapter 14, The Patronus. Hermione's aptitude for magical studies is undoubtedly exceptional, and bolstered by her innate talent, she has worked diligently, resulting in her mastery of numerous spells and a prowess that surpasses her peers. Additionally, Hermione is a girl profoundly attuned to her emotions. And under the tender care of Glen and her elders, the positive feelings she has experienced far outweigh the negative. Coupled with the sweetness, joy, and happiness derived from her close companionship with Glen, she perceives herself as the luckiest and happiest girl in the world, a sentiment that is evident within her heart. Any lingering negative emotions have long been overshadowed by an abundance of positive feelings. Not to mention, she has harnessed the power of the light, a force born from pure, uplifting emotions. The Patronus charm, that ancient and enigmatic magic, is a manifestation of the caster's inner self. It embodies positive energy, representing hope, joy, and the will to live. Casting the Patronus charm requires a robust foundation in magic, significantly surpassing that of the average wizard. This spell only takes effect when one concentrates deeply, necessitating the recollection of a particularly joyful or love-filled memory to fill the heart with positive emotions. For Hermione, meeting these prerequisites is exceedingly simple. In terms of magical foundation, her vast knowledge coupled with her innate talent is more than sufficient. Regarding the concentration of thoughts, for the academically gifted Hermione, it is merely a task she can accomplish at any moment. As for positive emotions, the little girl's heart is already brimming with such sentiments. Casting the Patronus charm is simply a natural progression. When she first attempted the Patronus charm, Hermione's intuition assured her of her imminent success. The outcome, as expected, was precisely what Hermione envisioned. She recited the incantation, and a silvery light instantly filled the entire room of requirement. Although at that moment, the Patronus she conjured was merely an intangible guardian. Throughout the vast expanse of history, how many wizards have successfully cast a Patronus on their very first attempt? As Hermione did? Perhaps very few, if any at all. Today, through Hermione's diligent practice, her Patronus has taken on a tangible form, and now, as the Dementors draw near, it finally has a purpose, to protect her friends. Yet Hermione is not content with merely this. She is never a selfish individual. Hermione is a passionate, kind-hearted young witch who genuinely cares for others. I'm sorry, Glen, but I cannot accept the option of relying solely on the Patronus to safeguard our compartment. The girl gazed at Glen, one hand resting reassuringly over his, while the other hand turned to warmly envelop his. My other friends are in different compartments, and other young witches and wizards are also facing the threat of Dementors. Since I possess the ability to repel them and protect my fellow students, I cannot stand idly by. I know you are looking out for me, wanting to prevent my exhaustion from overexertion, but I still wish to use my strength to shield everyone. Hermione's gaze was fiery, intensely focused on Glen. Even with his eyes closed, Glen could sense the fervent intensity of her stare. Slowly, he turned his head, his empty left hand gently resting on Hermione's head, caressing her fluffy hair. Then let us proceed as you wish. Hermione blinked her big eyes, clearly taken aback by Glen's decisive response. I know you will most likely choose the method you mentioned, just as you predicted. I simply offered a more straightforward approach, but the decision lies with you. So go ahead and act. I will take care of the rest. Hermione fell silent for 2 seconds, then wrapped her arms tightly around Glen. Glen, I absolutely adore you. She planted a kiss on his cheek, though she wished to linger longer with him. However, the urgency of the situation and the piercing, envious gazes surrounding her prompted the girl to release him immediately. She stepped over Ginny and Luna to stand at the front of the compartment. Her cheeks flushed, unsure whether it was from shyness or the genuine joy of being understood and validated by someone she wished to comprehend her thoughts. It is always a delightful experience to have those closest to you understand, believe in, and respect your ideas, providing immense encouragement. It is no wonder that Hermione's spirits are so elevated at this moment. As the dialogue and actions unfolded, the forward momentum of the Hogwarts Express gradually came to a halt, heralding the imminent arrival of the Dementors, those wretched creatures that devoured joy and hope. They were but 10 seconds away from reaching the entrance of the train, and Hermione, the responsibility of the carriage lay in your capable hands. After uttering these words, Glen showed no intention of moving. He reclined against the back of the sofa, arms crossed, head slightly bowed, and eyes closed, seemingly lost in slumber. Rest assured, I shall handle it. Hermione felt invigorated, her emotions soaring to their zenith. Without a backward glance, she opened the compartment door and stepped into the train's corridor. With a flick of her wrist, a brown wand materialized in her hand. Her right foot advanced, while her left foot lingered slightly behind. Hermione raised her wand, aligning it with her line of sight. Taking a deep breath, inhaling and exhaling, she centered herself, tempering the exuberance that radiated from within, allowing it to settle and nestle in her heart as she awaited the moment of eruption. The cascading bangs could not obscure the confidence and resolve emanating from Hermione's sparkling brown eyes. As the temperature around her began to drop, due to the approach of the Dementors, she slowly exhaled a breath, a wisp of white mist escaping from her slightly parted, moist lips into the surrounding air. Hermione was prepared. The Hogwarts Express had come to a complete standstill, and the faint creak of the opening train door reached Hermione's ears. She understood that the moment had arrived. No longer suppressing the flood of emotions within her, she embraced the comfort brought by the meticulous care of her elders. The gratitude for the patient companionship, the joy found in the camaraderie with friends, and the happiness derived from timely assistance. She also felt the profound gratitude for Glen's unwavering protection, the warmth of his thoughtful consideration, and the joy stemming from mutual respect and understanding. Additionally, there was the love expressed, albeit still unfamiliar, yet earnestly conveyed to Hermione. All these emotions began to swell within her. As her magical energy began to deplete, and her magical circuits began to form, a sacred and comforting aura radiated from Hermione, a soft white glow enveloping her brown eyes. "I wish to protect you with the feelings and memories you have bestowed upon me," was Hermione's beautiful sentiment. At this very moment, it was time to realize that thought. Expecto Patronum. Chapter 15, The Cat Patronus. A silvery radiance enveloped Hermione's outstretched wand, rapidly coalescing before her into a halo of shimmering light. Luna, standing closest to Hermione, could distinctly sense the encroaching chill dissipating, warmth returning to envelop her once more. This gentle and comforting energy caressed the hearts of all present, dispelling the fear and terror instilled by the Dementors, while joy and happiness blossomed within them, as the most beautiful and cherished memories buried deep within their hearts surged forth. Luna could not help but smile, her ethereal gaze fixed upon Hermione, as if she had glimpsed something truly beautiful. She sighed in admiration. Hermione began to gently twirl her wand, casting the Patronus charm, her positive emotions coalescing into a tangible form. As she moved, a silvery aura began to gather and solidify before her. This was the transformation of the Patronus from the intangible to the tangible. The soft, silvery light emanating from the young girl was delicately drawn away, swirling like a stream into the silvery halo before her. For a brief moment, the world seemed to fall into silence. A translucent silver forepaw stepped forth from the aura surrounding Hermione. Following it was the head, body, legs, and tail. A plush, elegant creature stood gracefully before Hermione, gazing proudly at the Dementors at the end of the train. It had silky, fluffy fur of medium length, rippling with silvery waves, and its silver eyes sparkled with life, as if it had truly come alive. What a beautiful and sacred being it was. This was Hermione's Patronus, a charming, soft, and undoubtedly delightful ragdoll cat. Seeing her Patronus successfully summoned, Hermione smiled sweetly. There were no unforeseen incidents. Everything was well within her control. In the distance, the Dementors that had just boarded the Hogwarts Express sensed a rich and fragrant aroma, the very essence of joy, hope, and happiness that they most craved. In unison, they stiffly turned their heads toward Hermione, drawn to the rear of the train now illuminated by the silvery glow. They craved, they longed for sustenance. The instinct to feed overwhelmed these creatures dispatched by the Ministry of Magic, causing them to forget the orders given to them. The Dementors stirred, emitting a silent shriek as they rushed toward Hermione. Their faces, obscured by dark cloth, became visible as they advanced, revealing the hollow mouths that yearned to devour happiness. Several Dementors surged through the train's corridor, nearly occupying all available space, pressing against one another like a terrifying black wall, descending upon Hermione. "Repel them," she uttered softly. Yet her words resonated with a sense of sanctity, as if she were undertaking a trivial task. Her Patronus sprang into action, gracefully dancing around Hermione in a few agile circles before leaping into the fray, seemingly gentle yet resolute, advancing toward the oncoming Dementors. The silvery ragdoll cat collided with the dark shapes, and then, in a stunning reversal, the black tide was pushed back by the silvery glow. Moving even faster than the Dementors had approached, as if cleansed by a divine force, the cold and oppressive atmosphere dissipated under Hermione's Patronus, allowing a warm ambience to return to the train, with even the colors in the corridor appearing more vivid. Why is it unattainable? Why am I being pushed away? The fleeting rationality of the Dementors was insufficient for them to comprehend the events unfolding around them. The delectable essence lay tantalizingly close, yet felt as insurmountable as a vast chasm. The Patronus charm, a fusion of positive emotions and magic, formed an unyielding barrier that the Dementors could never breach or touch. They surged forward, their mouths gaping, only to be repelled. Once more, they launched an assault, yet the outcome mirrored the previous attempt. The Dementors possessed physical forms, but confined within the walls of the train corridor and driven back by Hermione's Patronus, they collided and compressed against one another and the walls, ultimately being ejected from the Hogwarts Express. The expelled Dementors scattered like fireworks from the train's entrance, yet undeterred, they twisted in the air and charged back toward the entrance. However, Hermione would not grant them such an opportunity. Her silvery Patronus radiated a sacred aura, a plush feline figure perched at the train's entrance, leisurely grooming itself and washing its face with a paw. Even in such an unguarded posture, the Dementors could not approach the entrance by so much as a step. Within the windows of the Hogwarts Express, many young witches and wizards appeared, their astonished faces gazing at the unfolding scene outside. The fears that had once gripped their hearts and the cold they had felt vanished entirely. As they cautiously opened the doors of the compartments to discover who had safeguarded them, they found no one in the corridor. Only the abundant silvery mist that filled the space. Hermione had retreated back into the compartment, seated in her place, maintaining the output of her Patronus. The remaining task was sufficiently handled by her guardian spirit. "Goodness, Hermione, you are astonishing," Ginny exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she grasped Hermione's hands. "Thank you for protecting everyone." Luna, as ever, earnestly thanked Hermione, gazing deeply into her eyes. Neville and Hannah shared the same sense of admiration and gratitude as Ginny. Glen remained silent, maintaining his posture, leaning against the back of the sofa without uttering a word. Draco, after a soft scoff, reluctantly mumbled a thank you to Hermione before turning his head to gaze out the window. "Ah, what a window it is." Yet, Draco furrowed his brow, noticing a gap in the window above that had somehow been opened. "I distinctly remember closing it," he muttered to himself. The rain continued to fall outside. Even without the influence of the Dementors, the temperature remained low, and the cold wind seeped through the crack in the window, sending a shiver through the young wizard. Best to close it, he decided. Draco rose and drew the window shut. Amidst the expressions of gratitude from her friends, Hermione caught Draco's murmured words. Her gaze drifting towards the window, her beautiful eyes shimmering with contemplation. She glanced at Glen, who appeared to be asleep beside her, and comprehended everything. Chapter 16, Exchange. Time shifted forward by a mere 23 seconds. As Hermione exited the compartment, capturing the attention of everyone within, Glen silently cast a disillusionment charm, a silencing charm, and an invisibility charm upon himself. Simultaneously, he retrieved from the black ring a rudimentary alchemical puppet, resembling his own form, activated it, and placed the essence of his soul within the puppet's body, connecting it to his consciousness, thereby enabling Glen to control the puppet's movements with his mind. Of course, the puppet's capabilities were limited at this stage, allowing only for simple actions such as walking and raising a hand. It could not manipulate facial expressions, produce sound, or perform intricate tasks. Yet, for the time being, these functionalities sufficed. Glen was not particularly loquacious, and his facial expressions rarely varied. Thus, even his friends would struggle to discern any difference from the real Glen unless they observed closely. The materials for crafting the alchemical puppet were derived from realistic substances obtained through alchemy. His ultimate aim was to refine it into a semi-living entity, internally constructed with alchemical mechanisms that would generate power, with the essence of the soul serving as the hub for information transfer, and the consciousness of the external user guiding the puppet's actions. While controlling such an alchemical puppet, the operator essentially engaged in dual focus, possessing two bodies with one soul, allowing them to receive additional visual and auditory stimuli observed and heard by the puppet. Furthermore, the puppet itself had the capability to store information, recording gathered data for later review. This method provided a solution for Hermione should she encounter two different classes simultaneously after the term commenced and wish to attend both. There were two puppets in total, one mirrored Glen's appearance, while the other resembled Hermione's. The essence of the soul could be detached and utilized as needed, offering great convenience and utility. For Glen, this meant he could effortlessly embody two roles, appearing as both a student and a professor of the Night Watch concurrently, thereby further dividing his identity. Just as he was doing now, Glen's form seemingly remained unchanged, yet at the moment the disillusionment charm took effect, he had exchanged identities with the alchemical puppet. He placed the puppet in his original position, adjusted its posture, cradled Crookshanks, and divided his attention to maintain the puppet's movements. As Glen stood, erasing his form and sound, he opened the window a crack. Magic. Glen's form began to assimilate into the shadows, though he could not yet transmute his clothing. However, as long as he fully transformed into the dark red substance, the necessity of attire became inconsequential. In an instant, his body lost its form, transforming into an unstable mass of black and red. Glen, utilizing a dark ring, retracted his garments, deftly controlling the amorphous shape he had assumed. He slipped through the narrow gap of the window and ascended diagonally. Once fully through the window, Glen immediately dispelled his transformation. His left hand, the last to revert, grasped the upper edge of the train, altering the trajectory of his movement. The remainder of his form swung upwards around his left hand, pivoting onto the roof of the Hogwarts Express. His clothing reappeared in the air, symbolizing the influx of Glen's residual black and red substance, followed closely by the reemergence of his body parts. This instantaneous and complete transformation served as a temporary substitute for Glen, a means of navigating his still developing control over the amorphous state. From a practical standpoint, it proved to be rather effective. Crouched atop the train, he remained unaffected by the torrential rain pouring down. Glen opened his eyes, his obsidian irises seemingly penetrating the veil of rain and mist, fixated on the other Dementors circling ominously in the distance. Since Hermione had resolved to protect everyone aboard the train from the Dementors, Glen had no intentions of allowing these creatures to return to the Ministry of Magic or Azkaban. Ginny's assertions held considerable weight. The Dementors' interception of the Hogwarts Express was no mere coincidence, but rather a calculated maneuver orchestrated by the Ministry of Magic. These creatures could only brazenly appear on the train, filled with young wizards, with official sanction. A search was imperative, yet the potential repercussions from the Guardians of Azkaban during this search were an unavoidable sacrifice. On the surface, this reasoning seemed sound, but was it genuine? Absolutely not. If the intention were truly to search for Sirius Black aboard the Hogwarts Express, such an operation should have occurred prior to the train's departure, not during its journey. This was merely an excuse crafted by those in power. The Ministry's interference with Hogwarts had already commenced, and the search involving the Dementors was a test, a probing of Hogwarts and Dumbledore's boundaries. Should they acquiesce? Compromising with this unreasonable search on the train would only embolden the Ministry to escalate their intrusions, hastening the erosion of Dumbledore's authority. In light of this, should they resist? If resistance were to be the course, as Hermione had resolved, the Dementors, once repelled, would report back to the Ministry. The Ministry would seize upon the incident, crafting a narrative that painted Hogwarts as an accomplice in shielding the escaped prisoner Sirius Black, a former student. This would place the burden of complicity squarely upon Dumbledore and Hogwarts. Consequently, the Ministry would feel justified in adopting a more severe stance towards Hogwarts, resorting to surveillance, control, and manipulation until the very essence of Hogwarts was reshaped into that of the Ministry of Magic. This is a calculated scheme, one that is destined to ensnare the unwary. The former, being feeble, will be gradually eroded, while the latter, though resolute, will ultimately face stringent repercussions. Hermione's choice of the latter stems from her unwillingness to witness harm befall those around her. Beyond this sentiment, there exists no other motive. Glen's initial intent was to preserve his own safety and avoid entanglement and turmoil, yet given Hermione's determination, he felt compelled to lend his utmost assistance. The consequences of resistance hinge upon the premise that those repelled Dementors can safely reach the Ministry of Magic in the future. Thus, it suffices to rewrite that future in the present, guiding it toward an alternative future of his own design. Indeed, this is but a fragment of the rationale. Creatures such as Dementors ought not to exist in this world. In Glen's heart, the essence of his own being, the most treasured and invaluable aspect, is that which allows him to feel truly alive. This being the deeply cherished memories and emotions brought forth by family, though scant, are profoundly beautiful. The Dementors, which feed on human joy, hope, and even happiness, along with all positive emotions, pose a significant threat to Glen. In the face of such peril, Glen sees but one course of action: eradication. Chapter 17, It Is My Turn. As soon as Hermione made her decision, Glen resolved not to return the Dementors to the Ministry of Magic, but rather to eliminate them on the spot, ensuring that none would be spared to prevent future troubles. Glen abhors instability and the potential for chaos, as these induce a sense of crisis and unease within him. He views the Dementors, driven by a modicum of reason and a predominant hunger, as entities he wishes to avoid at all costs. Should he be compelled to engage with them, it would be through a decisive severance of their physical connection. As Glen contemplated his course of action, the train beneath him came to a complete halt. Soon thereafter, a soft, ethereal silvery light surged forth, emanating from the rear of the Hogwarts Express and rapidly advancing toward the front. Accompanying this luminous display were the sounds of objects colliding and pressing against the walls of the train. It appeared that Hermione had commenced casting the Patronus charm. However, upon attuning himself to the atmosphere within the train, Glen maintained an impassive demeanor. Indeed, as he had surmised, Hermione had successfully conjured her corporeal Patronus. In truth, she ought not to have done so. Had Glen been in Hermione's position, casting the Patronus charm with a fully formed guardian, he would not have manifested a corporeal Patronus in this situation. An incorporeal Patronus would have sufficed within the confines of the train to achieve the intended goal. It cannot be said that Hermione's actions were erroneous. The young lady simply lacked a clear assessment of her own capabilities. After all, it was her inaugural attempt to wield the Patronus charm against Dementors, prompting her to exert herself fully. However, the corporeal Patronus is imbued with profound symbolism and significance, making it susceptible to revealing one's identity when observed by others during future conjurations. Although Hermione retracted into their compartment before being seen, her feline Patronus would inevitably be witnessed by many. Had it been Glen, he would have circumvented this predicament. Alas, he is unable to do so. Glen's progress in mastering the Patronus charm has been remarkably slow. Having initiated his studies alongside Hermione, he remains unable to manifest even a wisp of silvery mist. This can be attributed to the stringent requirements for learning and casting the charm, compounded by Glen's personal challenges. When it comes to emotions and sentiments, Glen finds himself at a loss. The love bestowed upon him by his family and that which Hermione has shared are treasures he cherishes deep within, awaiting his comprehension and assimilation. Yet, regarding the activation of these feelings to forge a magical circuit, Glen has not yet grasped the necessary approach. Over the years, he has accumulated a wealth of positive emotions, yet when juxtaposed against the myriad negative sentiments amassed over his previous 17 years and nearly 14 in this life, those scant positive feelings are but a drop in the ocean. Consequently, despite his remarkable magical aptitude, Glen's advancement in practicing the Patronus charm has proven exceedingly arduous, and he has often found solace in Hermione's encouragement. To successfully conjure a Patronus, Glen can only persist in his endeavors in the days to come. Fortunately, he does not require the charm today, rendering this a trivial matter. It is well known that Dementors cannot be destroyed, they can only be repelled. Even the Patronus, their natural adversary, merely creates a barrier that keeps them at bay, without inflicting any harm upon their corporeal forms. This is precisely why the Ministry of Magic has designated these creatures as Guardians of Azkaban. With no means to eliminate them, they must instead be driven away, yet cannot be allowed to roam freely across the world. Thus, at the expense of the prisoners' souls and emotions, they are confined within Azkaban's walls. However, as a killer, Glen does not subscribe to the belief that there are creatures in this world that cannot be vanquished. If such beings exist, it is merely due to a lack of the right approach. He has resolved that should the spells he intends to use fail to dispatch a Dementor, he will ensnare it within an alchemical vessel and bury it in a hidden, inescapable location, awaiting the day he discovers the correct solution. A violent collision reverberated from the front of the train, as 5 Dementors were hurled away by a silvery light, spiraling through the air before charging once more, yet failing to breach the barrier. Glen refrained from acting impulsively. He lay in quiet ambush atop the train, observing the Dementors rebounding repeatedly from their futile attempts. It seems that an unsettling situation has been detected. The Dementors floating in the distant sky began to move anxiously. One of these creatures headed straight towards its fellow beings who were lingering persistently at the train's entrance. Upon its arrival, the Dementors at the train door fell silent, gathering around it, exchanging silent glances. Was this a form of communication? It is said that within the ranks of Dementors, there exist leaders or similar figures, endowed with superior intelligence. Due to the lesser intellect of their kin, interactions with humans are often conducted by these more astute Dementors, and the one that descended was likely one such entity. After a wordless exchange, this Dementor attempted several times to breach Hermione's Patronus charm, but to no avail. It turned, shared a glance with its companions, and ascended back to join the others in the sky. Meanwhile, the approaching Dementors began to congregate, seemingly embroiled in a considerable dispute. Beneath the rain, the dark mass stirred restlessly. However, this did not concern Glen. His sole focus was to keep those creatures in his line of sight. With the obstruction of the Dementors lifted, the Hogwarts Express swiftly resumed its journey, and the Dementors above finally reached a consensus, beginning to fly towards a specific direction. Glen silently observed their departure, rising to his feet and pausing for a moment, before propelling himself into a semi-transformed state, soaring into the air to pursue the retreating horde of Dementors. In the last carriage of the Hogwarts Express, Hermione, maintaining the Patronus charm, heard a faint sound emanating from the alchemical puppet seated beside her. Tap, 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 tap. Glen's left hand had fallen to his side, and his fingers rhythmically drummed against the carriage wall. Upon hearing this, Hermione released her hold on the Patronus charm, exhaling deeply as she leaned back against the sofa. She cast a worried glance out the window, but remained silent. Since Glen chose to trust and understand her, she too could choose to trust and understand him. Whispering the message Glen had conveyed to her, she murmured, "It's my turn." Chapter 18, another form of the Patronus charm. Due to the rain, the sky had grown quite dark by this hour, and the surrounding environment was shrouded in thick mist, as if the entire world were enveloped by a murky veil. The rain showed no signs of abating, nor did the fog seem inclined to dissipate. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, tearing open a gap in the dense fog, causing the surrounding air currents to stir and gradually disperse the mist in that area. However, after a brief moment, the fog slowly reformed, yet within that thick haze, a slightly cleared passage remained, elusive and shifting further into the distance. Even beneath the cover of night, rain, and mist, Glen showed no intention of lifting the illusion spell that cloaked him. Maintaining his semi-demonic form, he soared swiftly at a lower altitude, his heightened senses firmly locking onto a group of drifting shadows above him. The distance was still insufficient. It was not yet time for action. He remained silent, contemplating this. It had been 47 minutes and 58 seconds since he had been trailing the Dementors as they moved away from the Hogwarts Express. Yet this distance did little to diminish suspicion, and the current location was hardly suitable for disposing of a body. While this may not be the most precise statement, if spells cannot vanquish the Dementors, sealing them entirely through alchemy renders them akin to corpses. However, the moment for Glen to strike was rapidly approaching. Emotions hold a significant place in the wizarding world. Most arcane spells, shrouded in mystery, are invariably linked to them. When augmented by emotions, magic tends to yield effects that are more potent and unique than those of similar spells. The Patronus charm serves as an exemplary case. Its stature in the realm of magic far eclipses even that of Dumbledore in the wizarding community. Yet, the complexity of its learning and the prerequisites involved render it inaccessible to all. Those who can learn it face formidable challenges, as the charm demands a wellspring of positive emotions, an abundance of them. Consequently, dark wizards, lurking in the shadows of the wizarding world, find themselves unable to wield this spell, their hearts tainted by the malice the world has bestowed upon them, leaving no room for positive emotions to flourish. Glen's situation is somewhat better. At least he understands how to control the overwhelming negative emotions within him, safeguarding the precious positive feelings he possesses, while remaining acutely aware of their origins, preventing them from contaminating his heart. Nonetheless, he still cannot perform the Patronus charm, despite his steadfast will and resilient spirit, which enable him to swiftly master other spells. He always senses an indescribable repulsion when attempting to learn the Patronus charm. It feels as if the spell itself is vehemently rejecting him, mocking his unworthiness to learn it. Glen does not feel particularly disheartened by this. He realizes that although he has undergone some transformation in this life, influenced by those around him, it is merely a slight change. Glen has found a measure of redemption, yet it remains woefully inadequate. Deep within his essence, in the intertwined soul of his 2 lifetimes, he is still that assassin, hidden in the shadows, incessantly absorbing negative emotions, marked as evil, cruel, and corrupted in the eyes of the public. Perhaps only when he is able to cast the Patronus charm will Glen truly attain salvation. However, Glen remained indifferent, much like his disregard for the perceptions others held of him. This sentiment merits further contemplation. A more precise characterization would involve excluding his family and Hermione from the considerations of others. He was equally unconcerned about his lack of eligibility to learn the Patronus charm. Yet, he had no intention of wholly relinquishing this particular spell. If one were to assert that Glen possessed limited capacity to summon the positive emotions required for casting a Patronus, what of the immense reservoir of negative emotions that surged within him? Glen was, after all, a prodigy who had consistently endeavored to mimic, innovate, and transform spells. Reframing the concept, the internal structure of the Patronus charm serves as the guiding force for shaping the spell, with magical energy and positive emotions acting as its fuel. If his own source of motivation faltered, Glen resolved to seek an alternative power source, one entirely fueled by negative emotions. Much like Hermione's initial successful attempt at conjuring a Patronus, when Glen endeavored to alter the spell according to his imagination, it manifested with a surprising ease he had not anticipated, as if it were always meant to exist in this world. Upon conducting a meticulous comparison between his Patronus and Hermione's, Glen discerned that the effects produced by a Patronus driven by negative emotions starkly contrasted with those fueled by positive sentiments. A Patronus born of positive emotions radiates warmth, joy, hope, and happiness, generating a gentle and mild defensive effect, characterized by a luminous, pure silvery hue. In stark contrast, Glen's version, powered by the antithesis of positive emotions, inevitably imparted coldness, revulsion, despair, and fear to those nearby. Although its function remained protective, the efficacy diverged dramatically from that of the traditional Patronus. While the latter gently repelled threats, Glen's spell engendered a ferocious consumption, obliterating all adversaries before they could approach those he wished to protect. Nevertheless, this spell, which inflicted suffering and despair upon those around him, could not be wielded in proximity to the ones he sought to safeguard. Thus, the solution lay in eradicating the enemies before they could draw near. Glen, you have created a new spell. Huh, you want me to name it and provide the incantation? No, this is a spell that can rival the Patronus charm. This time, you must think of a name yourself. Hermione's excited voice echoed in Glen's mind as he drew closer to the ominous throng of Dementors hovering above. How about we each take a step back? I will choose the name, and you will decide on the incantation. I've thought of it. The name of this new spell shall also be the Patronus charm. You see, the original intention of this incantation has remained unchanged. It stems from a desire to protect those dear to us, and it can even summon a guardian spirit. In my memory, Hermione playfully smiled at Glen, seemingly relishing her own cleverness and the perplexity she observed on his face. Well, it is true that negative emotions and positive emotions are antithetical. Despite sharing a name, there must be some distinction. Thus, the incantation should logically be the opposite. However, the emotions invoked during their casting are indeed shared. Given this, let us name it Guardian Conjuration. Glen uttered the incantation. Chapter 19, Serpent Guardian. Glen extended his left hand, and before his dark magical hand, a black mist began to coalesce, swirling like a vortex, collapsing inward to ultimately form a mysterious and ominous halo of pure darkness. As if capable of devouring all, the faint glimmers of light that remained in the already dimly lit surroundings, shrouded by the night and rain, seemed to vanish in the wake of this black radiance, rendering everything within a 10-meter radius of Glen nearly invisible. With the formation of a magical circuit, Glen's guardian spirit began to materialize before him. Fine tendrils of black mist flowed from the dark halo, intertwining and weaving together, gradually coalescing into a tangible form, eventually breaking free from the halo's confines, with only a few wisps of imperceptible black mist tethering it to Glen. The guardian spirit's head was somewhat flattened and pointed, large eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson, its mouth slightly ajar in a vigilant, predatory pose, revealing two elongated, sharp fangs protruding from its upper jaw. The scales along its torso were distinctly visible, smooth and glossy, making it difficult to discern that this creature was composed of gathered black mist. It was a serpent, known as the slender-scaled taipan. The slender-scaled taipan is the most venomous snake on the continent and possesses the fastest attack speed in the world. With a venom output equivalent to 20 times that of a king cobra, each bite can lethally poison 20 tons of prey within 24 hours, roughly the weight of 2 adult African elephants. Even though it cannot exhibit its lethal toxicity as a guardian spirit, it retains its swift strike while sacrificing venom for a more devastating ability to consume and erode. Once fully formed, Glen's guardian spirit did not immediately charge at the distant Dementors. Instead, it floated in the air for a moment, stretching its form before returning to its creator's side, circling around Glen, awaiting his command. The current distance was still too great. They needed to close the gap. Suddenly, Glen accelerated, flying at 5 times his previous speed toward the Dementors. 5,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 100 meters. Go, Glen whispered, and the black serpent, unseen by the naked eye, shot forth like an arrow piercing through the clouds, parting the mist around it with tremendous force, creating a long, clear path. If the Dementors' most cherished indulgence, and indeed their sustenance, lies in the positive emotions harbored within the human soul, then Glen, with but a mere flicker of positive sentiment amidst a sea of negativity, would surely appear to them as a most unpalatable and repugnant entity. The rich aroma emanating from Glen's essence would undoubtedly incite a sense of vigilance among the Dementors. However, the transmission of matter requires time, and Glen's instinctual actions rendered these specters oblivious to any looming threat prior to their assault. By the time they experienced revulsion and terror, it was far too late. It was as if time itself had been suspended. At a singular moment, all the Dementors found their movements arrested, their very essence ensnared by an invisible hand. Driven by an instinctual yearning for life, even in their limited intelligence, an unprecedented fear gripped their hearts. Something was approaching. For the first time, thoughts beyond mere consumption flickered within their consciousness. Yet this notion would only manifest as a fleeting thought for some unfortunate souls before their awareness dissipated entirely. In the dark abyss, a presence far darker than the surrounding gloom flitted by, annihilating the forms of the Dementors in its path as if they were erased by an eraser, their bodies rendered incomplete. This was made possible only due to the modest size of Glen's guardian spirit, which allowed for the preservation of remnants of those Dementors it had consumed in a single strike. Yet, this was of little consequence. Upon witnessing the lethal potential of his guardian spell against the Dementors, Glen resolved to leave not a single fragment of their existence intact. Like a torrential downpour from the heavens, the bodies of the Dementors, devoured and destroyed by the guardian enchantment, began to plummet, yet this was merely the prelude. A dark trail weaved through the ranks of the Dementors, and in less than a second, the once formidable cloud of hundreds began to disintegrate, transforming into a cascade of black rain. After the small black serpent wove through them repeatedly, the remaining Dementors finally grasped the peril and, gripped by fear, scattered in a panicked flight. This, however, only intensified the strain on Glen's magical output and escalated the challenge for his guardian serpent in its pursuit. Nevertheless, this was merely a desperate resistance. Faced with Glen, the Dementors possessed neither the capacity to retaliate nor the inclination to do so. Though somewhat grotesque, one might liken it to the futility of considering any course of action other than fleeing when pursued by a relentless entity. The answer, of course, is a resounding no. Moreover, in this moment, Glen, a veritable embodiment of negativity, wielded the power to obliterate them entirely with his incantation. All the Dementors yearned for was to retreat to Azkaban and voraciously absorb the positive emotions from the prisoners, desperately seeking solace amidst their dread. What a dreadful affair this is. We have been summoned to search for that elongated metal shell, with a promise to spare no effort in locating the one known as Sirius Black. Initially, I believed I could feast upon the human offspring within that metallic enclosure. But before I could even catch a glimpse of them, I was expelled by a blinding white force. Now, I find myself pursued by this terrifying black entity. What a torment it is to be a Dementor. With a modicum of intellect, the Dementor pondered thus. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind swept by, and upon turning, it beheld that a companion, who had just been nearby, was now but half of its former self. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. To escape, one must flee. Before its thoughts could fully coalesce, its awareness dissipated entirely, culminating in a fate of dismemberment. The Black Guardian, akin to a meat grinder, darted irregularly through the air, tearing apart the scattered Dementors in a frenzy. Yet, it was an indiscriminate guardian, relishing every fragment that floated in the nocturnal sky, savoring and consuming each morsel with zeal. The annihilation was so thorough that even the Ministry of Magic would find not a single thread of the Dementor's cloaks upon inspection. This one-sided massacre endured for 2 minutes and 35 seconds, and with the diligent assistance of the little black serpent, the fleeing Dementors were ultimately extinguished. Chapter 20. Return to Hogwarts. The black tempest, formed by the darting little serpent, gradually dissipated after completely shredding all the Dementors, and it elegantly opened its mouth to burp before lazily gliding towards Glen. Stretching out his right hand, Glen felt the little black serpent coil around him, eventually resting upon his neck, its head drooping on his shoulder, the charming serpent flicking its tongue and its large black eyes spinning, seemingly searching for any remnants of the shattered Dementors. Expanding his extrasensory perception, Glen began to soar around the area in pursuit of any lingering fragments of the Dementors. However, it appeared that his guardian was quite diligent, having indeed consumed all the Dementors without discrimination, leaving no leftovers. Ah, what a good child. After thoroughly confirming the absence of evidence, Glen decided to release the Patronus charm. The little black serpent affectionately nuzzled Glen's face before transforming into a wisp of black mist, dissolving into the air. The endless curtain of rain still enveloped the world, yet amidst it all, an incongruous presence lingered in the distance, where the Ministry of Magic was located. Thus, this was the final act. Glen retrieved his wand, conjuring memories in his mind, while channeling the magic within his body to form corresponding circuits of energy. He then raised his wand high into the sky. Fireworks erupted in a dazzling display. Emerald green light, trailing behind, illuminated the night sky, culminating in an explosion that resonated with a loud crack, followed by intricate patterns composed of countless emerald points appearing around the epicenter of the explosion. That was a firework spell crafted by Glen. Inspired by the dark mark emitted by a Death Eater he had seen years ago, the faux dark mark ascended higher, its green smoke billowing outward. Once his objective was achieved, Glen promptly turned around, assessed the direction of Hogwarts, sheathed his wand, and extended his left hand. In an instant, he cast the shrinking charm. The discordant element amidst the rain vanished, and the downpour continued unabated. Shortly thereafter, numerous figures materialized at the spot where Glen had previously stood, concealed by the night and the rain. Their expressions were obscured, yet they all unambiguously gazed skyward at the emerald-hued symbol, the dark mark. The leader's voice trembled, but he soon waved his hand, feigning composure, and commanded, "Search this area thoroughly, leave no corner unchecked. This news must not escape. In my view, this is merely the clumsy imitation of some fraud, so there is no need for alarm. The Dark Lord has long since perished." Quietly, Glen emerged beyond the confines of Hogwarts' protective enchantments. He dispelled the magical disguise and gently descended to the ground, consuming several potions to restore his vitality before hastening toward Hogwarts. He arrived at the grand entrance, the very threshold he ought to have crossed in a carriage drawn by a magnificent thestral. The imposing wrought iron gates stood firmly on the ground, flanked by stone columns, each crowned with statues of winged boars. However, unlike previous years, a Dementor now loomed at each end of the gate, seemingly tasked with guarding Hogwarts. Had the Ministry of Magic become this desperate? Pondering this, Glen had no intention of confronting the Dementors. That would certainly be unwise. Thus, he maintained his speed, upholding the disillusionment charm and various concealment spells, effortlessly slipping through the gates guarded by the two Dementors. Look at what you are guarding. Yet, the Dementors remained oblivious to the intruder who had just concealed his presence, continuing to stand motionless like two unyielding statues. The sorting ceremony had concluded, and Hermione sat at the Gryffindor table, her gaze fixed on Professor Flitwick as he exited the Great Hall, holding the sorting hat and a three-legged stool. However, her attention remained riveted on the alchemical automaton beside her. Suddenly, a familiar and comforting aura caught Hermione's attention, her face lighting up with joy as she quickly turned to the alchemical automaton. The automaton nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Glen had returned. How did it go? Did you remember to take the invigorating potion? Hermione asked eagerly, and Glen paused momentarily before retrieving a vial of blue potion from his pocket and drinking it down. He had indeed forgotten. Prior to entering the Great Hall, he had only magically dried himself off, neglecting Hermione's previous advice to remember to use the invigorating potion after being caught in the rain for too long. Although the potion was not consumed in a timely manner, its magical nature is truly remarkable, and thus Hermione chose not to dwell on it with Glen. Acknowledging his mistakes, Glen was indeed quite obedient. Hermione gently patted Glen's head, her expression a blend of relief and curiosity. "It seems that the protective enchantments I cast upon your mind and spirit have not been depleted?" she inquired softly as she withdrew her hand. Glen nodded in affirmation. The Patronus charm had functioned precisely as I had anticipated. Dispelling the Dementors proved to be far simpler than I had imagined, as they could not approach me. Just as Glen was attuned to Hermione's thoughts, she too gleaned his general sentiments following his agreement on the train. In a moment of affection, she leaped onto him, planting a kiss on his charmingly adorable face, simultaneously bestowing upon him the protective spell from the sacred texts designed to resist malevolent corruption and safeguard the mind and soul. Although the spell was not necessary during Glen's confrontation with the Dementors, its lack of necessity was indeed a blessing. This protective measure had been set in place due to Hermione's concern for Glen's safety against the Dementors, and its ineffectiveness indicated that he had remained unscathed. The young girl expressed her joy, retracting her hand and lowering her gaze, her fingers entwined in a bashful manner. Understanding her need for praise, Glen reached out to stroke Hermione's head. "You truly assisted me. Without your magic, I would not have dared approach them, and the time spent resolving the matter would have been considerably longer." "Oh, it's nothing," Hermione replied, beaming with happiness. Chapter 21. Framing and accusations. The two youngsters exchanged their subtle interactions when Dumbledore rose to speak. Clearly, it was time for the annual opening address, which this year would undoubtedly devote considerable attention to informing the young witches and wizards of the Ministry of Magic's encroachment upon Hogwarts. "Welcome." Dumbledore cleared his throat, his beard glistening in the candlelight that hung in the air, while a mysterious smile adorned his face. "Welcome to Hogwarts for the new academic year. I acknowledge the weariness of your journey. You have all worked hard. There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you, one of which is of utmost seriousness, and I would prefer to clarify it before you become too drowsy from this sumptuous feast. Please pay close attention." He paused, his voice becoming even more resonant as he continued. "Some dark individuals have searched the Hogwarts Express, a matter that I am sure you are all aware of." He scanned the room, making eye contact with each young wizard and witch, and when his gaze met Hermione's, a peculiar light flickered in his azure eyes. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, a glimmer of appreciation appeared. This smile vanished as Dumbledore silently averted his gaze. It seemed he was aware of the events that transpired on the train. Glen spoke in a low voice, referring to Hermione's casting of the Patronus charm to repel the Dementors. "How splendid. I was rather apprehensive that Professor Dumbledore would chastise me for taking matters into my own hands." Hermione's heart, which had been slightly suspended in anxiety, finally settled, and her posture relaxed, rendering her almost limp, as if she might collapse to the floor. Glen reached out to steady her. This was unlikely to occur. Dumbledore's discontent regarding the Ministry of Magic's dispatch of Dementors was palpable, yet his high position rendered him unable to intervene directly in the matter. It was evident that he welcomed any assistance in alleviating his frustrations. Hence, there was no cause for concern. Moreover, Glen continued, it appeared he had no intention of elaborating on your actions. The surrounding young wizards seemed to have reached a consensus to let this matter fade into obscurity, refraining from disseminating any additional information to the outside world. With that said, I could comprehend Professor Dumbledore's approach. However, the emergence of subsequent events was inevitable, was it not? Upon hearing this, Hermione, suddenly brimming with pride, crossed her arms with a self-satisfied huff. I rallied my friends to ensure the young wizards maintained a unified narrative, discreetly attributing the responsibility of safeguarding everyone to the newly arrived Professor Lupin. Judging by the response, they were quite eager to keep this secret. Although they were somewhat unclear about the specifics, they all understood that the commotion in the train corridor had protected them. Thus, not only could the matter be kept confidential, but the attention towards the new defense against the dark arts professor would also be heightened. Should he exhibit any unusual behavior, it would be readily perceived. Hee. Everyone is indeed a wonderful person. Hermione mischievously chuckled, her demeanor suggesting a hint of devilry. Glen expressed his admiration for this clever strategy, diverting attention and maintaining secrecy, while simultaneously monitoring. An astute decision indeed. Glen nodded, having not considered this angle previously. He had initially planned to covertly infiltrate the dormitories of various houses under the cover of night to subtly adjust the memories of the young wizards. However, it now appeared unnecessary. Employing his heightened senses, Glen observed that the young wizards exchanged subtle glances after hearing Dumbledore's words, their gazes shifting to Professor Lupin at the head table, their mouths tightly shut. Confirming their silent communication, it was evident they wished to collectively safeguard Professor Lupin's secret. Following the turmoil caused by the Acromantula incident last year, although the young wizards might not yet fully grasp it, the cohesion among the students of Hogwarts had ascended to unprecedented heights. They were now comrades who had shared life and death experiences. The mere act of keeping a secret seemed trivial in comparison. Seeing the surrounding young wizards remain silent, Dumbledore's heart swelled with joy. This was precisely how it should be. If you do not speak, and I do not speak, then the Ministry of Magic would remain oblivious to the true events that transpired aboard the Hogwarts Express, thus preventing any potential complications. Although only Remus was left in the dark, he would still receive the goodwill of the young wizards, which was a fortunate circumstance in itself. Clearing his throat, he continued, "At present, our school is set to accommodate several Dementors from Azkaban, as they are here to carry out the Ministry's duties." At this juncture, it became evident to the discerning that Dumbledore's gaze had shifted, adopting a more grave demeanor. His eyes were stationed at every entrance of the school grounds. Dumbledore continued, emphasizing that during their stay, it was imperative to clarify that no one is permitted to leave the school without authorization. The Dementors should not be trifled with or deceived, not even by the means of an invisibility cloak. He added this without a trace of emotion, for Dementors inherently lack the comprehension of requests or excuses. Thus, I caution each of you, do not provide them with any justification to inflict harm, for the damage they cause to humanity is irreversible, directly impacting the soul of the afflicted. I do not wish for my students to resemble the prisoners confined within Azkaban. The young wizards, upon hearing this, began to visualize the horrors, their faces turning pale, trembling uncontrollably. The foremost thought in their minds was a resolute determination. Under no circumstances should they provoke those Dementors. Professor Lupin, who safeguarded everyone aboard the train, was regarded as a savior. We must protect him. The young wizards exchanged glances, further solidifying their resolve to keep the secret. Dumbledore's plan was in motion. I expect the prefects, along with our newly appointed male and female student council presidents, to ensure that no student encounters the Dementors. With his words concluded, Dumbledore cleared his throat, observing the expressions of the young wizards around him, nodding in acknowledgement before shifting his tone to a more buoyant cadence. In a rather delightful turn of events this year, I am pleased to welcome 2 new teachers to our faculty. The first is Professor Lupin, who has graciously agreed to fill the vacancy in the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. Upon the utterance of these words, the atmosphere in the hall became notably hushed. A gasp echoed. Is Professor Lupin truly the new Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor? This is quite a significant position. Yet, out of courtesy, applause erupted in the hall, albeit tepid and sparse. How absurd. What of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor? He stood against the pressures of the Ministry to protect us from the Dementors. The applause grew fervent in response. Due to Hermione's discreet machinations, the welcome for this unfortunate newcomer, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, was particularly enthusiastic. Professor Lupin, seated at the staff table, appeared notably humble in comparison to his colleagues, seemingly taken aback by such acclaim. He awkwardly nodded at the young wizards. The atmosphere was electric, with everyone seemingly welcoming the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, except for one individual. Glen noticed that Snape's expression had become increasingly difficult to manage. A ferocious visage emerging that Glen had never before witnessed, his features contorted in unmistakable anger. It seemed they had shared some history. Thus, Glen chose to divert his attention from the matter. Given Snape's expression, which radiated an eagerness to eliminate Lupin at any cost, it is evident that even if the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor harbored any issues, Snape would undoubtedly detect them immediately and would not hesitate to subdue or even execute him on the spot. Alternatively, he might choose to confine Lupin under a form of house arrest, incapacitating him, feeding him only the most basic sustenance necessary for survival, while simultaneously extracting elements from his body to concoct potions that would allow Snape to assume his identity and personally instruct the course. After all, Snape had long coveted this class. If Lupin were indeed his adversary, it would not be surprising for Snape to swiftly usurp his position and have the real Lupin bear the brunt of Voldemort's curse, ensuring that by the end of the term, he could find a way to silence him permanently, claiming that he had vanished due to some dark curse. I can't shake the feeling that you are contemplating something sinister, Hermione remarked gently, tapping Glen on the head, as she had just perceived a wisp of dark energy emanating from him. Just a figment of your imagination, Glen calmly responded. Oh, then I shan't inquire further. The young girl replied, a hint of confusion flickering across her face. Yet, since Glen had dismissed her concerns, she assumed she must have misperceived, and she tenderly patted the spot where she had tapped his head, hoping to soothe his hair. Glen remained silent, pondering to himself whether his earlier thoughts could be deemed terrifying. Surely not, he concluded, shaking his head. As for our second professor, once the fervent applause began to wane, Dumbledore continued, I regret to inform you that Professor Kettleburn, our esteemed teacher of care of magical creatures, retired at the end of last year to spend more time with his remaining mischief makers. However, I am delighted to announce that it is none other than Rubeus Hagrid who will be stepping into this role. Hagrid has graciously agreed to take on the position in addition to his duties as keeper of keys and grounds. A brief silence enveloped the great hall before it erupted into enthusiastic applause. They finally understood why Hagrid occupied a seat at the staff table. Hermione amplified her clapping with a charm, her small hands turning crimson from the vigor with which she applauded. Glen joined in, his hands positioned in front of him, applauding as well. Across the hall, in the corresponding section of Gryffindor, there was also a particularly fervent round of applause. That was Draco, clapping so vigorously that his face flushed with excitement. Opposite him, a pair of emerald green eyes glared defiantly back at him. It was Harry Potter, and the two inexplicably found themselves in a silent competition over the act of clapping, though the momentum clearly favored Harry, especially with Ron joining in. On the staff table, Hagrid's face was flushed with joy, seemingly embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his head with his large hand and through his unruly beard. One could distinctly see the broad smile stretching across his face. The sight of the towering giant radiated happiness. Under the influence of several fervent fans of Hagrid, the applause lingered longer and more fervently than originally anticipated. Dumbledore had to step in to quell the excitement, allowing the crowd to finally quiet down. Hermione noticed Hagrid discreetly wiping away tears with the tablecloth and merely smiled gently, choosing not to speak. It filled her heart with joy to see her dear friend receiving such admiration and validation from others. Perhaps due to the misjudgment from 50 years ago, Hagrid harbored some insecurities and a hint of timidity. Hermione contemplated ways, bit by bit, to help him grow and emerge from the shadows of his past. Speaking of which, we also played a part in clearing Hagrid's name, Hermione whispered to Glen. You can certainly take pride in that, Glen replied softly. Indeed, that goes without saying. Hermione smiled slightly, giving a thumbs up. However, I never anticipated that the most delightful outcome following the resolution of that 50-year-old predicament would be this moment. This indicates that you value your friend's feelings more than anything else. Indeed, my Glen is quite articulate. Hermione is truly kind-hearted. Well, even if you continue to praise me, I want to reward you, you know? That last remark was not a compliment, but merely my subjective evaluation of your sentiments. That's still a form of flattery. You silly. Hermione could no longer contain herself. Her boyfriend's unintentional sweet talk left her blushing. The young girl lightly punched Glen in playful annoyance. On the other side, Parvati and Lavender shifted slightly away with mild disdain, while Ginny watched the two with envy, captivated by their interaction. No, you two. Hermione extended her little hand. Stop. Stop. Parvati raised her hand, playfully pinching Hermione's hand between her thumb and forefinger to push it back, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Don't mind us. How could I not? The young girl exclaimed in a hushed frenzy. She then suddenly turned, puffing up her cheeks and glaring at Glen. Stare. What's wrong? I feel like I said nothing amiss, Glen replied, puzzled. Bam. Hermione accidentally bumped her head against Glen's hand resting on the Gryffindor table. What's the matter? Glen, still bewildered, was startled as Hermione suddenly lunged towards the table. He instinctively reached out and steadied her head. Oh. A muffled chorus of teasing emerged from around them, tinged with envy, jealousy, and a hint of exasperation akin to being force-fed a mouthful of dog food before dinner. Although this couple typically refrained from ostentatious displays of affection, it was perplexing how they managed to inadvertently sprinkle the surroundings with an unexpected abundance of sweetness. Well, let me just lie down for a moment to gather my thoughts. After all, if I can't see them, I want to know anything. Hermione's face was completely flushed, and clever as she was, she had chosen to play the role of an ostrich. Chapter 23, utterly stunned. Huh, indeed. There is an unparalleled comfort in one's own bed. Last night, I scarcely found rest. I was haunted by a dream in which Dementors invaded our dormitory, intent on siphoning away our joy, which startled me awake in the middle of the night. Draco rubbed his eyes, accompanying Glen as they exited the Slytherin common room. However, when did you return last night? I awoke in the dead of night for a brief visit to the lavatory, and your bed was empty. You couldn't have possibly located a creature to torment in the Forbidden Forest that swiftly. I did not go to the Forbidden Forest, Glen replied, shaking his head, with no intention of elaborating. Observing Glen's reticence, Draco wisely shifted the topic. Speaking of Dementors, how could you merely lean against the seat and close your eyes when you encountered them on the train? Under normal circumstances, you would have been at the forefront, defending against them for Hermione, wouldn't you? This is uncharacteristic of you. I do not possess the Patronus charm, Glen candidly admitted. On the train, the only one capable of swiftly responding and repelling the Dementors in such a manner was Hermione. I trust in her abilities, hence I refrained from intervening. Besides, I had other matters to attend to. Oh, Draco's tone turned teasingly provocative. How very trusting of Hermione. Indeed, Glen replied with a calm demeanor. Enough of this. I was merely jesting and finding it futile to tease you. However, after the situation was resolved, why did you not speak up when Ginny defended Hermione against your inaction? I had to counter her on your behalf. Truly, you weren't asleep, were you? Suddenly, Draco fell silent. Wait, you mentioned you had matters to attend to? Given Draco's inquiry, Glen saw no reason to conceal the truth. The little dragon is on my side, aside from his penchant for sarcasm. He possesses commendable character and is unlikely to divulge secrets. Accordingly, Glen recounted the series of events following his departure from the train. Then, Draco fell silent once more. Glen, too, chose not to speak, and they walked side by side towards the great hall. Why do you not ask me why I am silent? Why would I inquire about your silence? With a resounding clap, Draco's hand met his face, slowly sliding down. Forget it. Conversing with you is exhausting. I am off. Go attend to your beloved, while I seek my meal. Very well. Glen turned without a backward glance and walked towards the Gryffindor long table. Once again, Draco found himself enveloped in silence, watching Glen depart. He sat down at the Slytherin table, quietly staring at the surface. The little dragon once more recognized the chasm that exists between individuals. How could Glen, after causing such a commotion yesterday without a word, so effortlessly resume his normal classes today? To prevent the Dementors from reporting to the Ministry of Magic and causing trouble for Hermione, he chose to stealthily switch places with a puppet on the train, escaping unnoticed. Then, he single-handedly followed that horde of Dementors to a remote area and vanquished all those creatures. There must have been at least 100 Dementors. Is it not said that Dementors cannot be vanquished by any means? If that were the case, it would be one thing. But this fellow actually thought to release Voldemort's dark mark after committing the crime to frame someone else. What an audacious maneuver. Draco's mind was a tumultuous whirl, utterly flummoxed by Glen's calm narration. With the abilities Glen had displayed, even the most formidable adult wizards would pale in comparison, would they not? My heavens! Will I ever reach the level of prowess that Glen possesses in my lifetime? Draco murmured to himself, acutely aware of the chasm that lay between him and Glen, yet never anticipating that the disparity would be as vast as an insurmountable divide. It was indeed a blow to his confidence. This cannot be right. I have worked hard too, he pondered, resting his chin on one hand. Could it be? A flash of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. As if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind, he contemplated what set him apart from Glen. Yes, that must be it. Draco straightened abruptly, striking his left palm with his right hand, arriving at a conclusion. It was because I do not have a girlfriend. His eyes sparkled, as if he had uncovered a blind spot. The text had indeed stated that in the realm of magic, love is a potent force. How enlightening. Beyond this singular difference, he found himself akin to Glen in every other aspect. Glen remained as confident as ever. Thus, this was the truth. Or was it? Hermione gazed at Draco from a distance, bemused by his emotional fluctuations. One moment he appeared contemplative, and the next, he was grinning broadly, such a comical sight that it was difficult to overlook. What is going on with him? Has he been triggered? I cannot say, Glen replied, shaking his head. Never mind him for now. Let us continue with the story. Where were we? I lost track when that fellow interrupted. We were at the part where I summoned my Patronus and began to close the distance between us and the Dementors. Glen reiterated his previous statements. After enjoying dinner last night, the two had parted ways, as Hermione's friends had whisked her away to their back-to-school party. Yes, the image of Hermione being dragged away is still vivid in my mind. Thus, after I disembarked from the train yesterday, Hermione had no time to listen to what transpired and could only have me recount the events to see if they aligned with her own thoughts, all while satisfying her curiosity. Ultimately, my Patronus consumed the last remaining fragment, obliterating all the Dementors, mimicking Voldemort. I cast a firework spell resembling the dark mark into the sky, bringing this episode to a close. You are aware of what followed. I returned to Hogwarts and exchanged identities with the alchemical puppet. With that, Glen took a sip of his milk. Wow, Glen, you are truly impressive. Hermione beamed, resting her chin on her hands, filled with genuine joy to hear of her boyfriend's remarkable feats, and all the more delighted knowing that he acted thus for her sake. Her heart swelled with sweetness. Indeed, you possess remarkable ingenuity, capable of swiftly diverting the truth of events and attributing the credit to that fellow Lupin, while cleverly utilizing the little wizards to keep watch over him, thus concealing yourself in the shadows. Such an approach is most commendable. Naturally, one must consider the delightful and benevolent young which seated before you. Hermione proudly arched her burgeoning chest. Oh, and who might that be? Glen inquired, playing along with Hermione's self-assured demeanor. Since you have asked so earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you. Before you stands the most gifted young witch currently at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Hermione Granger, the reigning champion of the end-of-term examinations, holder of the highest classroom scores, the most frequent participant in class discussions, the most prolific borrower from the library, a temporary 7th place in the dueling club rankings, and the founder and president of the Friendly Wizards Study Group. Hermione paused, taking a delicate sip of milk, then turned to Glen and winked. And Glen Hufflepuff's girlfriend. Chapter 24. The Art of False Duplication. Hermione's brown eyes radiated confidence, and Glen slowly turned his head, his dark eyes seemingly locking onto hers. He then extended his right hand, gently lifting Hermione's chin with his index finger, his thumb brushing over the young girl's lips, wiping away the remnants of milk that lingered. Well done, Glen said, turning back and beginning to applaud. Hermione had intentionally lowered her voice during her previous remarks. Yet Glen's applause resonated clearly in the sparsely populated hall, drawing curious glances from several young witches and wizards who had risen early for breakfast. Hermione's smile faltered. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and embarrassment as she quickly leaned forward to grasp Glen's applauding hand. "Ah, please stop, stop," she exclaimed, playfully nudging Glen's waist. "Ouch," he replied. After a brief moment of playful banter, Hermione straightened, her face still tinged with red, as she tidied her hair, smoothing out the creases in her clothing before commencing her breakfast. She then produced 2 sheets of paper, placing them between herself and Glen to share their contents. "Here, take a look at our schedules. Yesterday, while returning to the dormitory, I happened to encounter Professor McGonagall, who kindly provided me with yours as well." Glen focused on the sheets, absorbing the information. "Today, we have a total of 9 classes, the first being arithmancy and Muggle studies. What do you plan to do?" "Of course, I intend to attend arithmancy with you and send the alchemical puppet to Muggle studies. What else could I possibly choose?" Hermione replied, nibbling on her bread. Resembling a charming little creature. Glen nodded, leaning slightly closer as he continued to peruse Hermione's schedule. Compared to his own, hers included only the Muggle studies class, with the remainder being identical. In light of this, even with the selection of 4 elective courses, Hermione should manage quite well, especially since, apart from the care of magical creatures class, each elective only requires attendance once a week. Having finished, Glen stood upright and extended his left hand. While there were still not many people around, "Hermione, why don't you connect with the alchemical puppet now? All right, do you need me to shield you a bit?" Hermione chewed her food thoughtfully, swallowed, and turned her head slightly to glance around, whispering her inquiry. "No need." In an instant, a dark light flashed, seemingly without any occurrence. "All right, let us proceed. So quick. You've already summoned the puppet and cast the disillusionment charm?" Hermione raised an eyebrow, for she had not witnessed the moment when the alchemical puppet materialized. Glen had certainly improved considerably. "Indeed, I must also strive harder." Hermione extended her left hand, feeling the familiar soft texture. It was her own hair. In pursuit of authenticity, Glen had magically replicated and enhanced Hermione's distinctive feature using her actual hair, embedding it into the alchemical puppet. With a mere thought, Hermione effortlessly connected with the puppet, her mind's imagery and sounds splitting into 2 realms. However, this posed no significant challenge for Hermione, especially since she had long adapted to such perspectives. She maneuvered the alchemical puppet to turn towards Glen, and a different view of him appeared in her mind. "What else with that sudden joyful smile?" "Because I'm observing you from a different perspective, Glen. You truly never fail to enchant." "Thank you for the compliment." Glen nodded in acknowledgement, though he held no substantial thoughts beyond that. Well, perhaps not entirely devoid of thoughts. Being praised by Hermione did bring him a rare, small delight. "All right, now I shall let my second self keep an eye on you, and I will focus on enjoying my meal." Hermione felt pleased with this arrangement, relishing her breakfast while also watching Glen savor his own, an experience difficult for others to fathom. It seemed the milk had grown sweeter. Having a handsome boyfriend certainly made meals more enjoyable. Breakfast time swiftly passed, and the 2 wiped their mouths with napkins and rose to head towards the arithmancy classroom. The 2 little ones, oh, no, more accurately, the 3 little ones, ascended the staircase together. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Hermione began to direct her other self towards the Muggle studies classroom. "Let us proceed as we discussed," Glen whispered in Hermione's ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear, causing the unsuspecting girl to flinch, her focus disrupted, nearly causing the invisible alchemical puppet to stumble into a passing young wizard. "I know, just don't disturb me for now." Hermione, flustered, pushed Glen's face away slightly while pinching it, hastily regaining control over the puppet's balance and movement, ultimately avoiding any mishap. "Humph." Glen's face remained in a pitiful expression within Hermione's grasp, his voice slightly muffled due to the distortion of his features. Since it is still early, the actions of the 2 remained fortunate enough to escape the notice of others. Otherwise, the fate of Hermione and her animated alchemical puppet would be quite uncertain. As the alchemical puppet traversed the lengthy corridor, it deftly maneuvered around a few young wizards, ultimately making its undetected appearance in the Muggle studies classroom. Well, as expected of an elective, the classroom was devoid of any presence. Hermione increased her grip, gently pinching Glen's cheek. Obediently, Glen dispelled the disillusionment charm cast upon the alchemical puppet. Hermione manifested within the Muggle studies classroom, slowly walking to the center of the front row, her hands brushing against the hem of her wizarding robes as she seated herself. She began to retrieve textbooks and writing materials from her waist pouch, which had recently been updated with a concealment charm. "Ah, it's ready over there. We've arrived as well." Hermione momentarily shifted her focus, addressing Glen, and released her grip, only to realize that they had already reached the arithmetic divination classroom. "Well, let us go in." Freed from Hermione's grasp, Glen spoke in a more relaxed manner. Naturally, their seats remained in the very center of the front row, closest to the podium. Hermione laid out their books on the desk, extending an invitation to Glen to delve into their studies. Let us prepare thoroughly. Even though we have already reviewed the earlier chapters. You go ahead. I need to finish some work I didn't complete last night. Glen declined the invitation to study and stood up to step outside his seat. Oh, that works too. After all, if you finish early, you can rest sooner, she encouraged. Chapter 25. The Marvelous Arithmetic Divination. Thus, our lesson concludes for today. Your homework is to derive your personal numbers, personality number, soul number, and social number, from your names, Professor Victor. The arithmetic divination instructor announced, bringing the first class to a close. The majority of the young wizards felt overwhelmed, their minds buzzing from the sudden influx of numbers, leaving them in a daze. However, Glen and Hermione remained unaffected. Removing the middle name and converting to numbers, my name yields 859-496-5579-15759. As the young wizards rose to leave for their next class, Hermione and Glen walked side by side, with the young girl holding the arithmetic divination textbook and softly murmuring. So, my personality number is 4, my soul number is also 4, and my social number is 9. Wow, Glen, my 3 numbers are exactly the same as Grandpa Nick's. This means I am a representative of diligent work, very practical, result-oriented, and trustworthy. I favor logical thinking and reasoning, shun illusions, and possess remarkable organizational skills, ensuring tasks are completed smoothly. My action patterns follow a set of norms, making them easily predictable, and I tend to be stubborn and suspicious, sometimes appearing overly focused on practical outcomes. With that, she turned the page and continued her interpretation. The number 9 signifies completion and the fulfillment of achievements. It is also regarded as the number of wholeness, being 3 times 3. Individuals associated with this number are inclined to offer their services to others. In the future, I may find myself as a teacher, a scientist, or a humanitarian. I possess a resolute will, charging forward in my endeavors without ever feeling fatigued, often enlightening others in various matters. However, I may also exhibit a degree of arrogance, particularly when circumstances deviate from my anticipated course, leading me to become somewhat self-assured. Wow, that's quite accurate, Glen. Do you see me in that light? Hermione's eyes sparkled as she found the description to be exceptionally precise. Pretty much. It indeed resembles your character, although you overlook the tendency to become overtired, whether you are a 4 or a 9. So, be mindful to avoid overexerting yourself when I am not by your side. Understood? Glen remarked softly beside the young girl. Hee, you caught me, Hermione chuckled shyly, slightly averting her gaze. Ah, what is your interpretation then? Please, do share. You've shifted the topic rather conspicuously. You haven't answered my question yet. Oh, all right. I'll respond as you wish. Hermione pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. As a top student and a diligent individual, she sometimes indeed feels fatigued. Glen typically reminds Hermione to take breaks, yet she often brushes it off with a laugh. It was not easy for Glen to seize a fitting opportunity to have Hermione confront her own demands. Well then, since you've agreed, do ensure to rest a bit more. Just a little extra rest will suffice, Hermione replied sheepishly. Glen gently patted Hermione's slightly lowered head, not pressing further, and began to address her inquiries. My name translates to numbers as 7355815286955. Thus my personality number is 6, my soul number is 8, and my social number is 7. The number 6 represents harmonious family values. Those associated with this number are loyal, responsible, and caring, willing to sacrifice everything to protect their family. They possess a remarkable ability to adapt to their environment, quickly acclimating to any surrounding circumstances. The number 8 symbolizes success in achieving goals. Individuals aligned with this number are pragmatic, ambitious, and courageous in shouldering responsibilities, relentlessly pursuing their objectives. The number 7 signifies strong cognitive abilities, intelligence, and exceptional talent. Those associated with this number enjoy hard work and relish challenges. They are often serious, scholarly in demeanor, and possess a keen interest in all things mysterious. For them, originality and imagination hold far more allure than money and wealth, yet they may also exhibit traits of pessimism and insecurity. As Hermione flipped through the pages, she read aloud the corresponding traits of Glen's numbers. I must say, this is remarkably accurate, she remarked, poking Glen playfully. Thus, you need not bear all burdens alone. I shall share the weight of your responsibilities with you. Rely on me more, she urged. So did you hear that? With a sly smile, Hermione turned Glen's face towards her, compelling the seemingly somewhat guilty fellow to meet her gaze. I would naturally do so. You have already assisted me immensely, Glen stated after a brief silence. It is still not enough. Not sufficient, Hermione lamented, gently rubbing Glen's face. Although you have not spoken, I do not intend to inquire further. Yet, I am keenly aware that there are certain matters and secrets you have yet to disclose to me. You claim it is to share the burdens and pressures, but in truth, the weight you share with me does not reflect the genuine magnitude I deserve. Glen remained silent. For Hermione was indeed correct. However, You undoubtedly have your own thoughts. There are reasons for your actions. As your girlfriend, I support you and do not wish to impose my will upon your convictions. Perhaps my current abilities are insufficient to grasp the hidden aspects you conceal from me, so I shall await your revelation. Until then, allow me to strive for growth to reach your level." Hermione released Glen's face and tenderly embraced him. "Though I may lack strength, even now, you may still seek solace in my arms. I can alleviate the burdens within your heart. For now, the battlefield is yours. Entrust your back to me." Glen remained uncommunicative, merely tightening his embrace around Hermione and gently stroking her hair. It must be said that Hermione was indeed a perceptive girl. Glen felt as though all his secrets were laid bare before her. If she had seen through him, so be it. He had no intention of deliberately concealing anything from Hermione. Should she wish to ask, he would respond earnestly. Yet, Hermione chose not to pursue this line of questioning, instead opting to place her trust in him. This decision stirred within Glen a peculiar warmth. "Nevertheless, even as you assert this, I shall not forget your promise not to overexert yourself. Given the atmosphere between us, is this truly what you wish to convey?" Chapter 26, The Animagus Plan. After a considerable time of petting her head, Glen managed to cheer up the fuming Hermione, and they proceeded to the second-floor corridor. "All right, it can be retrieved now." Hermione, having cast the disillusionment charm, allocated a portion of her consciousness to control the alchemical puppet that joined her and Glen. "Release it," Glen instructed. Hermione asked no further questions and lifted the disillusionment charm from herself. In synchrony, Glen swiftly drew Hermione's alchemical puppet into the black ring. "Let us go," he said to Hermione as they joined the throng entering the Transfiguration classroom. At that moment, Professor McGonagall had yet to arrive. Hermione speculated that she was likely organizing the material to be discussed during the lesson, as she had subtly hinted at it the previous day. Although nearly half of the young wizards had arrived, the front seats remained vacant. Hermione joyfully found a two-person spot and pulled Glen to sit there. The young girl was about to open her book to continue her preview when the hushed discussions within the classroom captured her attention. "What are the classmates discussing? I sense a somewhat solemn atmosphere." Hermione tilted her head slightly, attempting to elevate her ears to glean more information. They were likely deliberating on the content learned in divination class or the prophecies made by Professor Sybil Trelawney. Glen casually analyzed the situation based on facts, then placed his textbook alongside Hermione's on the table and began to leaf through it. He had no intention of employing his extrasensory perception for such matters. Rather, he found himself more intrigued by the upcoming lecture from Professor McGonagall. "However, I have heard that Professor Trelawney is merely a drunken charlatan, a notion imparted by a senior student, and many share this sentiment. Can her prophecies truly create such a stir?" Hermione hesitated for a moment, but ultimately voiced her thoughts. Admittedly, she too had purchased the required text for this semester's divination course, Unveiling the Future, yet its contents left her, an academic overachiever, utterly perplexed. To be frank, had it not appeared on the Hogwarts curriculum list, she would have dismissed its contents entirely. However, it cannot be said that she was completely disbelieving. For the realm of idealism encompasses all possibilities. One ought not to speak so definitively without first-hand experience. Nevertheless, the legends surrounding Professor Trelawney were indeed fervently circulated among wizards. Well, that wasn't he exactly witnessed firsthand either, never mind. After a mental whirlwind, Hermione successfully convinced herself to disregard the ruckus caused by her classmates and turned to retrieve her intermediate transfiguration. The forthcoming lesson from Professor McGonagall on animagi was crucial knowledge. This was the sole transformation that Glen, who possessed only average talent in transfiguration, hoped to master swiftly. Thus, Hermione resolved to dedicate herself to understanding the principles of animagus transformation this semester, so she could later guide Glen and, when the time was right, attempt the transformation together. As for the Ministry of Magic's stringent prohibition against private study of this spell, Hermione had long ceased to care. It was a jest. The notion that one is not violating the rules if unseen had deeply resonated within her, especially since she had already thwarted the Ministry's search efforts with the Patronus charm at the start of the term, while Glen had even vanquished all the Dementors without leaving a trace. Learning animagus in secret was hardly a daunting endeavor in comparison. With such thoughts in mind, Hermione opened her Transfiguration textbook and began to absorb its knowledge. Seeing that Hermione was no longer preoccupied with her surroundings, Glen also refocused his attention on the study of animagus-related knowledge. This form of transfiguration was undoubtedly immensely practical, holding a unique position throughout the annals of magical history within the wizarding world. The function of an animagus allows the caster to transform into an animal, distinct from the majority of living transformations found in transfiguration. An animagus can genuinely become a specific animal, devoid of any magical fluctuations, rendering it undetectable by magical means, much like an ordinary creature in nature. This enchantment serves as an optimal tool for gathering intelligence, infiltration, and assassination. Even the most adept concealment charms, when wielded by a highly skilled wizard, may reveal subtle signs. However, The animagus is unique. Upon transformation, one becomes a true animal. And unless magic is depleted or another wizard invokes a human form reveal, the likelihood of exposure is virtually non-existent. The exceptional stealth of this ability is precisely why the Ministry of Magic has mandated that individuals must not privately master the animagus transformation. Any characteristics of the transformed animal must be reported to the Ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures to prevent misuse. Yet, how does this pertain to Glen and Hermione? Reporting is out of the question, and learning is certainly a priority. The Ministry is unlikely to discover their endeavors. Having already faced Dementors and mastered 2 of the unforgivable curses, why should Glen refrain from learning this relatively simple transformation? However, this is but one of the reasons the Ministry prohibits unauthorized study of animagus transformation, with the second being crucial for Glen and Hermione. Should a practitioner employ an incorrect method during practice, they risk losing their sanity or becoming a grotesque hybrid, or worse, may never revert to human form. Thus, patience is paramount. Fully understanding this spell before attempting the transformation is the wisest course of action. Given Hermione's aptitude and extensive knowledge in transfiguration, the moment for her to begin practice should not be far off. Glen contemplated, repeatedly digesting the details of animagus in his mind. Hermione's preparation in this regard likely surpassed his expectations. Ever since Glen mentioned this topic to her, the young girl had devoted considerable time and energy to mastering animagus, far exceeding her efforts on other spells and knowledge. "This is something you asked of me. I will certainly give it my all," Hermione had exclaimed. Her spirits lifted upon hearing Glen's words. "I'm quite eager to hold and play with you as a little animal," she added softly. Though Glen managed to catch her words. "Then I shall rely on you for this matter," he remarked casually. "Rest assured, you can leave it to me," Hermione responded, fully aware of Glen's intent. Chapter 27. A warning from the old cat. Lady Glen and Hermione were adept at utilizing fragments of time to learn. Even during brief 15-minute intervals between classes, they effectively harnessed these moments to enrich their mental repository with new knowledge. Fragmented time is, after all, just that, fragmented. The 2 young wizards took a little time to traverse from the arithmancy classroom to the transfiguration classroom, and now, having barely unfolded their books for less than 7 minutes, the lesson on transfiguration was about to commence. Professor McGonagall, the venerable cat animagus, approached the lectern, her stern gaze sweeping across the classroom through her rectangular spectacles, signaling the still chattering young wizards to quiet down. It must be said that her method was effective. All present were familiar faces, well aware of Professor McGonagall's disposition and the significance of the transfiguration course. Thus, even though the students harbored a lingering sense of unease from the prophecies they had overheard in the previous divination class, they suppressed their urge to speak and settled down to listen. Professor McGonagall appeared quite pleased with this development. The young ones in her class had become increasingly well-behaved, including the Slytherin snakes. With an appreciative glance, she acknowledged Hermione, seated at the very front and center of the classroom. The current atmosphere of intense scholarly pursuit within the school and the improving relationships among the students, both within and across houses, could largely be attributed to Hermione, the student she took the most pride in. Diligent, inquisitive, respectful of her teachers, and exceptionally intelligent, she even found the capacity to assist her peers in their studies. Such a remarkable student is a rarity indeed. Professor McGonagall had once seen her own apprentice self in Hermione, and now it was evident that Hermione had surpassed her own accomplishments during her time at Hogwarts. Setting aside the discussion of academic progress and innate talent, Hermione's willingness to invest so much time and effort in fostering inter-house relationships, even establishing a study group that transcended house boundaries, was something Professor McGonagall believed she could never achieve. She considered herself lacking in patience. Had she been tasked with organizing a study group akin to Hermione's current endeavor, it would undoubtedly have ended in discord. The young lady was truly impressive. The more she observed, the more her pride swelled. However, she decided to refocus, as the lesson was of utmost importance. Turning her attention back to the class, Professor McGonagall guided the young wizards to open their transfiguration textbooks, introducing the day's topic. Animagus transformation, a particularly unique form of self-transfiguration, allowed one to transform into a specific animal at will while retaining much of their cognitive faculties, self-identity, and memory. Unlike other forms of transfiguration, the duration of this transformation is not determined by the magical potency of the initial incantation. Rather, once the practitioner has transformed into an animal, they can continuously expend magical energy to maintain that form. Mastery of animagus transformation requires minimal magical expenditure to sustain, and under normal circumstances, the rate at which the practitioner generates magic is more than sufficient to uphold their animagus state. Professor McGonagall paused momentarily, gauging the expressions on the faces of the young wizards before continuing her lecture. In essence, should a wizard master the art of becoming an animagus, they could potentially maintain this transformation for an entire lifetime. Even when existing for prolonged periods in the form of an animagus, the practitioner would still possess a normal human lifespan. However, it is imperative to note that an extended duration in this state may lead to a simplification of the caster's emotions and sensations, supplanted instead by primal animalistic desires, craving whatever sustenance they yearn for in their respective animal forms, rather than human food. Similarly, other desires would align with those of the animal, and I shall refrain from enumerating them all here. Thus, should you ever find yourselves mastering the animagus ability in the future, it would be prudent to limit its use to brief intervals. She cast a fleeting glance at Hermione and Glen. Hermione had frequently inquired about the animagus through her recent letters, often under the pretense of preparation. If her assumptions were correct, these two youngsters had quietly begun to prepare for the study and practice of becoming animagi, and they seemed disinclined to report it to the Ministry of Magic. Yet, what of it? I am unaware of this matter. Professor McGonagall's gaze was brief and discreet, leading Hermione to almost believe it was an illusion. However, it likely was not. I sense that Professor McGonagall is well aware of our intentions, subtly reminding us during class. The young girl remained silent and composed, yet her voice, as faint as a whisper, reached Glen's ears. Glen nodded but did not intend to speak. He understood, given Hermione's rapport with Professor McGonagall. It was likely that the professor would not react strongly to this knowledge. Thus, they continued to listen attentively. However, mastering the complex and arduous art of transformation is a prerequisite for the prolonged practice of becoming an animagus. The journey to becoming an animagus is immensely challenging, both time-consuming and intricate, fraught with the potential for accidents and serious errors. It is said that only 1 in 1,000 wizards achieves this transformation. The warnings regarding the animagus do not end there. Even upon mastering this ability, one must exercise caution during the transformation process and maintain unwavering belief. Should mistakes occur during the transformation, the consequences can be dire, leading to a most tragic fate. Losing faith and patience during the lengthy and complicated process often leads to catastrophic outcomes, such as transforming into a bizarre half-beast, half-human form. As far as I am aware, there is currently no remedy within the wizarding community to rectify such a predicament, leaving those unfortunate wizards to endure a life in a pitiable state that is neither human nor animal. Surely, you would not wish to become one who attracts peculiar gazes or even malice from others, nor would you want to find yourself repugnant. Professor McGonagall cast another stern look at Hermione and Glen. This warning is directed at both of you. Do you understand? Be cautious. A cold sweat broke out on Hermione's forehead as she involuntarily managed a sheepish smile. Professor McGonagall's affection is indeed burdensome. Chapter 28, let us proceed. Had any other young wizard harbored such intentions, Professor McGonagall would have promptly administered a lesson to that young sorcerer. However, in the case of Hermione and Glen, their talents surpass her own. This is the thought that occupies Professor McGonagall's mind. While there is an element of humility in her self-assessment, the reality remains that, when compared, it is indeed so. At the very least, she does not believe that at their age, she could have coordinated with Glen and Hermione to confront a basilisk head-on. Heaven knows how exhilarated she felt when she accidentally overheard Dumbledore's slip of the tongue, had it not been for old B's timely intervention. Professor McGonagall might have rushed into the library to apprehend those two audacious children for their dangerously reckless actions. Fortunately, Glen and Hermione emerged unscathed. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall would certainly not have let them off so easily. However, from another perspective, as she removed her spectacles of concern, she could discern the bright and shining futures of 2 new stars in the wizarding world of Britain. Perhaps it is wise to grant them some freedom and room for growth, for both children possess a sense of propriety. At that moment, Dumbledore had expressed this sentiment to Professor McGonagall. Well, at least Hermione understands the boundaries. She will keep Glen in check, a fact you ought to be aware of, Minerva. Had that old bee not added that remark, Professor McGonagall might have felt a greater sense of reassurance. Nevertheless, sigh, those 2 children truly do not require my constant concern. Professor McGonagall shook off her scattered thoughts and refocused on her lesson. Now, can anyone tell me the characteristics of an animagus transformation? No sooner had she spoken than several small hands shot up in the classroom. Yet, it was evident that the first to respond was none other than that woman. The unparalleled speed of her hand-raising, a legendary prowess at Hogwarts. Pure nonsense. Hermione Granger. What? How could she be so swift? So close. Cursed luck. Next time, I shall surely prevail. A chorus of murmurs resonated from around the classroom, as the few who were a tad slower reluctantly withdrew their hands, their eyes alight with the flames of ambition and determination, though they may not yet have formulated their responses to Professor McGonagall's inquiry. This did not deter the young wizards from aspiring to outshine Hermione in the hand-raising segment of the lesson. Such is the nature of adolescence, naturally inclined towards competition. However, it is well acknowledged that Hermione's dominance in all academic pursuits is apparent to the Hogwarts students, the only domain where they might hope to rival her. without exceeding their capabilities, is in the simple act of raising their hands. As for answering questions, that thought has not crossed their minds. They will consider it once their hand-raising speed eclipses Hermione's. For now, it suffices to raise their hands first. Hermione huffed with pride, rising confidently with her hands clasped behind her back, ready to respond to Professor McGonagall's question with assurance. An animagus cannot transform into any animal at will. The form they take is closely linked to the wizard's personality and weight. Generally speaking, each wizard can and may only transform into a single species, and no known wizard has yet been discovered capable of becoming 2 or more animals through animagus transformation. Moreover, the transformations of an animagus are typically confined to non-magical creatures, as transforming into magical beings can yield unpredictable consequences. This may stem from the fundamental differences in the nature of magic wielded by wizards compared to that of magical creatures. Upon completion of the transformation, during the duration of the spell, the wizard's body genuinely becomes the animal they can transform into. From the outer fur to the inner bones and organs, perfectly mirroring the physiological structure of that creature, without emitting any magical aura detectable by magical means. Additionally, the form an animagus assumes seems to consistently align with the shape of their Patronus. Although no known cases have proven that the animal form of an animagus changes alongside the Patronus, rendering this observation merely supplementary. That is all I wish to convey. Professor McGonagall. Hermione concluded her exposition. Well, that was quite a detailed response, Miss Granger. For that, I shall award 10 points to Gryffindor. You may take your seat. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Hermione respectfully nodded to Professor McGonagall, adjusted her robes, and sat down. How was that? Did I do well? As soon as she settled into her seat, Hermione eagerly leaned towards Glen, whispering softly. Indeed, you covered all the key points from the textbook, and even some knowledge not recorded in intermediate transfiguration. However, I suspect you may have been misled, Glen replied nonchalantly. Misled? What do you mean? Hermione inquired, puzzled. Glen did not respond. Instead, he raised his left hand, extending his index finger to gently poke at the soft side of Hermione's face, nudging her to the right. In that moment, Hermione's gaze met Professor McGonagall's, which held both scrutiny and other inscrutable implications. The old professor's eyes seemed to convey, I knew you were secretly trying to learn animagus transformation. Caught in a bind. Oh no, it was a trap. Hermione's hair stood on end, though her expression shifted only briefly before she submerged it in a sea of thoughts, regaining her composure. Despite this, she was in a state of frantic anxiety. What should she do? How could she face the possibility of her most revered professor discovering her clandestine endeavors? I'm in urgent need of assistance, Glen. Please help me. Fear not. Glen softly reassured the tumultuous girl. It appeared that Professor McGonagall did not intend to thwart their pursuit of learning animagus transformation. She likely merely sought to validate her suspicions, especially since you had previously inquired about certain matters concerning animagi via email. Perhaps she had already harbored doubts regarding your actions and motivations at that time. Oh, is that so? Just a guess. A guess? It is quite close to the truth. I discerned it through cold reading. Well, that is reassuring. Yet, the remaining 10% of uncertainty could indeed manifest. However, you possess a corresponding solution. Glen, I implore you, grant me some respite. You could easily navigate this with your charming appearance. Is that so? Hermione suddenly felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Ahem. At that moment, a sudden cough interrupted the two. Hermione then noticed the old cat lady's glasses glinting in the light. Alas, caught in the act. Chapter 29, The Cup. While observing the sweet interactions between her two exceptional students was quite delightful, evoking memories of her own youthful days. Professor McGonagall nonetheless felt that such sugary displays in the classroom were somewhat excessive. Thus, she resolved to intervene, casting a mysterious glance to prompt the clever young witch to reflect on her actions. Off you go. However, upon further observation, it became evident that even more outrageous events were unfolding in the classroom. From the very beginning, when she demonstrated the transformation into an animagus, something felt amiss. Traditionally, after transforming into her adorable tabby cat, the young witches and wizards would erupt in applause for her profound mastery of transfiguration. Yet today, the atmosphere felt rather subdued, even peculiar. Moreover, although not overtly apparent, Professor McGonagall, with her years of teaching experience, noticed that these young wizards, while appearing attentive, frequently diverted their gazes from the podium. Seemingly lost in thought, the tension in the air was palpable. Coupled with the content learned in the previous class, Professor McGonagall began to form a judgment. Nevertheless, it was prudent to confirm her suspicions. Therefore, she ceased her scrutiny of Hermione and shifted her gaze to encompass all the students in the classroom. Honestly, can anyone enlighten me as to what is amiss today? It seems something is hindering your full engagement in today's transfiguration lesson. Are you still languishing in the relaxation of the holiday? As her words lingered in the air, the classroom fell into an even deeper silence. Yet, Most turned in unison to Harry, seated in the back row, as if to indicate that the day's unusual behavior stemmed from him. No one spoke. Dozens of eyes fixated on Harry, leaving the young boy feeling utterly out of sorts, his skin prickling with discomfort. Thus, Harry rose to face the collective gaze. "Professor, we just had our first divination class, and Professor Trelawney asked us to interpret tea leaves." "Ah, indeed, Potter, if I am not mistaken. Did she not predict your demise this year?" Harry stared in disbelief, his green eyes wide with incredulity. Professor McGonagall's words were entirely accurate. "Understanding this, Potter, there is a matter I must bring to your attention." The tone of Professor McGonagall was devoid of any emotion, her demeanor exceedingly grave. Observing this, Harry involuntarily swallowed hard. In the tense atmosphere, he felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand, uncertain of when it might be abruptly crushed. "You ought to be aware that since Sybil Trelawney began her tenure at this magical institution, she has prophesied the death of a student each year without exception. However, thus far, none of those foretold to meet their demise have actually perished. Foreseeing death has become her favored method of welcoming new students." Professor McGonagall paused, her tone becoming more serene as she continued. "In my personal understanding and opinion, I consider divination to be one of the least reliable subjects in the realm of magic. To be frank, I possess little patience for it. I must clarify that the following statement is devoid of personal bias. There are very few individuals capable of genuinely predicting the future, and Professor Trelawney." Professor McGonagall cast a knowing glance at the assembled students before shifting to another topic, her gaze returning to Harry, whose complexion had regained its color. "From my perspective, you appear to be in excellent health, Potter, thus, I shall not go easy on you regarding the homework I am about to assign today. Do not blame me. I hope you can maintain the same diligence you exhibited in the latter half of last semester. However, I assure you, should you meet your end, this assignment will be waived." With an air of jest, Professor McGonagall delivered her words. In the distance, Draco could not contain himself, bursting into laughter, which prompted a ripple of amusement among the surrounding young wizards, alleviating the previously somber atmosphere. Most of the young witches and wizards felt reassured by Professor McGonagall's explanation. Indeed, Hogwarts is renowned as the safest place in the entire realm. How could such a secure environment witness calamities every year? Although their current cohort had not experienced an entirely tranquil past 2 years, one must adhere to the adage that things do not happen thrice. Stability is assured. "Oh, it seems Professor McGonagall shares my sentiments." Suddenly realizing her thoughts aligned with those of her idol and the professor, Hermione felt an immense sense of validation and satisfaction within her. However, Glen noted that not everyone was as comforted by Professor McGonagall's reassurances. For instance, Harry Potter's companion, Ron Weasley, remained with a furrowed brow. Similarly, several of Hermione's dormitory mates, particularly Lavender, wore expressions of concern mixed with confusion. Of course, Neville mirrored this sentiment, his face pale, revealing that he too was not consoled by Professor McGonagall's words, appearing increasingly anxious. Hermione seemed to recognize this situation, brushing her hair back, intending to inquire about her friend's concerns during lunch. Following a brief commotion, Professor McGonagall restored order, and Transfiguration class resumed. At noon, during lunchtime in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, at the Gryffindor table, "Are you suggesting that Professor Trelawney accurately predicted Neville would shatter a teacup before the class activity commenced?" Hermione inquired with a skeptical gaze directed at her friends. Eager to verify the claim, she called Neville over. "It's true. You can ask Neville. He surely knows what he experienced himself." Hermione turned towards Neville, who, looking rather dejected, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, just seconds after Professor Trelawney's prophecy, while I was retrieving our group's teacup, one inexplicably fell and shattered. How could it be that with your current skills, you couldn't catch a mere falling teacup?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Is it truly possible that the training you received from Glen has such a stark disparity in effectiveness? It shouldn't be the case, after all. She had observed Neville during his practice sessions with Glen or Draco. How could he fail to grasp a cup falling directly before him? I reacted, but that cup felt as if it had no friction at all. I simply couldn't hold on to it. I attempted to catch it several times in midair, yet it ultimately crashed to the ground," Neville lamented, his face contorted in frustration, his newly established but fragile confidence nearly shattered by a fallen cup. This is... Hermione found herself at a loss for words. So it was destined for this cup to break today, was it? Chapter 30, The Death Prophecy. It is precisely this reason that instills in us a profound unease regarding the prophecy Professor Trelawney made about Harry. Lavender spoke with a hint of trepidation, clearly exhibiting an unwavering belief in Professor Trelawney's predictions, while Neville solemnly nodded in agreement. "Moreover, I overheard Harry mention that he has indeed seen a large black dog recently." Neville's expression darkened as he divulged this information. "Goodness, how terrifying. Does this mean the prophecy is entirely accurate?" Lavender exclaimed in a hushed, exaggerated tone, while Pavarti, equally startled by Neville's revelation, also appeared visibly distressed. A large black dog? Hermione raised an eyebrow, as new information emerged, likely stemming from their divination class. Judging by the expressions around her, it seemed this ominous black dog was the source of considerable anxiety among many young witches and wizards. But why Harry? Was he truly so unfortunate? The black dog they spoke of was yet another of Professor Trelawney's predictions, and notably, one of the most foreboding. Seeing Lavender engulfed in panic, Parvati gently patted her friend to offer comfort and began to elucidate to Hermione. Let me recount the prophecy concerning Harry in its entirety. Hermione, upon hearing this, settled down attentively, resembling a dutiful child eager to absorb a tale. Taking a deep breath, Parvati began to succinctly recount the events from this morning's divination class, where Professor Trelawney had assigned their first divination activity, which involved reading tea leaves. Following the guidance from the book Piercing the Mist to gaze into the future, one can discern the information foretold by the tea leaves at the bottom of a teacup. This divination is essentially the crux of the matter. Harry's teacup was interpreted by Professor Trelawney herself, which instilled a sense of belief in her words among us at that time, a sentiment that remains largely unchanged. Professor Trelawney declared that the pattern in Harry's tea leaves first resembled a hawk, indicating he possesses a mortal enemy. Hermione nodded slightly, contemplating this revelation. Indeed, it was not incorrect. Harry is the prophesied savior destined to vanquish Voldemort, who has long sought to take his life. Yet, wasn't this common knowledge? She refrained from voicing her thoughts and continued to listen intently to Parvati's narration. Professor Trelawney proceeded to rotate the teacup, examining it from various angles. A total of 3 times. The first 2 rotations revealed a club and a skull, which the professor interpreted as an impending attack and significant danger ahead. Hermione's expression grew somewhat strained, for Trelawney's prophecies seemed rather unremarkable. Was the divination instructor truly a legitimate professor? Doubt increasingly crept into the young girl's mind. Nevertheless, the initial 3 interpretations were not the crux of the matter. Although they sounded perilous, they did not appear to threaten Harry's safety. The 4th interpretation, however, was of utmost importance. Parvati's tone grew increasingly grave as she lowered her voice dramatically. The 4th vision revealed by Professor Trelawney was of a spectral, pitch-black dog prowling through a graveyard. The professor proclaimed it ominous, a harbinger of doom, an exceedingly dire omen, one potent enough to lead to death. Prior to this, Trelawney had never predicted death in anyone else's teacup. However, it is worth noting that this statement was limited to this particular lesson. Hermione could not suppress a sarcastic remark, recalling that Professor McGonagall had effectively debunked Trelawney's tendency to predict the demise of young witches and wizards each semester for theatrical effect. Yet, this ominous sign reminded Hermione of a book she had seen at Flourish and Blotts, titled Omens of Death, whose cover depicted a large black dog. She recalled having spotted it in the bookstore. Propping her chin on her hand, she pondered this and relayed her thoughts to Lavender and Parvati. The 2 girls tilted their heads in unison, seemingly lacking any recollection. Well, that was understandable. Not everyone shares Hermione's fervent interest in the information contained in books, even if they do not purchase them. She was certain that the cover of Omens of Death indeed featured a black dog. Aside from Glen, who perpetually gathered information, it seemed he was the only one who remembered. This indicated that the divinatory symbol held some significance, and it was no wonder everyone was so alarmed. After all, the concept of death appeared distant and enigmatic to young witches and wizards. To be honest, upon hearing Professor McGonagall's statements earlier in class, I had felt somewhat reassured. Yet immediately after class, I heard Harry mention that he had recently encountered a large black dog, which left me feeling uneasy once more. Navi, feeling a wave of discomfort, gently rubbed his abdomen, acutely aware of the spasms gripping his stomach. The looming threat to his friend's life weighed heavily on him, leaving him anxious to the point of losing his appetite. Harry, that unfortunate soul, seemed perpetually beset by calamity. Perhaps Professor Trelawney's prophecy was intricately linked to the escape of the notorious Sirius Black from Azkaban, who might be seeking to trouble Harry. Hermione leaned closer to Glen, who had remained silent throughout the conversation, whispering her thoughts. Although merely a conjecture, articulating it felt somewhat impolite, so she opted for a private discussion with Glen. Are you suggesting that this prophecy emerged due to the threat posed by Sirius Black to Harry Potter? Indeed, Glen responded, nodding. That makes a degree of sense. Thus, the defensive measures within and around Hogwarts must be swiftly reinforced. I shall endeavor to establish the surveillance network within the castle over the next couple of days. The installations for entrances, exits, and various hidden passages were completed last night. The corridors outside your dormitory, the Gryffindor common room, and the entire 8th floor have already been equipped. Only the remaining floors are left. Glen had indeed been occupied with these tasks the previous night, not forgetting the unfinished work from the last semester. Do you need assistance? With both of us working, the installation will proceed more swiftly. And you won't tire yourself too much. No, thank you. Very well, then. Let us agree on this. We shall stay up late tonight to expedite this task. Hermione covered Glen's mouth, claiming she sought his response. Yet in truth, she had no intention of heeding his answer, knowing he would surely decline and insist she get some rest. It was better not to afford him the opportunity to reply. What a mastery of persuasion. All right, let us leave it at that then. Chapter 31. Attending the Care of Magical Creatures class. Due to the morning's prophetic revelations, aside from Glen and Hermione, who enjoyed their meal heartily, the others found their appetites diminished. After a few bites of lunch, they abandoned their plates and chose to leave the Great Hall. Glen and Hermione leisurely finished their meal before strolling to the 7th floor, beginning their installation of surveillance cameras from the upper levels to alleviate some of the workload for the evening ahead. The lunch break swiftly passed, and the pair set aside their tasks, making their way outside Hogwarts Castle. The rain from the previous day had ceased at some point, and the sky brightened considerably, though it still bore a somber, pale gray hue. The humidity hung heavily in the air, rendering it somewhat oppressive, while the ground beneath their feet, a soft and damp lawn, exuded the distinct fragrance of wet grass mingled with earthy aromas. In the distance, young wizards heading to the Care of Magical Creatures class ambled in small groups, making their way down the slope toward Hagrid's hut, where the class was to be held. Hermione felt a swell of joy at this arrangement, and she was not alone in her sentiment. Even those unfamiliar with Hagrid shared in the enthusiasm of attending a lesson outdoors. Hey, Glen, Hermione, over here. As the two individuals descended the sloped path towards Hagrid's hut, a head of pale golden hair emerged from the crowd, waving energetically in their direction. Clearly, this fellow was eagerly anticipating the Care of Magical Creatures class. Hermione gave a gentle wave in return, smiling as she addressed Glen. Glen remained noncommittal, while Draco appeared quite intrigued by the subject of magical creatures. In a letter he had previously sent to Glen, he had elaborated on his summer excursions to observe various magical beasts, as well as mentioning the care of certain creatures in his estate. Upon reaching Draco, they found Neville already waiting there. Draco seemed poised to speak when Hagrid emerged from his dwelling, still clad in his characteristic moleskin coat. His boisterous hound frolicked around him, unperturbed by the throng of unfamiliar young wizards, though it now seemed eager to venture somewhere. With most of the group gathered, Hagrid retrieved a crumpled piece of parchment from the pocket of his coat, scrutinizing it for a moment before counting the heads of the young wizards. Oh, it appears everyone is present. Then let us proceed. Come along, hurry now. I have prepared something special for you today, a lesson I have meticulously planned, and I trust you will find it delightful. An extraordinary class awaits. With that, Hagrid beckoned the group to follow him and turned towards the Forbidden Forest. This sent a wave of trepidation among the young wizards, for the forest was notoriously perilous. Could it be that the location for their Care of Magical Creatures lesson was indeed within the forest? Is it too late to drop the class? Someone wondered anxiously. Surely Hagrid wouldn't choose such a dangerous venue for their lesson, Hermione mused, as the likelihood of that seemed exceedingly slim. Hagrid must be well aware of the risks involved. What you might not realize is that this path does not lead to the Forbidden Forest, Draco interjected, raising his index finger with a smug expression. The destination is a clearing that Hagrid has established right at the edge of the forest, specifically for lessons. Rest assured, it is quite safe. He had confirmed this with Hagrid in advance, added Neville, who walked just behind him, engaging in light-hearted banter. The young wizards followed Hagrid for a brief 5-minute stroll until they arrived at a clearing resembling a paddock. Indeed, as Draco had indicated, it was an open space devoid of any structures. Hagrid turned around, cupping his hands before his mouth, and called out, "Gather around the fence here." The young wizards complied, forming a semicircle around Hagrid. "Oh, this is perfect. I trust everyone can see." "We can see," they replied. The relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin has improved considerably. Though it cannot yet be deemed amicable, at the very least, they no longer engage in inexplicable quarrels. Most notably, Draco has matured significantly, refraining from his usual provocations. Consequently, the atmosphere between the two houses appears rather pleasant in the absence of conflict. When Hagrid called out, the young wizards responded in unison. "Are we in elementary school? Why are we shouting along?" Hermione muttered, slightly embarrassed, as she turned her head away. The spirited response from the young sorcerers bolstered Hagrid's confidence immensely. If he had harbored any concerns prior, he was now brimming with assurance regarding the lessons he had arranged. "Very well, before we commence our class, the first thing you must do is open your textbooks." Upon hearing this, the young wizards exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. The reason for their hesitation was that the textbook for the Care of Magical Creatures, known as the Monster Book of Monsters, was notorious for its tendency to bite. Meanwhile, Draco appeared eager, wearing a confident smile, suggesting that he had already mastered the art of controlling the creature book. However, he seemed to be waiting for something rather than producing the Monster Book of Monsters. Glen, on the other hand, harbored no such reservations. Following Hagrid's command, he retrieved his own copy of the Monster Book of Monsters, which had been secured within an alchemical book cover, and released the enchantment. As soon as the creature book felt its bindings loosen, it sprang to life, lunging towards Glen's neck. Emotionless, Glen swiftly drew a gleaming dagger from his sleeve, piercing the creature's body before it could open its gaping maw. Without a sound, the monster book of monsters quivered once and then fell still, its vitality extinguished, transforming from a semi-sentient creature into a mere magical artifact. His actions were so discreet that, aside from Hermione and a few others nearby, no one noticed what Glen had done. But one individual did witness Glen's swift maneuver, Hagrid. The giant's eyes were twitching at the corners in disbelief. It was not until Glen withdrew the dagger from the now motionless creature that Hagrid finally collected himself. Seeing Hermione smilingly pass her own creature book to Glen, he quickly interjected. This book is indeed quite special, isn't it? But fear not, I shall ensure that these little darlings do not bite you. As Hagrid spoke, he forced himself to overlook Glen's actions, gesturing subtly towards Draco, whose expression had momentarily dulled. Receiving the cue, Draco refocused, nodding at Hagrid and raising his hand. Oh, it seems someone has studied this topic in advance. What a delightful surprise. Then, let Draco demonstrate the proper method of opening the Book of Monsters. The little dragon tilted his chin upward, cleared his throat softly, and emerged with the Book of Monsters, bound tightly with exquisite ropes, struggling against its restraints. He wore an expression of self-importance, as if he were not the same person who had been momentarily rendered speechless just moments earlier. TCH, there he goes again, stealing the spotlight. Just look at his smug demeanor. Amidst the crowd, Ron scoffed disdainfully, his gaze fixed on Draco as he made his way through the throng. Indeed. Ron. Harry observed Draco, who was beginning to untie the ropes, his expression revealing nothing unusual. We should invest more effort in Hagrid's care of magical creatures class. We have fallen behind in other subjects, but in this one, we are starting on the same footing as him. Do you mean? Ron turned to Harry, attempting to glean some insight from his eyes. Indeed. Harry nodded resolutely, his tone leaving no room for doubt. We cannot allow him to bask in the limelight alone. This is our first step towards overcoming him. Although he has become somewhat less odious lately, I hold a grudge. A spark of determination seemed to ignite in Harry's green eyes. From this moment forth, surpassing Draco lay ahead. That suits me just fine. I can hardly wait to see that big-headed brat weeping before us. Ron received the response he longed for, chuckling. Yet he, like Harry, had clearly made up his mind. An invisible flame appeared to burn behind the two of them, prompting Neville to feel a sense of exasperation. Though uncertain about the underlying reasons for the renewed camaraderie between Harry and Ron, it seemed to be a positive development overall, did it not? Ahem, splendid. Everyone, focus your attention on my hands. Draco's voice, now at the center of the circle, reclaimed Neville's attention. With a soft sigh, Neville concentrated intently on the scene before him. He had endured quite a bite from the Book of Monsters while attempting to prepare for Hagrid's class. According to Hagrid and Draco, there should be methods to control the book beyond Glen's violent suppression. First and foremost, everyone must act quickly. Although the method I am about to demonstrate can calm these feisty little creatures, there is still a significant risk of injury as I untie their bindings. As Draco spoke, his fingers approached the knots binding the book, and he continued. The next steps are quite simple. First, you must untie the bindings. With a swift motion, he loosened the knots, and the Book of Monsters, merely bound by ropes, was not as docile as the one confined in Glen's alchemical container. It sprang to life, its gaping maw opening wide. Yet Draco's reflexes were equally swift. He deftly ran his right hand along the spine of the book from top to bottom. Then, by smoothing its spine, watch, and the creatures will settle down. Clang, clang. It seemed as though enchanting music was resonating in the ears of the crowd. However, in reality, they heard nothing at all. Perhaps it was mere auditory hallucination. Nonetheless, the monstrous tome settled firmly in Draco's hands. Although not overly dramatic, the young wizards gaped in awe, their applause echoing around them. Hagrid stood nearby, beaming with satisfaction. Despite Draco having somewhat overshadowed the initial excitement of the first lesson, he felt no resentment. Instead, he found immense joy in witnessing two rival houses displaying such harmony in his lifetime. A splendid demonstration. For this, I shall award Slytherin 10 points. Hagrid generously bestowed his accolades. Why not employ that method? Glen turned back, returning the monstrous creature's book that Hermione had just handed him, with a mischievous smile. Hermione refrained from taking the book, clasping her hands behind her back. That won't do. I also wish for you to help me quiet the creature book in that manner. But that would damage the book itself. Isn't reading your greatest passion? Indeed, but using your approach would transform our books into something truly unique. Oh, is this what is referred to as a couple style? Glen withdrew his hands, beginning to dismantle the alchemical device. Did you catch on? But isn't this something you learned from the book? It seems you have indeed invested considerable effort in this area. Surely, I can't always rely on you to advance our romantic progress, can I? I can't quite articulate it, but that is the essence of my thoughts. Caught you, didn't I? Yet, I didn't intentionally pursue this. I feel that even if we do nothing but be together, our feelings would gradually deepen. While I share your sentiment, It seems this way would be even more romantic. Learn from the book? Yes. I do find you quite exasperating. Yet I cannot deny that I am rather fond of this approach, albeit just a little, she chuckled, as long as you enjoy it. With that, Glen pierced Hermione's monstrous book with a dagger, robbing this magical semi-sentient being of its scarce vitality. He withdrew the dagger and returned the now motionless tome to Hermione. Here. This is your exclusive monstrous creatures book. Thank you, I adore it. The young girl accepted the book with a smile, a visible wound running through its entirety. Hermione touched it, feeling a peculiar texture, yet it was overshadowed by a sense of satisfaction and happiness. Though their interaction seemed somewhat juvenile, Hermione cherished this small, unique exchange between them. However, during our earlier conversation, I actually told a little fib. What? I won't tell you. Why not take a guess? Chapter 33, The Hippogriff. After observing Draco's demonstration, the young wizards cautiously opened their own monstrous creatures books, without any incidents occurring. This alleviated the tension and worry in Hagrid, who let out a long sigh of relief and silently encouraged himself. Indeed, let us proceed in this manner. Believe in yourself, Hagrid. You are capable of conducting the first class splendidly. Now that there are no issues with the books, it is time for the formal commencement of our lesson. Ahem. Excellent. Everyone has their books. Next, all we require are the magical creatures. Please remain here. Feel free to stretch a little, but do not wander too far. I shall now venture into the forest to summon our companions for today. Hagrid cleared his throat and cast a pleading glance towards Hermione, seemingly imploring her to keep an eye on the other young wizards, ensuring that none would misbehave or stray too far. Hermione paused for a moment before responding with a cheerful gesture. It appeared that Hagrid was indeed quite anxious for his inaugural lesson. As Hagrid turned and disappeared into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, Hermione jested about his unease. However, he clearly underestimated the inherent discipline of the students at Hogwarts, especially considering they were all third years who had experienced countless adventures and had no inclination to run amok. This was indeed true. The more experiences one accumulates, the more mature one becomes. The third-year wizards had evolved significantly. Even if Hagrid were to enter the Forbidden Forest in search of magical creatures without uttering a word, they would undoubtedly refrain from straying too far. Not to mention, the mere proximity to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where they had once faced the harrowing threat of the Acromantula, firmly quashed any thoughts of reckless wandering. They were no longer naive novices. As anticipated by Hermione, the students behaved impeccably, merely strolling along the fence and engaging in light conversation, but they would never venture away from the main group, not even by 20 meters. Even the most mischievous among them adhered to this unspoken rule. Hagrid soon returned, appearing well prepared to fulfill his role as a competent professor. He gripped tightly onto 12 long chains, each leading to a creature of unimaginable peculiarity, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the young wizards. However, Hermione and Glen, well-versed in literature and having nearly exhausted the library's resources on magical creatures during their research on the Basilisk, recognized these beings immediately. They possessed the body, hind legs, and tail of a horse, yet their forelegs, wings, and heads bore a striking resemblance to that of an eagle. With beaks of a steel-like hue and vibrant orange eyes, their foreclaws measured half a foot in length, appearing capable of inflicting severe harm. Around their necks, each creature sported a dense collar of feathers, the point where Hagrid's chains were affixed. Hippogriffs. Hermione softly articulated the name of these extraordinary creatures. Gather round, good children, Hagrid bellowed, shaking the chains in his hands, beckoning the 12 hippogriffs to align before the assembled young wizards. Hagrid secured the chain in his hand to the fence, causing it to tremble slightly, which sent a shiver of fear through the young wizards. Though their hearts brimmed with curiosity, they instinctively took a collective step back. What a wise decision it was to recognize the situation. Did they not see the razor-sharp claws on the forelegs of the griffins? A careless encounter could certainly lead to grievous injury. It was truly a matter of knowing one's limits. Yet, Professor Hagrid, to commence our first lesson with such an exhilarating spectacle, does Professor Dumbledore know of this? This is merely the beginning. What on earth could the future lessons on the care of magical creatures entail? Nevertheless, even amidst such danger, the innate curiosity and adventurous spirit of youth could not be suppressed. Although apprehensive, they eagerly anticipated the forthcoming lessons on magical creature care, which promised to be far more thrilling than sitting in a classroom. They voiced their fears, yet their bodies betrayed their excitement. True, the lessons might pose a risk to life, a blend of inexperience and a love for adventure. To summarize, the young wizards found themselves in a paradoxical state of fear and excitement, instinctively wanting to retreat, while simultaneously yearning to explore and admire these fantastical, beautiful, yet perilous creatures. One cannot deny the striking appearance of the griffins. Their initial impression was one of peculiar wonder, as if they were a blend of two distinct beings. Yet, the more one gazed upon them, the more they were awestruck by the sheer majesty of nature's power to create such aesthetically pleasing creatures. Just consider the smooth, lustrous feathers and fur that adorned their bodies. They appeared irresistibly inviting to the touch, with a seamless transition between feathers and fur that evoked no sense of discord, igniting a desire to reach out and caress them. Even Hermione, a staunch admirer of all things fluffy, felt an undeniable attraction. However, Glen remained steadfastly loyal to his love for fluffiness and expressed little interest. At this moment, Glen reached out to stroke Hermione's beautifully textured curls, tidying up some of the unruly strands. Hermione showed no objection, allowing Glen to attend to her hair while she nestled closer to him, facilitating his task. These enchanting beings are known as griffins. Are they not magnificent? Hagrid joyfully waved his hands, urging the young wizards to admire the griffins, his expression radiating the delight of a child eager to showcase his cherished possessions. Now, the main event was about to unfold. Rubbing his hands together, Hagrid smiled at all the students before continuing. Today, we shall learn how to coexist harmoniously with these delightful creatures, and your goal is: approach them successfully and groom the splendidly sleek fur of these majestic griffins. Should you wish to venture further, and if they are amicable, you might even find yourself riding them in a graceful circle above the grounds. What an intriguing aspiration, indeed. Hagrid appeared quite confident in his lesson plan, giving a thumbs up. The area fell silent for a few moments, save for the sound of a few griffins snorting. Then came the heartfelt expressions of astonishment from the young wizards. Chapter 34, A Bow. Although these fledgling wizards were inexperienced and somewhat naive, it did not imply they were devoid of intellect. Just look at these formidable creatures. One would have to be quite deranged to approach them. At least some of them thought this way, for griffins are classified as a level 3 magical creature, posing a considerable threat in the realm of magical beasts. Despite their limited knowledge of such creatures, the air of pride radiating from these beings made them seem rather intimidating. Noticing the lack of response to his words, the young wizards anxiously took a step back. Hagrid scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, and began to instruct everyone on the proper way to interact with griffins. First and foremost, it is essential to understand that these creatures are proud. Thus, humans can easily offend them. Hagrid raised a finger and shook it gently. Trust me, you never wish to offend a griffin, for the consequences could be dire. Silence enveloped the group as they attentively listened to Hagrid's explanation. For this was a matter of personal safety. Wait a moment, why would one's safety be at risk in a class on magical creature protection? Next, when approaching a griffin, the first step is to bow while ensuring that your gaze remains locked with theirs. This is of utmost importance. Should you neglect this, the griffin may perceive you as profoundly disrespectful and retaliate. So, remember my words, do not err. Hagrid spoke with a seriousness that rendered his usually jovial demeanor more resolute, lending a persuasive weight to his words. Thus, your task concludes here. The only thing left for you to do is wait. Await the griffin's acknowledgement of your courtesy. If it bows back, it signifies acceptance, completing the initial interaction. You may then gently stroke their wonderfully soft fur, but be tender in your approach. Overstepping could lead to them turning hostile. Of course, there exists another possibility. If the creature does not return your bow, you must promptly retreat, for failure to do so could result in harm. In the midst of the crowd, Hermione listened intently to Hagrid's explanation, unable to restrain herself from crossing her arms and nodding in agreement. Indeed, Hagrid's discourse was remarkably thorough, emphasizing critical points that warranted attention. It appeared he had prepared diligently, justifying the effort I had invested. Based on my previous impressions of Hagrid, such a detailed exposition seemed unlikely. So, from what you have mentioned, it seems you imparted this knowledge to him through letters during the summer break? Hermione gave a thumbs up, closing one eye with a playful smile, exclaiming, correct. Upon learning that Hagrid would become the professor for the care of magical creatures course next semester, I voluntarily offered my assistance. Although my suggestions primarily revolved around his teaching style and the key points he should elaborate upon, the actual subjects, the magical creatures he would present, were all his selections. Yet, it appears he has executed it quite well. I see, Glen nodded, realizing why he had perceived a sudden transformation in Hagrid's manner of speaking. It was due to the guidance of a little sage behind him. While it may seem unfair to Hagrid, I always believed that without some form of guidance, his somewhat self-conscious nature and his rather blunt manner of speaking might lead to avoidable complications in the care of magical creatures class. Hence, I engaged in discussions with Hagrid about instructional methods. After all, I am the president of the study group. Although I may not match the expertise of other professors in imparting knowledge, I certainly possess more experience than Hagrid, who is just beginning his teaching journey. Nevertheless, it seems Hagrid has done exceedingly well, covering all essential points, and there should be no issues. Hermione shrugged, finding this matter trivial. What truly brought her joy was being able to assist her friend. Well, that concludes my insights into interacting with the hippogriffs. Now, does anyone wish to volunteer for a trial? As Hagrid's words lingered in the air, a figure emerged from the crowd, and upon closer inspection, it was Harry. In response, Draco merely raised an eyebrow, refraining from further comment and quietly retracting his foot, which had been poised to step forward. Harry appeared somewhat anxious. He took a deep breath and looked up at Hagrid. I would like to give it a try. Hagrid let out a hearty laugh, his large hand gently patting Harry's back in a gesture of reassurance. Relax, there's no need to be so tense. Just follow my instructions and you'll be fine. Remember, sincerity is key, and keep your gaze steady. As he spoke, Hagrid approached the hippogriff that stood closest to the young wizards, leading it forth and unfastening the leather collar around its neck. All the young witches and wizards held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Harry and the majestic creature. This is Buckbeak. I hope you two can form a harmonious bond, Hagrid introduced, stepping aside to grant Harry space to interact with Buckbeak. Harry nodded, then slowly approached Buckbeak, making a concerted effort to keep his eyes wide open. Do not blink, that would cause it to distrust you, Hagrid whispered nearby, though his voice hardly qualified as quiet. Fortunately, the air was somewhat humid that day. Otherwise, Harry felt he might have succumbed to the urge to close his eyes, but even so, tears were threatening to spill. Luckily, the creature known as Buckbeak seemed to notice Harry and gradually turned its head, its fierce orange-yellow gaze fixed upon him. You may bow now, Harry, Hagrid instructed. Harry complied, inclining his body slightly while maintaining eye contact, then carefully rose again. The hippogriff before him remained still, causing Harry's heart to race. Had he failed? But in the next moment, Buckbeak suddenly bent its foreknee, lowering its body in a bow. Well done, Harry. Chapter 35, Do Not Fear. Harry had successfully earned the respect of the hippogriff Buckbeak, leaving him somewhat astonished. Just moments ago, he had thought he had failed and was ready to flee. Now, as Buckbeak slightly bent its knee and lowered its body to align its head with Harry's, the tension in his heart eased considerably. You may now touch it. Gently stroke its beak, do not startle it. After a moment's hesitation, Harry extended his hand, feeling that if he were to relinquish this opportunity, he might miss out on a splendid gift. He stepped forward, slowly extending his right hand. Noticing Buckbeak's lack of reaction, he grew bolder and placed his palm over its beak, stroking it gently back and forth. Buckbeak lazily closed its eyes, appearing to relish Harry's touch. The entire assembly erupted in applause for Harry's bravery and success. Even the Slytherin snakes, including Draco, joined in, albeit with a somewhat awkward expression that left one wondering what he was thinking. Having received Buckbeak's permission, Harry grew increasingly confident in his strokes, petting the creature as one would a dog or cat, and Buckbeak offered no resistance. Hagrid watched closely, then nodded, declaring, Excellent. Harry, you have won Buckbeak's trust. I believe it may be willing to carry you aloft for a flight. Harry's expression stiffened, revealing a mix of joy and apprehension. You climb up from here. Just behind the joint of its wings, Hagrid pointed out. Be cautious not to disturb its feathers. It would not appreciate that. Harry followed the instructions, awkwardly mounting Buckbeak. As he secured himself, Buckbeak stood upright, its 12-foot wings unfurling majestically at its sides, and then it began to run. With a powerful flap, Buckbeak soared into the sky, taking Harry on a flight around the area. Before long, the pair returned safely to the ground. On the occasion of their inaugural flight, all was tranquil and well. What a splendid journey, Harry, Hagrid exclaimed, beaming with delight as he gave a thumbs up before turning to the others with a smile. All right, who else wishes to give it a try? Harry's courageous display inspired his fellow young wizards, who cautiously approached the hippogriffs. Hagrid unfastened their chains one by one, while nervous giggles and bows filled the enclosure. Glen, let us go? I can hardly contain my excitement, Hermione urged, pulling Glen toward the hippogriffs. Her keen eyes quickly spotted a particularly lovely creature with smooth, gray-white feathers, nestled in a corner. Hagrid, what is her name? She inquired, tugging at his sleeve and pointing to the enchanting hippogriff. Hagrid glanced over and immediately replied without hesitation, That dear one is named Eucalia. She is quite shy and possesses the gentlest temperament among these hippogriffs, as well as being the youngest. It's impressive that you chose her. I understand, Glen. Let us proceed, Hermione exclaimed enthusiastically, leading Glen toward Eucalia. Glen maintained a calm demeanor, allowing Hermione to guide him. As they approached Eucalia, Hermione released his hand and stepped forward. I shall go first. You observe from the side, Glen. All right, go ahead, he replied. Perhaps it was Hermione's innate charm or the inherent bond between the girls that swiftly fostered a trusting relationship between her and Eucalia. The texture is delightful, so smooth, entirely different from that of a crup. She marveled. Not only did the feathers differ from fur, but the exquisite sensation of experiencing both textures simultaneously was sheer bliss. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Hermione shed her shyness and pressed her cheek against Eucalia, wholeheartedly embracing the joy of connecting with the hippogriff. After a moment, she realized she had inadvertently sidelined Glen, quickly raising her head and stepping aside with an apologetic smile. Oh dear, I almost forgot about you. Come on. You need not concern yourself with me. Feel free to enjoy, Glen reassured her, seemingly unfazed. While the prospect of petting the hippogriff was undeniably tempting, Witnessing Hermione's personal interaction with Euchalia was far more rewarding. I wish for you to earn Euchalia's trust as well, Hermione suggested, perceiving Glen's thoughts. She playfully added, perhaps we might even have the chance to soar through the skies together with Euchalia. Though they had previously experienced such adventures with Norberta, riding various magical creatures always brought forth unique encounters. Glen nodded and stepped toward Euchalia, but she took a step back. Hermione, puzzled, looked to Glen, who slowed his pace and cautiously advanced a small step forward. Upon witnessing the situation, Euchalia slowed her pace and took a small step back. Glen remarked, it seems she does not wish to approach me. He halted his movements and spoke thus. Animals possess an innate intuition that enables them to perceive danger with remarkable acuity. Even though Glen consciously refrained from exuding any malevolence or intent to harm, Euchalia, being a more sophisticated magical creature, likely sensed a faint, elusive threat emanating from him. It was as if her mind had not yet processed the situation, but her body had instinctively reacted. The griffin, Euchalia, was apprehensive. How curious it was that Euchalia felt fear towards him. The young girl noticed Euchalia trembling slightly. Hermione tilted her head in perplexity at this phenomenon and then approached Euchalia, speaking soothingly. Euchalia, do not be afraid. That brother is a good person, he will not harm you. Accompanying her words, Hermione gently channeled her inner holy power to calm Euchalia's anxious heart. Although there may exist a language barrier between different races, gestures and magic effectively conveyed Hermione's intentions. Under the influence of the young girl's comforting presence, Euchalia ceased her trembling, her anxiety subsiding. I must be brave. This was the thought that resonated in Euchalia's heart. Look at what you've done to her, Glen. Chapter 36. Woohoo, take off. Realizing it was his own issue, Glen began to consciously temper his aura, striving to alleviate Euchalia's fear when she faced him. The results attested to the efficacy of his restraint and Hermione's calming actions. Of course, Euchalia's own determination played a role in this transformation, but at least when Glen approached her, she was able to maintain a state of normalcy. As Glen neared the perimeter of Euchalia's vigilance, he halted, well aware that this was the limit. Even a half-step closer would only provoke Euchalia into an aggressive response or prompt her to flee in panic. Then Glen found himself momentarily stunned. As one of the prerequisites for establishing mutual trust with the griffin was maintaining eye contact. The challenge lay in the fact that he was still wearing a blindfold, rendering direct visual engagement impossible under such circumstances. While Glen could remove the blindfold for brief moments to establish fleeting eye contact with humans without adverse effects, such exchanges were merely transient. One of the more perceptive griffin. Moreover, the duration of eye contact needed to be prolonged, and Glen was uncertain of the potential complications this might evoke. This was, after all, the first lesson taught personally by Hagrid, and if possible, Glen wished to avoid causing any unnecessary disturbances in his class due to his own shortcomings. Are you contemplating whether to remove the blindfold? As Hermione observed Glen's hesitation and lack of response, she pondered the situation and discerned his thoughts. Indeed, it stemmed from uncertainty about potential complications. Glen nodded, affirming Hermione's insight, while also supplementing the unvoiced concerns. His tone bore a hint of hesitation, for he sensed Hermione's earnest desire to gain Euchalia's trust. With a soft exclamation, Hermione propped her chin on her hand, appearing troubled. What should she do? To forfeit the opportunity to ride the winged creature alongside Glen felt somewhat disheartening. Yet she understood the importance of avoiding any mishaps that might disappoint Hagrid. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Hermione snapped her fingers, her troubled expression giving way to the confident smile she often wore when solving problems. She recognized that magical energy tends to be absorbed and diminished by entities along its path. If direct eye contact with Euchalia posed a risk of interference, could they not establish an indirect connection instead? Are you suggesting something akin to the Basilisk? Glen inquired, finding Hermione's reasoning sound and continuing along her line of thought. Precisely. It is a form of sensory sharing, Hermione declared, extending her hand to gently scratch the feathers at Euchalia's neck before initiating a one-sided sensory exchange. In Euchalia's perception, an unfamiliar perspective emerged, yet she remained composed, aware that the peculiar sensation originated from the human girl beside her. How curious. Why do I feel this way? A nascent thought flickered through Euchalia's still developing intellect, quietly arising and dissipating. Ultimately, she accepted her current state with ease, relaxing into Hermione's viewpoint. Your mind is remarkably agile, Hermione, Glen remarked sincerely as he removed his blindfold. Utilizing his own eyes, now unaffected by Glen's gaze, he conveyed a normal visual experience to Euchalia, a method he had not anticipated. Such realizations are evident with contemplation. Even if you praise me so directly, I shall not reward you, Hermione retorted playfully. Though her demeanor radiated satisfaction, Glen, wishing to maintain the moment's tranquility, exchanged glances with Hermione, indirectly meeting Euchalia's gaze while offering a slight bow. Their combined efforts proved successful, as Euchalia knelt in return, extending her trust to Glen. Well done. This child has placed her trust in you. Now, go ahead and pet her, Hermione suggested. Dissolving the sensory connection, Glen donned his blindfold once more, leaning closer to the winged creature to stroke Eucheria's smooth fur. Indeed, the texture is delightful, and my spirits have lifted, he remarked. After signaling Eucheria to lower herself slightly, Hermione executed a graceful leap onto Eucheria's back, extending her hand toward Glen. Come, take a seat and let us soar into the skies for a while. Glen finally discerned what had been occupying Hermione's thoughts. She had been waiting for him all along. He grasped Hermione's hand, gently applying pressure, and with a light leap, he mounted the back of Eucheria. Glancing at his hands and recalling Hagrid's advice, Glen opted to wrap his arms around Hermione's delicate waist, leaning in close. This closeness allowed their previously separate centers of gravity to shift to a more stable position, preventing any mishaps during their flight. Hermione's body trembled slightly, her cheeks flushing as the warmth radiating from Glen's presence sent delightful shivers coursing through her. It was a sensation she had never experienced before. Even their previous embraces had been initiated by her wrapping her arms around Glen's waist. How to describe it? It was somewhat exhilarating, perhaps even addictive. Now, allow me to take control of Eucheria's flight. You just sit still and be a good passenger. Hermione feigned calmness, striving to ignore the exhilaration as she urged Eucheria to run and take to the skies. Though Eucheria was the youngest among the 12 hippogriffs Hagrid had brought, her physical prowess was not inferior to that of her older companions. As they raced forward, Hermione felt the rush of the wind roaring past her ears, prompting her to lean down and grasp Eucheria's neck. Suddenly, she sensed a shift in her weight, and upon looking up, she realized they had ascended into the sky. Before them lay an expansive view, the scenery becoming increasingly grand as they soared above the oppressive edge of the forbidden forest, filling her with an exhilarating sense of liberation. Alas, the moment of joy was fleeting. As Hermione shifted her position, it disrupted the balance between her and Glen. The change in scenery relaxed her, and just as Eucheria began to turn, she felt herself becoming unbalanced and nearly toppled from the hippogriff's back. Chapter 37, Secrets. It was impossible for Hermione to fall. Even if Glen were to tumble, she would remain secure. With quick reflexes, he caught the swaying maiden. Be careful, hold on tight, he advised as he steadied her. And Hermione cast a cautious glance at the view below. I was afraid of pulling Eucheria's feathers. I didn't notice and almost fell, she confessed. Glen fell silent, tightening his embrace around her. I have reason to suspect you simply wish for me to hold you closer, he remarked nonchalantly after a moment of silence. This time, it was Hermione who found herself speechless, struggling to formulate a response. Indeed, Glen was correct. His candor and perceptiveness were both endearing and infuriating. Oh, forget it. There's no one else around, she finally admitted. Yes, I want to be close to you. What of it? Hermione endeavored to respond assertively, yet her voice bore a certain timidity. You can speak plainly. Hey, I might feel shy, you know. Would that truly make you shy? There is no one else around. The presence of others is rather inconsequential. It is the vast and open space surrounding us that renders me somewhat uneasy. So the implication is that in a confined and intimate space, you would not be shy. Slap. Hermione, exasperated, brought her hand to her face, realizing once again that Glen's thought processes were quite unconventional. The young girl felt as though a long-held frustration was lodged in her throat, unable to be expressed. Hermione, you are not being forthright, Glen remarked suddenly. Your heart is undeniably racing, and your temperature is rising. It is evident that you relish such gestures. If that is the case, why concern yourself with the environment around you? Glen found it difficult to comprehend. If one enjoyed something, why not pursue it? Allowing other matters to take a back seat? I cannot fathom it. I require Professor Hermione's elucidation. Perhaps it is a desire to keep you all to myself? To prevent others from witnessing the way we interact? To be honest, I cannot articulate it clearly, but I do enjoy that. Hermione was momentarily at a loss, and after careful contemplation, she could not arrive at a more precise answer. Thus, she vaguely articulated her thoughts, concluding with a statement that Glen was sure to accept. In short, it is simply because I like it. Glen nodded, adjusting his understanding based on Hermione's words, and then began to revel in the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies aboard the winged creature, the hippogriff. As Hermione was not adept at piloting such a creature, Glen quietly guided Euchelele's movements, crafting a comfortable and enchanting flight experience for them. Glen, why do I feel that your handling skills are so exceptional? Hermione sensed something amiss. Compared to other young witches and wizards struggling to ride their hippogriffs, they, with 2 passengers, flew seamlessly. There must be some external factor at play. Consequently, Hermione noticed Glen's subtle actions and realized that he was indeed directing Euchelele's flight. When did you secretly evolve behind my back? Having previously learned to ride and attempted it, it seemed that the techniques for riding horses bore similarities to those for riding hippogriffs. When did you learn to ride? Hermione searched her memories, but found none related to such an experience. This is impossible. Could it be that Glen has been secretly going out to play without me? I cannot tolerate this. Well, it was quite some time ago. The explanation is rather complex. You may choose a time to visit the room of requirement, and I shall explain. Quite some time ago? How long are we talking about? The phrase quite some time ago suggested that it must have been long before they had been introduced to the magical world. Thus, a question arose. Glen and she had been nearly inseparable before their encounter with the magical realm. So when had he acquired his equestrian skills? Before I met you. Glen spoke calmly, and his words were not erroneous. He had indeed studied equestrianism, albeit during his previous life as number 13, immersed in the world of assassins. He never intended to conceal his memories from Hermione. It was simply that she had never inquired about them. Glen, it seems you harbor many secrets, she reflected. With her back to him, Glen could not discern Hermione's expression. After a prolonged silence, she softly spoke and leaned against his embrace. It was impossible for Hermione to remain oblivious to Glen's peculiarities. As his closest companion for over a decade, if she were to overlook these matters, she would cease to be the Hermione everyone knew. Moreover, Glen had no desire to hide anything from her, making it all the more improbable that she would be unaware. However, Hermione chose not to delve deeper into his secrets. Everyone possesses their own little mysteries. To pry or to intrude upon another's inner sanctum is an impolite endeavor and could easily provoke resentment. Even though Hermione believed that no matter how persistently she pursued Glen's secrets, this incredibly tolerant and caring individual would likely not feel displeased or disgusted. She did not wish to gamble on even a 99 chance of success. Thus, she opted to suppress her curiosity. Now, however, as they had entered a romantic relationship, Hermione was assured of Glen's affection for her, just as she felt for him. Their interactions had grown significantly more intimate compared to their previous ambiguous rapport, and Hermione unconsciously relaxed her suppression of curiosity regarding Glen's secrets. Consequently, she inadvertently probed further than intended. Hermione closed her eyes, lying calmly in Glen's arms, her hands folded, resembling a figure of serenity, as if on the verge of enlightenment. Yet beneath her tranquil exterior, tumultuous waves surged within her heart. She began to regret asking that question. Fortunately, Glen appeared unconcerned about her knowledge of his secrets and even seemed willing to share them with her, which greatly relieved Hermione. Should I also share my little secret with Glen? She mused. Oh no, that would be too embarrassing. I can't possibly say that I. Hermione, your heartbeat is quickening again. The voice that interrupted her thoughts was insistent. Ah, you're so annoying, she thought. Perhaps it was best to let it be. Chapter 38, Concern. Indifference. It must be said that this was a successful lesson in the care of magical creatures. Hagrid had made thorough preparations and designed engaging learning experiences. Throughout the interaction between the young wizards and the majestic hippogriff, he shared various insights into the habits of this magnificent creature. The unique approach proved immensely beneficial, garnering unanimous praise from the young wizards. The heartfelt acknowledgement from the young wizards brought forth a poignant cry from Hagrid, the gentle giant, prompting Harry, Ron, and even Draco to console him for quite some time. It was evident that Hagrid held this lesson in profound regard. Hagrid, do not weep, as you can see. We all truly appreciate the lesson you prepared. You should feel joyous, Hermione urged, standing on her tiptoes to pat the giant's back in a comforting gesture. I am merely overwhelmed with happiness, Hagrid sobbed. I never imagined that there would come a day when so many would recognize and like me. Hermione fell silent, continuing to gently pat Hagrid's back, offering him solace alongside the other young wizards in a shared, wordless understanding. 50 years prior, Hagrid had been unjustly imprisoned in Azkaban due to Voldemort's deceit and was subsequently prohibited from wielding a wand. Upon the completion of his sentence, he returned to Hogwarts as the keeper of keys and grounds, enduring countless disdainful glances and dismissals throughout the years. While those acquainted with him knew he was incapable of such wrongdoing, they were powerless to clear his name. However, today, following the revelation of the truth regarding the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk, he was granted a teaching position and earned the respect of the students. The joy he felt was a culmination of 5 decades of grievance, and his tears flowed unabated. As the young wizards had a charms class to attend, Hagrid endeavored to suppress his surging emotions and urged everyone to hurry back to Hogwarts Castle, prompting their departure. The first charms lesson of the new term, as stated by Professor Flitwick, was to be a review of previously learned spells, allowing the young wizards to demonstrate all the charms they had mastered thus far. It seemed that Hogwarts was beginning to place greater emphasis on the practical application of charms. However, for Glen and Hermione, such a lesson held little necessity, prompting them to request leave from Professor Flitwick. Hermione assisted Glen in continuing their work in the remaining areas of Hogwarts Castle that lacked surveillance. The two divided their tasks efficiently, with Glen handling the installation and Hermione overseeing the adjustments and checking for blind spots. Their harmonious collaboration significantly expedited the installation and coverage of the surveillance system. Hermione's finger glided across the monitor screen as she examined the newly installed cameras, adjusting the view and ensuring comprehensive coverage before shutting off the display. It is truly remarkable. I researched during the summer, and the surveillance cameras known in the world today do not reach the level of the ones you have created. Is this due to your secret? Hermione, no longer inclined to suppress her curiosity about Glen, felt emboldened to inquire, knowing he had promised to share with her. You need only answer yes or no. I wish to maintain an air of mystery until we have ample free time for a detailed discussion, as I suspect your secret may take a while to unfold. Hearing this, Glen continued his work without pause, nodding affirmatively. Yes, he replied, and then continued. Then, why don't you set a time? By then, I shall share all my matters with you, and you may ask any questions you desire. It sounds quite enticing, doesn't it? How about Friday evening? We could retreat to the room of requirement, which would safeguard our conversation from prying ears. The following day is the weekend, allowing us ample time to indulge in storytelling. Will you not return to your dormitory that night? I suppose it wouldn't be too alarming to skip it just once, would it? Hermione averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. All right, it's settled then. Glen nodded in agreement, pleased that the young lady had no objections. Oh, I am so looking forward to it. It has been quite a while since we last engaged in a late-night conversation. I have a feeling we shall uncover some astonishing revelations, and the thought alone fills me with anticipation. It's nothing of great consequence. My secrets are rather trivial, Glen replied, shaking his head. In his understanding, that was indeed the case. They were merely fleeting memories of a hollow existence in a past life, of little value when compared to his current life. How could you say they are unimportant? Surely, those matters pertain to your very being. Therefore, they are significant, Hermione retorted, her displeasure evident. Glen's tendency to undervalue himself was both exasperating and somewhat infuriating. All right, Hermione huffed, puffing her cheeks in discontent as she playfully pinched Glen's side. A light twist to signal her disapproval. I apologize, Glen said, his expression stoic. That lacks sincerity. Try again. Hermione dismissed his apology with a flat demeanor. I truly am sorry. Very well, I shall let you off this time. But remember for the future. After Glen composed himself and sought to recall the appropriate demeanor, tone, and gestures for a sincere apology, Hermione could no longer resist the quirkiness of his expression and tone. She smiled and took his hand, leading him onward to their next destination. Remember, all matters regarding yourself are significant. Your neglect and lack of appreciation for your own being can indeed wound those who care for you, like me, or your parents, and perhaps even Neville. So, what is your response? Glen nodded thoughtfully. I understand now. Is it that my mindset has not yet fully adapted to my current existence? Although I am still grappling with some confusion, Hermione's words warmed his heart. Is this what it feels like to be valued and cared for? Glen recalled Hagrid, who had recently been unable to cease his tears, and it dawned on him that perhaps his tears stemmed from the multitude of people who genuinely cared for him during those moments of sorrow. This perspective is indeed intriguing. I shall ponder it further. Chapter 39, The Peculiar Severus Snape. Through the combined efforts of the two, the surveillance network unique to Hogwarts was fully established before the curfew on Monday night. Following tests conducted by Glen and Hermione, it was confirmed to be operational, thus sparing Hermione from the fatigue of a sleepless night, which left the young girl feeling a tinge of regret. Their enchanting moments of clandestine rendezvous in the hushed, dimly lit corridors would now be missed. Nevertheless, it was not entirely lamentable, for Hermione had, under Glen's guidance, cultivated a commendable routine. By 11:30 each night, she would feel drowsy, and after her nightly rituals, she would swiftly drift into a comfortable slumber, the process remarkably seamless. Given Hermione's daily engagements, her cognitive exertion far surpassed that of her peers, necessitating ample rest to recharge for the forthcoming day's activities. Thus, despite her verbal protests about staying up late with Glen, she succumbed to sleepiness on time, lacking a legitimate reason to roam the night, and reluctantly returned to her quarters to rest. During the summer, after an academic exchange with Snape, Glen learned that Snape had developed a reversal potion based on the gender transformation potion Glen had gifted him, effectively nullifying the effects of the gender change. After following the potion-making instructions sent by Snape, Glen found that his daily task of escorting Hermione back to her dormitory became more manageable. Previously, Glen had not given much thought to his transformation into a female, thus neglecting the creation of a reversal potion. However, now that he and Hermione were in a romantic relationship, the sensation of being transformed into a woman through the potion became increasingly uncomfortable for him. Therefore, Glen appreciated Snape's potion development. That said, it seemed that Snape was quite invested in this potion, having spent the entire summer immersed in research within the potion's chamber. But that was of no concern to Glen. After escorting Hermione, Glen departed from the Gryffindor common room and began his journey toward the secret passage on the 8th floor. He had no intention of merely installing surveillance cameras in the passage. That would still be inadequate for safety. The following morning, Tuesday, began with Hagrid's care of magical creatures class. However, due to the relatively free nature of the course content and the previous day's successful lesson, Hagrid decided, after consulting the young witches and wizards to continue the lesson with the hippogriffs. Most students had merely established a preliminary rapport with these magnificent creatures the day before and had not engaged in much play. So this relaxed session aligned perfectly with their desires, leaving smiles on their faces even as they settled into the next potions class. Yet, their cheerful expressions were swiftly extinguished by Snape. Despite the passage of a summer, he remained unchanged, his sharp, venomous tongue and malevolent demeanor intact. Upon entering the room and witnessing the students' beaming smiles, he coldly doused them with a bucket of icy water. It appears that your sluggish minds have yet to catch up with the Hogwarts Express back to school, and your foolish laughter sends shivers down my spine. Since you all delight in laughter, let us proceed with a classroom assessment, and I hope you can still manage to smile afterwards. The indiscriminate onslaught has enveloped even the Slytherin house, the very snakes of Snape's own faction, leaving them bewildered and vexed. I can't shake the feeling that Professor Snape harbors some ulterior motive. His demeanor suggests a certain impatience, as if he is eager to achieve a specific aim. For Hermione, the classroom test was merely child's play, nearly concluded from the outset. The young girl discreetly employed magic to guide her quill in inscribing the correct answers that danced in her mind upon the parchment, whispering softly to Glen in the process. Having learned the art of cold reading from Glen, Hermione had advanced her ability to perceive others' emotions and thoughts, which made her acutely aware of Snape's unusual behavior that day. Glen, with a nonchalant shrug, indicated his uncertainty, as he too was guiding his quill to record the answers. As the two exchanged hushed words, Snape, seated behind the podium at the front, observed their interaction with keen clarity, yet merely huffed dismissively and turned his attention away, his hands buried within the depths of his dark robe pockets, shrouded in mystery. Hermione was taken aback, expecting Snape to mock her for her furtive whispers. Further solidifying her belief that something was amiss with Snape today, there was something distinctly off, a sense that this old bat was harboring nefarious intentions. Hermione instinctively inched closer to Glen, a twinge of fear gripping her at the thought of Snape's concealed malice suddenly erupting and unintentionally affecting her. As time passed, it became evident that Hermione's instincts were indeed correct, culminating in a peak of tension as the classroom assessment drew to a close. She observed Snape collecting the papers submitted by all the young witches and wizards, perusing their answers with a rapid, almost scornful gaze. Clearly, the two-month holiday had rendered some students complacent, or perhaps Snape's questions were inherently challenging, for his expression darkened as he swiftly reviewed the assessments. As for Glen and Hermione's papers, Snape didn't even glance at them. He passed them by without a second look, inciting Hermione to shake her tiny fists in protest. How outrageous, she murmured, yet her protest fell on deaf ears. For Snape's gaze in return seemed to convey a message that they should amuse themselves elsewhere. As Snape continued his brisk evaluation, he paused briefly upon reaching a particular paper. A sinister smile creeping onto his lips, he extracted that paper and set it aside, resuming his reading of the remaining assessments. One could only wonder which fortunate soul had garnered Professor Snape's attention. How lamentable, or perhaps how fortunate, they must feel. Hermione pondered this, her gaze lifting from Professor Snape's hands, just in time to witness him finishing the grading of the remaining exam papers. His cold yet inexplicably exhilarated eyes darted away from the desk, shooting towards the back of the classroom. Naturally, Hermione turned around, and there she saw Harry, frozen in place, desperately attempting to conceal himself. In a hushed tone, she couldn't help but comment, "That fortunate soul is undoubtedly Harry. I can't believe I even took a moment to contemplate that. Although I am unaware of the mischief Professor Snape might be concocting, we must strive to survive. Good luck." Harry. Chapter 40. The Punishment of Professor Snape. It is evident and well known that Snape harbors a particular disdain for the Gryffindor Lions, with Harry Potter and his companions being the most targeted. Undoubtedly, Snape's primary focus remains on Harry, perhaps considering the others mere collateral damage. Even though Harry is no longer the mischievous boy he once was and his grades and potions are gradually improving, this does not prevent him from placing both potions and Snape at the top of his list of least favorite subjects and most despised individuals within Hogwarts. Alas, awakening to reality has come a tad late for Harry, whose talent in potions remains unremarkable, leading to Snape's relentless scrutiny, even when Harry pays a modicum of attention in class. Indeed, it is not just Harry. Anyone who dares to study potions under Snape's watchful eye could find themselves subjected to interrogation. Even Glen and Hermione are not exempt. However, Harry bears the brunt of this torment. Observing the current situation, it appears that Snape is poised to use Harry as an example in this first class of the term, reminiscent of the previous 2 academic years. Oh, well then, that is of no consequence. Harry Potter. Snape, holding the exam paper he had just criticized, now known to be Harry's, rose slowly, his dark robes unfurling like the wings of a bat. The imposing stature he presented evoking an even greater sense of dread among the young wizards. It seems that the long, languid summer has completely rusted your mind. This paper is riddled with errors, Snape declared, his heavy, deliberate steps echoing hollowly on the wooden floor of the podium, striking the young wizards like an invisible hammer. Though now it was solely directed at Harry. Harry, you are our true savior. Praise Harry. Harry's expression remained rigid as he watched Snape descend from the podium, navigate past the potion tables, and stride directly towards him. The atmosphere of intimidation was palpable. Yet, Harry did not flinch. He squared his shoulders and locked his gaze onto Snape's eyes, determined not to yield to the imposing presence of this old bat. It is merely ineffective. Harry's emerald eyes hold no power against Snape, and in a certain sense, this only intensifies a particular notion brewing within Snape's mind. Thus, Snape approached Harry's side. Standing resolutely still, the two locked eyes, their gazes clashing incessantly. How long do you intend to remain seated? Stand up and answer my question. After a moment of stalemate, Snape shattered the silence with a cold remark. Harry, his expression taut, rose silently to face Snape directly. Very well. Let us examine some of the rather extraordinary errors present in your paper, Potter. What is the penultimate step in the herbicide preparation? Tell me. Snape slammed the paper onto Harry's desk and inquired sternly. It was evident that this was something Harry had erred upon, yet now, under Snape's influence, Harry's mind was a tumult of confusion, rendering him incapable of conjuring the correct answer. Consequently, he opted for silence. Observing this, Snape let out a cold chuckle. Stir the mixture in the cauldron 4 times clockwise, and your answer? 3 times clockwise? Is it truly so difficult for you to stir an additional time? During the formative mixing phase of a potion, if the components are not thoroughly combined, the final result may diverge drastically from the intended effect. Do make an effort to remember that with your rather smooth brain. Next question, how should bat liver be processed in the swelling potion? Snape showed no inclination to grant Harry time for reflection or response. Following his explanation of the previous question and his derision, he swiftly moved on to the next inquiry. Harry chose to remain silent, fully aware that any impulsive utterance of an incorrect answer or defiance would invite an even fiercer onslaught from Snape. As anticipated, you remain oblivious to your errors. The correct answer is that no processing is required. Simply place a piece of bat liver directly into the cauldron. Yet your answer states it should undergo the same grinding treatment as dried nettles and pufferfish eyes. Utter nonsense. Snape fixed Harry with a cold glare, continuing his verbal assault and comprehensive intellectual domination, meticulously scrutinizing every error in Harry's paper as if with a nanoscopic lens. Harry's face turned pale. This man, Snape, would even point out misspellings or grammatical errors, which felt exceedingly cruel. Time seemed to stretch infinitely for Harry, as Snape's tempestuous tirade of rebuke and correction finally subsided. Perhaps he had exhausted all the errors on Harry's paper, or Snape's skill had reached its limit. This offered Harry a moment of respite. So, Potter, what are your thoughts on these utterly glaring elementary mistakes? The pause was merely an illusion. Snape's venom continued to pour forth. It appeared to be the former of the two possibilities. I shall remember this well, Professor, Harry finally managed to articulate after a prolonged struggle. His tone was resolute, seemingly attempting to regain some semblance of dignity through this remark. Remember. How often have you vowed to yourself to engrave your mistakes in your memory? Yet have you truly retained them? Snape, arms crossed, spoke disdainfully. Thus, in my view, necessary punishment is imperative. The profound impression it imparts will aid you in remembering the reasons behind the transgressions that led to your chastisement. Only in this manner can a dullard such as yourself ensure that you do not err again. Snape's voice echoed ominously, reminiscent of a whisper from the depths of hell, dragging Harry's heart into despair. Snape's obsidian eyes fixed upon Harry like a predator stalking its prey, evoking a chilling sense of dread within him. Reaching into his pocket, Snape produced a vial containing a swirling potion. The ethereal dance of red and blue liquids within the vial was mesmerizing yet disorienting, sending a shiver down Harry's spine. This is my latest concoction, but I lack test subjects, Snape uttered with a chilling detachment akin to a demon's. Therefore, as your punishment, Potter, take it and drink it down. Chapter 41, The Draft. Harry could never have fathomed that the punishment awaiting him would be to serve as a test subject for Snape's newly devised, unknown potion. Such potions, if mishandled, could be lethal. Stiffly, he turned to regard the vial of red and blue liquid presented before him, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at Snape. A wave of sorrow and indignation surged within him. Was this old bat finally intent on doing me harm? Faced with Snape's unwavering gaze and actions, Harry trembled as he extended his right hand to accept the potion. Retrieving it, he held it before him, his face frozen in apprehension as he scrutinized the contents. The murky red and blue liquid swirled within the glass vial, distorting even Harry's reflection as it spiraled. Can this truly be ingested? Despite Harry's hesitance, Snape remained silent, merely crossing his arms and observing him coldly. The pressure was palpable, although no words were spoken. Harry felt as though he could hear the unvoiced urging of this demon before him. Potter, why do you linger? Drink it down. Could I refuse this punishment? After much contemplation, Harry finally voiced his bitter plea, hoping to dissuade Snape from his intentions. "What do you think?" Snape sneered, offering no further response, only continuing to gaze at Harry with a piercing stare. It appeared that this ordeal was inescapable. Harry's expression shifted as he resolved to take action. He unscrewed the cap of the potion vial. In an instant, an indescribably potent aroma erupted from within, overwhelming Harry's senses. Curious, he inhaled, realizing the scent was not as unbearable as he had anticipated. Yet, it was merely an illusion. The fragrance was overwhelmingly sweet. The sensation was akin to amalgamating every fragrance known to mankind into a single vial of concentrated essence. Harry nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the overwhelming aroma. While not unpleasant, it was indeed a challenge to endure. Tears sprang to Harry's eyes from the pungency. Snape's gaze brightened slightly, as if silently urging him, "Drink, why hesitate?" After a brief moment, Harry found himself able to tolerate the scent. For the intense aroma that had initially assaulted him upon uncorking the vial had now dissipated and been diluted, transforming into a fragrance palatable to humanity. Nevertheless, summoning the courage to consume this peculiar potion demanded immense bravery. Fortuitously, Harry possessed such valor. Casting a glance at Snape and seeing the undeniable determination in his eyes, Harry slowly brought the potion bottle to his lips, only to withdraw it once more. He felt an ominous premonition that swallowing it might cost him something invaluable. In the face of this scene, not only was Harry astonished, but the other young wizards were equally taken aback. They widened their eyes, directing their gaze towards the interaction between Harry and Snape, their expressions filled with confusion and shock. They too had caught a whiff of that potent scent when it first wafted through the air. Moreover, the potion's hue appeared decidedly peculiar. Sweat beaded on their brows. Hermione was similarly affected, her mouth slightly agape. She blinked rapidly, glancing between Snape and Harry before leaning closer to Glen to inquire softly, "Glen, do you know what potion Professor Snape is holding?" Glen did not respond immediately. Instead, he focused intently on the potion in Snape's hand. Observing this, Hermione refrained from pressing further, patiently awaiting Glen's analysis and explanation. After a few seconds, Glen finally spoke, arriving at a tentative conclusion. "The magical composition of this potion resembles that of a gender transformation potion, though it is not identical. Snape has made several modifications, the specifics of which I cannot discern." "Really?" Hermione was momentarily taken aback, her voice laced with confusion. "Professor Snape, what are you doing? Administering a potion that could transform Harry into a female as a form of punishment. Is this some twisted sense of amusement on your part? Are we other students merely pawns in this?" "So the effect of that potion is?" "Indeed, it involves gender transformation. But the additional properties Snape has incorporated remain unclear. We shall ascertain them once Harry Potter consumes it, and we observe the reaction." In response to Hermione's inquiries, Glen replied, keeping his focus on Harry, awaiting the experiment's commencement to glean the information he sought. Hermione, in thoughtful contemplation, nodded, then retrieved the magical camera she had insisted Glen create for her, aiming the lens towards Harry. "Ah, how unfortunate it is that Ginny has missed this moment. It would have been delightful to capture some photographs to later gift her, for I am confident she would cherish them." Hermione is ever prepared to take a swift snapshot of Harry while he stands before Snape, grappling internally with the peculiar potion that he has uncorked. To drink or not to drink? The question torments him, exacerbated by the undeniable glint in Snape's eyes that seems to convey a message of coercion. Surely, Hogwarts would never permit a professor to harm a student. Harry swallows hard, his lips quivering as he manages to utter, "Rest assured, I can guarantee that this potion won't kill you. Even if it nearly does, I will be able to save you." In response to Harry's words, Snape replies with an unsettling calmness, "Isn't that even more difficult to accept? You wish to see me perish, don't you? In my moment of peril, you will feign assistance, allowing me to fend for myself, only to later declare that you did your utmost. That is your true intention, is it not?" One cannot deny the richness and complexity of Harry's thoughts, as a torrent of vivid images floods his mind following Snape's remarks. Ultimately, he resolves that death is the worst outcome. His resolve wavering, Snape seizes the opportunity to offer a reassuring remark. "By the way, I have taken care to enhance the potion's taste for a more pleasant drinking experience. Your flattery is in vain, you scoundrel." Harry, no longer hesitating, brings the bottle to his lips and consumes the entire contents in one go. His expression contorts into a grotesque grimace. "What do you mean by a good taste? Snape, you deceiver." Chapter 42, Shock. A man from a certain magical school, actually. Curse it, I've been duped. This encapsulates Harry's thoughts after swallowing the bizarre potion. The initial aroma and Snape's concluding words were merely a ruse to lower his guard. It seems the old bat's lethal intent was evident even from the potion's taste. What kind of flavor was it? Harry's mouth felt as though it might explode. The intense sensations surging from his tongue and the walls of his mouth were overwhelming. Leaving no time to savor the experience, he could only reflect on the numbness that followed. Yet this does not prevent us from articulating the experience bluntly. The clear liquid was merely a disguise, revealing its true, grotesque nature upon entry, transforming into a thick, murky consistency. The fiery taste clashed with his taste buds, igniting sparks that traveled through his mouth to his nostrils, providing an exquisite dual sensation. Amidst this tumult of taste and texture, Harry's remaining rationality reminded him that he was not consuming lava. Otherwise, he might very well have fainted on the spot, his consciousness declaring him dead. After the spiciness, a profound and infinite aftertaste emerged, an unbearable bitterness that seemed to be extracted and concentrated from some obscure source. The harsh, unpleasant flavor surged from Harry's scorched esophagus to his mouth, yet it did not overshadow the original spiciness. Instead, it intertwined with it, delivering a multifaceted assault on Harry's palate. To summarize, this potion bites. Moreover, the potion designed by Snape dissolved upon entry, depriving the drinker of any opportunity to expel it. One might say it was rather considerate of him. Harry, in agony, released the empty potion bottle and clutched his throat, letting out a cry as he collapsed onto the ground. Snape, seemingly unsurprised, calmly extended his hand to catch the potion bottle that was destined for a shattered fate. Yet, beneath the facade of his tranquil demeanor, Hermione could sense an almost overwhelming mix of joy and sorrow within him. Joy and sorrow. A contradictory emotion surfaced within Snape's heart at that moment, making it difficult to fathom his true feelings. "Hey, Harry, are you all right?" Ron, unable to contain himself, leaped to Harry's side, crouching down anxiously to observe his struggling friend, then cast an angry glare at Snape. "This is Hogwarts." Snape remained unfazed by Ron's fury, methodically stowing away the potion bottle and replying nonchalantly, "The pain before the effect of this potion, if my calculations are correct, will last only 10 seconds. He will not die." Upon hearing this, Harry, who was kneeling and retching on the ground, felt an impulse to retort. "What do you mean by pain before the effect, you bastard? Does that mean this wretched potion will have some unbearable sensation once it takes effect? Honestly, Snape, if you intend to kill me, do it quickly. I can't endure this." So, was the situation truly as Harry imagined? Snape was not lying, but in reality, the side effects of the potion manifested only during those initial 10 seconds. His deliberate vagueness was merely to indulge his twisted sense of humor. However, this peculiar enjoyment found at Harry's expense was limited to the present moment. Although time seemed to stretch into a century for Harry, for the other young wizards, those 10 seconds felt fleeting. Despite their discomfort during that brief interval, many were shivering, resolutely deciding to study potion making with even greater diligence. Fortunately, Harry's cries gradually subsided, and after a brief silence of a second or two, Ron's scream filled the air. "What's happening?" Harry's body is shrinking. Not shrinking, precisely, rather. He had become more slender and delicate than before. Harry had yet to fully mature, his height merely reaching the average level. Now, after consuming the gender-bending potion meticulously prepared by Snape, Harry's physique could only be described as diminutive and pitiable. Harry's tousled, dark brown hair had transformed into a silky cascade that now fell gracefully to his shoulders. "What has happened to me?" he murmured in a daze. Having just awakened from the intense effects of a potion, a slight itch was the only sensation he felt, nothing more. As he lifted his gaze, the crowd beheld his visage. Not quite the same as Harry's former countenance, yet strikingly similar. His facial features, once becoming more rugged with maturity, had softened considerably. The youthful handsomeness that once defined him had transformed into an exquisite beauty. Previously, Harry had been among the most attractive in Gryffindor, but now he completely eclipsed the house's beauty, Parvati. His perfectly symmetrical and gentle visage was partially obscured by strands of dark brown bangs, through which delicate, elongated eyebrows peeked. But it was his striking emerald eyes, imbued with vitality, that truly captured attention. At that moment, a few crystalline tears, remnants of his earlier suffering, glistened at the corners of his eyes and on his cheeks, rendering him a picture of vulnerability. Kneeling on the ground, he looked up at Ron, whose mind momentarily stalled, revealing sheer terror upon his features. He cried out and stumbled backward, scrambling away on hands and knees, toppling several chairs in his frantic retreat. Trembling, Ron extended a shaky hand, pointing at Harry, his mouth opening and closing, yet unable to utter a single word. "Is he quite beautiful?" A multitude of thoughts clashed within Ron's mind, culminating in that singular realization amidst the chaos. He slapped himself in a bid to regain clarity. "Wake up, Ron. That person is Harry." He chastised himself to take a second glance. "Stop it, Ron. How can you think like this when Harry is in such a dire state? You might as well gouge your eyes out." One final glance, just one. No one could fathom the internal struggle within Ron, as all were astounded by Harry's transformation. Even Snape was taken aback. Yet, some remained unaffected, such as Glen, who sat with eyes closed in contemplation, and Hermione, who was enthusiastically snapping photographs with her magical camera, the shutter clicking incessantly. The startled young witches and wizards, along with Snape's reactions, ensured that this potions class would be anything but tranquil. It was destined to be recorded in history. A future chapter in a newly compiled history of Hogwarts would undoubtedly recount the events of this lesson. The title of that chapter could even be anticipated: Shock. A potions master utilizes a potion capable of transforming human gender as punishment. Is this a distortion of humanity or a degradation of morality? Chapter 43. The plan is set. The cruel methods of punishment employed by Snape swiftly spread throughout Hogwarts within mere minutes after class, largely thanks to Harry, who hurriedly made his way back to the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor from the underground classroom, concealing his identity. Panic ensued, and a sense of dread enveloped the students. Snape's threat level in their minds escalated significantly. Although unspoken, an unspoken consensus emerged among them to invest 3 or 4 times more effort in potions than before, lest they fall victim to Snape's wrath. According to a certain informant, it was revealed that the potion Snape had administered to Harry was the gender-bending potion, capable of altering one's gender. This meant that boys could be transformed into girls, and vice versa. The students exerted themselves to master potions, fearing the loss of something invaluable should they face punishment. However, that was a matter for later. Let us return our focus to Harry's predicament. After Harry tearfully retreated to the dormitory, his roommates, Ron and Neville, followed suit, eager to check on him. Yet, upon reaching the door of the dormitory, they hesitated. Is it really appropriate to enter like this? Harry is a girl now, right? Ron's expression was a mix of confusion and concern, his hand resting on the doorknob, yet he found himself unable to muster the strength to turn it. What was he to do? His closest friend had transformed into a girl, and the person he once knew so intimately had become a complete stranger. But that was not the crux of the matter. There was another issue at hand. His good friend had turned into a strikingly beautiful girl, a beauty of such caliber that it could rival the most popular in the house. In that moment, Ron's mindset was profoundly challenged, and new feelings quietly began to blossom within him, complicating the situation further. Yet, there was little they could do. Harry had locked himself in the dormitory, and they needed to return to rest. Fortunately, there were no classes left for the day, so Harry, she, would not have to face the outside world, which was a small comfort. We should also inform Harry. I just asked Glen, and he said, based on his observations, the effects of this potion will last for 24 hours. After that, Harry should return to normal, Neville remarked. Having gleaned this information from Glen as well as some insider knowledge, it was infuriating to learn that this troublesome potion had been developed by Glen. Glen, you are complicit in this madness. Although Neville was curious about Glen's motivations for creating such a potion, it was too late for complaints. Upholding the principle of confidentiality, and to shield Glen from potential backlash from the other students, Neville resolved to keep this matter under wraps. It was Harry who bore the brunt of this predicament. Everyone was acutely aware of who the unfortunate soul most tormented by Snape truly was. If nothing unforeseen occurred, such incidents would likely continue to plague Harry in the future. All they could do was assist Harry in mastering potions knowledge. As he pondered this, Neville sighed at the grim future of his friend. Truly, the pain inflicted upon him resonated deeply within my heart. Yet, there was a glimmer of good news, at least for Harry, who was most likely to endure Snape's persecution. After Harry fled the potions classroom, Snape remarked, if someone assists me in testing this potion, I can ameliorate its initial side effects, diminishing the sensation it evokes, shortening its duration, or altering its taste. Snape cast a scrutinizing glance around the classroom, as if eyeing a batch of experimental subjects, and then scoffed. I hope no one meets their demise in my experiments due to punishment. If you wish to avoid such a fate, do not let me catch you in your transgressions. The chilling words of the old bat, uttered with the cruel tone of sub-zero temperatures, rendered all present too intimidated to meet his gaze, fearful that he might concoct some absurd punishment should he be in a foul mood. The mere thought sent a shiver down Neville's spine. Shaking his head to dispel the fear, he approached and knocked on the wooden door. Harry, we are coming in. He then mused, It seems unlikely that Harry can escape Snape's scrutiny, but at least Snape's potions will evolve over time, with diminishing side effects. This is perhaps the only solace I can offer Harry. The evolution of Snape's potions, with their diminishing side effects, would only serve to lessen the aversion of those subjected to punishment, gradually lowering their thresholds for tolerance. Hermione presented a magical camera to Ginny, allowing her to admire the charming Harry, while discussing with Glen. This is akin to a metaphorical boiling frog scenario. I can assure you, Professor Snape harbors some ulterior motive, likely concerning Harry, or perhaps the transformation of Harry into a girl. When Harry lifted his head, Professor Snape was momentarily taken aback. I had never witnessed such an expression on his face. It seemed to convey the sighting of the most precious thing in the world, coupled with an unmistakable sadness. Hermione, observant as ever, relayed to Glen the nuances of Snape's expression and the emotions it evoked within her. Thus, Professor Snape will undoubtedly persist in his relentless pursuit of Harry, employing the rhetoric I just mentioned to gradually lead Harry to accept the reality. A thoughtful pause ensued. Considering this, it may not be entirely unfeasible. At least Harry appears more agreeable in his girl form. Hermione remarked with a smile, one that hinted at mischief. No, absolutely not. I cannot agree to Harry becoming accustomed to being a girl, Ginny exclaimed, staring at Hermione's camera with a peculiar mindset, unable to contain her protest. How could one possibly consent to such a thing, especially considering Ginny's affections for Harry? Sigh, to avoid such unfortunate occurrences. One can only hope that Harry dedicates more effort to his potion studies and writes diligently on various topics. Hermione lamented dramatically, her gaze discreetly flitting towards Ginny. She was well aware that Ginny, the young girl, excelled in her studies. Thus, it was evident that Ginny seemed to have made a resolute decision. Clenching her fist and returning Hermione's camera. Hermione, I have to leave for a bit. Remember to help me develop the photos. Hermione smiled as she watched Ginny hastily depart, then revealed a playful grin. Glen, who had been observing the entire scene, understood that Hermione had successfully achieved her objective. The corners of his mouth could barely contain themselves. Ah, cough, cough, success. Chapter 44, Lupin. 2 days had elapsed since Harry had been transformed into Harry Jam by Snape, and Thursday had arrived. The good news was that Harry had returned to his original form by the previous afternoon, regaining his handsome appearance as a young boy. The bad news was that the first class on Thursday morning was Snape's potions lesson. As the lesson drew to a close, a petite girl, her face partially obscured, dashed out of the potions classroom, tears rolling down her cheeks with each hurried step. Indeed, it was Harry, once again forced into the guise of Harry Jam. Every Tuesday afternoon and Thursday morning, Gryffindor shared a potions class with Slytherin, and the duration of Snape's revised gender transformation potion was 24 hours. This meant that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Harry would likely be seen in his feminine form from Tuesday afternoon until Friday morning. What a rather bittersweet predicament. Just as he had regained his male form, Snape had found fault and compelled him to consume a potion that would strip him of certain vital attributes. At this moment, Harry's heart was engulfed in an indescribable sorrow. Yet, a greater challenge awaited him, for today was unlike Tuesday. The potions class was scheduled for the first period of the morning. Following that, Harry would have to endure a lesson in defense against the dark arts, as well as a history of magic class. With nearly 7 or 8 hours filled with classes, break times, and lunch, the realization weighed heavily on Harry, who felt a desire for escape. As the saying goes, cross-dressing can happen once or countless times, and the same applies to gender transformation. Harry was deeply pained. Had he only mustered the courage to refuse Snape as punishment before consuming the potion the first time, he would not have been subjected to the humiliation of being seen in such a disheveled state. However, having already faced it a second time, the prospect of retreat now seemed too costly. After all, he had already been seen. An invisible psychological suggestion had begun to creep into Harry's mind without his awareness. What kind of future awaited him next? Glen, in any case, held little interest in such perplexing matters. He was far more concerned about the upcoming defense against the dark arts class. After all, the professor of defense against the dark arts is none other than Lupin, who is utterly oblivious to the subject. I hope this newly appointed professor proves reliable and is not some bizarre infiltrator. It seems that the only truly valuable lessons we have experienced in defense against the dark arts thus far were those taught by Professor Snape during his substitute teaching last year. Nonetheless, I yearn for a tranquil and perfect academic year, free from troublesome distractions, as my current academic pressures are already quite overwhelming. Hermione meticulously arranged her textbooks, notebooks, quills, and parchment on the table. Leaning back in her seat, she sighed thoughtfully. In just a brief span of 4 days, Hermione had come to grasp the immense pressure her course selections imposed on her. Balancing numerous subjects while striving for a deeper understanding of their intricacies is indeed exhausting. Although Hermione remains resilient and maintains a commendable mindset, it does not prevent her from expressing her grievances, seeking relief from the physical and mental burdens she feels. Yet, to truly alleviate her stress, exercising alongside Glen proves to be a delightful remedy, a truly effective method that serves multiple purposes. It would be even better if Draco and Neville, those two distractions, could take the initiative to train independently. A minor regret, but nothing to be overly concerned about. We can explore Hogsmeade Village over the weekend. Patience is key. Glen, however, seemed to have misinterpreted Hermione's emphasis, completely disregarding her earlier remarks and focusing solely on her expression of academic pressure. However, he refrained from commenting further, having previously promised to allow Hermione to manage her own study habits. Oh, I merely exaggerated for effect. Following the conversation along, he remarked, playfully chiding Hermione as she tapped his nose. But I do appreciate your concern. Indeed, we can enjoy a delightful excursion to Hogsmeade this weekend. Just as Hermione was about to continue her thoughts, the classroom door swung open once more, revealing a disheveled adult man carrying a tattered briefcase. This was the individual Glen had previously observed on the Hogwarts Express, and it was apparent that his condition had significantly improved since then, likely due to having had regular meals during his stay at Hogwarts. Professor Lupin has arrived. He greeted the young wizards with a gentle smile as he approached the podium. "Good afternoon, students," Professor Lupin announced, placing his briefcase down. "Please stow your books back in your bags. They will not be needed today. Our upcoming lesson will be a practical one, and all you require is your wand." Upon hearing this, Hermione raised an intrigued eyebrow. This Professor Lupin is quite interesting, indeed, to arrange a practical lesson for the young wizards. It must be said that this truly aligns with Hermione's tastes. Ultimately, mere talk is but empty rhetoric, and practice is the sole criterion for validating one's learning outcomes. The other young wizards were equally astonished, exchanging glances of disbelief, yet none of them were naive children unfamiliar with the world. They obediently stowed their books away in their bags, remaining silent as they awaited Professor Lupin's next instructions. Observing this scene, Lupin was initially taken aback, but then a subtle smile of satisfaction graced his features. "Now that everyone is prepared, shall we proceed together?" he inquired. We are not having class here." A wave of confusion washed over the crowd, prompting them to push back their chairs and rise, following Professor Lupin out of the classroom. Once outside, Lupin led the group down an empty corridor, turning a corner where they first encountered the mischievous Peeves, who was hanging upside down in midair, seemingly preoccupied with the nearest keyhole. However, it was unlikely to be anything good. Peeves, ever perceptive, sensed movement from his blind spot and performed a somersault to distance himself from Lupin and the young wizards trailing behind him. After all, Peeves had grown accustomed to being ambushed by spells in the dead of night over the past few years, so even the slightest disturbance could easily startle him. Chapter 45. There is something, but not much. When Peeves turned back, he realized it was merely a throng of young wizards before him. Wait. Leading the way among them was Remus Lupin? Peeves exclaimed with glee. "Ah, I thought it was someone else, but it's just my old acquaintance. The bumbling and muddled Lupin." He sang, "The bumbling and muddled Lupin, the bumbling and muddled Lupin." Typically, Peeves was both rude and disrespectful, unmanageable without a certain strategy. However, based on past experiences, he usually displayed a modicum of respect towards professors, at least not treating them with the same disdain he reserved for the young wizards. But what was this? Peeves was actually mocking Professor Lupin? Everyone turned their gaze to Lupin's face, eager to see how he would respond. To their surprise, even in the face of Peeves' derision, Lupin maintained his smile. "If I were you, Peeves, I would retrieve the gum you stuffed into the keyhole. Otherwise, Mr. Filch won't be able to open the door to fetch his broom. You think you can order me around? I'll do as I please. A mere Remus Lupin has no authority over me," Peeves thought to himself, disregarding Lupin's words. After making a silly face, he emitted a cacophony of strange and rude noises to provoke Lupin. "I can't shake the feeling that Peeves has become even more incorrigible than during my days at Hogwarts." Remus Lupin pondered with a hint of confusion, then let out a soft sigh as he drew forth his wand and turned to face the young wizards. "I shall now demonstrate a practical little spell, so please pay close attention." This statement captured the attention of all, including Hermione, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. It was a splendid opportunity to observe Professor Lupin's prowess. She focused her mind, directing her gaze upon him. Lupin raised his wand to shoulder height and slowly intoned, "Wadawasi." The wand flicked towards Peeves, and a white streak flashed through the air, hurtling directly toward the poltergeist, specifically, the chewing gum Peeves had just stuffed into the keyhole. However, Peeves, having endured countless nights of ambushes from an unknown assailant, had honed his skills significantly. With a slight tilt of his head, the gum whizzed past his cheek and adhered itself to the ceiling. Lupin, bewildered, elicited gasps from the young wizards. "Such clumsiness, Lupin. Your abilities are insufficient to harm me now." Peeves cackled maniacally in midair, reveling in his perceived superiority. At that moment, he felt triumphant, the frustration of previous ambushes evaporating. Yet, the gum, now stuck to the ceiling, promptly shot back down at an accelerated speed and lodged itself in Peeves' wide-open mouth, abruptly halting his laughter. Quite the spectacle. Albeit lacking in substance, Peeves choked, clutching his throat and stumbling away, uttering a string of incomprehensible curses, likely filled with invective. Lupin, resigned, pocketed his wand and turned to the young wizards. "What is going on with Peeves? He seems rather unhinged today." The young wizards exchanged glances, each shrugging in response. "Goodness. Though there is no concrete evidence, I can't shake the feeling that this incident involves you," Hermione mused, casting a scrutinizing look at Glen. Hermione's instincts were usually spot on, and Glen, with no intention of concealing the truth, replied, "The last time I encountered Peeves, he attempted to play a prank on me. I, feeling mischievous myself, decided to give him a proper reprimand. Since then, whenever I've encountered him alone, I've practiced spells on him from outside his perception range, maintaining a concealment charm so he wouldn't know who was attacking him. That's about the gist of it." "Oh my, you are quite the rogue. But I admire it." "Well done," Hermione whispered, giving him a thumbs up. "That troublesome spirit always disrupts our study sessions, and I've had to use spells to expel him. So, it seems we are evenly matched." "Ah, So that unfortunate specter has been driven to this state by the combined efforts of the two of you? Truly remarkable. Behind Glen, Draco's lips twitched as he inadvertently overheard the entire conversation between Glen and Hermione. However, what a splendid turn of events. Peeves truly had it coming. Crashing into the two living embodiments of chaos. What a delightful spectacle. In the midst of the crowd, Lupin noticed the young wizards looking utterly befuddled and shrugged, choosing to disregard this trivial incident as he led the students onward. Upon entering the second corridor, they halted, standing before the entrance to the staff room. Please, do enter. Everyone, Professor Lupin instructed, opening the door and stepping back. The young wizards obediently filed inside, yet for some reason, the footsteps of those at the front came to an abrupt and synchronized halt for a brief moment before the line could proceed normally. At the rear, Harry, accompanied by his close friends, lingered. Ron and Neville, adhering to Harry's request, formed a protective circle around him. Although most of the young wizards had already seen Harry's current appearance, he still felt reluctant to reveal himself to the public eye. Despite the fact that he had already been exposed, this precaution provided him with a modicum of psychological comfort. As the others entered the staff room, Harry and his companions followed suit, and what greeted Harry's eyes was a long space filled with mismatched old chairs, where only one professor was seated, Professor Snape. Snape sat in a chair, glancing around with a glint of curiosity in his eyes as the students entered, seemingly searching for something. What is he doing here? Harry exclaimed, instinctively feeling the urge to flee. He squeezed past Ron and attempted to escape the room. To his despair, he saw Professor Lupin step in last and shut the door behind him. Damn it. Chapter 46. What lies within the wardrobe? With no way out. Harry's face turned pale as he silently retreated back into the protective circle of his friends, withdrawing into himself. Lupin, noticing Harry's transformed state, was initially taken aback, but his expression quickly shifted to one of complexity and sorrow. He had known that Snape was using a potion capable of altering one's gender as a punishment for Harry, yet he had never witnessed the transformed Harry himself, until now. The resemblance was striking. He seemed to understand why Snape would resort to such a potion as a form of punishment. Upon seeing Lupin enter the classroom, Snape let out a cold snort, casting a frigid glance in his direction before turning his attention back to the crowd, fixating on a little girl who was attempting to hide. Beyond that, Snape made no further movements. Professor Snape, I believe this class is not a potions lesson, is it? Lupin approached Snape, blocking his line of sight, and stated, I have come to oversee you, for who can predict the unforeseen incidents that may arise when a professor, devoid of any teaching experience, instructs students in the practicalities of defense against the dark arts? Should someone be grievously injured, or even on the brink of death, I might be able to offer some rudimentary assistance. Now, remove yourself from my line of sight and attend to your duties. Professor Snape reprimanded impatiently. It was evident that Professor Snape was acquainted with Professor Lupin, and their relationship appeared rather strained, a fact that Hermione astutely observed. The complexity of their connection was perhaps greater than we initially surmised. Should we inquire of Professor Snape? This thought remained unvoiced by Hermione. There is no rush. We shall observe with patience, for Snape would surely prefer to keep his private affairs concealed from prying eyes. Glen quietly remarked that Snape's demeanor had seemed rather unstable of late, and he was characteristically reluctant to divulge his secrets. It would be wise to refrain from meddling in their affairs. Moreover, Glen himself held little interest in the matter. Snape's entanglement with Lupin conveniently spared him much of the time he would otherwise spend monitoring this new professor for any potential issues. Upon hearing Snape's words, Professor Lupin raised an eyebrow but ultimately refrained from responding. Snape's reaction, though somewhat excessive, was within the realm of his expectations. After all, it is perhaps best left unspoken. Snape lapsed into silence, seated quietly in his armchair, while Lupin moved away from him, gesturing for the class to gather at the far end of the lounge. There, they found nothing but an old wardrobe, which had once served as a repository for surplus robes belonging to the staff, now abandoned and gathering dust in a corner. Was Professor Lupin intending to utilize this cabinet for their practical lesson on defense against the dark arts? This was a collective question among the young wizards. Glen, however, noticed that the dust surrounding the wardrobe and on its surface appeared somewhat incongruous, bearing signs of disturbance and recent use. Surely not. With heightened perception, Glen probed within, discovering that the cabinet indeed contained something peculiar. The nature of this object eluded verbal description, as it conveyed an ineffable essence to his mind. No, it was not merely challenging to articulate, it was beyond description altogether. This is, Glen pondered privately, as Professor Lupin approached the wardrobe and stood beside it. The cabinet suddenly began to shake violently, as though sensing the proximity of a presence, thumping against the wall with a resounding crash. This startled the young wizards at the forefront, prompting them to instinctively retreat a few steps, wands raised. Their expressions a blend of fear and surprise directed at the quaking doorknob of the wardrobe. Fear not, everyone, Lupin calmly reassured them. He then began to introduce the entity contained within the cabinet, which housed a boggart. Accompanied by Professor Lupin's introduction, the boggart within the cupboard began to quiver in unison, scratching against the cabinet and producing an unbearable squeaking sound, causing all the young wizards to take a step back. The boggart relishes darkness and confined spaces, such as wardrobes, the crevices beneath beds, and the cabinets under sinks. On one occasion, I encountered one hidden within an ancient grandfather clock passed down through generations. He paused momentarily and continued. This particular one just moved in yesterday afternoon. I consulted with Professor Dumbledore, inquiring whether the faculty could refrain from startling it, allowing my third-year students some practical experience. Therefore, we must pose the initial question, what exactly is a boggart? While everyone remained momentarily entranced by the peculiar commotion of the cupboard, a small hand rose from the back of the line, occasionally bouncing as its owner seemed to leap in an effort to be noticed. At that moment, only our little Hermione was quick to react. Excuse me, pardon me, thank you. Upon being called upon, the crowd parted, and a brown, fluffy figure squeezed through, followed closely by a black, fluffy Hermione, who led Glen to the forefront and began to answer Professor Lupin's question. A boggart is a corporeal creature that constantly alters its appearance. When observed, it transforms into the deepest fears of those nearby. Hence, due to this characteristic, no one can ascertain the true form of this creature. Hermione confidently articulated her response. A visible expression of astonishment appeared on Professor Lupin's face. Have the standards of Hogwarts young wizards risen so high? I dare say that even the texts on boggarts do not convey the information as well as you just did. May I inquire your name? Lupin asked, looking at Hermione. Hermione Granger, from Gryffindor, Professor, she proudly replied. Ah, splendid. Due to Miss Granger's outstanding answer, I will award 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor Lupin announced with a smile, inherently favoring the little lions of Gryffindor, being one himself. He then lifted his gaze to the other young wizards. As Miss Granger has noted, at this moment, the boggart within the wardrobe remains unmanifested, cloaked in darkness. For it does not yet comprehend what frightens those outside the cupboard. However, once I release it, it will immediately transform into the thing we each fear the most. Chapter 47. The practice begins. Professor Lupin paced slowly before the cupboard, continuing to inquire, given the nature of the boggart. This implies that we possess a significant advantage prior to commencing this exercise. Have you identified this advantage, Hermione? Professor Lupin initially intended to pose a question to Harry. However, the young lad was currently hiding away due to Snape's punishment. The prospect of being called upon to speak would surely draw the attention of his peers, which would likely exacerbate Harry's discomfort. Thus, he opted to inquire of Hermione instead, as her hand was practically raised in front of him, and it seemed a tad impolite not to invite her to respond. Ah, the challenges of being a professor are indeed manifold. Hermione, placing her hand down, appeared quite pleased. The opportunity to confidently showcase her extensive knowledge, cultivated through persistent effort, and to receive the acknowledgement and praise of her professors was an endeavor she ardently cherished. This positive reinforcement spurred her to engage even more fervently in her studies. As our numbers swelled, the boggart seemed uncertain of how to manifest in a manner that would terrify us all simultaneously. Consequently, its final transformation often resulted in an incoherent amalgamation, failing to instill fear. Excellent answer, Miss Granger, Professor Lupin remarked, smiling and nodding at her, his admiration for the erudite young witch growing. It was amusing to reflect. Even in his third year as a young wizard, he, along with his peers, would have been hard-pressed to articulate the characteristics and weaknesses of a boggart with such clarity. In fact, they might not have even known what a boggart was. Indeed, the most effective strategy for dealing with boggarts is to gather a crowd. The more individuals present, the greater the variety and complexity of fears the boggart perceives, leading to confusion about what form it should assume. Should it be a headless corpse or a carnivorous slug? Once, I witnessed a boggart commit such an error, attempting to frighten two individuals simultaneously, and it transformed into a half-slug, which was hardly terrifying. Clearing his throat, Professor Lupin resumed his lesson. Wonderful, we have swiftly acquainted ourselves with the nature of boggarts. Now, let us delve into the incantations used to repel them. Specific spells exist for this purpose, and today I shall teach you the simplest one, which requires your willpower. The true deterrent to a boggart is the laughter of people. Thus, your task is merely to compel it to take on a form you find amusing. Let us first recite the incantation without our wands. Repeat after me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It felt reminiscent of kindergarten as everyone echoed Professor Lupin's words in unison. Excellent. However, this is likely the easier part. You all know that merely uttering the incantation is insufficient. So, is there anyone willing to step forward and put this into practice? This time, Hermione did not volunteer. Instead, she retreated to Glen's side, showing no inclination to raise her hand. I suspect your thoughts mirror mine at this moment. Hermione softly inquired of Glen, her tone revealing little. The latter nodded and took Hermione's hand. The young girl smiled gently and firmly grasped Glen's hand. A slight commotion rippled through the crowd. Some individuals were eager to take action, while others hesitated, unwilling to be the first to step forward. No one wished to risk a failed spell in front of their peers, thereby losing face. Nevertheless, there were still courageous souls in the class. Neville quietly excused himself to those nearby and made his way through the crowd to Professor Lupin. "I want to give it a try, Professor." "Neville Longbottom, is it?" Professor Lupin scrutinized Neville for a long moment before nodding. "The Longbottoms are known for their bravery." "Very well, Neville. Let us begin with this. What is your greatest fear in the world?" Neville had not anticipated this aspect of the exercise, and he found himself momentarily frozen. What was it, indeed, that he feared most? The timid boy of the past had vanished, replaced by a stalwart young man forged through rigorous training. The only thing that could possibly stir Neville's latent fears was the Death Eater he could never forget, the one he yearned to confront and avenge. In the past, she had instilled only terror within him, but now that fear had metamorphosed into a deep-seated anger and a thirst for vengeance, the fear had dissipated entirely. "So, what do I fear the most?" Neville pondered, yet he found no answer. "I am unsure, Professor. I cannot find the answer." After a moment's reflection, Neville replied to Professor Lupin. "Ah, I see. But that is of no consequence. You may first envision how to transform that unknown fear into something absurd, perhaps an antiquated, comical outfit, or a direct physical transformation. Of course, your imaginings should vividly materialize in your mind, for only then can you strengthen your resolve and impose those ludicrous alterations upon the boggart," Lupin advised. "If Neville succeeds, this boggart may turn its attention to each of you. So I encourage you all to take a moment now to contemplate your greatest fear and imagine how you could force it to become something laughable." The group nodded, and the room fell into a contemplative silence, each person deep in thought. However, unlike Hermione, Glen and she merely held each other's hands tightly. They had already devised a plan, one that had been formulated the moment they learned of the existence of such a creature as the boggart. "Professor, I am ready," Neville declared, lifting his head and addressing Professor Lupin, signifying his desire to commence the practice. "Very well. Everyone, step back and give Neville some space," Lupin instructed. The crowd complied, leaving Neville standing resolutely before the wardrobe, his wand aimed directly at its door. "I will count to 3, Neville." Professor Lupin spoke, raising his wand. 1, 2, 3, begin. Chapter 48, Revealed. The tip of Professor Lupin's wand erupted in a shower of sparks, which struck the handle of the wardrobe, causing it to swing open. The creature within, thrashing and clawing, surged forth. A humanoid figure, enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, emerged slowly from the wardrobe, an ominous aura swirling around its visage, obscuring its true form. Where one might expect to find eyes, only 2 faint, crimson glimmers pierced through the murky veil, pulsating with each movement, leaving trails of red in the air. Its mouth, however, remained free of the dark fog, gradually curling into a sinister smile that sent chills down the spine. Clad in the familiar black robes of young wizards, the figure's right hand concealed something reflective within the sleeve, glinting ominously in a shaft of sunlight that filtered into the room. In the crowd, Draco, momentarily stunned, could no longer contain himself. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape as memories long buried resurfaced. Was that not Glen? More precisely, it was Glen, the one who, after their training in the Forbidden Forest, had dashed into a corner of the Acromantula's lair, consumed by madness. This unfortunate scene was witnessed by Neville, who, mustering the courage to follow and prevent Glen from overexerting himself or getting hurt, had also been present. That night, upon returning to the dormitory, Draco had instinctively cast a mild obliviate on himself, erasing the memory that should not have been seen. Yet now, Neville had resurrected that very image, reviving a memory that had faded. What to do? The specters of the past began to assail him. "What are you doing, Neville?" Neville's expression froze, instinctively taking a step back, panic rising as he turned his head towards Glen. This was a disaster. What would Glen think if he realized that this was his greatest fear? As he began to move his neck, Neville was horrified to discover that he could not turn his head. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Glen witnessed everything unfold, his expression impassive as he subtly curled a finger, silently casting a spell to prevent Neville from turning to face him. After all, if Neville were to turn around, others might deduce the connection between him and that dreadful entity. "Glen, is that you?" Hermione squinted at the approaching creature before Neville, leaning closer to Glen and whispering her inquiry. Uncertain, yet somewhat familiar, Hermione decided to inquire further, as Glen had never before demonstrated such a terrifying demeanor in her presence. However, she felt an undeniable sense of intrigue. That smile, surprisingly captivating, made Hermione wish to witness Glen's expression when he smiled in such a manner. With that thought, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. After observing for a considerable time, Glen finally nodded in reluctant acknowledgement, admitting that the creature resembling a humanoid monster was indeed him. His bodily posture and habitual movements bore a striking resemblance to his own, and the menacing aura he exuded was reminiscent of the times he displayed unrestrained ferocity. Was he truly that frightening? Glen felt a tinge of melancholy and resolved to intensify Neville's training regimen. In a fit of laughter, he mused about when he had ever presented such a visage before Neville. It was indeed commendable that Neville managed to endure it. Had anyone else witnessed such a sight, they would likely have responded similarly to Neville's reaction, akin to catching someone in the act of wrongdoing, contemplating silencing a witness. The boggart, taking the form of Glen, instilled an overwhelming sense of dread among the surrounding young witches and wizards, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Yet, the shared sorrows of humanity did not resonate universally. For Hermione, this was a glimpse of a side of Glen she had never seen before, and she found it both amusing and delightful. The oppressive aura emanating from the dark figure was lost on her. For a time, I had trained Neville and Draco in the Forbidden Forest under real conditions. At last, Hermione's inquiry had arrived. Although he could sidestep it with eloquence for the moment, in a day or two, he would have to reveal his secret to her, rendering further evasion unnecessary. When had this transpired? Why had he remained oblivious until now? A great question mark loomed in Hermione's mind as she playfully tugged at Glen's ear. Not yanking, but rather pinching it. Since their first year, after curfew, I had taken Neville and Draco into the nighttime Forbidden Forest every other day, helping them encounter dangerous magical creatures, such as Emotionless, to serve as adversaries for practical training. Glen briefly recounted his activities, only to feel Hermione's grip on his ear tighten further. Since the first year? Unbelievable. Glen, you told me to sleep early to ensure a healthy routine, yet you secretly took those two out to stay up late. You truly have a multitude of secrets. Mark my words. If I don't extract every detail from you by Saturday night, you shan't sleep peacefully. Hermione glared at Glen, puffing her cheeks in mock menace, pulling him closer to her with a firm threat. My apologies, Glen replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Seeing his apology, Hermione felt no sense of contrition from him. You are truly insufferable. Henceforth, no more secrets between us. In truth, there was no intention to conceal the matter from you. Had you inquired, I would have certainly divulged the information. It is simply that you did not ask. Ah, how frustrating this is. Hermione, with a pained expression, clutched her chest as she spoke. I am well aware that you would never deceive me. Upon revisiting your earlier statements in my memory, I realized that I had posed similar questions to you long ago, albeit with insufficient clarity. Consequently, you, that infuriating individual, provided me with vague responses that allowed you to evade the issue. In hindsight, I feel quite disheartened. How vexatious you are. And then, your expression of innocent apology only exacerbates my distress. Glen wisely chose silence, refraining from uttering a word. Chapter 49. Harry felt quite exasperated. Setting aside Hermione's growing irritation, Neville, standing before the boggart transformed into Glen, had resolved himself after an initial bout of panic. He was determined to swiftly bring this farce to an end. Before Professor Lupin could offer guidance, Neville brandished his wand with fervor. How comical. He recited the incantation at the speed of light. In the next moment, a sound reminiscent of a whip cracking erupted, indicating the effectiveness of Neville's spell. The figure before him, exuding an aura of darkness, seemed to stumble as if tripped by some unseen force. Its garments began to contort and transform, draping it in a nostalgic, oversized dress that trailed on the ground. Adorned with lace, perched atop its head was a tall, imposing hat, from which dangled an old, moth-eaten taxidermy bird. In its hand, the menacing object had vanished, replaced by a massive, crimson handbag. Instantly, the oppressive sense of fear dissipated. Hee. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Hermione could no longer contain herself. Her petite lips puffed up and she erupted into a fit of delightful laughter. Though she had initially suppressed her mirth, the absurdity of the scene only fueled her amusement. And soon her laughter resonated as a charming melody. The surrounding young witches and wizards joined in uninhibitedly, while Professor Lupin wore a faint smile. The only three individuals who remained stoic amidst the laughter were Glen, Draco, and Neville, standing at the forefront of the crowd. Glen's demeanor was simply his nature. He found no humor in donning such attire, his sole focus being the intensity of training he would impose on Neville afterwards. Draco, on the other hand, had encountered a glimpse of his future. The reminder of past events, long buried in his memory, resurfaced, and he suspected that when he confronted the boggart, it would transform into something akin to what Neville had just faced, rendering him incapable of laughter. As for Neville, his reasons for not laughing were far simpler. Confronted by the laughter of his peers, the boggart appeared momentarily frozen, seemingly at a loss, when Professor Lupin finally spoke. Splendidly executed, with an elegance that flows seamlessly. It is now time for another student to take the stage. Parvati, step forward. It is your turn. In an effort to ensure that each young witch and wizard has the opportunity to practice, Professor Lupin has decided to call upon the students at random. Parvati composed herself, suppressing her smile and adjusting her mindset as she stepped forward. The peculiar creature, clad in a grandmotherly outfit, circled around her, almost breaking her stoic demeanor. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed through the air as the creature contorted and collapsed inward, ultimately transforming into a bloodied mummy swathed in bandages. Its hollow eye slowly turned towards Parvati, and it began to shuffle towards her, limping with a slow, deliberate gait, its stiff arms raised. However, midway through its ascent, Parvati's sharp exclamation halted its advance. How ridiculous! The bandages around the mummy's feet unraveled, tangling and ensnaring it, causing it to stagger and lose its balance. Eventually, it fell face first to the ground, its head tumbling off. Very well, next. Simon. Professor Lupin called out, his murky eyes brightening slightly with surprise at the remarkable performance of the young witches and wizards. The excellence displayed by the first two students had exceeded his expectations. Their spellcasting was remarkably fluid, especially considering it was a charm they had only recently learned. Though the incantation itself was simple, it nonetheless showcased the innate talent of these two young wizards. To cast a spell with such fluidity, one must possess unwavering conviction in their will. This is a crucial aspect for anyone wishing to wield magic. Despite facing a boggart, a creature capable of revealing their deepest fears and laying them bare before them, both Neville and Parvati managed to suppress their inner trepidation and swiftly cast their spells. Such composure is indeed rare. Truly gifted children, Professor Lupin mused to himself. Yet, even more astonishing developments lay ahead. He was both incredulous and immensely gratified to observe that nearly every young witch and wizard was able to confront their most feared manifestations with resolute determination, successfully casting their spells to force the boggart to transform. Could it be that the current cohort of Hogwarts students possesses such extraordinary potential? The future is indeed promising. Draco, having concluded his own casting of a minor forgetfulness charm, found that the image his boggart now presented was no longer reflective of its original form. Although he was unsure of what the boggart was initially meant to transform into, he felt he had accomplished something significant and correct. Professor Lupin offered a gentle commendation to Draco and stood in contemplation, pondering which of the young wizards had yet to step forward. After a brief moment, he discerned that only Harry remained hesitant. Though you may be reluctant, Harry, it is time for you to step forward and engage in the practice, Lupin instructed. The clamor of the crowd subsided, and the young wizards gradually parted, creating a path that revealed the concealed figure of Harry at the rear. With nowhere left to hide and no means of evasion, Harry approached with a pallid expression. She resolved to abandon any pretense. Her concealment had been rendered futile. In her mind, she rallied herself for the task ahead. Observing Harry's demeanor, Professor Lupin appeared momentarily lost in thought, but merely shook his head and fell silent. Watching intently as Harry prepared to perform, the boggart, having transformed into a cockroach, crawled before Harry, probing the depths of her innermost fears before beginning to collapse and expand. What could my fear be? Perhaps the eight-eyed giant spider like Ron's? Or those cold, malevolent dementors? Or could it be Voldemort? As the boggart's transformation neared completion, a figure emerged from the chaos, Harry herself, but in her altered form as a girl. Damn, Harry thought. In the brief span of 3 days, she had lost count of how many times she had nearly uttered an expletive, but her refined upbringing forbade such outbursts, compelling her to swallow her frustrations. The shock of her transformation and her malicious speculations regarding Snape's intentions had instilled a fear within her that surpassed even the terror Voldemort inspired. Professor Snape, look at the predicament you've created. Meanwhile, Snape, seated in an armchair not far away, had straightened his posture, his dark, penetrating gaze fixated on the unfolding scene. This was, indeed, a double-edged delight. However, Hermione instinctively reached for her magical camera to capture this extraordinary moment. But recalling that Harry considered this a manifestation of her fear softened her resolve. She then handed the camera to Glen. You take the photos. I cannot bring myself to do it. However, Ginny and Professor Snape seem eager for more pictures, so I leave it in your hands. Glen, taken aback, complied. As he clicked away from a concealed vantage point, Professor Lupin's expression grew tense. Truth be told, he had not anticipated this scenario, and a surge of sympathy for Harry welled within him. Harry, disinclined to remain under the gaze of her peers any longer, lamented her current appearance. Despite the fact that her looks were indeed striking, she yearned to revert to her former self as a boy. Hadn't she noticed the peculiar glances from her erstwhile friends in recent days? How absurd! In a fit of indignation, Harry shouted, directing her wand at her transformed self, and the sound of a whip cracking echoed once more. Then, the Harry transformed from the boggart changed into a new outfit, a clown costume. Although the costume was rather appealing, Harry lamented, "Oh no, I've become a clown." With a look of desperation, he turned to Professor Lupin, who also seemed reluctant to continue the demonstration, as Harry was the last young wizard to participate. Thus, Professor Lupin hurried towards Harry, exclaiming, "Stop, that's enough, we'll end it here." He positioned himself in front of Harry, and with a loud pop, the clown-clad Harry vanished from sight. "What is that?" Many onlookers noticed the peculiar phenomenon and pointed towards the space in front of Professor Lupin, where a silvery orb was floating, eerily still and silent. Ridiculous! Professor Lupin exclaimed almost immediately, and with a series of wand movements, he directed the transforming silvery orb into an old wardrobe, securing it shut. Excellent work, everyone! At this moment, Professor Lupin clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back to him, and continued with praise. Honestly, I have never witnessed a third-year class of your age handle a boggart with such skill. Your spellcasting, mental fortitude, and resolve have truly astonished me. Each student successfully performed the spell, and as a reward, I shall award 20 points to both Gryffindor and Slytherin. The young wizards exchanged glances and erupted in cheers. 20 points may not seem like much, but the sense of recognition was exhilarating. Well done, everyone. I dare say this was an exceptional lesson. Now, for your homework. Please read the chapter on boggarts in your textbook and compose an essay to be submitted next Monday. That will be all. Class dismissed. The entire class exited the staff room, buzzing with excitement, with the exception of poor Harry, who felt utterly exhausted and merely wished to return home for a good rest. Professor Lupin smiled as he walked behind the young wizards, glancing at Snape before leaving. Noticing that Snape was deep in thought and unwilling to engage, he chose not to pursue a conversation and gently closed the door. The sound of the wooden door closing echoed distinctly in the quiet staff room. Moments later, Snape rose and approached the wardrobe containing the boggart. How long do you intend to hide? His tone revealed no emotion as he spoke to the empty room. In the next instant, the silhouettes of Glen and Hermione materialized from thin air, with Glen turning towards Snape, or more precisely, behind him. The air shimmered, and Dumbledore's figure appeared in the staff room. Casting a confundus charm on a professor is hardly advisable, Dumbledore remarked as he strolled over to Snape, smiling at Glen. Glen found it difficult to speak, but Hermione beside him encouraged him to express himself. He simply wished to avoid disrupting Professor Lupin's class. Otherwise, when called upon, both he and Hermione would have to confront the boggart, thereby disturbing the flow of the lesson. The practical exercise involving the boggart offered two significant benefits. Glen, who had previously remained silent, finally spoke. First, it would teach them foundational methods to confront a boggart. Second, it would allow them to recognize the fears that resided within their hearts. The boggart is, in essence, a manifestation of human emotions, existing in reliance on those very emotions, reminiscent in some way of the Dementors. Likewise, the force capable of repelling it is the positive emotions of humanity, such as the laughter born from joy, an effect achieved through the Patronus charm, which Hermione and Glen had both already mastered. Thus, there was no necessity for them to partake in this fundamental exercise, especially since they were already proficient in the tickling charm. Moreover, both Glen and Hermione had long since acknowledged the true nature of their deepest fears. Should they confront the boggart unprepared, its form would inevitably transform into that which terrified them most. Hermione continued Glen's thoughts, adding that even if the imagery was illusory, neither she nor Glen wished to witness such visions before them. Even now, she was reluctant to entertain such thoughts. While the desire to protect others and fight for them is indeed noble, they didn't possess the fortitude they had imagined, strong enough to risk their lives solely on such convictions. Therefore, rather than that, it was far more pragmatic to reflect on the dread of losing those they wished to protect. Only through this recognition could they cultivate the true courage necessary to face all adversities for the sake of those they cherished. This contemplation was something Glen and Hermione had already undertaken, and thus, they were averse to even thinking about it now, let alone allowing the boggart to conjure it before them. For this reason, she had cast the confundus charm upon Lupin. Glen concluded his explanation of their actions. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's expression grew complex, while Snape's already dim black eyes seemed devoid of any glimmer. The four individuals present were, in essence, quite similar. Yet, two of them had fears that had already manifested and would never change, while the fears within the other two were, at this moment, merely fears, destined to remain as such in the future. Glen and Hermione would risk their lives to ensure that these ephemeral fears remained confined to the realm of imagination. Chapter 51, Wisdom Through Practice. As Glen and Hermione concluded their account and explanation of their actions, the atmosphere in the faculty lounge grew somewhat oppressive. Silence enveloped the group, and the two professors wore differing expressions, but Hermione could ascertain that both Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape were undoubtedly sorrowful at that moment. The four individuals stood silently in the desolate faculty lounge, the palpable tension in the air stifling even the boggart, which had been scratching at the walls of its confinement in the aged wardrobe, bringing its movements to a halt. Eventually, it was Professor Dumbledore who broke the oppressive silence with a sigh. I see. Then I shall not pursue this matter any further. However, I am puzzled. If your thoughts are as they are, why then do you remain here after the others have departed? Regarding this, Professor, I believe I can provide clarity, Hermione interjected, sensing Dumbledore's desire to shift the conversation and dispel the gloom enveloping them. It would be futile to rely on Glen and Professor Snape to assist Dumbledore in steering the discussion, while they certainly wished to avoid witnessing the fearful countenance of their two companions. They were equally eager to understand whether the use of protective spells could successfully shield their minds and spirits from the Bogart's extraction of their thoughts, thereby achieving a defensive effect. For Glen and Hermione, it was far preferable to address the potential invasion of their thoughts at its root, rather than react after the fact, a case of closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. Dumbledore's interest was piqued, and he nodded slightly. So, you were suggesting a form of mental shielding, supplemented by other minor charms to safeguard our spirits and wills? Precisely, Hermione affirmed. The reason Glen and I remained here after Professor Lupin and the other young wizards left is due to our thirst for knowledge and our desire to prepare for potential challenges. Though confronting one's deepest fears can be uncomfortable and daunting, allowing that fear to paralyze oneself is to forsake the essence of progress. The fortitude of one's spirit and the clarity of purpose are indeed vital. Yet it is the relentless pursuit of knowledge and the courage to confront the unknown that truly empowers one to navigate their chosen path. However, Glen and Hermione would never embark on such an endeavor without sufficient preparation and unwavering confidence. They had never fought a battle without being adequately armed. Glen had previously tested this theory outside the Hogwarts Express. He had found that Dementors, creatures linked to human emotion, were indeed affected by such mental protective charms. Perhaps due to their higher biological classification compared to a Bogart, the efficacy of the spells was somewhat diminished, yet undeniable results were observed. The Dementors struggled to perceive Glen's presence at that time. Thus, they now sought to experiment with the Bogart. Hermione spoke with unwavering composure about Glen's actions during their journey on the Hogwarts Express. For they had gleaned from Dumbledore's response at the opening ceremony that the esteemed headmaster was undoubtedly aware of the good deeds they had performed aboard the train. He merely saw through it without speaking out. As anticipated by Hermione, Dumbledore showed little reaction to her remarks, instead nodding in approval, affirming the thoughts of both Hermione and Glen. Your insights are indeed correct. Employing spells to shield one's consciousness when dealing with such creatures is certainly one method of confrontation. Moreover, it is the most prudent and optimal solution. I can assure you, if you employ the brain closure charm against a Boggart, that creature will pose no threat to you. Dumbledore explicitly pointed out the ultimate outcome of the experiment that Glen and Hermione wished to undertake, intending to prevent them from approaching a creature that could transform into their deepest fears. Even a great wizard like Dumbledore, despite having comprehensive countermeasures, preferred to keep his distance from such a being. Sensitive to the nuances of his words, Hermione discerned the underlying meaning and smiled gently. It's all right, Professor Dumbledore. Even though we know the outcome, not undertaking the experiment ourselves leaves us somewhat uncertain, doesn't it? After all, only through practice can we truly ascertain the validity of our thoughts and determine whether we can successfully extricate ourselves from such a predicament. Glen shared her sentiment, didn't he? Hermione nudged him with her elbow, and he nodded in agreement. Knowing is one thing, taking action is another. It just so happens that both Glen and Hermione belong to this category of individuals. Rather than relying on others' accounts, they find it essential to attempt and practice for themselves to find true assurance. Dumbledore smiled at this realization, choosing not to elaborate further. It was indeed commendable that Glen and Hermione possessed such awareness and insight. He felt no need to interfere any longer. Very well, I shall not disturb your practice, he said, nodding and then turning his gaze to the silent Severus Snape. Aware of the scrutiny upon him, Snape, lost in thought, numbly raised his head, briefly meeting Dumbledore's gaze before glancing at Hermione, who was watching him with concern, and then at Glen, who had turned towards him. He pressed his lips together, composed his expression, revealing nothing, and then turned away, departing without a word. Well, Severus and I shall take our leave. Do take care, Snape said. Goodbye, Professor Snape. Goodbye, Professor Dumbledore, Hermione replied, nodding as she bid farewell to the departing professors. Now let us begin. We should not waste too much time on this matter. Once the professors had left, Glen finally spoke. I knew you would think that. Hermione rolled her eyes in response, playfully commenting before smiling, drawing her wand and casting a spell to unlock the cabinet containing the Boggart. As the cabinet swung open, the creature within remained a formless mass, indiscernible and enigmatic. Indeed, the outcome was as we had envisioned. Chapter 52, A Twinge of Conscience. The endeavors of the two individuals proved successful when confronted with mental protection spells. Even though Glen and Hermione meticulously dispelled each incantation, leaving only the brain lock spell, the Boggart, lurking within the wardrobe, remained incapable of probing their thoughts or transforming. It could only shiver in a pitiable, indescribable form, ensconced in the shadows of the wardrobe. This suggests that the biological ranking of the Boggart is indeed significantly inferior to that of the Dementor. Hermione waved her wand, secured the wardrobe door, and locked it once more, commenting on the situation. After all, The sole means by which a boggart repels foes is by morphing into the form of their most profound fears, relying on terror as intimidation. And it possesses no intrinsic capacity for harm. This can merely be considered a self-preservation mechanism of its species. Glen remarked that both the boggart and the Dementor are creatures tied to human emotions, yet the former is undeniably feeble. Hermione shrugged her shoulders in resignation, asserting that as long as one safeguards their thoughts, the boggart is utterly inconsequential. Historically, most boggarts exhibited timid dispositions. They would instinctively transform into the most terrifying entities for anyone they encountered, solely to frighten them away. Only a limited number of boggarts, or those that have lingered longer, display malicious tendencies, venturing into the dimly lit streets or obscure corners of the human realm, intimidating passersby with their abilities, or even whimsically selecting a fortunate individual to inhabit their abode, engaging in mischief and fright to the point of compelling them to relocate. The greater the fear they instill, the more they revel in it, as human terror gradually becomes their sustenance. The boggarts currently existing in the world have likely grown emboldened. Yet, this does not alter their inherent frailty. Ah, the young girl stretched lazily and yawned. Let us go. I've confirmed everything. And I'd rather not linger near such creatures. Don't you need to install some devices? Would you like my assistance? The two walked together towards the staff lounge, Hermione clasping her hands behind her back as she inquired of Glen. No need. Such a curt refusal? Because having you assist would be more of a hindrance. At least until you comprehend the structure and function of the apparatus I've devised. Hey, what do you mean by a hindrance? I might just get angry. Well, it would slow down my progress. That is essentially the same thing. Of course, there are other factors at play, such as wanting to be close to you. Oh, now that essay sentiment I enjoy hearing. Their voices gradually faded into the distance as Glen casually closed the door to the staff lounge behind them, restoring tranquility within. The boggart, quaking in the wardrobe, resumed its frenzied antics. Following Professor Lupin's practical class on defense against the dark arts on Thursday, his reputation had become firmly established. If it could be said that previously the young wizards aboard the Hogwarts Express relied solely on hearsay regarding the events unfolding, the engaging and practical lessons now presented by Professor Lupin have become manifestly evident. Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts class has garnered widespread acclaim and recognition from all the young wizards. The praise is abundant, primarily due to the dismal teaching capabilities of his predecessor in the role, whose classes were characterized by tedium and monotony, often reflecting a troubled disposition. In stark contrast, Professor Lupin's innovative approach of capturing magical creatures for hands-on learning has proven to be exceedingly captivating. Without comparison, there can be no critique. Severus Snape, who once substituted for the now-imprisoned Gilderoy Lockhart, can be excluded from this comparison, as his overly intense and high-pressure classroom environment rendered it nearly impossible for anyone, save for the diligent Hermione and Glen, to absorb the dense material presented. While it is true that the knowledge gained in Snape's classes far exceeds that of Lupin's, this is contingent upon the ability to pay close attention. Despite the flaws in Snape's teaching style, it does not imply that his classes were without merit. Consequently, Professor Lupin's course has emerged as the most popular defense against the dark arts class in recent years, and he himself has become the most favored professor in this discipline. This has left Lupin somewhat taken aback, as the impact of his teaching methods has surpassed his expectations prior to his appointment at Hogwarts. Nevertheless, he is cognizant that this phenomenon stems from the disparity between the young wizard's idealized perceptions of defense against the dark arts and the actual experience, as well as the exceptionally conducive learning environment they currently inhabit. His course merely serves as a catalyst, igniting the enthusiasm for the subject that dwells within the hearts of the young wizards. Remus Lupin, being a modest adult, manages to maintain his composure in the face of the enthusiastic adulation from his students, delivering his lessons with the same demeanor as on the first day. However, the complexities of his emotions, which had become entangled due to past events, have significantly improved due to the affection he has received, allowing the young wizards to witness his smile more frequently. Although only a day has passed since the inaugural defense against the dark arts class, tales of Professor Lupin's lessons have already spread throughout Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Lupin finds himself somewhat overwhelmed by such treatment, reflecting on how times have changed while simultaneously feeling a tinge of embarrassment. It seems as though the enthusiasm has perhaps been exaggerated. Hermione, feeling a bit shy, discreetly observes Professor Lupin, who appears somewhat awkward and flustered as he is warmly greeted by the young wizards. She then turns to Glen and remarks on the situation. The speed at which a piece of news spreads can often indicate that there are individuals fanning the flames behind the scenes. Hermione astutely seized upon the pivotal moment in Professor Lupin's class to share insights about the content taught and the benefits of such an educational approach with the young wizards at an opportune time and place. This initiated a ripple effect, transforming a simple exchange into a phenomenon that exceeded all expectations. Consequently, numerous eyes began to scrutinize Remus Lupin. Glen nodded in affirmation of Hermione's actions, At such a juncture, there was no need for validation, as he felt a twinge of conscience. From another perspective, considering Remus Lupin himself, it was apparent that the enthusiasm of others towards him was somewhat overwhelming and unfamiliar. His attire, be it his clothes, trousers, or robes, was riddled with patches and showed clear signs of age. Moreover, his physique was notably gaunt, with the signs of aging and wrinkles appearing at an accelerated rate compared to the average person. His hair was dry and beginning to gray, while his eyes bore evident bloodshot veins, rendering his countenance haggard and pallid, indicating a disarray in his bodily functions. Nevertheless, I could estimate his age to be between 30 and 35, and such manifestations in a man of prime adulthood were decidedly abnormal, suggesting malnutrition. In conclusion, it appears that Remus Lupin's previous quality of life may have been rather poor, perhaps due to factors such as an unappreciated status. Your promotion of his teaching quality and initial protective actions towards students undeniably elevated public perception of him significantly, garnering external admiration and recognition, thereby enhancing his self-worth. Although Remus Lupin had been appointed by Dumbledore as the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, a sudden elevation in one's status is not easily or naturally acclimated to, which indicates that your actions were, in essence, a form of assistance to him. Glen nodded and, under Hermione's astonished gaze, articulated a lengthy series of observations and conclusions he had drawn. Yes, indeed. Although Hermione sensed something amiss, she felt on the verge of being persuaded by Glen. She decided to relinquish her thoughts, trusting that Glen had his reasons for his actions. Yet, it was indeed remarkable how Glen could oscillate between silence and eloquence, with his words often carrying a sharper edge than those of his peers. It seemed he had become more loquacious compared to his previous self. Hermione was genuinely astonished by this development, perhaps in the presence of others. Glen maintained a reticent demeanor, something she had once believed to be true, likening him to a taciturn figure. However, there were moments when he would launch into analyses of certain matters without pause, as if releasing a torrent of words long suppressed. Not every matter, in my opinion, warrants verbal expression. I have no intention of concerning myself with trivialities. Glen pondered for a considerable time before arriving at this conclusion, which even resembled a question. Hermione tilted her head, her expression one of exasperation. Glen raised his gaze, a look of confusion crossing his face. In truth, he was uncertain about this behavior of his. It seemed that the rationale for believing that some matters did not require discourse was not easily explicable. His words appeared to flow more freely than before. You truly are headstrong, but this also signifies your growth, Hermione quietly remarked, rendering her judgment on the matter. At that moment, evening had descended, and dinner time had elapsed. The two, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility, strolled leisurely through the castle, fortuitously encountering Professor Lupin, surrounded by a throng of young witches and wizards in the Great Hall. However, this incident could only serve as fodder for their post-meal conversation. The young girl had intended merely to chat casually, to express her guilt for plotting against the professor, and to alleviate her burgeoning curiosity and slight anxiety. To her surprise, Glen was able to observe and analyze so much from it all. As they walked, gradually distancing themselves from the clamor of the Great Hall, they returned to their secluded surroundings. Hermione's previously diverted thoughts began to stir restlessly once more. She lowered her gaze slightly and stole a glance at Glen, only to find him as inscrutable as ever, his face betraying no discernible emotions. Did he not feel the slightest tension about revealing his deepest secrets? The young girl felt a surge of annoyance, unsure whether it stemmed from her own peculiar response or from Glen's apparent indifference. Listening to Glen share his intriguing thoughts was one thing, but more significantly, they were about to share a night together in the Room of Requirement. Although this was not their first experience, it would be the first since they had defined their relationship. Since becoming Glen's partner, Hermione found herself more sensitive and bashful regarding such matters. Suddenly, the mischievous tidbits shared by her rather dubious friends flooded her mind, prompting her to wish for a memory charm to restore her inner peace. The notion of sharing a bed sounded both thrilling and utterly embarrassing. She gently brushed her hand against her face, feeling the heat rise. No more thoughts of that. She had to banish such notions. Glen, perplexed, watched as Hermione began to wave her hands, as if shooing away non-existent thoughts from her mind. At this moment, he found it difficult to decipher what was truly occupying her thoughts. He gazed at Hermione for a moment, his lips parting slightly as he began to utter a syllable. Yet, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Hermione's loud protest. I didn't, Glen replied, but I haven't said anything yet. Well, fine then. Glen fell silent once more, continuing to walk alongside Hermione. However, unlike the past when merely sharing silence with Glen brought her no discomfort, Hermione now found herself increasingly restless, provoked by the unuttered words lingering in the air. Realizing this, she suddenly felt an overwhelming curiosity about what Glen was on the verge of asking her. Her heart raced, as if tiny ants were scuttling about within. Caught in a tug of war between the urge to inquire and the embarrassment of interrupting him, Hermione ultimately succumbed to her innate curiosity, asking, Glen, what were you about to ask me? She appeared a touch apprehensive, yet Glen thought little of it. His earlier question was insignificant, merely a product of his unfounded musings. Can you see the tormenting fly now? Hermione paused for half a second. Huh, otherwise, there would be no reason for you to behave so oddly. All right, perhaps I overthought it. For some reason, Hermione suddenly regained her composure, then reached for Glen. Her tone leaving no room for refusal as she declared, Come, let us head inside. Chapter 54, Just Be Yourself. The hour was already late, and after finally enjoying some leisure time, the two had strolled for 2 to 3 hours, now approaching 10 in the evening. Hermione opened the door to the request-fulfilled room and unceremoniously tossed Glen onto the sofa. I'm going to take a shower first. You cannot go to bed without bathing. The young girl placed her hands on her hips and pointed at him with a serious expression. Go ahead. I'll just continue assembling the items I need to install in the various secret passages. Glen nodded, sitting up straight before retrieving numerous small components from the black ring. Ah, you were right. I almost fell for your trap. I'm planning to give you the cold shoulder now. Hermione pondered for a moment, intending to respond to Glen. But her expression shifted, returning to calmness. This fellow, despite the impending intimacy of sharing a bed, showed no reaction. Was my charm insufficient? Oh, perhaps he has simply grown accustomed to it. Yet this is no excuse. Glen gazed at Hermione, who stood before him with a face of fluctuating emotions. Though their mutual understanding had reached a level akin to telepathy, Glen still found it challenging to comprehend Hermione's contradictory thoughts under certain circumstances. Indeed, quite contradictory. Hermione was caught in a state of wanting to soften her heart, while simultaneously compelling herself not to. How peculiar. She ought to express her desires directly. Yet Hermione seemed to prefer more roundabout ways of conveying her feelings. The books mentioned that individuals who communicate in such a manner are referred to as tsundere. Nonetheless, Glen had always indulged Hermione, so if she favored this method of expression, he would naturally accept it. By the way, Hermione, aren't you going to take a shower? The young girl appeared momentarily perplexed by her own thoughts, seemingly wasting time. It was better to give her a gentle nudge. Oh, I'll go right now. Hermione instinctively responded, then turned and took a few steps before becoming motionless again. What happened to the promised Cold War? Hermione, oh Hermione, you must not allow your heart to soften like this. To make Glen truly aware of the emotions that should arise in such a confined space between romantic partners. You must be resolute. Indeed, this is the most authentic sentiment residing deep within Hermione's heart. Thus, their thoughts successfully intertwined in a fleeting moment. Engaging in a face-to-face cross-server chat is probably akin to this. Glen believed it was essential to comprehend Hermione's tsundere manner of expression. Hermione felt it necessary to make Glen aware of the manner in which they ought to enjoy their solitude at this moment. I'm going to take a shower now. Go ahead. Hermione entered the bathroom, then peeked her head out. No peeking. I want tea. In conclusion, the aforementioned dialogue rendered Hermione utterly incapable of achieving her objective. Shouldn't she have retorted with something like, how could I possibly peek? In a tone that was both strong and slightly bashful? Although that might not align with Glen's character. It would have been quite delightful had she responded that way. Alas, it seems that hope is lost. Glen's previous response was indeed characteristic of him. This candidness is both endearing and exasperating to Hermione. She convinced herself of this. Subsequently, Hermione closed the door. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Glen paused his actions and leaned back against the sofa. Was that response earlier correct? It seems there were no other responses available, so it must be the right one. Glen, too, persuaded himself. He then resumed his work. This peculiar thought process characterizes their interactions. Glen and Hermione always find a way to convince themselves. As the bathroom door swung open, a wave of warmth enveloped the room, and Hermione emerged clad in her pajamas, drying her hair. It's your turn, go ahead. After a brief shower, Hermione's mind felt considerably clearer. Since Glen's personality is as such, it is best to accept it. Why concern herself with the contents of books or the opinions of others? They are not the ones in a relationship with Glen. I shall simply be myself. With a clear mind and refreshed spirit, Hermione strode confidently towards the bed, leaping into the covers, revealing only her head as she gazed at Glen. Naturally, while airborne, Hermione had used a spell to dry her damp hair. You must dry your hair before bed. Just a moment, final touches. Glen did not immediately rise. Instead, he hastened his movements, the glow of alchemy flickering continuously. After about 30 to 40 seconds, he completed his creation. Clothing. Hermione rummaged through her charm and produced a matching set of pajamas for Glen, tossing a pair of briefs toward him. Without even glancing, he caught them with one hand and then entered the bathroom. Compared to Hermione, Glen's bathing speed was considerably swifter. For the young girl, bathing is a sacred and delightful endeavor. A thorough wash can refresh both body and spirit, alleviating the weariness accumulated throughout the day, and transforming oneself into a fragrant being, a truly beautiful affair. Thus, Hermione takes it upon herself to cleanse her own body. However, For Glen, bathing is merely a daily chore, a task devoid of pleasure. During non-extreme circumstances, failing to swiftly and thoroughly cleanse the dirt from his body poses a significant risk of infection should he sustain an injury. To expedite this task, Glen opts to employ magic, which proves far more efficient than manual cleaning. Consequently, he emerges from the bathroom in less than a quarter of the time Hermione spends bathing, entirely prepared for slumber, ready to extinguish the lights and drift into sleep. Yet, it is evident that tonight, falling into slumber at the mere closing of his eyes is unlikely. On the bed lies Hermione, who, with an expression of coy invitation, pulls back the covers beside her and pats the empty space. Though she turns her head away, obscuring her expression, the question lingers: what is the right course of action in response to such behavior? Stuck in contemplation, Glen instinctively steps forward upon hearing Hermione's soft call. Lowering his gaze to his own advancing foot, he ceases to ponder further. Yes, he decides, he will simply be himself. As night deepens, the body's natural inclination towards rest diminishes rational thought, yielding to more emotional reflections. Yet, does this shift hold any significance for Glen, who grapples with emotional deficiencies? Chapter 55, Confession. Inside the room of requests, the lights have been extinguished, enveloping the surroundings in a tranquil darkness. On the bed, Glen and Hermione lie side by side, cocooned within the covers, staring intently at the ceiling. After a moment of hesitation, torn between the desire to lie closer to Glen, Hermione finds her small hand caught in his, prompting her to lean in. The warmth generated by their bodies begins to elevate the temperature beneath the covers, allowing them to distinctly feel each other's warmth. Curiously, this sensation quiets their previously anxious hearts. However, while their emotions settle, the rhythm of their heartbeats remains palpably elevated. Shall I begin? After a brief silence, Glen, who had been waiting for Hermione to speak, decides to initiate the conversation himself. Go ahead, he encourages, sensing Hermione shift slightly beside him. Well then, let me share, she replies softly. The secret I bear is that I possess memories from my past life. I can vividly recall everything from the 17 years of my previous existence after I became capable of memory. Feeling Hermione's gentle squeeze on his hand, Glen pauses. And after a moment, she speaks again, her voice imbued with the relief of long-standing confusion being unraveled. Thus, it is precisely why you appear so remarkably mature in certain matters. If I am not mistaken, you must have been a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom in a past life. Indeed, it is no wonder that you possess an innate understanding of the dragon language. I recollect that you had never formally studied this tongue, yet even in our childhood, you could independently peruse the volumes of dragon literature in your home. Moreover, you grasped written language far earlier than I did. It was you who narrated stories to me. As I grew older, I found myself puzzled by this, nearly questioning my own intelligence, only to realize that you had amassed experiences and memories far beyond my own. Do you not find this rather peculiar? Glen felt a twinge of confusion regarding Hermione's swift acceptance of this revelation. Upon first hearing this news from your lips, I was indeed bewildered, almost convinced I had inadvertently drifted into slumber and was merely dreaming. Pinching you to ascertain reality, I was relieved to discover your response and my own sensations were genuine. It turned out that my earlier pinch was merely a means to confirm I was not dreaming. Although I was initially astonished, after a brief moment of reflection, I became less perplexed. After all, in a world where magic, once thought to exist solely in tales and legends, proves to be real, the notion of an individual possessing memories of a past life does not seem entirely implausible. Furthermore, as you have assured me that you would never deceive me, I choose to believe in your truth. Thus, it follows that what you have shared must indeed be authentic. Given this understanding, I should simply accept it. The melodious and gentle voice that only I could hear, accompanied by a warm breath, entered Glen's ears, restoring a sense of calm despite the inexplicable unease that had momentarily gripped him. Indeed, it was discomfort that arose after Glen disclosed his secret, for it seemed there had been no precedent for his situation throughout the annals of history. Lacking a frame of reference, Glen felt a sense of apprehension about the uncertain future that lay ahead after uttering those words. Although he believed Hermione would embrace this truth, the very act of sharing it with her brought about his unease. Thankfully, Hermione did accept this reality. Yet, I still harbor some unanswered questions, so please, continue. There is no need to feel anxious or unsettled. Regardless of your past experiences, you are Glen, and I will wholeheartedly accept all of you. Sensitive to Glen's emotions, Hermione offered reassurance to the somewhat anxious Glen, making such a promise. Glen is simply Glen, nothing more. Although he possesses a wealth of memories from his 17 years, these experiences are an indispensable part of who he is today. Furthermore, I am filled with curiosity about those memories he has experienced without my companionship. Feeling a sense of regret for not having been there, and yearning to know more, she felt a deep sadness, for Hermione understood that Glen's true nature and thoughts, including his perspective and attitude towards life, diverged significantly from what society deems as normal. Human experiences often shape such characteristics, leading her to ponder what events had transpired in Glen's past that transformed him into the person he had become. What had he been like before encountering her, his parents, and the friends and professors at Hogwarts? While the specifics of those experiences remained shrouded in mystery, Hermione refrained from making unfounded assumptions or hastily labeling them as negative. Yet, an unsettling premonition lingered within her. She sensed that Glen's past was likely filled with unimaginable suffering. She could not articulate why she felt this way. Perhaps it stemmed from her keen observations or her intuition. However, if the reality of his experiences were to differ drastically from her judgments, perhaps even standing in stark contrast, she would welcome such a revelation. Hermione, who found joy and fulfillment in uncovering truths, had never wished so fervently for the answers she sought to be at odds with the reality. For the events of Glen's past were beyond her capacity to alter. Nevertheless, this mindset did not signify avoidance. Hermione aspired to participate in Glen's history as a listener, hoping to compensate for the 17 years of his life she had not shared with him. She understood the wisdom of the saying, one who has not suffered themselves should not advise others on goodness. Thus, she refrained from interfering with Glen's thoughts on significant matters and, to some extent, she recognized the unspoken burdens he carried. With her inherent kindness, Hermione chose not to intrude, but instead to silently warm Glen's cold heart through her actions. Understanding and embracing him was her goal, and she endeavored to achieve it. Hermione did not wish for Glen to feel alone. She wanted him to know that, regardless of circumstances or decisions made, her presence would always be by his side. She yearned to learn about Glen's past, to become a witness, and to accompany him through the fragments of his life she had never witnessed. Thus, I shall continue. Chapter 56, A Confession. I was once an assassin, a nameless tool designated by a codename, serving an organization that sustained and nurtured me. The organization bore many names. Yet I later discovered that none of them represented its true identity. By the time I was deemed worthy of knowing its real name, I had long ceased to care about such matters. No, it would be more accurate to say that by then, I had lost interest in everything. I could not pinpoint the moment I began to feel numb to the monotony of my daily tasks. Perhaps the signs had been embedded in my psyche since childhood. I must have been an orphan, taken in by the organization before my self-awareness had fully awakened, and raised in the most scientific manner possible. Like cattle on an elite ranch, meticulously conditioned for growth and existence, the reality is far more brutal. Once an organization determines that a child possesses sufficient awareness to comprehend their predicament, they are ushered into a designated area and randomly assigned a position within that space. This is soon followed by the ominous tolling of a bell, heralding the commencement of the selection process for assassins. It was only later that I learned that this so-called selection involved casting children, who had attained a certain level of rationality, into a dark forest teeming with various beasts, allowing events to unfold as they may. To escape this hellish scenario, one must locate the correct exit and depart from the area. However, only 13 slots exist for those wishing to leave. Once the quota of 13 is reached, the area becomes irrevocably sealed, leaving the remaining children to fend for themselves, ultimately becoming subjects of experimentation within the organization's research division alongside the beasts. Yes, you heard correctly. This is an exceptionally cruel selection process. Not to mention that the beasts placed within the area have undergone genetic modifications through the organization's experiments for specific ends, rendering them superior to ordinary creatures. Those selected can currently possess a comparable level of danger. In the desperate struggle for survival, the participants often become more deranged than the beasts themselves. I am no exception. The individuals deemed worthy of selection are inherently gifted children, and those deemed unfit have long been dispatched to laboratories for human experimentation. My own experience in this selection was gruesome, a tale I will not divulge, regardless of your pleas. It is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather one of necessity. Seeking to gain combat experience from such an ordeal is futile. As a mere child, despite having received some training, I ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming chaos. Driven solely by primal survival instincts, I resorted to the most primitive and bloody means to eliminate all remaining beings in the selection area, dragging my battered body to the exit by gnawing at the turf. Please, do not implore me further. It is truly difficult for me to refuse your requests. Do not weep, I am fine. Upon my departure from the selection grounds, I had nearly lost all signs of life. However, the organization's developmental trajectory leaned heavily toward biological sciences, and through extensive experimentation and research, they produced remarkable pharmaceuticals. With an experimental mindset, I was administered a medical drug still in the testing phase. Regrettably, I survived. Of course, I no longer harbor such a pessimistic outlook. So, Hermione, please be gentle. That hurts a bit. Following that selection, I formally entered the ranks of the Assassin Preparatory Corps and commenced my training in the arts of killing. The equestrian skills you are familiar with were acquired during that period. As time passed, I formally became a member of the organization's armed assassin faction. This led to an unending cycle of accepting tasks from the organization, subsequently taking on external assignments, relentlessly eliminating targets, and receiving remuneration, only to repeat the process. This constituted the entirety of my existence in my previous life. There is no need for such expressions. It is nothing to be concerned about. My vocation was one of taking lives, and my interests, shaped by my profession and existence, revolved solely around matters of assassination, dismantling firearms, marksmanship, bomb-making, and collecting both firearms and melee weapons. The earnings from my assignments were wholly invested in these pursuits. Upon mastering all the skills pertinent to my profession and achieving a level of proficiency that transcended mere expertise, I amassed nearly every registered firearm and weapon in existence. Yet, I found that life seemed to lose its significance. With no new knowledge to acquire, my interests could no longer delve deeper. The monotony of day-to-day existence, year after year, became unbearably tedious, and I could not discern any purpose for the wealth I accumulated. A distant and pallid future loomed, seemingly endless, and the path leading to it was inevitably stained with crimson blood. Blood appeared to possess the capacity to color the pale future, yet such coloration was superficial, leaving the essence within still devoid of substance and hollow. Our organization mandates that we, as mere tools, must obey higher orders without harboring independent thoughts, a principle I adhered to diligently. Thus, even when my life lost its meaning, I did not cease my actions. In retrospect, I resembled an alchemical puppet in my current grasp, alive yet merely a marionette, a tool bound to execute the commands issued by you and me. Although I sensed that deeper mysteries lay concealed within the organization, I had little desire to investigate. In fact, my superiors had informed me that the higher echelons intended to elevate my status, a promotion I accepted without question. However, I did not exercise the full extent of the powers associated with this new position, nor did I partake in the meetings it necessitated. Regrettably, or perhaps fortuitously, those who elevated me seemed unconcerned with my indifferent actions, allowing me to continue my life in a state of numbness. When one is idle and their heart feels void, they often find themselves contemplating more than usual. I too experienced such moments, which could be regarded as rare intervals of introspection in my prior life. Engaging in self-reflection proved intriguing, imparting a distinct sensation, much like my present self, who has grown accustomed to this way of life. Of course, there is no need to remind me, you are the same. Yet, it is unfortunate that the physical vitality of the self who conceived those intriguing thoughts had begun to deteriorate rapidly for various reasons, ultimately leading to its demise. Nevertheless, I do not harbor disdain or hatred for the experiences of my previous life, for it was those very circumstances that afforded me the opportunity to encounter you and find my way to your side. Chapter 57. I've been reprimanded. In the dimly lit, tranquil room, a faint voice emerged, revealing the boy's unembellished confessions. Hermione occasionally interjected with a question during Glen's recounting of his experiences. Yet for the most part, she simply remained by his side, absorbing the tales and memories that time and fate had shrouded in silence. As Glen narrated his story, Hermione felt as though she had traversed through the corridors of time, accompanying his past self in a shared journey of growth. However, this was not a pleasant experience. The more she listened to Glen's narrative, the more discomfort and anguish she felt. Being a perceptive young girl, she had an innate ability to sense the emotions of others and empathize with them. Even though Glen, due to his own circumstances, lacked the emotional sensitivity typical of most individuals, and his past experiences had rendered him numb to the feelings associated with his former life, Hermione could still discern the harrowing and painful existence he had endured. Realizing this, she had contemplated several times urging Glen to cease his painful reminiscences, but he had steadfastly declined. Having resolved to lay bare all my truths before you and harbor no secrets, I shall proceed in this manner. After all, I have concealed these truths from you for 13 long years. I can no longer continue this deception. Furthermore, I believe it is essential for you to understand who Glen truly is. I will unveil the visage I have kept buried deep within. In the eyes of an ordinary person, I am merely a villain, a harbinger of countless deaths. This was once me, and it remains a part of who I am today. I know that, given your inherent kindness, you may find it intolerable. Hence I feel it is imperative to be forthright with you, to clarify your doubts, and to afford you ample time for contemplation. So, continue to inquire, without concern for my feelings. The pale memories of my past evoke no emotion within me. This was Glen's response to Hermione's actions. You foolish girl. At some point, Hermione had drawn Glen close, burying her face in his chest. Subtle sobs, tinged with a hint of sorrow, escaped her lips, and Glen could feel the fabric of his nightshirt dampening. There was no need for questions or contemplation. Glen understood the source of the moisture all too well. Surely, it could not be anything other than the tears of a young girl. What else could it be? After a moment, as if having adjusted her mindset, Hermione no longer urged Glen to refrain from recalling his past. Instead, she listened intently to his words, inquiring about the matters she yearned to understand. Time passed, long enough for Glen to recount his past memories, stripping away unnecessary details and gruesome scenes, sharing them wholly with Hermione. While Glen could no longer feel anything from those memories, Hermione could. With each pang of pain and sorrow she perceived in his narrative, her understanding of Glen deepened, gradually dissolving the dissonance she had long buried within her heart. As the fragments of memories were gathered by the young girl and placed within her heart to fill the void left by Glen, his true image gradually took shape in Hermione's mind. Her perception of Glen had transformed. Yet, unchanging was the burgeoning love she harbored for the boy before her. A love that had swollen beyond its previous bounds. She had come to fully comprehend Glen and his past actions. It was precisely because he had once possessed nothing that he cherished the beauty of his present. If Glen had once been merely a thoughtless tool existing solely for the purpose of slaughter, he had now evolved into an individual with aspirations and self-awareness, wielding violence as a means to truly live for something greater. Perhaps, in Glen's understanding, his existence was defined by the desire to protect, to avoid loss, and to escape the abyss of nothingness. Thus, he chose to shoulder everything alone, sacrificing his very life, time, and efforts for those he wished to safeguard. Constructing an impregnable sanctuary fortified by the memories of his past life, the knowledge he had acquired, the powers he had mastered, and the magic and alchemy he had now embraced. Of course, to claim it was truly indestructible would be an exaggeration. There are always greater forces beyond comprehension, and no one could guarantee that Glen's fortress would withstand a mightier adversary. Yet, Hermione was almost certain that if such a calamity were to befall them, this foolish boy would undoubtedly sacrifice himself, using his flesh and blood to confront it, ensuring the safety of those he cherished. However, the fate that awaited him was a consideration he seemed to have overlooked. The more she understood Glen, the more she grasped this unsettling truth. Yet, understanding did not equate to acceptance of his beliefs. Could Hermione endure such a notion? Absolutely not. Witnessing Glen risk everything, even his life, to protect her and his family, how could she possibly endorse such reckless disregard for his own well-being? If such a scenario were to unfold in their lives, Hermione would not hesitate to breach the sanctuary he had crafted, rushing to his side, delivering a sharp slap to express her dissatisfaction, and standing together with him against adversity until death itself. You wish to confine me, to shield me? You shall not succeed. Even in death, we shall face it together. Despite your 17 years of memories from a past life, you remain but a mere child in my eyes. Oh, you are even a few minutes younger than I. You insufferable little brother. You are still you, Glen Hawthorne. Even with the memories of a former life, that is merely a fragment of who you are now. You are still the Glen I have known for the past 13 years. Therefore, regardless of your past actions or the person you once were, my feelings for you remain unchanged, whether in admiration, acceptance, affection, or love, they endure. Ah, indeed, there lingers a sense of indignation. So cast aside your unnecessary anxieties, excessive protectiveness, and self-sacrificial thoughts. You wretch, how could I ever harbor any disdain for you over such trivial matters? Where has your usual cleverness vanished? Furthermore, I am not the sort to cower behind you, relying solely on your protection. If we are to speak candidly, I am merely someone you should entrust with your burdens. A companion to face challenges together. Therefore, rest assured and entrust your back to me. Now, clear your mind and allow yourself to slumber. I too feel weary and must contemplate the events of today. As Glen concluded his narration, Hermione admonished him with an unyielding tone, chastising him fiercely before discreetly wiping away a tear. She then drew him close, burying his head in her embrace, holding him tightly as if to prevent any escape. Very well, Glen acquiesced to Hermione's request, savoring the sensation of her arms encircling his hair, the softness of the young girl before him, and the comforting scent that was uniquely hers. He allowed his thoughts to empty, relinquishing any complexities. In the warmth of her embrace, the boy surrendered to an unprecedented and profound slumber, as if he had laid down a heavy burden that had long weighed upon his heart.